And that is basically the dispute between Newtonian physics and relativity in itself, because Newtonian physics is still useful today, still gives us information, but relativity is perhaps more accurate at a certain scale, right? So I know that having contradictions in science might be disturbing, but that is just the way science has always been.
Yeah, not just in science is okay, because you got an explanation. There's a big question mark there. There's some sort of placeholder. You know what they used to call the God of the gaps type thing. But when someone's got a worldview with a contradiction in it, that's when the problem is. Because unless they're saying they don't know, then if you don't know, then use that. Say, I don't know. And just be willing to say, okay, well, if you don't know, then you don't know if you don't know. And if you know something, then say you know it. And here's how you know it. So do you know, is space-time wavy or not?
I do not know.
Okay,
so I'm satisfied with saying that.
How do you square that with the contradictions in quantum theory?
You're asking me a question about something you just found out a couple of days ago and I don't know anything about. So yeah, I'm not going to speak for it.
Because your container is space-time. And I get it too. If I was a globalist, I would say, yeah, my container is space-time. The mass of the Earth whole is pushing down on the fabric of space-time and creating like a well. And inside this well, all the matter is trapped inside it.
Yeah, I know. Your gravity is a container. I understand.
Yeah, if I'm put on my globalist hat. So what's your container? Is it not gravity or is it something else?
He also said Einstein's relativity works on a different scale than what we know.
Yeah, and that scale is now getting dunked on because it either has to be, the scale has to be wavy. Do you understand, or have you perceived, or where's a concept of wavy space-time?
I don't know about it. When you say it, it doesn't mean anything to me, right? It's only something you found out a few days ago, but that's what apparently they're currently saying, right? Or some people, probably not all of them, maybe like a handful of scientists are saying this now. And we defend it. Not going to happen.
Yeah,
today,
it's not
right?
Not for you to defend, for you to look at the new information and how do you add that? Do you ignore it? Do you have some sort of, how do you digest? The scientific communicators work really hard, okay? These guys spent long nights burning, the midnight oil to try to think of a way to explain these concepts to above 7th grade education level. That's what they say that the news is written to somebody who can read at 7th grade level. So with this information that you should be able to easily digest, because it's written way below your education level. I mean, leagues below, okay? I mean, you're way higher, okay? This stuff could be written much more complex and you'd still be able to read it. So written at this level, are you able to digest it and then come up with how does it change or affect or vary your understanding of space-time being a container, that now that it's wavy? If it's waving, what would happen?
That's an interesting question, but I don't, it's not something I could answer.
See, that's why I think the Daily News is so powerful.
The Daily News? Who are they?
Yeah, because it's twofold, really. So number one is that the claim that flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. But yet the globalist has seen this episode day in, day out for years. Like, how can they see a rerun that many times and still be entertained? So let's change it up a little bit, okay? Let's present some globe stuff and see what happens to their idea of entertainment. Like I present to you wavy space-time. Or today the news article is NASA paid $5 million to do a probe into SpaceX to find out about who was smoking marijuana and who wasn't after Elon Musk smoked weed on a nationally syndicated talk show, Joe Rogan.
Well, so we all find entertainment in different. Like if you're saying like flat earthers are entertainment, I mean it's not like I personally don't find
a lot of globalists.
Yeah. I mean, I would
entertainment.
I might count myself among them, right? But for different reasons than maybe other people. Like maybe a guy prefers to talk to you about your hardcore positions, right? Like about science or whatever. But I prefer to just listen to sometimes when people say, we're the critical thinkers and you're the NPCs, right? I heard a lot of flat earthers say. But I have to often think that it could go both ways. It could have a very non-critically thinking globe earther, but I certainly think a flat earther doesn't get critical thinking points out of virtue of a position they have. I think if you're being told your position and you're regurgitating information, you are no more a critical thinker than a 17-year-old, because that's exactly what you expect a 17-year-old to do, right? So I find that sort of stuff entertaining, not so much the, well, actually there's a dome around the Earth. I mean, I don't care if there is, right? So, not that I think there is, because I don't think there is, but
So the second part of this is that, so number one, entertainment value. Okay, the other thing is that flat earthers are harmful. You hear globalists say this, right? That there's something, flat earthers are damaging humanity. They're damaging science. They're responsible. They take ownership. They have agency, and they're responsible for the damage being caused. Like you see this, lack of trust in science and experts and whatnot. So the reason why I show the Daily News is this is what they should be trusting, but they know wavy space time is completely horseshit, right? That is like the stupidest shit ever. Okay, it doesn't match anything previous. It completely debunks this idea of space time, because space time can't be wavy. That's the exact. It can only be wavy with this idea of like speckered out, like unobservable matter that would be like dropped over it or something like that. Like dropping salt across like a frozen, patio, and you only see little melted spots where the salt is, but then saying the salt is now completely unobservable. So the second part of the Daily News is offer the globalists something other than flat Earth to think about. Because if you offer them something other than flat Earth, because they're not going to understand flat Earth, they don't understand what the word flat means. They still think, none of them think flat is a shape. So let's see if I can break that downward spiral, because they're spiraling. They heard flat Earth, it triggered them, and now they're spiraling down to like wherever they're going to hit rock bottom. And from there, you can try to build them back up. So let's see if we can break that downward spiral before they hit rock bottom and completely disqualified. Because right now, they'll tell you that they don't even know what flat Earth is, but they'll disagree with it. They've debunked it. All kinds of crap, right? They say, what is it? The same thing with gravity. What is it? I don't know. Well, did you prove it? Yeah. How'd you prove it if you don't even know what the fuck it is? How'd you disprove flat Earth if you don't know what the fuck it is? Where are you coming from? You're just triggered. Okay? They're just triggered. So
Yep.
How do you break that triggering? Change the topic. Change the framework. Change the way the things are being discussed. Like, say, hey, let's talk about flat Asgard for a while, or flat Middle Earth, or something like that. Change it up to see if you're able to get something other than a spurg, than a complete spurging out as soon as you hear something like container. Oh, a container. They're willing to throw away all of gravity because they can't. I don't want a container. So now you're going to get rid of gravity, are you? But isn't gravity one of your proofs that there's a core center of the Earth? They're like, well, yeah. So it is a container. Well, no. Well, how did it contain everything into the center if there wasn't a container? Well, it's unphysical. It's metaphysical. So spiritual. No. Because a lot of them are atheists, so they hate the whole spiritual idea too. So what is it? Define it. Oh, it's mass attracts mass. And that's it? Yep. Okay, well that doesn't work. And you know that and I know that. So stop the cap.
Okay, well, that was it. Am I bricked, Crit?
No.
Oh.
How can you not know what bricked is by now?
I don't know what
Like brick.
I
Okay,
think bricked is
let's
stupid,
see. Should
right?
we test? Are you bricked? Right? Tell me. Repeat back with something that you heard me say. Did you understand anything, or was I talking to a brick wall?
I see. I thought it meant stupid.
You don't have to agree with it. You comprehend? Was I talking to a human, or was I talking to a brick wall? Like someone with actual brick in their head, just a brick. Would I have gotten better feedback from holding a brick in my hand and talking to it, or are you more than that? Are you plus?
I think I might have actually been a brick when you were speaking for a second.
Okay, so you are bricked.
I am brave.
I want to get in on this brick test. We might rename you to Bricknack.
Yeah, I could be. When
But
people start talking about science for too long, I start to like lose focus.
Well, let me test that, because I was listening on YouTube not too long ago, and someone came in and they were talking to you about anticyclones, right?
I zoned out then as well.
Okay, so if I ask you what that guy told you about anticyclones, you wouldn't be able to tell me at all.
Probably not. But something about cyclones going inwards or down. I don't know.
Right, because he explained that to you like this was a new thing he'd heard, and he thinks it's evidence for a globe. Is that what you took away from it?
That I think he took evidence for it to be Coriolis, so spinning Earth. I recall.
Yeah. So he's talking about Coriolis and how he thinks it's evidence for a globe. See, that's funny because he's only just heard of it, but I don't know how that's possible if he's been in here for as long as he probably has been, because people in this discussion have been talking about anticyclones for years, right? Because the argument from the globe side is, and you can Google it, that the storms are rotating in certain directions and is it clockwise in the south and anti-clockwise in the north? They're basically saying they all go in one direction depending on the hemisphere based on the rotation of the Earth, the Coriolis effect, right? But anticyclones do the opposite of this, okay? So the claim all storms are rotating in this direction in this hemisphere, and that evidence is a globe, is falsified by the very existence of weather systems that do the exact opposite. Because if that globe claim is to be true, then it has to be the case all the time that they are rotating in this particular direction, unless the globe suddenly starts changing its rotation, right? So the globe's rotation has to be constant. If it's the thing that's impacting the direction of the weather system, they have to be following suit. This guy's bringing up anticyclones to you, the things that prove the globe claim, and he's still coming out the end of that saying that that's evidence for a globe. So I just wanted you to be clear on that, because when I was listening to that, I was like, Jesus Christ. This guy's going to bamboozle Bricknat into thinking that this is evidence for a globe, when in reality this debunks the globe claim. So I just wanted you to be clear on that.
Well, when anyone tells me anything new, I don't. I tend to just. I tend to zone out and then just not and act like it wasn't real. So
you tend to zone out, exactly. Well,
I'm not going to be sucking in what someone tells me on Discord. That's
well. Hopefully, you didn't zone out during what I just said to you. Did you hear what I just said to you?
Yes, I did. You were saying that it was. No, I actually do know what you were saying. I do know what you're saying. You were saying that he was giving this account of Coriolis, but he just heard of it, right? So he doesn't really know what it is. He's surprised that he's new here and couldn't really figure out that this has already been covered, and that when you were listening to me talking about it, you wanted to clarify to me that it's not something that that necessarily proves Ein Globe. I was listening.
Well, at a minimum, I mean, the globe claim is that they'll all go in a predictable direction, clockwise in the south, anti-clockwise in the north. I think it's that way. It might be the other way around, but either way, it's one or the other, right? According to the spin of the globe that we're told exists, but these weather systems do the opposite, so debunking the claim that they will always go in this direction, and that's a debunk of the globe argument. If anyone ever makes the argument, oh, weather systems are always doing this. I think he also said no weather system ever crosses the equator, which I couldn't find. Well, I can't access my phone too much at the moment, but I'm pretty sure that's not true, and there are examples of weather systems that cross the equator. So I think that's bullshit as well. But
yeah, her typhoon Vaime, whatever. This is a foreign word. VAM. Right. Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. Like, it's interesting. This is the one where it completely smashed the model. And they said, you know what, this was such a weird fluke, right? Like black swan. That the only thing they can think of is somehow the other forces. Meteorology, topography, there's all kinds of other things going on that were stronger than the rotation of the Earth. And that's NASA. NASA recognized it and said, you know what? This can't be explained other than there is some other things going on than just spin of the Earth. And that's all all you just say for flat Earth. Duh.
When you I mean, you can read into them just on Wikipedia. I mean, like the Met Office and everything. You'll see them just saying all these systems are rotating counterclockwise in the south, or clockwise in the south, and counterclockwise in the north because of the rotation of the Earth. Nowhere in those blurbs does it say, but that's not actually the case all the time. It's only when you then Google something like anticyclones that they'll just straight away be like, yeah, these ones go in different directions in the south and in the north, and it's because of blah, 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 not rotation of the Earth, right? So they're talking about rotation of the Earth when it comes to the direction of spin for a bunch of weather systems in the south, but when it comes to anticyclones, which doesn't align with their story, all the reasons for it are nothing to do with a rotation of the Earth and its air temperature, pressure, whatever else. So it's just them having their cake and eating it too. So, Brittany, I just want to make sure that you weren't bamboozled by another glober into thinking somehow that anticyclones are a good argument for you guys. They debunk it.
I see.
Yeah, they go both directions in both places. So, yeah, that doesn't really do anything for you guys.
What you're looking at is that if you give them, okay, they say, this is your physics. Your physics says the rotation of the Earth does X, cause and effect. Okay, can you predict with that? They'd be like, certainly, right? I could predict all of the storm. Show them contradictions. Here's a bunch of storm systems that didn't do that, okay? They did other things. They're like, oh, well, fake news or whatever we say. Okay, sure. CGI, whatever. You go, how about this? It does the same physics apply to Jupiter. And they'd be like, yeah, the Coriolis is universal. Okay, now predict which way that storm is turning on Jupiter. And when they realize their prediction falls flat, that they can't predict, their model cannot predict, then they have to have the contradiction now. Because they said their worldview is superior to flat Earth because they can predict. And their predictions are wrong. Jupiter spins the opposite direction than what you would say if it was happening on Earth. So then you got back into the feedback loop. Well, if Jupiter's a ball, why isn't Earth a ball? Well, if the storm spins counterclockwise on Jupiter, then why does it not spin counterclockwise here on Earth? Like, oh, because it's a low pressure system. Okay, so you move with pressure then, not rotation. Wait, what? You know, like, see, inside their worldview, you can get them to contradict because they said things out of turn. They got to a conclusion before they should have, before they really got to where they should have been thinking. They stopped. They stopped thinking as soon as they had enough to say the Earth is a ball and it's rotating. That's when their thinking should have started. If that was their starting point, not their ending point, they should have said, okay, let's see what I can do with this. They can't do much with it. Okay, let's throw that away. Because that is something, it's a fact, but not something that proves it one way or the other.
So I don't remember the whole conversation yesterday. I remember him talking about storms not crossing the equator. I don't know about always turning the same way, but I just looked up this Vaimei typhoon. It didn't actually cross the equator. It formed close to the equator, but it didn't cross.
And did you also hear him say that winds are the reason why they happen?
Who say? A
See,
guy
this is
or
the expert. You never heard of these
A
storm
guy
systems
you
before.
heard talking yesterday, we gave
Yeah,
him
Emma.
something to read, and it said in there it was because of wind, and that's what makes him go that direction.
Mhm. Did he
Pressure.
deny that?
Yeah, he did. He said the only factor, the only variable is the rotation of the Earth.
Did he?
No other variables even are in play.
Was the bot in here when he was saying that? Is that recorded?
I'm not sure. It's been pretty
'Cause
sporadic.
that's sure, because that's not my recollection of the conversation.
Well, he'll come around again too and say it again. Embo is well known. He's one of those guys where it's like this one fact, and he just sticks on it and just keeps saying it over and over and over again.
Was it Embo or a guy?
Embo.
Okay.
Not, Funk or whatever. He was just cheerleading.
Is it not even going now?
It'll be in the chat if it is. You'll see it. The two different ones.
Oh, okay, it is going now.
I just can't tell if some of these people are being intentionally dishonest when they say, well, all the storms go in this direction. Because this is what the guy was just saying to Britnat. All the storms go in the same direction, well, except for these anticyclones and these other systems. And that tells us that the Earth is rotating.
Yeah, there's
That's
actually
just
12.
ignoring the contradiction.
According to Wikipedia, there's 12 storms that have done so. I mean, whatever that's worth.
Well, in the globe world, anything's possible. The Earth could have been spinning the other direction at the time, and it was nighttime for us, and we couldn't see because we were sleeping.
Sorry,
What-
who says that's possible?
What I think is interesting is you look at the side, right? They say all the storms. Look how blank the equator is. Whoa, look at that. They go, okay, well, how about South America? East and west side of South America. Oh, look at that. It's so blank. How about West Africa? Where's all the storms in West Africa? Or, yeah, northern part of West Africa and all of East Africa.
So it looks like all the storms happen below the sun's path.
Yeah, so what you're looking at here is that there are spots on your globe that don't have storms, that have a lower frequency of storms. Now look into that. Why would that be? Why is that? Oh, you don't know, but you do know it's a globe. Why? Because there's no storms at the equator. Okay, so you cherry picked one location of all the locations and said, look at, there's no storms here. And that's because Earth is rotating, and that is the axis of rotation. Okay, using your logic, there is now like 4 other axes of rotation. Because anywhere there's not storms, that indicates a axis of rotation. Because look at the map they post. They post it all the time. They're like, oh, look at this. Here, I'll grab one. I got tab.
Yeah, but I mean, that's just on the weather reports, isn't it? You're talking about. There obviously will be storms everywhere in reality.
Yeah, in reality, storms form, for lots of different reasons, and don't form. So here, it's something like this. The globalists love to post.
So it looks like where you see those lines is where they've got tracking stations.
Yeah, were they just like pretending? They miss all of this? Like a whole continent. I don't see it. You don't see this right here. Like right here. This is all of South America. You've got like 2 storms. Look at this. Look at it. Look at it, dude. Oh, I can't see it. I only see the equator. I don't see anything else. I'm looking at these storm trackers, and all I see is a small, narrow little band that goes all the way across. It's like they look at that map, and this is the only part they see. Look at that. This little strip. And even then, I didn't cut it tight enough. There's still a little bit of a storm there in the Indian Ocean. Look at that. I mean, that's come on, man. You really gonna do that? You're gonna just say like, I don't see that. Look at it, dude.
What is that supposed to show?
Tracks and intensity of all tropical storms.
Right? No, I mean the little squiggle off of South America.
Yeah, the last two, the two storms that were
Mhm.
there. Why isn't there other storms there?
That's a good question. What does the site say?
It's because the Earth is rotating there. That's the axis of rotation. If you follow the globalist worldview, you don't see storm. The only place you see storms is on the axis of rotation because of Coriolis force.
Is on the axis of rotation.
Yep, right there, right over the equator. They say that's why you don't see the storms there. The small band across, that's the equator,
Hmm.
and you don't see any storms there because that's where it's rotating. So now you'd have to add in all the other ones too. Wherever you don't see storms, draw a line, and that's your axis of rotation.
No. No, that you've made a mistake there. So axis of rotation might be a reason that storms don't develop, but I don't think that follows that that's the only reason storms don't develop. It's not that anywhere storms don't develop, it's because the axis of rotation, right?
No, that's the only. Just wait for him to come back. Ember will be around shortly when he's high and playing video games again. When he's fucking wasted, starts saying, "I don't see it because of the equator." This red line is the only reason why storms don't form here. It's sort of like,
Embo lives in the Tennessee mountains now.
yeah, yeah. I can't do his accent. It's so weird. It's like just.
Well, you have to kind of drone and be very drony and talk very slow and repeat yourself a lot.
It's like it doesn't matter how many times these topics are talked about or rehashed or answered. It just keep resetting.
You got to be a failed gamer too.
Yeah, the failed YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Watch me play, and no one watched him play. It's like flat Earth.
Flat Earth and Christianity.
It's like my take. I was talking to this anti-theist dude about the globe model, and he's like, "But space, man, like he wasn't toxic. He was just like a dude. He's like, but like space is too big for God to be real. And I'm like, well, I think you can't make that statement without understanding God in the first place. Because the first people who came up with this heliocentric, endless universe, they said God did it. So unless you understand them and understand their idea of God, and you're talking about God of the Bible, mind you, these are Copernicus and stuff. These are people deeply inside the Catholic Church. Unless you understand their worldview, you won't understand their worldview. You're not going to understand where they're coming from until you understand their core principles. So if you're coming at it from the atheist point of view, you're already in a logical contradiction. Because you're not using their worldview to do an internal critique. You're doing an external critique and then just throwing out whatever you don't like, which is God of the Bible for some reason. Because because maybe they lived a very luxurious life. They're born with a silver spoon in their hand. They were born on third base and they thought they hit a triple.
Just to
Okay.
take it back very quickly. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
So I think Manufactotum was saying, well, there could be other reasons why the storms aren't forming elsewhere on the Earth. So then you would agree that there could be alternative reasons for why there are less forming on the equator besides the claimed rotation of the Earth. Is that right?
What I was saying is that Crit's logic wasn't sound if he presumed that the only reason we don't see storms is because of a rotation.
Right. But I'm not asking about that. I'm saying, but if you'll say, okay, there's other reasons then why this occurs, then you would agree that it's incorrect to say that the reason we don't see them on the equator is because of a rotation of the Earth. It could be something else.
I guess I'd have to hear what that something else is.
Okay, well then we'll back to the places that don't have them. If you don't hear something else, you're saying that you can't assume it's something else. There's a contradiction there. Either the cause is unknown as to why some places are having storms and some places aren't, or in the equator, either the cause is unknown or it's due to the spin of the Earth, and that's the only cause for it. If you're now saying, I need to hear another plausible explanation before it could be anything else, well, then Crit's argument would be the same thing. It's, well, unless we hear of another argument, another possibility other than an axis of rotation, then the reason we don't have them in these other areas must be an axis of rotation, unless we hear of something else. Whereas you just said before, it could be other explanations. You can't be consistent.
Well, so my understanding is that we know generally what makes hurricanes happen. And let's say you need, you have a list of, 10 some odd things you need for a hurricane to develop. In an area where you have 9 of these and one thing is missing, I think it's safe to assume that that one thing that's missing is the reason they don't form in that area. If in other areas you don't see hurricanes form, but you're missing 3 or 4 of these things, you might assume that it's those other factors that are missing instead of this one thing.
Right. But you're saying you aren't aware of what the factors might be in these areas where there's no storms occurring, but that obviously there are factors at play that aren't the spin of the Earth. So when it comes to the equator, why would you take a different line than that? Or are
I'm
you
not
saying
taking a different line.
So you are saying it could be caused by something other than the rotation of the claimed rotation of the Earth. Why we
I
don't
have
see
no
it
idea.
in the equator.
No. So first and foremost, I don't know much about storms to begin with. This isn't my argument. This was a guy.
No. That's fine. I'm not a meteorologist or anything. Anyway, I'm just talking about the argument from the globe side that is the storms act in this way and are present here and not present here because of a rotation of the Earth. But what we're showing is that no, that's obviously not the case due to these places where storms aren't occurring. So you'd have to apply the same logic when it comes to the equator and say, well, it's happened. The same thing's happening elsewhere where it's not rotation of the Earth. So it's very possible that this is occurring not because of a rotation of the Earth. That would be consistent.
Well, if your question is, could there be some other explanation? I mean, I'm forced to say yes to that for, affirming the consequent, which gets us back to the topic of, what science can and can't say about a particular thing. But if what you're asking is, could any of the things in the Southern Ocean, any of the factors preventing storms from forming in the Southern Ocean, could those factors play a part in storms not developing at the equator? I would need to know what those are. My suspicion is that we've probably taken a look at those factors and excluded them as a reason. That's my suspicion. Again, I don't know much about this topic, but if you're just saying it could be something else, I mean, sure, but I'd have to know
you said it could be. You said it could be something else when it came to the places where there's no storms occurring. You said, well, obviously the factors at play that are stopping the storms from occurring. So that's intellectually fair. to say.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
I'm
factors occurring that you don't know. So when it comes to the equator, it would be within the same intellectual honesty to be like, well, the argument that it would be only due to the Earth's rotation doesn't really hold, because there are other places where this is occurring that I know is not due to a rotation of the Earth. That's the consistency I'm highlighting, or the inconsistency. But fair enough, you've said you wouldn't claim to know. I mean, that's fair. My more pointed argument is that you have to concede that the argument that the lack of storms on the equator being caused by Earth's rotation is baseless. And actually
Is what? Sorry?
contradicted. Baseless.
Oh, I don't know if I'd say that.
Well, what's it based on?
I mean, I can only assume that the meteorologists who study this stuff have reasons for saying that. Not just that
Well,
they looked
yeah,
at
but you
some map
saying-
that was published and said, "Oh, look, it's empty." You know.
Right. But I mean, you said, well, but you saying I assume someone shown a base to it is not showing that there's a base to it. That's you assuming that someone has shown a base to it. I mean,
Sure.
the fact that there's no
Well, they've
storm
given their-
present in other places, you've already agreed. I mean, other factors are at play. So why would that not be the case at the equator? Or how could you claim it's not the case at the equator?
But you could do that with anything. Like you'd always posit some random thing as an alternative reason for something happening. The question is, how seriously should we take that, right? Because it is about whether something is baseless or not. So it could be anything that we posit, but how likely is it that it's one thing or another is really the question.
Right, and it looks and arguably it's a lot less likely that that claim of rotation is the cause for the lack of storms at the equator, when we see that there are other places on Earth that would be subject to them if it was only due to a rotation that's affecting an absence of them at the equator. We see them in places where this isn't the case. So there's clearly different things going on which is causing it. So yeah, I'd say on the likelihood, it's far less likely that the equator argument for a rotation is true,
I'm not
because
sure about that.
otherwise we would, well, then why aren't we seeing the storms in those other places in the south?
I mean, that's one question you could ask, but we could also look at this
Yeah, it's not
general
a
pattern
rotation,
and
right?
see,
Not a rotation. It's not a
Well,
rotation causing that
sure.
lack of storms in the south,
Right.
is it?
However,
So
we could look
why
at the
is
general,
there
hold on.
definitely a rotation at the equator?
Yes. So we could look at this general pattern and see that if we sort of blur our eyes, we get this general shape of storms with a line straight through it, right? There seems to be a pretty distinct cutoff there. So it's not like there's just no storms down here in the Southern Ocean. There's plenty of storms above and below and just a line without them. That seems
Yeah, but then
to
there's
suggest,
also large pockets where it's also absent. So it's not just a straight line across the Earth. There's large pockets which have lower consistency of storms also.
yes, I'm saying that those are two different patterns we can recognize, and they might not have the same explanation.
Now that kind of pattern wouldn't make sense if the absence of them is due to a rotation on a ball, because then the pattern would just be a line through the middle.
Well, there is a line through the middle. The fact that the other
Yeah, there's
side
also-
doesn't have,
And there's also
Yeah,
a
there's
big
also a
hole
big
in other
gap.
places.
Sure. Yeah.
Big gaps, yeah. Which
Yeah,
aren't
but-
explained by a rotational Earth causing the absence. Or
That's
the
right.
gap.
Yeah.
Right.
So I don't know that
it's not
these
likely.
two, I don't know that these two lackings would be caused by the same, that they would have the same explanation is all I'm saying.
I'm not saying that either. I'm just saying the fact that they point to the fact that the proposed explanation for the equator isn't necessarily the most likely or even plausible cause.
Well, not for the lack of storms in the Southern Ocean, but
But
I
also
don't
the
see
lack,
any
the
reason
lack of
that,
storms at the equator.
right. I think that is a sufficient explanation. I mean, it certainly seems to fit this graph I'm looking at.
No, it doesn't, though, because the argument would be that the rotation is causing conditions at the equator only that result in an absence of storms.
Right.
That does not explain an absence in any other place.
Yeah, sure. I agree with that.
Yeah, which contradicts the theory and makes
No, it
it
doesn't.
implausible,
No,
or the best less likely.
no,
Yeah.
that's not an explanation for things that aren't at the equator, because this suggests a reason why the equator does
Well,
that.
it's your attempt at an explanation. I'm not trying to explain it. I'm pointing out that the globe attempt at an explanation failed.
But it doesn't. It's only because you're trying to lob in extra stuff into that explanation that it doesn't purport to explain.
Well, until you could come up with a solution as to why it's at the equator, and that's caused by the rotation, but the absences elsewhere are caused by something different other
Well,
than
I
a
gave you one.
rotation. No, you didn't. You said, I assumed someone looked into this.
No, okay, sure. So what I suspect is that there's like 5 or 6 different things that are required for a hurricane to develop, right?
Right. So
The
who's
spin
shown
might
evidence?
just be one of those things.
Okay, so who's shown evidence for it being the case at the equator, and then what the other causes are away from the equator? What is that? So this is what you suspect. What is that? Because you would need that to even be able to make the argument. That's
So
what you're
going-
resting your argument.
Okay, you need to equate some
Sure.
bitches, dumbass bitch.
I didn't hear a word of that. What?
Yeah. You didn't hear you're asking. Yeah. Clean that shit out.
Anyway, so from the very little that I remember from like,
Don't dismiss me, nigga. I have told you, bitch. Don't anyway. Who the fuck you think you are?
Mute this guy. Someone mute this guy.
I'm not.
sure.
Go
So
on, man.
from the very little that I remember, I know that pressure differential has something to do with it. Temperature has something to do with it, which is why you don't see any at the poles, for example. I think the temperature of the water is important. I don't know what the temperatures of these oceans are or how they differ north to south. It might have something to do with like the actual body of water and movement over it. I know they don't develop over land. But I'm like, I'm going way back to shit I barely remember.
It's
So-
okay because this speculation Sunday, so speculate away.
Sure.
What would be a cause that would be equal to Coriolis
Well, not equal to, right? These would be
or greater
other
than?
factors. So, so something I saw yesterday when I was sort of quote fact checking the whole conversation was that it is hypothetically possible for a storm to cross the equator, but that would be in a situation where the I forget what they called it, not internal forces, inherent forces, something forces, basically the motion, the momentum of the storm itself would overpower the limitations of the Coriolis force that blocks it from doing what people say it shouldn't do. So it is hypothetically possible, it just hasn't happened yet. So, contributing forces, contributing
Chris
factors.
say earlier that he pulled up like 12 examples on Wikipedia. Maybe I misheard that.
No, these are things. So
I looked on Wikipedia just the examples of storms that broke the model, and they said since records have been kept, they listed 12 of them that they tracked.
Yes.
12 known examples that debunk Coriolis.
Well, not debunk, no. So the idea was that they couldn't form within a certain degree of the equator, and that has been shown to be false. But that could well be a misunderstanding of the model to begin with. It doesn't necessarily debunk because, again, we haven't seen anything cross. But I mean, these things are complicated, right?
Yeah, with all the misunderstandings of the model they have, how can they get anything done?
Well, they do, apparently. Like, science isn't finished, right? Like, we're still finding things out. We're still learning. Nobody claims that we have all the answers right now.
What science do you use to prove Coriolis?
I don't know. I assume it's some nested within physics. If we're talking about Coriolis generally, if we're talking about hurricanes, it's probably meteorology, which takes a lot more into consideration than just Coriolis. If I'm allowed to speculate.
Well, weather, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with Earth spinning, does it?
That's what they say.
Who says it?
Nah,
And
meteorology
meteorologist?
doesn't. Nah, meteorology doesn't support the Coriolis claim of the globe because, like we've all just been discussing, anticyclones exist.
I'm gonna take the word of the meteorologists themselves.
Yeah, they
Again,
say anticyclones exist.
yeah, they don't say that debunks Coriolis, though, do they?
they don't say the cause is the Earth spin either.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's the fact their existence debunks the Coriolis claim because the Coriolis claim is that the storms will all move in a certain rotational direction based on the spin of the Earth.
I don't think anybody claims that that's without any exception ever, right? Again, these are complicated systems. There's various factors to consider, and some of those might overpower one other element in this system. I don't think that's beyond, reasonable.
Well, I mean, I know to you it would have to be reasonable. I mean, you would say anything is reasonable that casts some plausible deniability in favor of the globe, wouldn't you? Because
No, I
you
just
have
think
to
that
defend the globe.
no, I've been around long enough to know that things are more complicated than like a single mathematical equation.
But, I mean, you go on the Met Office website or any of these weather stations or Wikipedia, and you just type in like a cyclone or a hurricane, they'll tell you these things are rotating in the directions that they are, in the hemispheres that they are, because of the rotation of the Earth. And I don't see them putting qualifications into that. They're just making the blanket statement. It's only when you then go and Google something like an anticyclone that they'll be like, oh yeah, this doesn't actually go in the direction that we claimed on the previous article that they will all go due to the rotation of the Earth. It's a contradiction. If the
No.
Earth is rotating at the speed that it's supposed to be rotating, at the direction that it's supposed to be rotating, they even say this is causing the directionality that we see in storms. They're not qualifying it.
I understand that. And I agree that they maybe should be, but I think it's not a contradiction, it's a simplification. They're not talking to you guys, right? They're talking to people who have 30 seconds, they want to know what the weather is and get out the door. These aren't people trying to demonstrate anything, right? They're just simplifying something so that it's more
you can use the word
messable to the general
simplification.
public.
You can use the word simplification. It's actually a direct contradiction.
I disagree with you.
Well, I mean, it's as it's written. Go and look up a cyclone. Go and look up an anticyclone.
Yeah, I know.
You'll find
So
that anticyclone's definition contradicts what they claim about the cause of the directionality of the storms, the
Mhm.
cyclones and the hurricanes. They'll say cyclones in the southern hemisphere rotate clockwise. Hurricanes in the northern hemisphere rotate counterclockwise. This is due to the rotation of the Earth. That is what they say.
I suspect it has something to do with the pressure system as well, right? So pressure going in opposite directions might cause that to happen depending on how wind is moving at different levels of the atmosphere.
So then storms won't
Again, I'm
always
speculating.
go. So then storms won't always go in the direction that they claim they'll go due to the rotation of the Earth. Meaning that entire claim is bunk.
That's not what that means, though.
It is.
No,
I'm afraid.
it just means it's a
Direct
simplification that takes the generality into consideration and kind of ignores the exceptions. We know that they do this. We have to be a little careful when we take someone at what they're saying in the news or to the general public instead of what they say amongst themselves as scientists, where they are probably a little bit more precise.
I mean, you can just Google it, man. I mean, it's all over the place.
Yeah, I've seen the
Education.nationalgeographic.org. The result of Earth's rotation on weather patterns and ocean currents, the Coriolis effect, makes storms swirl clockwise in the southern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. Full stop.
Sure.
Full
And do you
stop.
think that's the end of the story just because that's all they managed to get out? Like, these people are made to speak in sound bites. Like, that's not going to be an entire. I guarantee if you find like an academic paper on this with charts and pages of equations, they won't say what you just read. I guarantee they'll give a more fleshed out picture of what's actually happening.
In fact, tropical cyclones, the general name for the storms called typhoons, hurricanes, and cyclones in different parts of the world, always spin counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and spin in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. Full stop.
Hmm.
That's CNBC's weather.
I think that's just by definition, right? Like an
Yeah,
anticyclone won't spin the
this is
same
how
way as
they're
a cyclone.
telling everyone the storm systems work.
Sure.
You go and Google it. This is what they're telling you.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then you look up an anticyclone. It's a weather phenomena defined as a large-scale circulation of winds around a central region of high atmospheric pressure, clockwise in the northern hemisphere and counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere. So the direct opposite of what all those other links are saying, that the storms will always spin in the other direction due to the rotation of the Earth. It's a contradiction. I know you don't want to address it or accept it, and you want to just say, oh, it's just a simplification. No, it's a direct contradiction as to what's being taught in the mainstream to people. Like you say, the people who only have 30 seconds. And the people that are just believing whatever the fuck they hear. Anyway, we don't have to carry on that, but it's pretty clear.
I mean, yeah, agree to disagree, I guess.
I mean, it's academic anyway, because like was demonstrated, you don't even have a Coriolis force on Earth to begin with, observable, demonstrable, or any of it, to even then beg the question that any type of storm going on is affected in some way by this Coriolis effect that you could beg the question of. So, I mean, it's academic, but it's a good contradiction to highlight since someone brought it up.
Hold on. No, I think I need to read this better. So, yeah, I got to read this better. I'd be happy to pick this up again, but I'm beginning to suspect the Coriolis force is producing both directions because one is going in and one is going out.
Jesus.
Yeah. Hold
That's
on.
why they say on National Geographic and everything, they'll always spin in one direction due to the one-directional spin of the Earth. But now,
Yeah,
it's
so
both
this.
directions, guys. The horizon. It is geometric, but it's not geometric. It can go whatever way it wants. Same with
Right.
the storm.
Okay. So you see this thing that I just posted.
Let me see. I got to tab back in.
Okay.
So you see how those on the bottom one where those arrows are like curving? You see how they're curving the same direction, except the direction is different. One's going inside the circle, one's going outside the circle.
Right, so nothing to do with the rotation of Earth then?
No, the
That's
curve
pressure.
of those arrows.
That's all showing pressure.
That's pressure. That's nothing to do with the rotation of the surface.
No. So the pressure in the middle where it says high and low, right? That's causing the air to get either sucked up from the bottom or pulled down from the top. That's what the pressure is doing. So if it's moving in, getting sucked up from the bottom, like in the low pressure, or if it's moving out, like in the high pressure, it's going to deviate in the same direction, except one's moving in, one's moving out. So I think it
That busts
actually...
the model right there.
No, I think it's actually the Coriolis force is causing both. The spin is then caused by whether it's going in or out, right? So at the top where it says the arrows are going around, right? They're going in opposite directions because of how they're orientated in or out.
Spin being dictated by the pressure, then that has nothing to do with a claim of Coriolis.
No, the spin is dictated by the Coriolis. The in or out
Why are you
is
saying that?
dictated by the pressure.
That's not what this diagram is saying.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. What do you mean by that?
Well, you posted a diagram that says nothing about Coriolis or directionality of a motion of Earth.
Right. No. I'm
It's
saying
talking
if
about
that's the
pressure.
explanation they're giving, that wouldn't contradict this image, right?
It's
This would be in
it's
line
not.
with what they say is happening.
Well, that would just be saying this image would just be saying that it's to do with pressure, the rotation, it's not any motion of the
No,
Earth.
the difference between the cyclone and the anticyclone is to do with pressure.
Right. So okay, not rotations of the Earth then.
Well, no. The rotation would be the winds affected by the
If
rotation of the Earth.
it's pressure that's causing the directionality of anticyclones, why isn't it pressure causing directionality of cyclones?
The pressure doesn't cause directionality. The pressure causes the winds to move, right? As the winds are moving, the Coriolis force causes that movement to shift in a way that causes rotation.
Okay, I think you're not.
That's my understanding.
Can I try to tap in here?
Sure.
So
Yeah,
look
yeah,
at
you
see which direction is that arrow pointing? Is that the
Uh,
direction of the Earth or direction of Coriolis?
Let me get back to the purple arrow.
Yeah.
What was your question?
Is that the direction of the Coriolis or is that the direction of the Earth? Or is it both? I'm not
I'd
gonna
have to-
it's not a gotcha. I'm just trying to see where you're coming
I'll
from.
be entirely honest with you. This is why I never bring up Coriolis, because I really don't know that much about it.
Okay.
I'd have to figure it out.
All right, so I think part of it is maybe you're not understanding the globe claim, okay? Not
No,
the flat Earth claim. So
Sure, broad
so the
strokes.
Earth rotates
Mhm.
east to west, right? Check or hold.
Right-hand rule. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and as it's rotating, the
No, towards
atmosphere
the east.
is getting dragged behind. That's what you're
Uh-huh.
seeing here, okay? So Coriolis is moving the opposite direction. That's why they say storms only spin the one direction, because that's what it would have to do. But the thing is, they spin both directions, like you've shown this yourself, either depending on high or low pressure. It's moved by pressure, not the spin of the Earth.
So, hold on. Okay, so right-hand rule, moving east. Okay, so I think if I've got this right, give me a second. So if I've got this right, yeah, so that arrow would be, so these images are going to be from the north. So this is how it works in the north. So the Earth is going the direction of this purple arrow. So as something goes up, excuse me, as something goes north, it's going to deflect back. Is that right?
It's deflecting backwards.
Right.
But the other way it would
Yeah, I
show
think that's
deflecting
right.
forward. That's the
Well, no.
opposite direction.
No, it doesn't. So if you look at, so where it says high pressure, right? You take that top arrow,
Going backwards.
right?
Okay, now look, the other one's going forward, going with the spin of the Earth.
No,
One was
no, no.
going against
Okay,
the spin of the Earth. One's going with the spin of the Earth.
no. So in the
It's
high
two
pressure,
opposite directions.
no, it looks like it. So you look at the high pressure, right? You take that red arrow at the top and it's moving left, right?
Like this right here. They're moving away from each other. So
That-
one would be moving with
That's not what I mean.
the spin of the
Hold on.
Earth. The other one's moving away from the spin of the Earth.
Let me do something in paint. Yeah,
Yeah, I know you're talking about like the curve there.
mhm.
That's because the storm is moving, not the Earth. The storm is not stationary. So as the eye of the storm, either the high or low pressure, is moving in the air, the atmosphere is trying to catch up or move away. And it's lagging behind. That's not because that bend isn't because it's bending with or against the curve of the Earth. Is that what you're thinking? That curve is the curve of the Earth?
Um. Okay, this one. Fuck. Hold on. So this is the same thing, but it's using straight arrows, right? This gives kind of the idea I was trying to get at. So take the arrow, take any arrow, right? Or no, let's take the bottom arrow in the northern hemisphere, right? It's going up and right at about 45 degrees, right?
So the bottom. Okay, which one? These are straight lines now.
Yeah,
Okay, so which one is it? Do you have curved or straight? Which way is?
they're curved, but this gives
Okay.
an idea of what I'm trying to get at.
Well, it depends
So
on which way you're looking at it, right?
either way. My point is the direction of the arrow changes, but not the inclination, right? So these curves, if you look at in the top one, the one that has all the arrows on it, it's the same thing. This is a little more clear maybe, but the red arrow curves, the bulge is in the same direction on both, except the direction of the arrow, one is pointing out, one is pointing in, but that motion is equivalent. Yeah, Amish professor, I think spinning in the same direction, one is, yeah, that's one way to say it.
Yeah, but look at the high. Showing the high and low. They're actually opposites directions.
The directions of the arrows, yes, but
Yeah. So that which one is it?
the inclination is the same, right? That's what makes it spin the opposite direction, is one is getting sucked in and the other is getting pushed out.
Because of pressure,
Yes.
not because of rotation.
The rotation is causing them is causing those vectors to be the same. They're moving along the same trajectories, except they're moving in or they're moving out. So the rotation in the end is reversed, but it's not the rotation of it's not just spinning. The spinning is caused by the in or out, right? But they're moving along the same vectors. Those vectors are twisted by Coriolis. They're just moving along them in polar opposite directions.
All based on where the center of the storm is. If you move that center of that storm, it will change which direction, or the speed, or direction that its path.
If you move it, how?
Like, so that storm is traveling which direction?
I don't know that much matters.
Yeah, because that would change which way the air. Like, if it stopped moving, if the storm stopped moving and it stayed stationary, what would happen?
The whole of the storm?
Yeah,
Like if it
all
just
those
hovered in
arrows would
place?
just turn inwards.
I don't know if that would happen.
Until it blew out, until the storm would just be gone.
Yeah, I think it would dissipate. I think part of what keeps it going is motion. But
Yeah,
I
so if it
suspect
stops moving, you get a storm front then instead of an actual storm. And then all those arrows point directly to the one pressure, and then you'll get like either rain or like a tornado, something like that.
I could be. I have no idea.
See, none of this has anything to do with rotation of the Earth or curve.
Well, why do you say
Well,
that?
let's predict, okay?
hmm
Which one of these storms is long lasting and which ones are short and violent?
Between a cyclone and anticyclone?
Yeah, which ones are last longer and are kind of like have a lot of sustainability?
I don't know as we could say based only on their direction. I think it would have to do more with everything else that created them.
Okay, which one lasts a couple weeks, can last weeks, and the other ones just are quick, explosive, and then go out?
If I had to guess, pardon me, Dying. If I had to guess, I would say, considering the movement, I would guess it'd probably be the cyclone, but that's a total guess.
Yeah, well, you can see which one is like fueling the round area, right? Building up. Which one builds up and which one is like dissipating. Okay, so then the center of these storms, which one would have a dark center and which one would have a light center?
What do you mean by dark center, light center?
Like which one would the center of it, the center of the storm, would it be dark or light? Like how much material would there be?
Oh, I have no idea.
Like as these rings get out, right? It shows both in both of these. It shows like a darker center and a lighter outer ring. But that's not exactly correct, right? One of them is going to have a dark center, and the other one's going to have a light. It'll get lighter as it goes out. Like the center of the storm would be really violent, or the center of the storm is calm.
Oh, I have no idea. So my immediate thought would be that air from higher levels of the atmosphere is thinner. So if that's getting pushed through the center, it would be less intense. But there could be something that I'm completely missing that totally negates that. Like that would be my first thought. But,
Yeah, I mean, just following it to it like a logical conclusion, right? Like thinking it out.
well, the intuitive conclusion.
Yeah. So, what would the storm on Jupiter look like? It's in the southern hemisphere.
The red eye.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you mean by that?
Which way would it spin, and how violent or stable would it be?
I would be profoundly uncomfortable guessing as to Jupiter's
Well,
atmosphere
predict.
based on what I know from the Earth.
Make a prediction.
Because
Because if the claim was Coriolis, right? Coriolis causes this, and Coriolis is based on rotation. Okay, Jupiter spins faster and it's bigger. So if you believe the story, the lore of the heliocentric model, Jupiter is way bigger than Earth. Like way bigger, right? It's not even close. Like if it's a weight class. Okay, and Jupiter spins almost twice as fast as Earth does. So would these effects for Coriolis be increased or decreased if this is what causes storms?
I have no idea.
All right, well, think about it. If this is speculation Sunday, so like, just try to troubleshoot and see what you come up with.
Sure. No, I don't know what we should expect on Jupiter. I don't know if Jupiter's storm is caused by the same things that causes storms here. Right? It could be an entirely different storm formation process.
Yeah, so speculate.
What was the question? Like how strong should it be?
It's not so much a question. Just think about it. Try to get to a logical conclusion and see where you're at.
About what? I think I missed like the first part of that.
About being able to predict. If Coriolis force is proven in science, like you said it was, you should be able to predict something with it, right? Use it for some sort of purpose.
Sure. I mean, my suspicion is you're going to tell me that the storm on Jupiter contradicts Coriolis somehow.
No, I'm seeing where you could come up with, because so far there's nothing that you're saying. It doesn't. You don't know.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Like I have no idea how
I can tell you it contradicts it if you don't know.
Sure. Are you going to? Like, I'd be interested.
You haven't got anywhere yet. You're still an I don't know. So think about it.
I mean, I have thought about it. Yeah, we should expect it to. I mean, intuitively, we should expect it to be the same as what happens on Earth. But I know enough about the solar system to know that there's some weird shit out there, and I've stopped making those intuitive guesses because
Yeah, there's always an exception to the rule, right? As soon
yeah,
as you
there's
start
always
thinking that's why they relabel it. They have to say, well, this isn't physics anymore. As soon as you leave Earth's atmosphere, you're dealing with astrophysics.
yeah, that's not what that means.
What's that? Astrophysics means what?
It's still physics.
No, it's astrophysics, a study
Yeah,
of
I know.
physics beyond Earth's atmosphere. They don't play
Sure.
by the same rules. It's all kinds of different things different variables that are they don't work here on Earth. They only
Different
work.
variables and different data set, but we have to understand that here on Earth we have a set of confounding factors that aren't really the baseline. So astrophysics is probably more general than the physics that we can do here on Earth, right? In a gravity well.
Wow.
How do you do astrophysics?
Astrophysics is where everything really can happen. We're just limited on Earth, is what I heard.
Should that be
Okay.
surprising?
How do you do it? How do you do astrophysics?
Data set.
Well, I mean, I don't even know that that's really what astrophysics means. It's just like physics dealing with large bodies and large distances, right?
My friend on Discord is an astrophysicist.
Should invite him in here. Might be able to speak to some of this.
I don't know if he'd enjoy that.
That's fair enough.
Astrophysically, you don't make any claims of Earth. Because otherwise, Earth would be inside and outside the Earth's atmosphere at the same time.
Well, you can consider Earth as, one of these celestial bodies in an astrophysics sense.
Which is why they take Earth out of the equation and they put a placeholder called Terra.
Okay.
And Terra has no moon. It's just a one body. There's no life on Terra.
Okay, I was maybe with you. I don't know that that's what they're doing.
Yeah, check it out. That's what I'm saying. Look at astrophysically how they treat Earth. It's not
As
Earth.
a moon, as
A moonless body. Yeah.
I don't believe you. Is this for something specific? Why would they get rid of the moon? That would
'Cause it
just make
doesn't work.
everything more inaccurate. It does work. There's no reason. Do they keep the other moons, like
Otherwise,
Jupiter moons, Saturn's moons?
you can't do orbits if you have a moon in there either.
Sure, you can.
See, the problem with the moon is that
Impossible.
It's clearly not impossible. They can predict.
astrophysically, things that stay tidally locked are very, very small compared to
Mhm.
what they're orbiting. Like 1 in 400 type small. And they don't even stay tidally locked for very long. It got like a cycle. Like it gets tidally locked, it stays tidally locked, and sometimes it breaks tidally locked, it moves out of tidally locked, and goes back in tidally locked. Well, the
What does not
moon
very long mean?
is said to be tidally locked is a quarter of the size of the Earth. It has been tidally locked for all of recorded human history. That breaks the model. So they take the moon out and just call it Terra. It moves
Yeah. So
part of the Earth.
all of human history is not a whole lot in astronomical time. But if they're keeping all the other moons, there's no reason they wouldn't keep Earth's moon.
Because it's too big. And it stays tidally locked. It breaks the model. So they just say it's close enough. Because also the moon is very close compared to other moons.
Yeah, I'd be very
So it's close
curious where
and
you
it's
got
big.
this
So they
information.
say it's big. That is enough fudge in the math to just count it as one object. Astrophysically. It's close enough. This is why going into the lore of the solar system is good, because it shows all the contradictions. And they'll make a rule, then they'll break the rule. Then they'll make a new rule. And the new rule breaks the old rule, so they just put a Band-Aid over it.
Yeah, can you tell me where this is? Where you read about this moonless Terra as a substitute for Earth?
Yeah, dude, this is stuff that you should be looking up on your own. I'm not here to
I
like
am. I'm
spoon
not
feed
finding
you.
it.
Okay, then don't. Then you just didn't find it. We'll just go with that.
Okay, so this isn't going to be a repeat of when I looked up that cyclone you said cross the equator, right?
That I said what?
You said that across the equator.
What was cyclone?
That Vietnamese one, the typhoon.
You mean Indian? The Vame?
Vame, yeah.
Yeah. When did I say across the equator?
Yesterday.
No,
You did.
no. So this is where you're not listening,
No,
and
I
that's
was
okay because
listening.
you don't
No,
really
no.
listen
I was
very
because it
closely
wasn't
to
the first
anything.
time I heard you say it. Now you can deny that. I would love to see if that was actually recorded because I couldn't
Yeah, go
find
back
it.
and look for it. I know.
I did
Even
look for it. I
you
couldn't
just
find it.
okay. Well, that's what I'm saying. This is the best part. Like even in real time, I'm telling you exactly what I said.
I know,
Hurricane
but there
Vimy.
have
I've
been
been saying
many
the same
times.
thing. I've been saying the same thing for years. I presented this on Brandon's Flat Earth channel like 4 years ago. I've been saying the exact same thing every time. And suddenly now you're the only person who ever heard me say something different.
Okay, here's the problem is that there have been several times, numerous, where I've been in the room where something was discussed and you understood something and then repeated it later and you got it wrong. So your track record, at least as far as I've observed, is not great.
Yeah,
So
you
if I had
too,
to
dude.
choose whether I can trust what you're saying on this or not, I'm sorry, but the statistic is against you at the
Yeah,
moment.
you too. That's why I'll never ask you a question.
Oh, you
I
asked me
will
several over this conversation.
just to see where you're coming from, but I'm not going to use it for anything.
Fair
Just to
enough.
see how can I explain it to you. What framework are you using? And it really came down to nothing. You don't have a framework. So I already know that anything I would ask you, I would not use for anything. And really, there's no point of asking you anything at all. You don't know anything. Even if you think you know it, you can't follow it to some sort of logical conclusion. So I'm okay with that because I know now that you don't know anything.
Do you know who does the YouTube videos? Like who's responsible for that?
So look at now you're asking me a question. You can't do that in your worldview.
That's oh my god. Sorry,
You
what in
you
my
can't.
worldview? Sorry, let's talk
Let's
about
go.
this
Yeah,
then.
let's follow your worldview to a full
What
logical conclusion.
precludes my
What's the chance
being
I
my
would give you?
worldview
What's the percent chance I would give you the right answer?
on this
Yeah,
being
well, you
nothing to do
basically
with
you
physics?
based on your worldview,
Mhm.
you said that I'm almost always wrong. Anytime you go back and
About
play the
physics,
tape
yes.
and I repeat something, it's always wrong.
About physics.
Yeah, right here. How about what I just said? That's astrophysics. You said, oh, astrophysics and physics. You said it's the same thing. Here, what do astrophysics do? An astrophysics is a scientist who studies the physics of things beyond the Earth. Okay, so this is different. So there, I'm right about that too, and you were wrong.
Does
So you're
astrophysics?
using your level of wrongness to
Mhm.
prove how right you are. So let's
So
follow the worldview until
hold on,
you don't like it
because
anymore.
I'm going to contest what you just said. So the things beyond Earth, does that mean that Earth is entirely excluded from astrophysics?
Does that mean is Earth also beyond Earth?
That's what I'm asking you.
No,
Because
is
it
that
can't be
your
both,
worldview?
right?
Is your worldview that Earth is also beyond Earth?
No, my guess is that that's a simplification again. When they say
This is
beyond
ask an
Earth, I
expert right here.
suppose,
The
sure,
source says ask an
I
expert.
suspect
You
that
are
that's
not an
talking
expert.
about scales bigger than what can be measured just on the Earth alone.
Yeah,
You know,
it never said
scales of
like
solar
beyond
system, for
Earth.
example. Crit just said beyond. Sorry, did I mishear you? Can
No,
you read
this
that
is
again?
ask an expert. This is, you say I said this. This is where you're not listening and paying attention. Who said this? The School of Science
Mhm.
at Australian University, or me? Did I say that?
You said it with your voice. Whether you were reading
Okay,
it from something
so
else is
you know who
beyond
the
the scope of
context.
this. Oh my
Now
god.
you know who to contact. You call up this Australian school and
Oh,
tell them how
fuck you.
fucked up they are. That
Smash my
their
balls.
idea of astrophysics is completely batshit crazy.
I didn't say completely batshit crazy. This is your problem. You take one little thing that I might disagree with and you say, oh, then you have to toss the whole fucking thing out.
Yeah, so which one is it? Is Earth beyond Earth, or is Earth not beyond Earth?
It's too ridiculous for me.
Me too.
All this.
All right, bye. No one's keeping you here. Like some homie thinks this is like a arrival and departure, like airport.
Hence ditto. Ran.
They want to take all the stuff, all the astral stuff, which specifically factors Earth out. Unless you're from another world. Okay, are you from Mars and you're observing Earth astrophysically? Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Astrophysics deals with the solar system, for example. The solar system includes Earth.
Terra. Another.
You say, that's what you say. I'm not finding that. And whoever does this YouTube thing, they should put like timestamps or something. That would. Oh snap! Cool. They do. Anyone remember when that conversation happened yesterday?
Can check.
Well, the streams tend to switch back and forth between this server and the other one, so it might not have even been recorded.
Really?
To which case you would say, goodness me.
What? I've got a question actually. I don't know if this has been asked before, but what did think those objects moving around planets are?
It was sometime plus 24 hours because I was just looking to see the different.
Well, maybe that was the topic. I couldn't tell.
Sorry, go again. What was it?
I was just at. What do you think the objects moving around planets are?
There are no objects moving around planets, dude.
No moons like of Jupiter. No Titan.
No.
Do you mean like it doesn't exist, or it's not orbiting the planet?
I don't know what you're. So you're saying, is there some version of like orbital mechanics where you got moons rotating around? Okay, which one has the most moons? How about let's start there.
Jupiter.
Jupiter has the most moons?
It's either Jupiter or Saturn. It's one of them.
Okay, which one is it?
I don't know. Probably, I assume Jupiter. I could Google it though.
I thought it was pretty hilarious how every so often you kept finding.
Yeah. So, what do you think? Like Titan.
Okay, how many moons do you see around? Which planet are we looking at? Let's
just take Jupiter because it's closer.
Okay, so you're looking at Jupiter. How many moons do you see?
With my naked eye, I don't see any of them.
None. Okay, so what the fuck are you on about then?
What, telescopes?
Okay, so now you got a telescope. How many moons do you see?
I don't know. Like you couldn't see a moon with the telescope. I'm pretty sure.
Which moon?
I don't know. They all orbit around the Jupiter, so I imagine you could see all
Jupiter.
Of them.
No, you can see
that's how they were discovered.
See, this was pretty funny. And just a little bit ago, I posted this on my daily news where they kept finding a new moon. Like every month, they'd be like, "New moon recorded, new moon." So in February of this year, scientists discovered 12 more new moons around Jupiter.
Yeah, but 12. What are they then?
Yeah, did you see these? What are they? Or is it just some bullshit?
You think there are no moons around Jupiter?
How about this one? In July, okay, so the problem was which planet's going to win the 2003 season of who's got the most moons. In early February, Jupiter started off really hot. 12 new moons recorded around Jupiter. But don't count Saturn out yet, because now on the 4th of July, 62 moons, new moons were found around Saturn.
62 new ones?
62 new ones, yeah. This brings,
So what are they up to now? Like 120, 130? What is it?
yeah, so it's 145 moons. That's a lot of moons.
Jupiter has 95 moons, officially recognized by the
Yeah, it just went up by another 3.
International Astronomical Union.
Yeah, if you roll the clock back to just February of this year, they were at 92. They found another 3 after that.
Holy shit! It's a moon. It's a pincushion.
Yeah, it's like, how come you guys, instead of sitting here in the Flat Earth Discord, get your fucking telescope and find the next moon? You could name it whatever you want to name it. If you find it, you get to name it.
Well, it has to do with the criteria, right? Like, well, what is the criteria for it being a moon?
Yeah, set the criteria.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, what does it have to be? What does the criteria have to be for it being a moon?
It has to rain diamonds.
It has to be made out of rock, and it has to go around the planet.
It has to what?
Okay, how about this? Make a prediction. Okay, use the model. Which planet will they find the next moon on? What, Jupiter or Saturn? Who's going to get the next moon?
It's not like a critique to say
that.
It's not a critique to say like we could discover a moon. I mean, like it's like saying, well, if we don't know everything right now, then it can't be true. You know?
How about you discover 12 new ones and then later on 3 more? Is that kind of a lot? How about if you discover 62?
I don't get it.
I mean, space is pretty vast. I guess, you might not have looked at the right area. Your telescope is pretty small.
So it was a short time. It was like, I want to tell you a story. Gather around, kids. This is back in the days of yore. We used to walk uphill both ways to go to church. And it was early February, and it was 2003. We had just got done with, one of the best Christmases ever since the end of all the things that happened in 2020. And Saturn was no longer the king of moons. There were 12 new moons found on Jupiter, pushing the record to 92, outstripping Saturn. And Saturn fans were not proud of this. The fans of Saturn were like, how do we combat this new upstart gas giant who thinks they got more moons than the king of the moon? Let's just wait a couple months and say we found 62 more moons. And now Jupiter is back in second place. And the crowned king of the moon is now Saturn.
So what were they then? Like, because obviously,
I actually did some look up on this, and the definition for moon isn't actually a standard term. Like there aren't like actual criteria for moon.
Usually people would say moon does not do certain things, like hasn't cleared its own orbit, that kind of stuff.
It says literally the term moon differentiates these natural satellites from man-made satellites launched into space. Wait, what?
So
that's not a moon.
Are they stars then, Crit?
No.
What do you think they are?
Not you, Chloe. I'm asking Crit. I think Ganymede is a moon, right? But
have you seen it? What does it look like?
I'm not going to make a claim about what it looks like because that involves you agreeing that we send objects into space. But I'll make it.
We? No, we. Just take me out of it. You can say you're part of a we. I'm okay with that. If you could say, hey, I'm going to plant my flag. I know a collective.
Yeah, but
this collective you are part of.
I want to know what you think it is.
No, if you say we send things to the moon, I'm like, okay, not me.
Yeah, sure.
So
obviously,
no we.
Obviously, I'm using we to refer to the royal we, right? Anyway,
the royal we, like
we, like French, yeah, yes. Anyway, so what do you think it is then? Is it a star? You can see it from Earth. You can see a
What
bright
do you see?
object. Oh, it's just a bright object close to
Okay,
Jupiter.
there you go. So just that's all you can call it.
I see. And you have no like idea of what it could be. No, not even
Just
interested.
stay
Wait,
wherever.
wait.
What do you think it is?
Do stars move like
Yeah,
around
stars
the night
move.
sky quite frequently and in irregular in regular patterns?
Wait, Crit, do you disagree that the Earth has a moon?
What?
Like I'm trying to figure out
No,
what
we're
your
talking about
position
Jupiter.
is on
We're talking about
on
Jupiter.
what moons are, or like is right now you're just saying it's an object rather than a moon, right? Like
Didn't you say there's no criteria for moons?
Goodness me.
Are you a
not
moon?
not a specific definition, no.
Oh, so what's our moon?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at with Crit.
Are you a moon?
So the whole
Like
globe
are we
side
speaking English?
and everything they can't define a moon, but Crit has to.
Yeah, and suddenly it's on me. Let's just say, how about we'll just pick up on anything in the world?
No,
and
but
say,
we call
is
the
this
moon the moon, right? Like we're
Is it a
speaking
moon?
English.
Or is it Luna?
What is Luna?
Yeah, what would you call it?
I don't know what it is. Where is it? What is it? Is it a spatial object?
You got a dictionary in front of you. You could have looked up Luna.
Luna? In the dictionary?
In the dictionary? Yes, motherfucker. Holy shit.
Okay. I'm getting crypto. Terra Money.
It's a valid travel word.
Amazon. Let's see. Coinbase. Yeah, you got to be a bit more specific.
It just means, as it relates to moon, luna, lunar, lune in French, right? It's a word that refers to the moon and a name named for the moon, Luna.
My God, it's moon
Okay,
in Latin, sir.
So I'm looking
okay,
at a
thank
picture. I'm looking at a picture of Jupiter, right, and a bunch of like tiny white dots next to it, and they're all lined up, right, in a weird sort of pattern that's not typical of stars, right?
Stars are in all kinds of patterns and configurations.
1 second. Let me show you a picture of this.
I'm going to say the lights in around Jupiter are lights.
Lights, like alien lights.
Do you
Like
deny
somebody
it?
just turn on the switch.
Did you deny it, or do you accept it?
Yeah, you already said they were bright objects. I mean, you assume objects, but what you basically meant was I just see a tiny smudge of light.
Well, if I say it's light, then I would be inferring that it lights itself up, right?
You'd be accurate. You'd be accurate because it's a light.
If it lights itself up,
it's observed as a light.
but we don't know that it lights itself up, right?
Well, apparently you know it's a moon.
I didn't say I know. I think it's a moon.
And what's that based on?
Well, I agree to a lot more premises that scaffold that position than
You've
you
just
might.
heard that that's what they are, basically. Yeah. Well, the point that Crit demonstrated is that you don't actually know what the hell it is. You certainly don't know it's a moon, as you understand our moon to be, which is your only reference of a moon. So, yeah,
Well,
I mean,
they can't be. They can't be stars. That's for sure, right? Because the way that stars behave in the sky is on. These are like, look, if all stars in the sky behave.
What's the star? Well, what's the star?
Let's just like set up the premise, right? If you look in the sky and you see stars not really moving in any sort of irregular pattern, it's all regular, right? And then you see an object, we'll call it a planet, right? And it has such an irregular sort of pattern of movement, then you know that they're probably not the same thing, right? At that basic level, right?
Well, no,
Just how they,
not really.
How they move.
I mean, you observe two lights in the sky, and they might move differently. How does that tell you that they're not both lights in the sky?
Well, we're
How does
talking
that,
about
how
we're
does
talking
that
about
tell you? How does that tell you that they're not both in the same place relative to each other? They just do different things.
it tells you that there's a few objects, just a small, tiny few, against a vast amount of like objects in the sky, and these few things are exceptions to what is an overwhelming 99.9% of rule, right? Where stars
they're
behave in
all
this particular
observed as
way,
lights.
except for
They're all
these like
observed.
few things, right?
They're all observed as lights in the sky, though.
Yeah, but you can't just say they're all the same thing. That would be a strange claim to make, right?
No,
Because
well,
they probably aren't.
we're
right?
not making a claim as to what they are. You guys are the ones trying to make claims as to what they are. We're pointing out that you have no basis for it, and at the end of the day, all you're seeing is moving lights in the sky. And you say, well, because these moving lights do something slightly different than these moving lights, we're going to tell a bunch of stories about them, assuming that they're either the same or not the same. In this case, not the same. But you have no basis for that, other than it's the story we've all been told.
There's premises that you wouldn't like. I can't really mention because if we did, we'd be going down a different rabbit hole, right? So if I said, for instance, well, I accept the idea that we send probes or they send
you're right.
probes
Telling a
to that
story
place,
with
right?
no evidence would get us nowhere. Correct.
Well, no. It's to say that if I accept they send probes to that place, then we're going to enter the question of whether you can do that, right? And that's just an entirely different question. So that's...
We wouldn't even have to, really. We could just say, well, what's your evidence for that? And when you actually don't have any other than the story, the claim itself, then it can be dismissed.
Well, I don't think it would be a mere story. I do think that
Okay, what evidence do you have that they've sent the probes to these lights in the sky?
Well, they have computers, so they have the object that they send. We watch it go up in the sky. We don't watch it come back down, and see it. And they usually have cameras on them, right? And they usually the people who are working behind the desk will see that object moving, right?
All right. So, well, that's the story. I'm asking what evidence you have for it.
You could watch a video of one of those probes going up.
Okay, so pick one of the probes and show us the evidence.
All right, 1 second. Not that you're going to accept it. It's just, may as well do it for the sake of argument.
Well, to be honest, I mean, if you're going to make an argument, you're going to have to be prepared to present the evidence to support your argument.
Because I remember I was doing it for the SpaceX thing, and all that happened there was just that, well, I think one of the cameras was showing the same feed, and then it automatically said, well, we can't trust it because it's showing the same feed. I was like, oh.
Well, okay, so is the evidence that you're claiming is the evidence, is it just going to be video that we can't verify, or is there more than that?
Well, the issue here is that there probably is a video of them going up into the sky, or pictures of it going up into the sky, and then there's pictures of that journey going to, for instance, Jupiter. So they'll take pictures of like Jupiter or the moons around Jupiter, but then they're just pictures, and then you could just say, well, I don't believe those pictures, and then where are we then?
Well, could you say, okay, you don't believe them, but I can prove that they're real. I can verify them. Would you say that?
No, I'd say that they're evidence.
Why would you not say that?
Well, because I don't think you can derive any sort of knowledge from a photograph.
Well, because you can't verify them.
Well, you can't derive a knowledge claim from a photograph. You couldn't do that with a photograph of you.
Verify them. Yeah. You couldn't verify it, right?
Well, you could have it's evidence, but it's not proof. Yeah.
Well, you can't even verify that it's evidence because you can't verify if it's a real image or not.
What do you mean by verification?
Well, prove it to be what it purports to be.
Well, do you think some photographs? Well, do you think we could extract some sort of truth from a photograph? So, like, we could say, well, this photograph is more obviously fake, and one is more obviously real.
Well, the point is, when it comes to all of these things that you're referring to, you can't verify them as being real. So it would rely on an assumption that they are real.
I'd say it relies. I'd say it relies on testimony, which is evidence. Relies on photographic evidence.
Oh, that would
relies
be a
on
claim.
us watching.
A claim isn't evidence. A claim is not evidence.
Oh, testimony is evidence. It's a form of evidence.
What kind of testimony?
Well, testimony of the groups of people that send that object into the sky, right?
It's sworn in a court under oath.
I don't think they need to because I don't think it's a crime.
Well, then it can be. Well, then it's not considered evidence. If you're making a statement that you want to be submitted as evidence, you have to do so in court. And none of the people who claim to have been doing these things have done that.
That's not true. That you set a burden of proof. So, for instance, it could be likelihood and probabilities, and you could do this outside of court, right? So, think if you're a refugee and you're coming into a country, you don't go to court, right? You go to the asylum services or whatever, right? And then they'll tell you, they'll take your testimony from you, and they'll decide. They won't take it. You won't go near a court.
Right. But you're talking about testimony being evidence. So if we're talking about evidence in a, let's say, formal sense, when it comes to something like a court, yeah, you would have to be sworn testimony.
Just to be clear, when I say evidence, I don't mean evidence is, look, you can have evidence that go in opposite directions. So, like, one evidence can prove, it can be, not proof, can show the opposite
well, then
thing.
By that standard, any claim could be considered evidence of a claim.
Well, that's when so how would you determine, well, we all agree that evidence is important, right, to support a claim. So how would you determine when the evidence is more convincing than not, right? You'd have a collection of evidence over not.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The point is, your claimed evidence is images and videos, none of which you know are real or can verify.
Oh yeah, I don't know that they're real. I think they are probably real.
Yeah. So it's not evidence in support of it, because
it's evidence. It's not proof.
No, it's not. It's not evidence to support the claim if you don't even know that you have an image of what's being claimed, because you don't even know it's a real image. It's not evidence. You observing it yourself, okay?
Well, telescopes suffice for that, right? You can see Jupiter and the moons with your own eyes.
No. Remember, you see lights in the sky. You remember you told us.
Well, unaided, yeah. The telescopes have come a long way since Galileo.
You just know that they're lights in the sky.
The telescopes are much better than they were in Galileo's time, so you can see a bit more clearly.
Still, you only see them as tiny blobs of light in the sky.
The moons, yes, but not the planets.
Well, the moons is what you were talking about. You're claiming they're moons. I mean, you can give them whatever name you want, but the fact is, as you well know, you don't know what they are. You don't know anything about them. You only know the story you've been told.
I know that they are not stars and not planets.
Well, what's a star?
A star, I mean, like, if I say what a star is, we're just going to argue on what stars are, right?
Well, then why? Well, then if you already know that you can't even define stars,
let's say star.
That you can't say, I know this light in the sky is not a star. You don't know what a star is.
Let's say you can distinguish a star from other celestial objects because stars don't. Stars flicker in light. They flicker in light. Well, no, it's not that. It is that they do flicker in light, right? And planets don't, right? So if you look in the sky, you look at where Venus is supposed to be. It's the one thing in the sky that's not flickering, next to a sea of things that are flickering in light, right? So like it has like that's one property you can distinguish them from. The way that they move across the sky, completely different to the rest of the stars, right? So think about 99.9% of all things in the sky moving in the exact same way, except for this one other thing. Then you would say, well, that other thing probably isn't the same thing as all the other things, right? I think that would be a very rational thing to conclude.
Well, planet comes from wandering star, right? A word.
Yeah, but they're not so you would agree they have different properties and not the same thing.
Well, it's a wandering thing that you're saying it's not.
A wandering what?
Planet, the word, comes from wandering star.
Well, that's sure, that's where it comes from, but so what?
Yeah. So by the definitional sense, I mean, that's how they've always been viewed. They're stars that move out with the constellation.
Well, yeah, but that's just etymology. I mean, it's not really useful for this conversation.
Well, I mean, what else have you got? You already told us you can't know what these things are. You don't know how far away they are. You don't know how big they are. You only know that you see a little light in the sky. And
I'd say
you select between their movements. Based on their movements, you decide this is like that and that is like this.
Hello
for
there.
no basis whatsoever.
I'd say they have different properties to stars, right? So we know that they're different, right? That's all we need to know so far. And so I would then
Different
say,
in what,
look,
in what sense? Different in what sense?
so different in the sense that they're how they interact with light is different, how they move is
What does
different.
that mean? How they interact with light? What's that
So
mean?
it looks like they don't flicker, whereas stars do.
No, you get a mix. I mean, some look like they flicker, some don't.
Some planets look like they flicker, or some stars look
No,
like
they don't. That's absolutely a lie.
All of everything flickers.
I've never seen a planet flicker in the sky, so you're gonna have to point that out to me.
Bullshit.
They don't. That is one way you can
They
that's how
don't.
you know they're not stars. That is a fact.
What telescope are you using?
Your own eye, no telescope. Just look at it. Look. Get your phone, get an app, look at Venus, point it in the
Bro.
sky. Venus will not flicker, right? It will. All the stars around it will, but Venus won't, right? It will just
right. So
fixed.
You know, it's literally an observation that anyone can make at any night.
Embo, yeah. So you've got the sun visible behind you, and you've got the moon visible in front of you, and somehow the Earth is eclipsing that, causing an upside-down shadow. You're up.
Yes, so are you referring to the phenomenon of the selenelions in general, or your specific clip right here? Because I'm suspecting that clip really doesn't show a selenelion because the sky
Yeah,
appears
it
too
is. The
dark.
sun is rising. That's why the sun is rising. It's getting lighter outside.
Yes, I mean, but if it already rises, the sky in general happens to be much brighter. It's already blue, but here's it's like a mix of the nighttime and the daytime.
He saw a flat Earth.ws meme and now he knows everything.
No, he doesn't.
Not really. I've been
understand how-
observing the sky and sunset and sunrises
thinks-
since a very long
he
time, and
thinks that-
I've seen twilights. So the moment where the sun isn't already risen, that was still brighter than the thing that he's showing here. So even when the sun isn't already risen, the sky still appears lighter than the thing he's showing here. So the sun probably is like few degrees below the horizon in this observation.
No, it's visible.
Okay,
And
so
it's
do you
getting,
have
and it's getting
video?
lighter outside, and the shadow's upside down. How do you explain that?
Do you have the full video where the camera turns towards the sun, to the opposite side of the sky? By the way, nice
I told you where they
astronomy.
were located. I'm pretty sure you have permission to all the channels, unless you got banned from our server.
If I remember correctly, I got banned again because I've said something about spectroscopy, and one of the people there didn't like that. You have plenty of snowflakes in this community. I'm pretty sure you're aware of that.
You didn't call spectroscopy the N-word, did you?
No, I wasn't using any N-words. They've only mentioned the name of one of the sciences, and I'm afraid that was enough to trigger some flat earther there.
Hey, you know what's crazy about this astronomy book that I have here in front of me? They literally call the sun in here the solar disk, and the moon is the lunar disk. Isn't that interesting?
Yes, it's one of the
also
basic. Disk is one of the basic terms in astronomy because we only see in 2D. So when you look at the sphere,
disk,
you
right?
only see you
We
only
don't
see
see
half
a
of the
sphere,
sphere
right?
that is facing you.
So we just see a disk, right? So we just
Yes,
see
you
a
only
disk,
see
right?
half of a sphere. Any sphere.
Yes, you only see a disk, right? That's why we call it a disk.
Yes.
Thank you.
You see half of a sphere that is currently
Yeah, no, you
facing
see a
you.
disk. You can't prove the sphere, it's a disk. There you go. Just to correct you, right? We just see a disk, right? You just agreed with me. Now you're trying to imply a story that you haven't proven yet to be true. Oh, look at this, man! Doesn't this
Yes,
look real?
but disk.
Man,
But
I'm so amazed
yes,
by all
it
these
definitely
pictures.
looks real. But
Wow,
the
look at this,
the
man.
disk in astronomy doesn't mean the same thing as a physical 2D disk. It's simply a half of a sphere, but because we see in 2D, it appears as a disk in our field of view. Just as, for example, a fucking how do you call that? A cube would appear as a 2D square because we can't see in 3D. We only see, if you face it from the front, you would only see one side of that cube. Even if it's physically 2D, you would only see a 2D square. So our perception doesn't have anything to do with the 3D shape of that object.
Yeah. So like best way to think about it is like a wall. So if you look at a wall,
Is that dot the Earth? Clay?
Yeah, that's the Earth from Saturn. This is Saturn.
Holy
Saturn,
shit!
Saturn, whatever. And that's you, right? Right there. When it's right
That's us, man.
there.
God dang.
And it's this picture was captured by Cassini. I think some kind of a satellite or whatever they call it. Yeah, Cassini made that picture. Amazing, isn't it? Look, think about it. The thing was right here, and the signal just went all the way, shoop, to right there to give you a picture like this. But what is this? Like, it looks like space has some kind of atmosphere. Like, this is weird, as if it's like, what is this? What makes no sense? What is that blue stuff right here? Anyways, I love this, by the way. They show you
like some segment of the rings.
They show you this picture, and the next page you're gonna see this picture. I think this looks way cooler because CGI and stuff. I think this is way too boring, so we need to make it look like this.
An intern learned how to use Photoshop, and they got really creative with it.
Yeah,
Embo, I posted some videos for you, so you got plenty of time to go examine them and do math and try to come up with a story why 3 balls in the form of a triangle can cause an upside down eclipse on one of them.
Okay, I will check them definitely. I can do that even right now.
So the funny thing is, the Globers would say I would educate myself when I read this, and I would do myself a favor. But when I read these books written by men, according to them, I'm actually a complete fool. But this is like, dude, I should put this on the shelf right there, right? And then throw away the Bible. Like, this is the truth, obviously. Like, look at this,
but
man.
Hold on, let's not lose the track. Let's not lose the track. We're waiting on someone on the globe side to demonstrate the positions of the Earth, Sun, and Moon with regards to the Selenelian and how they get a shadow on the top of the moon coming down. Which wouldn't work on a globe. Was there a new guy who jumped in who was very excited to hear about reality for the first time? Who was that?
I think it was
I
Cloak,
don't see
wasn't it?
new guys here.
I think he's gone now.
Hold on. Okay. So shadow on the top of the moon coming down for a Selenelian. How does this work on a globe?
It works the same way why the moon looks upside down in different hemispheres relative to each other. So you would see the same shadow not being upside down if you observe the same eclipse from the other hemisphere. It's all depending on simply the position, the latitude.
The shadow has to be coming up from the Earth, yeah?
Yes.
So how is it not coming on the bottom?
Because you can observe the eclipse where the moon is like entering the eclipse from the bottom. It's hard to explain without a drawing to visualize that.
Don't draw
if you have
just draw it for us real quick.
Yeah, these pictures are pretty cool.
That's alright. Go and draw the diagram and then.
Okay, I will come back with the diagram in a minute.
Sensory overload, man.
You almost sound like a
This is-
fanatic
this
one
is-
about his globe.
This is, by the way, a pretty flat ocean right here. It's the Pacific Ocean, captured in 2007. Yeah, looks pretty fat.
Yeah, it's a good way to keep the Globers from staying on conversation. They're staring and saying, "Look at those cool pictures." I heard it.
Yeah, I'm doing this. This was all pre-scripted and planned. I'm giving him sensory overload, so he's not providing any answers to us.
Is that picture of the ocean before or after global warming? 'Cause it looks about the same level, to be honest.
I think it's before global warming.
Right. Okay.
Y'all don't
So
know
the
shit about
horizon.
science.
So if there were more global warming, the horizon would be even more like it'd be higher up, right? Would it?
Yeah.
Right? Would it? Are you sure?
100%, man.
So if there was like another 10 meters of ocean, would the horizon be different?
At some point, it's gonna touch the sun. Just wait like 5
No,
more
just,
years.
just think about it. If there was like another 10 meters of ocean added on to what we have now, would the horizon ever change?
No, because there is no sea level change. That's why they build all these big mansions in Saudi Arabia, on right on the water, or on top of the water, quite literally.
I don't know to interrupt, but I've got the diagram, and I've sent it in the text chat. So for the person standing in this case on the North Pole, the moon would appear to get into the shadow from the above relative to the horizon.
Alright, well, I can't look at the text chat right now, so someone else look at it and talk us through what he's done.
Essentially, it's a side profile of the Earth and the Moon, and the shadow being casted from the Sun, being represented as part of the side profile, showing that the shadow is showing a upside down U crescent shape from the side.
From the above, relative to the horizon.
Right, but both the sun and the moon have to be above the observer,
What?
right?
The observer
Yeah,
has
the
to be
telling
on. The observer has to be on top of that ball, and you got to be able to see the moon. Now you have the moon below the horizon.
Yeah, man, you failed that one.
Try again.
How do you know it's below the horizon? If there are different factors that influence that.
Because you drew a shadow line. Apparently, that's your horizon. That long shadow from the where you would see the horizon if you were standing on top of the ball.
The shadow is in the horizon. It's the shadow. You have the horizon drop, the refraction, and all of these factors are going on at the same time.
So refraction made the moon fly up in the air?
Yes. Above the horizon, right above the horizon, refraction is approximately half of a degree for astronomical objects.
It's not right above the horizon. You have to look up to see it. You're not looking down at the horizon and watch this eclipse.
Yeah, so are the sun and the moon above the observer in the diagram?
No, it's below. It's on the other side of Earth.
That's not the telling alien, then.
He put the moon. He put the moon as if the shadow would be, if the moon was down on the other side of the ball, and then it rises up into the air magically by refraction. He said.
Yes. Not magically. It's just basic physics. But
so the moon is observed above the moon is observed above the observer, but you've drawn it below the observer.
Yes, because the
Why
apparent
have you done
optical
that?
position is not the same thing as geometric position.
Why have you drawn a moon below the observer if in reality the moon is above the observer?
Also, in your direction, the moon, the shadows should go away where it's getting more and more. So you're saying the moon is going in the opposite direction at that point. Well, you really screwed that drawing up.
I would be going in the opposite direction. It could be entering the eclipse or escaping the eclipse. That would all depend on the orientation.
Did you draw the stellarium like we asked you, where the sun and the moon are both above the observer?
Yes, because refraction.
No, so draw it with the sun and moon above the observer, and show us how that works. Take your time.
Okay.
No more than 5 minutes.
I think the Earth is a ball.
5 minutes, geez, you're generous.
Oh, look at this. You know
Well,
what the
we've
title
waited
of this page
7
is?
years. What's another 5 minutes?
True.
This says everything is spinning in the star sky.
Seven years, man. Time flies like at the speed of light.
Man, 7 years is gonna be a long time. Anyways, why are we waiting for 7 years? Look at this flat baseline you need in order to make these measurements.
Nice spherical astronomy, isn't it?
But I think you need to provide something. If you're gonna entertain me, people are gonna think I'm just here to divert, so don't do that. I'm just trying to fill the silence. Interesting.
It's nicknamed the impossible eclipse because no matter what you do, you're not going to be able to solve it.
It's nicknamed like that by clickbait media on the internet.
Clickbait. That's funny, dude. Maybe they call it because it's actually impossible in your paradigm and you need a lot of mental gymnastics to explain it. But
So I'm doing the mathematics right now.
Is the horizon at eye level on the sphere, Embo?
No, it isn't.
You don't see it that way when you look at it yourself out there in reality?
From the sea level, it would be approximately there, but the higher you go, the lower it is.
Oh, so it's going to dip down all the way further down.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
How are you going to apply math to a phenomena that you don't see?
Which phenomenon?
Other than what we see, plain as day, how are you going to apply math to something you do not see?
I have no idea if everything I apply math to, I see
like,
that.
What you do see is basically the title of what we're discussing. Like, that's the title. The title is called what it is because it's geometrically impossible. So outside of what we experience and can observe, how the hell are you going to do math on variables that you don't have?
I'm pretty sure I have all of these variables. I know how much the horizon drops, approximately. I know how much the atmospheric refraction is near the horizon. So I can add all of these things together to check out how much the moon and the shadow of the Earth can be risen above the horizon.
You got to think there's a Salnalian eclipse will happen once every 30 years. And we might get up to like 5 eclipses.
That's not even close to true. They happen all the time.
All the time.
All the time?
Yes, all the time.
How many times a year?
Well,
Selenium eclipse
well, it's
isn't
only
really-
a partial version of its full self, so it happens in every eclipse. So anyway,
yes.
So every eclipse is a Salnalian, so we can't explain any eclipse.
there's the partial part that's only partial when it's not the full inside of the full one. Or does that not make sense? Does that not make sense?
Partial part, which is the full one, is saying nothing to me right now.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's your pride. I'll let it simmer down on its own. Yeah, I think you know that you understand.
How often?
Anyway,
if I search how often a Salnalian eclipse happens, it says once every 30 years.
For the other guy, the variables that you're trying to use, you don't even believe in. Like a geometric horizon, you can't apply no math to anything other than that. How you gonna do
it? I would have to factor for the optical phenomena, like refraction.
Yeah, but you know what? I'd like to see that.
Oh, you forgot to add the bit about dark matter as well, just to make it work.
He did already say it's an optical illusion, so now he has to explain which moons are in the sky that are real and which ones are optical illusions all the time, because now, according to him, it's up in the air and it's down behind the ball, so he's going to do the math on that, he said.
Well, see, you know what an optical illusion is a rainbow is an optical illusion. What you're talking about, you claim is an optical illusion. How do you justify that?
Is that the question to me? I can justify that by observing that things, and they are above the horizon very low, they appear to be very distorted, which indicates strong atmospheric refraction. And I can calculate
That's
how
a
much
non
that
sequitur to the
deviation
last
of-
thing I asked you, though. That was the response you gave me 2 responses prior, and you didn't respond to that rebuttal either.
Yes,
So
your
you're just
question
gonna
was,
act. So
how
you're
can
just
I
gonna
tell
act
when
as if.
something...
So you're just gonna act as if the geometry is real. I can pull out any observation in my phone and show you, and you'll be like, "Well, the reason it's not geometrically real is blah blah blah." But right now, mathematically, you're fighting for something that isn't observable. In other words, isn't true or proved in any way.
Which element of what I'm talking about isn't proved? I was talking about the horizon drop. I'm pretty sure that is easily proven. I was talking about the atmospheric refraction near the horizon. I'm pretty
Like
sure
I
that
said,
is
if you're
also...
going to use a geometric one in your math, then it's already game over for me. You can play around and do whatever you feel like you're doing, but I already know where you're at.
Ambo, how's that diagram coming along with the moon and the sun above the observer?
I'm drawing it right now. I can give you the progress.
That's right. Get
And the sun,
your crayons
the sun and the moon are both above the observer, yeah?
Yes.
You should just
and the
share
shadows coming from the top down.
You should share your
Yes.
screen instead so we can make sure that you're doing it right so you don't waste our time.
And so we can see his internet history.
I don't want to see that. But I do
It
want
doesn't sound
to
like a
see how-
drawing. It sounds like you're playing a video game.
No, that's the delete key he's pressing.
Funny.
Undo. Shadow's coming from the wrong side.
He's begging ChatGPT. Tell me the answer. How do I do it? No, I'm joking, man. I appreciate
At
when
least you're
people
trying,
put
Embo.
F in. I appreciate when people put F in. I won't shame you. Keep at it, man. Keep at it.
Grab a spot and still look fresh.
We can see what Flat GPT says, but I'll wait for his answer.
How can I access that bot? Because I'm very interested in that.
It's not available yet. We're not going to release it yet.
I love you, Ember. What's the topic on? I mean, while we're waiting for Ember, I'm not quite sure
Roll
what's going on.
15 minutes after the hour and you'll catch right up. You'll see. He said that.
Does anyone here?
Happen. He said those eclipses happen because the moon's an optical illusion, so he's proving it right now.
The refraction thing.
Does anyone here remember what was the width of the Earth's umbra in the sky? It's from what I've read, it's approximately 45 arc minutes. So that's interesting.
That means nothing.
Wouldn't surprise me if it's 66.6.
Did someone say they're running the math on that?
Well, Embo tried. He's now asking chatbot, what do I do now?
Okay. Make sure you take into consideration the inclination. Like it wouldn't be on the top of the ball, I don't think.
You're always on top of the ball.
Right, but compared to where the moon and the sun are.
They're in the sky above the observer.
Yes, thank you. What I'm saying is that it's entering the shadow at what appears to be maybe like a 10-degree incline or something. It's hard to tell with that shadow.
Ultimately, is where you're standing on top of the ball geographically, and then a point at which you see both the sun and the moon is fairly easy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
it. That's
but
simple.
that
He
could be-
simplified it. I tried to simplify it. You didn't understand it, so he simplified it again for you.
Yeah, I get the simplification. What I'm saying is that simplification might not take into effect you're slightly lower.
It works when you have to build an airplane. You can simplify things, and it works when you need to prove Coriolis. You can simplify things, right? But here,
Depends
no
what you're simplifying.
simplification. So you got.
It's not. I don't. You know what? It's not. No, you've
It might not
introduced this
matter. I don't
word.
know. I'm just saying.
You
if we want to
introduced
be
this
precise.
word. You introduced this word, simplify. But it's not actually simplified because I mean, there's nothing complex to explain to simplify. All we're doing is basically describing what's happening. So if there's going to be a claim on the table that something outside of our purview is happening, there would need to be justification for that. Now you can say, well, my justification is I can, come up with a reification and, I can work math this way and that way. And, I'm not even shooting it down because I guess the guys are bored. Let's just see it. Let's do it properly.
Yeah, I agree with you. Let's do it properly.
We're letting them run on Speculation Sunday.
Well, sometimes I think having them trying to draw out this contradiction is instructive to them, because in their act of failing to be able to draw it out, where they're going to have to concede, oh, well, I guess I can't draw it out. I guess it doesn't work. But yeah.
Again, why it's called the impossible eclipse, because if it was possible, they've already would show you how it's done.
Delete. I'm only joking. Can't wait to see it.
That's some good typing there, bro.
Old Hoss got a screenshot. He's typing fuck, and over because he's not getting the answers he wants.
So basically, they're basically trying to find out how they can geometrically make something that is labeled impossibly geometric. Okay, cool. That's fine. But that doesn't even speak to the orientation of what the other claim, which is that it's the shadow of the earth.
It's too funny, Eli. You're right. They're trying to work out the geometry of impossible geometry. Funny stuff.
And as soon as they got one figured out, they got to solve for the thing they just moved.
It's imaginometry, by the way.
Imaginometry, I like that.
But that's Embo likes doing that kind of stuff. He's always using the mathematics to explain his worldview of the fantasy globe religion. That's Embo for you. He moves away from reality and starts explaining the fantasy, and he basically speaks like a character from the cartoon towards you guys, towards reality. Speaking from the cartoon, explaining the cartoon like it's real or something.
So it appears that the Hollywood writers strike really put a damper on their style. They've got nothing for this anymore.
Is there anything causing you some difficulty right now, Embo?
Let him play COD.
He's putting up 95,000% refraction to see if he can get that thing to float in the sky from around the bottom of the earth.
Yeah, he's just in the gulag.
Don't forget the Coriolis effect when you're trying to sniper there in the COD.
No, he's playing FIFA.
I mean, I mean,
balls
here's the difference between things that are real and things that are imagined. We're supposed to sit here at the edge of our seats for math that is supposed to communicate to us that what we're seeing is actually not what it is. So I'm waiting for math to basically say, okay, I don't see that, but now that I see your math, I believe you. That's what I'm waiting for.
I'm more interested in the diagram that he's trying to draw. That's what I'm hoping
Why
for.
can't
Anyway.
you focus on some other topic while I'm doing that?
Yeah. That's okay, Embo. That's okay.
All right.
Does anyone else have an argument?
If you were to draw a diagram of what you see in reality, then I mean, you could just Google that. But like when you have to draw a diagram to put things in positions that we don't see, how are you going to do that? Look, it's over here where you can't see it, but you really can though. It's just input 1,000 times refraction or something. I don't know.
So, does anyone else have any other bad arguments for why the Earth's a ball that spins while we wait for that?
Yes, it is ball because ball. It has to be.
Fair point.
Well, I would say the best is Mount Everest not being flat is the best claim for the Earth being a ball. I feel so far from a globe.
Being able to see very far on Mount Everest also is proof of globe.
Exactly. By the way, this is funny, right? This is a recently released video game, and they call it the Key to Enlightenment. And they also have this sticker, and it says, "It sometimes is not bad to have a controversial argument." Yeah.
Hey,
Pretty cool.
what is that? They have the globe there.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that means it's a scientific game because they have the globe there. Oh, what is that? It's a parent? Is that the AE map?
Yeah, or equidistant.
Oh wow! So they have all the
But
cartoons in the cartoon.
It
Amazing.
says here, it's the key to enlightenment. But you know, that's just mocking, obviously, because you can look at that. And then in the background you have globe and with an X. Yeah.
Hey, Ambo, can you mute yourself while you like smashing your keyboard or something?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Typing fuck over and over is not good. You're just getting nowhere, I'm telling you.
Oh, this one is also funny. Oh. Cat conspiracy. The parasite.
Yeah, I think the best evidence for the globe is that it's made by God, and it just so happens to be when the eclipse happens, he made it so it's the same size visually, but it's not though. But it is. But it's not.
Maybe.
To be honest, there's more proof of God in the heliocentric model because it's a fucking miracle. I'll tell you that. We got Goldilocks zone. We got Goldilocks zones. Just right. Just right. Not too warm, not too cold. Just right. Must have been thinking of us when they made it.
Very good. I like that one. 9
Yeah.
out of 10. 9 out of 10.
Okay, can I post it? You want?
No, Ambo, whatever you did, don't post it, please. Don't
Okay.
post
Okay.
it. Yeah,
Come on, man.
please
Where are you sticking it? Let's stick it where the sun doesn't shine. That's an
Yeah,
eclipse, right? There you
don't
go.
stick it there. Don't stick it there.
The sun. Oh, that's the dark side of the moon or something, right? So.
Where's that accent from, bro?
America.
Me, I'm from up north. I'm from up north, me pal.
Up north. Ayo,
Up
ayo.
north. Not too far north. Not where there's like, not in Yorkshire, but like on border of Yorkshire.
Ah.
Bit too far up, that is.
Not down, not the terrible north. Went down shop.
King of the North.
Yeah. I am. I honestly, I'm playing these games. People like say that thing. He says, "Game of Thrones, say it." I'm like, fucking hell. All right, bastards.
Battle of the Bastards.
It gets me in trouble as well, to be honest.
How do you know the North is the North? How do you know that?
Oh Jesus.
I don't know. I think all this shit's in the south, man. Don't tell anybody. Everyone's trying to go north, man, but all the tech's in the south, man.
One simply does not go north.
Don't they reach like an ice wall in the Game of Thrones when they go north?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I never thought of that.
It matches with the Norse mythology, though. The whole like earth and shit, because there's like a wall in the north and a wall in the south. One's to stop the ice giants getting in, and one's to stop the fire giants getting in. And then Ragnarok is when all shit goes down, and then them guys have a fight, and we're in the middle of them. And that's basically end of times for the Norse mythology.
Fascinating.
But it's not an end. It's like a reset kind of thing. It's like the beginning of another one. I'd say they let out.
Whoa. Yeah, somebody hit the big red button and everything reset.
Embo, you gonna post what you draw for the people waiting for you? Go ahead, Embo, post it.
Okay.
All right, I'm ready.
Can I explain that now?
Yes, please do so. Go ahead.
Okay. So the Umbra is obviously the shadow of the Earth. The Moon is the Moon, and you have part of the Moon inside of that shadow. So the angular diameter of the Umbra is approximately 45 arcseconds. So the atmospheric refraction when something on the left, so in the first place, the situation that is in is where the center of the Umbra is perfectly at the horizon, at the horizontal. So you would see half of it above the horizon, half of it below, and the moon, which is crossing that Umbra from the below, so the shadow is at the above, is completely below the horizon. So firstly, the atmospheric refraction rises things on the horizon approximately half of degrees. Half of degree, which is in the arcseconds, it's 30 arcseconds. So with the Earth's umbra, that would rise it approximately the height that I've drawn on the image on the right. So the line is the same thing as on the left picture, so it's the horizontal, but the umbra is already risen above it. But also you have the second factor, which is the horizon drop. The horizon drops pretty quickly for an altitude of 1,000 meters. It's already 1 degree of the horizon drop from horizontal. So that line, the horizontal line on the right picture, would be not indicated by any geometric horizon. It would be simply floating in the sky. And the real horizon you perceive would be much below that 1 degree. So even though the moon itself didn't rise, except the refraction, it was the horizon itself that dropped. So there's plenty of space between that horizon that was dropped and between the moon. And you can see that with these two results combined, these two factors, the moon appears very much above the horizon, and with the sun it would be analogically, but on the opposite side of the sky.
So basically, it's an optical illusion. We're not seeing that.
It's a
Well,
combination of the
I don't,
horizon
I don't
drop and
know,
of
I don't know what it,
refraction.
I don't know what it. Okay, check this out. You're gonna need to cite what you're explaining outside of your diagram because everyone can draw a diagram, but that's not even the rhetoric. Things move up or down in degree with respect to the geometry, is what the claim is. You're just making shit up. I mean, I could be wrong. Just go ahead and post a source and cite where that source is saying what you're saying.
Okay.
Embo, I think I almost got it. Can you say that one more time?
Yes.
MZ, dude, it's too early, bro.
The
Fuck no. Fuck no.
the
Fuck
image.
no.
You don't need to. You don't need to. So what you're telling
Okay.
us is that it's an optical illusion. So at some point, that moon going overhead, that the guy's standing there waiting for the sun come up so he can start filming. You're going to tell me that the moon, that whole time, nobody's really seeing that. It's somewhere else, or
No,
it's
that's not what he's
actually,
saying.
it's actually there.
That's what it is, but that's not what he's saying. He you heard didn't you just hear what he said? It's
Or,
it's
or
not that at all. He's not even talking about the eclipse at all. He's talking about the
Source
ground.
in the
he
texture.
said the horizon dropped.
Yes, the main factor would be the horizon drop. The horizon, the refraction is only the part of that phenomenon.
Fucking crazy. So the guy's standing there, and all of a sudden the horizon just starts dropping away.
Yes, that is easily observed with things like drones that are rising, and then you can see the sun for the second time after it's setting.
Yeah, with elevation.
No, that doesn't work because not only is it not a real phenomenon, not only is that not how refraction works, but on top of that, you have different conditions on each side of 180 degrees. Like, so the same thing can't be happening on one end and the other end. Don't you agree? Because the effects should be different.
I'm
Wouldn't
pretty
you agree?
confused about what you're trying to say.
Well, also, Embo, it's interesting that you swapped from the orthographic view that you did in your first one to some kind of first-person view of just the moon, right? I want you to do the diagram with the sun, say, on the left, the Earth in the middle, and the moon on the right, so that we can see the geometry between those three bodies.
Okay.
Was the point in question.
So from the third person view.
No, that's what you've just done. Previously, you're doing a side-on
I've done
view
it
with
from the
the Earth in
first
the
person.
middle.
I'm speaking about the third person.
Well, that's
So
what you've done
it's
on your latest one. Yeah, so I'm saying you need to do the diagram from the orthographic view the same way you did it the first time, with the Earth in the middle, the sun on the left, moon on the right, or whatever it was. With the observer on the top and the sun and the moon above the observer. That relationship is what you need to draw, and then you need to show us what the light's doing in order to make that shadow come in top down on the moon.
okay, no problem.
Okay.
But just to give you an idea, it's going to take me a while, so don't focus your entire conversation of waiting for that, and just
That's
move
fine.
on
That's
to
fine.
something
You get
else in
going.
that
You
turn.
get going, and ping us when you've got it.
Okay, so just wanted to say that, so you won't waste your time.
Cool. Someone holding that. I'm gonna have to drop off in a minute. Funny stuff.
Man, we got rent and Embo's head hardcore. Or we're paying rent. This guy comes in here almost every day
But
with a new one.
did you guys understand my rebuttal to him though? He's claiming refraction, but how can refraction be doing the same exact thing where the sun is on that horizon and where the moon is on that horizon? How?
Nice.
Elijah, didn't you saw the cartoon that he drew for you? Go ahead, Embo. Go ahead. Explain it to him.
Because the light is traveling through the gradient of different density of the air,
Bruh.
and due to that it's bending.
At 1 degree, right?
No, half of degree.
A half a degree.
Yes. Half of degree, to give you an idea of something physical, it's approximately the apparent diameter of the sun or the moon in the sky. So it's like one moon or one sun up.
I was talking on the Earth, the horizon on the Earth.
So we're waiting for an explanation of why the impossible eclipse is actually not impossible. Is that what we're doing? Gotta love it.
Yeah, we got refraction so far.
This is just Globe Whisperer in live real time, folks. I don't know if you guys remember that Caesar the dog whisperer, right? This guy could go and communicate with the dogs and translate for you. This is what Globies do. They become globe whisperers, and they'll go out and they'll translate the proof for you. I know it says impossible eclipse. Here, let me translate it. See, refraction.
They're barking mad.
Oh,
What's
globe
refraction?
whisperers. Yeah, that's a good question. Well, it's kind of like a catch-all thing. It does a lot of things. It hides the curve of the Earth. It allows you to,
See
make
the back
things
of
that are
your head.
impossible possible again. You can pretty much do anything you want with refraction. You can debunk flat Earth with it. It's catch-all.
I asked my friend the other day, where did your wife go on holiday again? He says, Alaska. I says, no, that's okay. I'll ask her myself.
Nice.
The dad joke.
The dad jokes. We love them. Yeah, I love that. I love that YouTube channel. Who's that? Arano or fuck? He's good. Hey. Anywho, carry on.
I remember just hearing Quantum saying refraction, and I thought that was silly, but it actually represents what they're actually saying. Exactly what the way they're using it. They're just saying a word like a parrot, and that's it. Refraction. That's it. When they're saying the phenomena that you're observing is because of refraction.
It's just like when you're looking at the luminaries and they're like, "Oh, that's just glare."
The only quote-unquote luminary which is highly influenced by glare is the sun. So I wonder
Is that
why
is that a parrot speaking with a full mouth or a full peak? Which one?
Not really. Maybe you imagine something.
Yeah,
But,
like last time you were clicking your mouse, and I said, "Bro, what is that clicking in the background?" You said, "No, I'm not clicking anything," and the background click, 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 click. And now your mouth, you have something in your mouth, and you say, "No, I don't have anything."
But when there are these videos with the sun supposedly going away, which is diminishing in brightness, so I wonder why flat earthers don't do the same exact videos with bodies, celestial bodies that don't experience glare, so we can control for that easily. For example, the moon. It's pretty simple to observe.
Yeah, well, everything is not going to have the same resolution, Bucko. That's
Yes, of
sorry.
course.
It's just like the nature of reality. Like, I don't know why you guys don't understand when you guys are going, no, I forget your point. Let me make my religious point about what I believe. We're not asking for that. We already know why you believe what you believe. So I don't know why you guys have to continuously swat away what we're saying and just respond with whatever you like. I don't get why you would be here then.
Well, I mean, that's why you're a flat earther. You just clearly don't understand the globe. So if I have to explain it to you so you
The
understand.
programming, we get it, man. It's repeated to you over and over your whole fucking life, and it's so deep in your brain that you just can't get rid of it. I know.
Well,
Been there, done that,
clearly,
dude. Been there, done that.
the flat earthers, it's like they forgot. So, I mean, I just have to remind you guys, it's a globe. It's round. Science.
This guy again.
I mean, Elijah's mad because we have to remind him that it's a globe. Well, I mean,
Dude,
if
why
you,
are you gonna play like this, man?
if you hadn't forgotten in the first place, I wouldn't have to remind you, Elijah. I mean, you're looking for proof? You don't even understand the globe first, so we have to teach it to you. You're not ready for the scientific proof. The experts have that. You guys, you're not on the level. You don't have a degree.
I agree, we're not on the level.
Well,
It's definitely level S in slightly curving around the sphere.
well, since level does mean to the center of the earth, then yes, level means curve.
Matthew has taught me this, okay? That level and that horizontal actually means S, or end level means S in slightly curving around a globe.
Exactly.
And if you can't grasp the sheer size, you just need to imagine you're a tiny end, right? Just think about tiny ends, right? So if in Matthew terms, if you want to explain gas pressure next to a vacuum, you're gonna think about a lot of tiny ends trying to make tiny ends juice.
Mm-hmm.
So they're stacked upon each other. So there's no need for a container because of tiny end juice. Man, I wish Matthew would be here. He could explain it so much better than me.
Tiny ends. Thanks. Now I'm thinking of something else.
Hold me close, you tiny ants. Mhm.
Gotcha.
Count the curvature on the globe way.
Sing it, bro.
The earth can't be flat. There's all the science. The best argument for the globe are the selfies from space. We have pictures of the Earth, guys. Just delete your Discord. It's a globe.
Bro, you're talking about that. Meanwhile, the best argument for the flat Earth is the existence of weather.
Wait, no, weather means it's not flat.
No,
But
it's the opposite.
if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be any weather.
Yes,
The best
The
Is
best argument of
literally
flat.
the
The
same
best
thing you're
argument.
talking about right now is an unironical flat Earth argument. That the horizon changes, therefore it can be a globe. Because there's weather.
No, that's not really what it is. We all know the curve of the Earth is the horizon, and even though it changes, it's still the curve of the Earth. The flat earthers are clearly wrong.
Yeah, because of weather.
No. The original claim is that the horizon is the curve of the Earth. So I know the flat earthers tried to address that claim and said that there's other variables like weather, but it's still the curve of the Earth, even though they said there's other variables. So, I mean, let's be fair to the flat earthers. They didn't just randomly say there's weather, right? We said it was the curve of the Earth and boats go over it. So they tried to debunk that, which they can't because obviously the curve of the Earth is there. It's real. But they tried. So
Bastards. You hot mic and let's for real, or
yeah, Elijah, you got
finished?
to open mic.
Sorry. No problem. We forgive you. You are forgiven.
Even though I'm a globe earther, I don't agree with Embo what he's saying that they're just saying weather. I've been around probably a little bit longer than Homeboy just to know that they didn't just bring up weather for no reason. So just want to throw that out there. They're not just randomly saying weather, just willy-nilly off the cuff. Just want to throw that out there.
Oh, you know, quite a house always says you always take the weather with you. So
Everywhere you go.
always take the weather with you. And tiny asses, or whatever they're talking about earlier.
I must have missed that.
That's your loss. So what's happening?
Flat earthers are denying science.
There's an eclipse.
Yeah, and that debunks the flat earth.
Have you
Okay.
seen Flatzoid's scientific experiment with the orange inside of water?
Yeah, well,
No.
see, I'm on the globe side. Everything is science. If I just, if I call science before you do, I mean, I'm winning. So
But
Quantum
Flatzoid is
Panda's in
another.
chat. He sounds like
He
he's
was
going for
trying
the
to
globe.
prove that the cause of things falling and rising is the density.
And well, that
So
doesn't
he
sound like you're
put
doing a diagram to me.
yeah, did you just distract yourself, homeboy? I thought we were trying to help the flat earthers with the diagram, orthographic view. Because they don't
Meanwhile,
understand, dude. We got to get them a diagram because they clearly don't get it. So, I mean, if you're going to distract them, if you bring up another topic, so
They'll keep us on track.
Yeah, the flat earthers have a bad, attention span. So make sure you get the diagram first before we distract them with something else.
Yes, please, Embo. What about this Quantum Panda guy? He's in the chat. He's in the voice. You there, Quantum?
I'm here. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? My English is
Yeah,
not
how's it
very
going,
good.
bro?
We have you.
Oh, nice.
How's it going?
Good. I'm fine, thanks. My English
good.
is not very good, so I was writing. But anyway,
Well, it sounds good to me.
That sounds good to me too.
So what do you know about the Earth? What do you think about the subject that we're discussing here? Any thoughts?
I was asking about gravity because from my understanding, gravity is plays a good role in how we see the globe, the Earth, and everything like that. So I was asking about your belief about gravity.
What do you mean when you say gravity, exactly?
Also, FlatGPT before asked me. I was talking about the Einstein's theory of general relativity, which implies in our case the gravity force.
Okay, do you think that's a theory or do you think that's a fact?
In physics, everything we say is a theory. We don't give everybody. I mean, physics isn't about telling the truth. It's about speaking about our best understanding of things.
Okay, so what did Einstein pose as his cause of things falling down? Because that's what we're talking about, really, right? If we drop something and it goes down.
Yeah, he talked. From my understanding, he was talking about space time and how the masses curve space time, and then we have the manifestation of this curvature in what we see as a force, which
Okay. And what was he
pulls.
observing when he's talking about space time? This
Sorry?
concept of space. When you're talking about space time, this concept of space time.
Yeah.
What is Einstein actually observing or testing to come up with this notion of space time?
Wasn't he? He was. It's a theory, so it isn't observing. It isn't
Okay.
actually observing. It starts. I'm sorry. It starts from two postulates, which are the speed of light and the other one, which is about the relativity of motion in every reference frame, and then he proceeds down there.
What
down
about
from-
space time? What is that? Can we quantify that? Can we manipulate it? Observe it? What can we do with that?
Yeah, I mean, space-time is just a four-dimensional space. No, not space. It's a four-dimensional vectorial space. I
Well,
think.
that's the concept that you're describing, but I'm asking, how do we observe or detect this or manipulate it in physical reality?
Yeah, you measure the three coordinates of space, x, y, and z, and then time. That's space time. It's just a cool
What do you mean by
word
that?
to describe.
So we measure the area of an area, like a mile squared, and then we check the time on the watch. And then
No,
what? What
not
does that do?
actually. Space-time it's a geometrical construct. We agree about that.
Oh, it's a concept.
Yes, it's a concept.
Right. Right. So you could really come up with a whole number of concepts and then ascribe those concepts to what you measure a rate of fall to be and say, well, this rate of fall is because of this concept. You could do that with a whole number of concepts, right?
Yes, that's the theory discussion. Because general relativity is a theory. We agree about that.
So you'd understand why certain people, myself included, wouldn't necessarily agree that this is truth.
Yes, I would agree. I mean, that's it's not written in the rocks.
Yeah. So really, that concept doesn't really tell us anything about the Earth being a ball that's spinning.
Well, actually, from my point of view, yes, but because you have to.
Well, you just agreed it was a concept. So how would that concept that we've just imagined tell us that the Earth is a ball that's spinning?
That's gravitational forces, which are the concept of general relativity implies the gravitational forces in its description of
right, but that's the concept.
Also gravitational forces are a concept. We agree about that.
Right. But when we're talking about these concepts used to describe why something falls, like our phone or our pencil, that concept isn't telling us anything about the Earth being a ball that spins.
Yeah, wait. We now have the gravitational force, but from the gravitational force we can use the Gauss theorem, which is mathematics. So it's logic. Let me say that. And using the gravitational force and the Gauss theorem, we have the Gauss theorem for gravitational forces, which says a lot of things, but the main thing which we can take from this is the expression, the mathematical expression of the gravitational force, which is what we can use to describe how the pencil falls. Can we
Right, but
say
your
that?
concept that you're assuming pre-assumes a spinning ball, or a
No.
ball anyway.
No.
You're talking about Einstein's theory of gravity.
Yes.
And space-time. That already assumes that the Earth is a ball, but when you're just dropping your pencil, that doesn't actually tell you anything about the Earth being a spinning ball. You could come up with a concept, and in that concept, you could assume that the Earth is a spinning ball, and then make your concept around that assumption. But in reality, when you're, that's what you're talking about.
It isn't assuming, because
how is it not assuming?
If it was I'm sorry, that's not completely true. But if it was a plane, the pencil wouldn't fall like that. So you're not
How could you say
proving
that?
it's a ball.
How would you say that?
With the Gauss theorem, if you can take the math of Gauss theorem, you can take the expression of gravitational forces, which you derive from Einstein's relativity, and you can write down the math, and it implies that the object pencil falls at different accelerations.
They could model these principles on any shape and create models that fit. Right? You look in the text chat right now. I just posted you a paper. In your spare time, have a read of that.
Okay.
But either way, to your original question. Oh, you're breaking up a bit.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, there you are.
There's a problem. Now you have we derive from Einstein's and our gravitational force, which describes how the pencil falls. At this point, I would compare my theory, which is Einstein's relativity, with my observations, and I actually observe that the pencil falls at 10 meters per second if I am.
Yeah, but these things were already known, right? It's not like
blah,
you're
blah.
predicting them. I mean, you can observe the pencil falling and record its rate of fall, and then come up with a theory as to what's causing that rate of fall. That's essentially what they've done. That's
Yeah.
not showing your theory is correct. It's showing that you constructed a model with conceptual ideas to explain what we already observed.
Yeah, but it's not actually easy to construct a model that
That's
describes
immaterial.
everything.
That's immaterial how easy or difficult it is to construct a model. The point is, you constructed a model around an existing observation, and in your model, you've assumed certain things, such as the Earth is a ball that spins.
No, wait. Our model, the theory of Einstein, just has two postulates, which is the only two things that you assume, which are the speed of light is the same from every frame of reference, and the other postulate of reference frames, about reference frames. If you want, you can look it up. Anyway, these are
So it
the
doesn't
only
assume
two
the Earth
postulates.
is a ball. So it
No,
doesn't only work in a ball.
No, wait.
So it
Yes,
could work on something
it
else
works.
then.
It works with everything. Yes, it works with.
So how does it?
with
So it doesn't. So it doesn't evidence that the Earth is a ball then.
Not, not actually, but you can use the fact that if the Earth, if the Earth is a ball, okay, you can use the general relativity for.
But you just said you could use it if it wasn't a ball too.
Okay, I see what's the point. But if it wasn't a ball, you would have different results, and those results wouldn't.
So then you're going back on yourself and saying it can only work on a ball.
Sorry?
You've just contradicted yourself. Now you're saying it can only work on a ball because if it wasn't a ball, it wouldn't be what we have.
Sorry, I am saying that it can work with every object because it describes every object. But yes, we can use we actually use the prediction that we are on a ball to make
it's not prediction though. It's you're not predicting. You already have the observation of things falling.
Yes, and that's the thing you compare with the results of the theory.
But the theory assumes
you measure
evidence of all.
Yeah, it's a theory. It's actually a theory that we are on a ball. From my point of reasoning, then you can, go to space if you want and look at the ball. But I'm just talking from.
Can you though? That's a different topic.
Yeah, it's a different. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking from my bedroom. I can only see a thing fall.
When you say a theory, do you mean a scientific theory?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. He's saying it is a scientific theory. So you're saying that he went through the scientific method, and now you're saying it is a scientific theory.
No, wait. What is a scientific theory? What is what are you referring to?
Scientific theory will be established after going through the scientific method and being established as a scientific theory. But yours is just an idea that someone put on piece of paper and called it a theory, but it's not a scientific theory. It's just an idea, a concept on paper.
Yeah, Einstein's relativity, from what I know, has gone through a lot of confirmations, and something doesn't work, but it's not about Earth, and it's about dark matter and stuff.
Has it
So
been through the scientific method to call it a scientific theory? He hasn't, right? Can you provide the scientific paper for these
about
concepts
general
that you're talking about?
relativity, about general relativity, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can Google it, and you will have a lot of proofs about how general relativity describes where we live and what happens in the universe.
Is there an experiment, a hypothesis, a valid hypothesis?
Wait, you're asking about an hypothesis, about two hypotheses, the postulates, and blah blah blah.
Yeah, because you've been
Or
calling it a theory, and you just said it's a scientific theory, and that doesn't add up.
I
okay.
posted at
So
32
you have-
after the hour. I posted for you how space time works. See, that's an
32,
experiment.
Wait. No, wait. That's not the right experiment. I'm sorry, but the space-time is a four-dimensional space. It's not a plane. It's not a.
It takes 3 seconds for that to happen. It's space time.
No, wait.
That's an
not-
accurate way to depict space time. We teach this in high school. I mean, what? Do you think that's a flat Earth? That's not a flat Earth. That's clearly the galaxy, the solar system, all the planets. That's how gravity works, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, you need to. The mathematical explanation of space-time requires to write the potential curve, and you can see there's a potential hole, which is where the orbits would be, but it requires a bit of math. Anyway,
You're not the astrophysicist that was coming in to teach us about theory of relativity, are you?
Yeah, that's how you show gravity right there. We do this in school, so you think the
Well-
school's going to teach us the Earth is flat?
Yeah, somebody earlier, he already left, said his buddy is an astrophysicist. He would see if we could get him in here. I didn't know if this was him, and he appeared.
Yeah, well, it's like the fabric of space-time, Karajar.
He's been saying it is a theory. It is a theory. What is he calling a theory? What is it exactly that he's calling a theory?
And where's that diagram? Because the flat earthers are still confused. We're still trying to help them with that. Did he leave? He left.
Yeah, he gone.
What? No, wait. What's the answer? What's the question? I'm sorry.
I know he's. You're calling it is a theory, theory this, theory that. What are you calling a scientific theory? What is that you're calling a theory?
It's a theory. I need to know what the theory.
Yo, if you need to mock me because I'm Italian, that's
He's mocking me because I'm
got it right.
typed up like
Nobody
that.
mocked you. I got it right.
Imitation
like
is the
this.
highest form of compliment.
Yeah, I love the pizza.
I just had the pizza.
A spicy
Yeah, no,
pizza,
listen,
boy.
Italian guy, you're cool. You've been all right. You've been pretty chill. We appreciate that.
But
You make the-
I'm still confused. What is he calling a scientific theory? What is the theory that he's talking about?
I'm sorry. General relativity of Einstein.
So you're calling that a scientific theory?
Yes, I'm calling that a scientific theory. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of experiments, but if you want, I can
What is science?
look them up.
There's a lot of experiments, guys. If
Yeah.
you flat out just looked them up, you would know too. But clearly, you haven't Googled all the scientific experiments. So just Google them, flat earthers. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's a good point. We should probably talk about what is science. What do you think science is? Sorry, what was your name? The Italian guy. Quantum. Quantum. What do you? If you could define science for us, how would you define it?
Oh, that's a deep question. I
You're very low. Just shut your mic.
I'd say that's looking at reality, trying to create a theory which describes it, and which can be whatever theory. It just needs to be consistent mathematically, and then
Does it need to follow the scientific method?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Actually.
what is the scientific method?
Isn't it observation, hypothesis? But actually, the hypothesis part is more about the creating a theory, and then you can
What was your
compare
hypothesis?
it.
What would you say a hypothesis is? What are you trying to understand in science?
Actually, the hypothesis is what we assume to be the fundamental law, the principle, the thing that cannot be proven.
You mean maybe the cause of something that you're observing, the cause of an effect?
That's not really the cause, because, for example, in general relativity, the fact that the
No, but
hypothesis.
we're talking about the scientific method. Don't forget about general relativity for a second. Just focus on scientific method. What the scientific method is.
Yes.
Right. So you've got your observation. What are we observing? Something occurring in the natural world?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're observing something occurring in the natural world. We're coming up with a hypothesis, which is, what do I think the cause of that phenomena is? That observation.
Yes, which is our theory.
And then we're going to do an experiment
Yes.
to validate whether or not that's our cause. So we take an independent variable, which is something we're going to manipulate, and we manipulate it, and we see if it causes the dependent variable, the effect, the phenomena. Yeah.
These variables argument, I don't know if it's accurate, because I would say more generally that you create an experiment where you have to confirm that your experiment is predicted by the theory. Do you agree with it?
No. The theory comes after the experiment has been repeated multiple times and has been verified as a scientific theory. After experiment. The scientific theory doesn't come before the experiment. It's after it's been established as the scientific theory. He says no. He's like, no.
Right, hold on a second. I'm just going to post some citations in the text channel, and I want you to read. Just start at the top. Oh god, it's too long. 2 seconds. Let me shorten it. Okay. Can you just read out what I've just posted? 41 minutes past. You still there?
Yeah, I'm reading. But anyway, I think the point is that you have one or more variables. You change them, and then you see what happens, and if it applies to your model. Do we agree on that?
Yeah. So you take the variable that you assume to be the cause of what you're observing, you manipulate it, and you see if it corresponds, and that gives you a good indication that your assumed cause is causing the effect that you're observing.
Okay, so we are assuming the space of our variable, the space of our the variables are all the variables that that matter.
Well, yeah, you have to control. You have to use a controlled environment generally with an experiment, so that you can rule out as many other variables as you physically can. And if you can't rule out other variables, other factors, and you can't control for them, then you can't do a good experiment, because you could have variables that are causing changes to your results that you're not controlling for.
Or you can use statistical methods to take into account those uncontrollable variables. Do we agree on that?
The experiment scientific methods doesn't really talk about having variables out with your control and then accounting for them with some other method. It only deals with your attempts at demonstrating a cause and effect relationship. And it has to be limited to the variable that you're assuming is the cause.
Yes. Anyway, I think we can agree on that.
Okay. So what Gemsy was trying to point out to you was that when it comes to Einstein, this method was not followed. When it comes to the bending and warping of space-time, there is no natural observation of that, for starters, the first step of the scientific method. And there's no independent variable being manipulated to show an effect. Right? So the lack of ability to manipulate puts it out with the realms of science as the scientific method dictates, which
That's the point.
technically makes it pseudoscience. That's what the definition of pseudoscience is.
That's why I was talking about the fact that these variables argument doesn't embrace every aspect of physics, because if I create a theory,
it does for the actual science, though. When it's actual science, that's the method that's being used, and when it's not being used, that's not actual science. That's the point.
Wait, you create a theory, then you create some
based
experiment.
on what? An observation in reality?
Yes. Based on
the theory comes after the testing.
The theory comes before.
Listen, Quantum, you're wrong about this, Quantum. Let me tag you. Listen, I'm gonna tag you.
I swear
Look
to God, the theory
look this. Citation. 45 minutes after the hour. Look, Quantum, I tagged you. Read it. From chemistry. This is like citation, Scientific America. A scientific theory summarizes a hypothesis or group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing.
Yeah.
You see?
Okay. Wait.
Scientific theory consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. You see? So you don't do it before the testing. You have the scientific theory after the testing. It's established as a theory.
I'm sorry. I think the point is I created the theory which is right or wrong, is exact, is a theory about whatever I want, based on some postulates, which are the hypotheses, which which aren't those variables. Those are the postulates are assumptions, principles, something that cannot be proven. But take it apart from now.
You're saying that, but you're ignoring the citations. You're ignoring the links that I posted for you. Look, a
Let me
scientific
finish.
theory represents a hypothesis or a group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests.
You have the theory. Now you have the theory. You don't know if it's right
But it's not a
or wrong.
scientific theory. What you're talking about is not a scientific theory because
not
the
yet.
scientific theory is
It's not
established
yet.
after.
Yeah,
it's like you're
not yet.
conflating
Not yet.
hypothesis with theory.
Not yet. It's not yet a scientific theory. What I'm talking about is just a theory. Then you have the observations. You have the theory. You observe something, which is the part with the experiments. But you cannot observe every aspect of the
No,
theory.
you have a hypothesis, and then you test
No,
for the
that's
you
not how it
test if
works.
your hypothesis is correct, and then the scientific theory is established after you test for the hypothesis.
The hypothesis is taken from the theory. The hypothesis is what
No, your hypothesis is
theory
your
comes
assumed cause of your effect.
what
you think X is causing Y.
Yeah, the theory. You suppose the theory is causing your effect.
That's a No. Well, this is just what you're calling a hypothesis. Gemsy is talking about a scientific theory. A scientific theory requires to be supported by the scientific method. Part of the scientific method is the hypothesis. It's not the same thing. So when we're talking about bending and warping space-time, that's a colloquial theory, like an informal theory, not a scientific theory. That was the point.
Yes, but that colloquial theory, okay, that colloquial theory also implies something like I don't know, gravity and how planets orbit and how light bends
All
around
that's
the
the same
stars.
thing, though. It's not following science. That's not science because it's not following the scientific method.
Yeah, it implies them, and the theory explains them. The theory explains, or better, the theory.
But it's not
predicts.
science, though. It's not science, though.
That's how science works. I'm sorry, but
no, the scientific method. We just discussed the scientific method. That's what science is. Natural science. Yeah.
Take the general relativity. It describes. Okay, it predicts something.
Which experiment is used to support it? A scientific experiment.
The bending of the light around the stars.
That's not an experiment. An experiment requires an observation and then manipulation of variables. Remember, you have to manipulate. What assumed cause? What assumed cause are you manipulating?
The fact that light bends around the stars.
How are you manipulating it? What are you manipulating?
What you observe it, and
so you don't so you're not manipulating a variable.
Yes, you have all the variables are all the stars that don't bend light, but I can look.
You can't manipulate stars. You can't manipulate stars or the light that they emit.
I can look up the experiment and come back later.
Observation is the first step. Remember, you then have to start manipulating something in an experiment. An experiment, you need to control the conditions. They do them in laboratories and stuff, right? So looking at the sky isn't an experiment.
Yes, that's an experiment because you can.
Really?
With
it would be an observation.
No. You're making a mess of those two concepts.
When you look at something, that's an observation. When you manipulate variables in an attempt to elucidate cause and effect relationships, that's an experiment, a scientific experiment following the scientific method. Looking at something is observing it, not experimenting on it. So you're confused, I'm afraid.
I don't know how to explain it.
Well, define what
Yeah.
an observation is. What's an observation?
The observation of the beginning of the theory.
No. Well, what is an observation? It's when you look at something, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you look at something. What is an experiment? What's a scientific experiment?
An experiment, a scientific experiment, is comparing a theory, a prediction of a theory, with
No. We
the
just went through it.
with the reality.
Manipulation. It's the manipulation of an assumed cause of an
It
effect.
isn't. It isn't.
We just went through it. You agreed with it. We went through the
Look at it.
definition. Remember, I posted those things and you read what I posted and you agreed. Remember the independent variable being manipulated, causing the dependent variable? You just read it.
It's either two ways of saying the same thing, and then I can look up at the experiment of general relativity and talk about it, and explain what we are manipulating, if you want, or I can look at experiment definition. And
Well, it sounds like you're still struggling on the experiment definition.
Experiment is a procedure carried out to support or refute an hypothesis, or determine the efficacy or likelihood of something previously untried.
And how do you do that?
How do you do that? With the statistical confrontation. I don't know what's the term for it.
So reading statistics is an experiment.
Sorry?
So reading statistics is an experiment.
No. You use the statistics. So you
what way
have your
do you
data.
use them?
You have your data, which are what you measure, and you measure it upon some variables. And okay,
That would be analyzing data, not performing an experiment.
Right. So you have your data. You come up with a conclusion of what your reality is, and then you compare it with your theory.
What do you
with
mean
your
you come up with a
prediction from this
conclusion of
theory.
what your reality is? You said you come up with your conclusion of what reality is. What does that mean?
It's your measurement. Basically,
of what
it's
your
your measurement.
what are you measuring? The assumed cause of the effect? You're trying to test your variables?
You're measuring the same variables, the same dependent variables, which are predicted, which are used in your theory. So, if your theory predicts what the period of orbit is, you have to measure your period of orbit. Am I
So
right?
you're talking. Well, I mean, where do you start?
He thinks that observing the luminaries doing the movement in the sky is an experiment.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to an observation isn't an experiment.
Yeah, it is. If you measure the period of orbit of a planet around the around the sun.
If I observe move in the sky, how have I determined what its cause is just by observing it?
You have determined what you don't have okay, I can see the point. You don't have determined what's the cause. You just
That's
have
what the scientific method
your
is
measure.
doing.
You just have
That's
your
what the
measurement.
scientific method is. Okay, so we just have the observation of the star moving from this point to that point over this amount of time.
Of the time the planet takes to move
Right.
around
How
the
does that?
sun.
But that only tells us that we observed this light moving from this spot to this spot within that amount
Yeah,
of time. That's
and
not.
we are
That's not an. That's not an experiment.
it
It's an observation.
becomes an experiment once when you compare it with your theory. Your theory with mathematical deduction comes to a conclusion about the period of that planet, because
But it would be an experiment if you're not performing a experiment, though, in terms of manipulating something.
yes, because that's the point is you have we are talking about experiment in a lab. I think you are thinking about experiment in a lab, but our
Ideally,
lab,
if you want to do a good experiment,
ideally,
controlled
ideally.
conditions. Yeah.
Exactly. So we would like to be in a lab, and it would be awesome to have a universe inside a lab, but we don't have it. So
So then you can't do any science on that.
no, that's not true, because actually every type of science has become something you can't directly see and perfectly
in terms of natural science and the scientific method that we went through earlier, that does require the manipulation of variables and the observation of a natural phenomena.
I don't know what the true point is here, because you have your measurement. We said earlier, which is the time the planet comes around the sun. We agree on that.
We didn't agree on that. We saw a light in the sky move one part of the sky to another within a certain amount of time. That's all.
And our theory predicts the same. Okay? So.
Well, your theory didn't predict it, though. It was already happening. You just came up with a theory around what we observed.
No. Our theory comes from two principles. Only two principles, which are not
Quantum.
Not at all.
You're observing the sun the sun doing what it's been doing since the dawn of existence. That's not a prediction, bro. You're observing the sun moving. That's not you predicting the sun moving.
But my theory doesn't know that the sun will move with the time. The Einstein's relativity only has two principles. So you can derive all the theory without ever mentioning the sun, ever mentioning the fact that the sun is.
So, what is a hypothesis, Quantum? What is a hypothesis?
The hypothesis is what your theory is predicting. In the discussion I was having earlier, because that's what you compare with the experiment.
But you need a valid hypothesis. You can't just say, I believe that Superman is causing the effect that I'm observing, therefore that's a hypothesis. A hypothesis has to be valid. You know that, right?
Yeah, and it will be validated with observations. I'm actually. I just discovered it, but in the scientific community, when you create a theory, you don't have actually a starting point, which is I know it because something. You take something as a starting point because it is reasonable, which is not very scientific actually, and then you derive your theory. But the starting point will be validated only after your observations are actual, your measurements.
Hey, Quantum.
are actually
Quantum.
comparable to your theory.
I see the
Hold on.
problem. I see the problem here. Yeah, there's okay. So okay, you're not talking about experimentation. Okay, you're talking about theoretical physics, which doesn't employ the scientific method. This is why you and the guys are saying different things. What you need to reckon with is the fact that you're talking about theoretical physics, which doesn't utilize what we're talking about is experimentation via the scientific method. Like instead of saying no, what I'm saying is the scientific method, you need to just be conceding. Because first of all, I heard these guys give you citations, and you're just saying, okay, you understand the difference because you're basically saying we're not interested in the cause. Well, when we're talking about science, we are interested in cause and effect relationships. We're not interested in theoretical physics.
Okay,
Yeah, Quantum, I just posted in the side chat, just very quickly, 2 definitions for hypothesis. Could you quickly read those out?
There it is. The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability, which is our theory. So, just
For example, continue that quote.
For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. Yeah, okay. Manipulated. Yeah, okay. Now, what if I cannot manipulate something? That's the point.
It's not then it can't follow the scientific method.
So we can't know for sure what is in the sky and what is not.
You can't do scientific method on the sky. Yes.
Okay. And so what? So nobody's gonna be nobody's never gonna be sure if it is right or wrong.
Whether you're sure it's right or wrong is different. We're saying it's not correct to say that it's science. Because science is as defined, requires scientific experimentation. So it's not a scientific theory when they look at the sky and say, we observed this, therefore this is what's happening. That's not science, that's pseudoscience. That's the only point we're making to you right now. We're not really talking about what it proves or disproves about the Earth itself being a globe or not a globe. We're just making you realize a lot of the things they tell us is scientific is actually not.
I will come back with I will look at the experiments that are made with the sky and the universe and everything like that, and I'll come back because I think there's a bug in this dependent variable independent variable which I can't.
You go away and look at the best science that they've got for the globe, for space, for all of that, and come back with these sources and we can discuss them.
Okay, I will do it because I'm very interested in these arguments. Anyway.
No, well, good to have you. If you've got questions, feel free to throw them out.
Okay, bye.
Peace.
Quantum, the last thing I wanted to read for you is pseudoscience, a collection of belief or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method.
Yeah.
So everything you were explaining has nothing to do with the scientific method, and you were calling it science, but in reality, it's actually pseudoscience by definition.
Yeah, that's the point I was making. I think actually the experiments that are made in with the universe and observation of stars and etc. can be thought as following the scientific method, but I will look better at those types of experiments and come back in order to debate about whether or not they follow the scientific method, if it is okay with you.
Oh yeah, that's fine. You go ahead and bring whatever you gotta bring. But at the least, we posted some definitions for you. I would suggest that you can look through the definitions because this is, references and sources that you might find helpful when talking about these topics. So we posted that for you, so you probably can want to maybe
Yeah,
save that stuff.
I will follow the hypothesis definition with the dependent variable, independent variable, and think about it.
I also posted myself the scientific theory part because you were saying theory this, so you can look through that as well, and so we can hopefully be on a similar page, on the same page whenever talking about this stuff. Because Elijah pointed out that you're talking about
Theoretical.
yeah, physics, and there might be a difference because what you're talking about doesn't follow the scientific method, even though you were saying it does. So that's why we were trying to point that out. So that's cool. Thanks, Quantum.
Thank you.
Pan.
Appreciate you.
Thanks. Bye.
And if you have any questions, you can go ahead and ask any questions. And if you want to direct the best questions you got, you could direct them to PMAC.
Don't you dare.
PMAC will have the answers.
No, James's got all the answers. Don't listen to PMAC. He's always wrong.
He gone.
Yeah, you're gone, bro.
He dropped out of the call.
Sent him the 24/7 link as well. I forgot to say.
Yeah, the link for 24/7.
Yeah. Someone DM him that if you can.
I'll send it to him.
He sounds like somebody we could bring over to our cult.
You got a cold, PMAC? You got a cold?
Cold? Am I cold? No, I've got the heating on, bro.
You got a cold?
Oh yeah. Have I? Actually, have I?
And you've always been a Glober. What are you lying for?
I like lying. It's a hobby. Quetzalcoatl. I'd know that voice anywhere, bro.
Sure you do. Sure you do.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Homeboy never posted that visual that he said he was going to post. Hey, Wolfgang.
Well, the moon and the sun and the earth in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Wow.
someone tag Embo. Where's that diagram?
I think
I'm
he
working
realized.
on it. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
He reposted the other thing he made and was like, "This explains it perfectly." Okay. Sure.
Those sneaks, man.
Explanations are trash.
He'd still be here if you guys weren't fucking laughing at him while he was trying to do it. Like,
Well, the reason he swapped it from the orthographic side-on view to a first-person view is because he tried doing the geometry of the sun, earth, and moon, and he just couldn't get it to work. So he thought, right, I'm just gonna do a first-person view of the moon.
Yeah, that's not gonna work, G.
He doesn't want to draw. He doesn't want to draw those. He doesn't want to see where those light rays are coming in from and how the shadow is going to inverse itself on the top of the moon. So he had to
Yep.
go first person. So that's why I'm holding his feet to the fire and saying, no, show us the side-on view of this impossible geometry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you kind of, yeah, you kind of called them out in that, yeah.
They have a severe case of flat earthers can't be right syndrome. So even if we highlight, hey, here's an issue in your quote model, they'll be like, no, like I can explain it away. Yeah, we're not looking for explanations though, because I can explain anything.
Just put another band-aid on it.
Oh, sorry, baby. I couldn't be there because I was doing this thing. Like you can come up with explanations for all types of stuff. Explanations are low value when in comparison to things like a measurement or a demonstration. I can explain all types of stuff.
Yeah, they have to be based in reality. Otherwise, what you're doing.
There's that too. Exactly. A lot of these globe hypotheticals are involved in not reality, or they come up with these hypotheticals that can't be cashed in reality. That happens a lot. But I just want to say, shout out to there was a homeboy in the chat who was like, who? Let me just see. What is his name? YKVK is almighty. Y'all know him?
Yeah,
Is he
I
even-
remember that.
Is he
I
even
remember
alive?
him. No, he's gone now, but yeah, it was pretty good.
I guess I triggered him in the chat. It's like, you're not a real flat earther. You're. I was like, duh. He thought I was being serious about all this globe stuff. But anyway,
I thought you were being serious. Oh shit!
I'm doing a better
Second
job than half the globies in here. So you're welcome.
And the Oscar goes to.
Come on, man.
I was going to
How
say
was
it
it?
was a nice bit of controlled opposition. Like if we've got one of our own who's being like, "Well, no, actually, that is what that is what we say. We do say that it's geometric, or we do say that it's the bending and warping of space time," and they're
Right.
more inclined to be like, "True, that is what we
Yeah.
say."
Exactly.
It's quite funny.
Well, dude, it's just like on Fresh and Fit or the whatever podcast. If one of the guys calls out maybe one of the girls' behaviors, hey, I think this is a bad idea. You could do this better. Try this. The reaction is often negative. Oh, why do I have to take that from you? Blah, 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 right? Versus if the girl says the exact same thing to the girl. Hey, like, honey, like, maybe you should try it. They can listen, they'll hear it, and maybe adopt it way better just because it came from their own side. So globies are the same way. A flat earther will tell them, hey, the radius of the earth is 3,959. This is the claim. They'll be like, no, that's wrong. Because you're a flat earther, right? But if a globe earther says it, they're way more comfortable with that. So it's just a weird phenomenon I've noticed. I mean, and it comes out with things like, we could just simply say 2 + 2 is 4. And people will say, you're a flat earther, you're wrong. I can tell you how, let me explain how you're wrong. But then if someone on their own side says, like, flat earthers don't get it, they don't understand 2 + 2 is 4, they'll be like, yeah. You see? It's weird.
Excuse me, I've heard that many times. It's 5 by now, isn't it? It's 5. Fuck off, man.
No, I'm not even joking. You guys might think I'm making this up, but I said we were speaking about like subjectivity versus objectivity, and I said, well, there's things we can know objectively, like 2 + 2 is 4. And they were, this is their flat earthers can't be right syndrome started flaring up immediately. Oh, well, well, if I have 2 cats and 2 female cats, then we potentially might have 9 cats. What? Huh? That doesn't even. Why don't you try putting that into a math formula? 2 plus 2 equals 9. Go ahead and make that work for us.
Was
Oh,
that on here?
this was, I think, in 24/7. He was either here or 24/7, but he was trying to say that, like, oh well, in the future, like they could like have offspring. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we had 2, and then we had 2 more. There we have 4. You don't include the future potential of more. Like you that would also, the answer then would be 2 plus 2 is 4, and then those 2 have, a kid each. Well, now we're at 8. I mean, I don't know how you guys
Yeah,
are gonna
that's
say 2 plus 2 is not 4. That's crazy. But you're only saying that because flat earthers said it was 4. And then
ringing bells. I think I was there for that clusterfuck. I think I might have
Mhm.
heard.
This happens more. This isn't even just a one-off. Like this is why I've dubbed it flat earthers can't be right syndrome. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. You
We
guys,
knew that from the start, though. Like, you're a flat earther, you must be dumb. You're sick as pig shit.
but
We
they
knew.
have this is the thing. They have the illness. Because you could just simply say something like 2 plus 2 is 4, and because they have this syndrome, they're gonna say you're wrong.
Yeah, the reversal thingy. They do that all the time, yeah.
Oh well, 2 plus 2 is 4. No, it could be 9.
Reverse
That's
psychology is a powerful tool.
Y'all are crazy. Just so you know.
But that's one of the things we talked about way back in the day, 7 years ago, 8 years ago. Is like, as soon as they hear that, the brain automatically shuts down. You're archaic, you're dumb, you're cavemanish, and you're Neanderthal, and you're thinking. Yeah,
Right.
it's just that. Yeah,
Kim in the chat says that in its case of everything a flat earther says is wrong, and it's either a globe or I'm a brain in a jar. Devastating illness. Yeah, and that's another thing too, Kim, is that it has to be a globe earth syndrome as well. Can't be anything but a globe syndrome, And so they have so many issues. I feel like I'm Dr. House up in this bitch. I don't know if you guys remember watching that show.
the world has so many issues at this stage.
If
Dude,
it's
it's
not a globe,
crazy.
everything is fake.
Yeah, if it's not a globe, and that's when they go full conspiratard mode as well, because they go from the normie representative, oh, I'm going to teach you how the mainstream is correct and the government doesn't lie, blah blah blah. But if you point out one little one little issue,
Yeah,
fake, it's like, wait a
yeah.
minute.
Like, bro, we're just trying to show you how one thing cannot be possible, and then suddenly you're a fucking absolute retard and think that
Yeah,
everything's Alex Jones is right about everything.
right. How do you? I don't understand how they make that switch in such a flash, where they go from the mainstream representative to the conspiratard full on. I mean,
Yeah,
how many times have you presented the black swan to someone and they were like, those numbers are fake, those oil rigs are fake, California, that's fake. It's like, wow, wow, dude. Is that where we're gonna go now? California's fake because the Earth's not a globe. Ah, gotcha.
aye.
Genius level.
And now there's simulation theory, simulation of what? There's many arguments against that, but
Oh,
yeah, that
I mean, half these guys are brain in jars anyway, 99 percenters.
I
So
don't like flat earthers didn't come up with fucking simulation theory.
they're saying
That's
reality is fake now. Hilarious.
Yeah, it's a simulation of what? I mean, but the brain is like a computer. I don't think we're in a simulation, but yeah, it's crazy. Like, the things they're coming out with are far and beyond what we're thinking. All we're trying to do is gauge reality. That's all we're trying to do. But
Yeah,
suddenly we're lunatics or something.
right. Yeah. Simple
You
projection.
just said gay reality.
Yes, I did. You gay boy.
The fuck?
Gauge,
Say gay. We
gauge,
trying
gauge.
gay reality.
I said
Oh
Gage.
my.
Gage.
Oh,
GG,
it
bro.
must be the accent. It must be the accent. My accent with your accent mixed into the Nog accent, and then it just.
It is that. Also, I've got half a tongue because I got cancer cut out, so I can't speak properly sometimes.
He's just trying to throw
Yeah,
up
no.
his Globe Earth, gang. Gay unit.
Gauge. It's the
GG.
gauge. It's my hearing. It's my hearing. That's what it is.
The meme that Elijah posted about Elon Musk AI.
I saw that post. Can you say that again? What was it?
Someone read out Elijah's post
All
on
right.
Elon Musk AI.
Let's see.
Oh,
Elon Musk. Nathan Thompson? Or let me go
Yeah.
up higher.
that's quite
No,
high. Yeah.
that's the one.
All right. Because I thought I saw something up higher.
Oh yeah, we posted it.
Okay.
No, it's the
Elon
Nathan
Musk.
Thompson one, yeah.
Elon Musk AI said space is fake. Bravo, Elon. Shout out to all the Globers who said we didn't understand the second law of thermodynamics for half a decade. You guys are morons. Thanks for sharing, Robbie Davidson. So Daniel versus Babylon says, can a vacuum exist adjacent to a pressurized system without a solid barrier? Grok says, in a real world scenario, it is not possible to have a vacuum adjacent to a pressurized system without a barrier. This is because a vacuum is a space devoid of matter, while a pressurized system contains matter under pressure. Without a solid barrier to separate the two, the matter in the pressurized system would naturally flow into the vacuum, equalizing the pressure and eliminating the vacuum. This is a fundamental principle of physics known as the second law of thermodynamics. W.
Makes sense.
That's interesting. So I've not used this AI. Is this something that you can just use on Twitter or something? Has
Yeah,
anyone else
they're all
used it?
into. No, I can't get into it, but they're all fucking addicted to it.
No, but I'm
Chat.
talking about this one, Grok. Is anyone on Twitter who knows or has access to that? How's that working? And the fact that it says in a real world scenario, it's almost like it's been trained on these discussions. The fact that it's having to qualify it in a real world scenario, meaning, well, when we talk about the non-real world, you could maybe say something different, but in the real world,
Yeah, no, it's full of shit. It's absolutely full of shit. It talks about if you ask. Sorry, are we talking about the same thing about the Chat GPT and this computerized
no,
AI
we're
thing?
talking about this new one that Friesenberg just read the quote from.
Okay, I thought that was the same thing, but yeah, okay.
It might be a different version of it. I'm not familiar with.
Sounds like the same version.
Well, someone Google it. See if it's easy to get access to.
All right, I'll do it.
Elon Musk's AI.
My first impression was
Because if
just
it
someone
has
named
been
it that.
trained.
I'm gonna look it up.
Well,
though.
if you ask the Google
Oh,
version
this
of
is what I want
Chat
to know. I
AI,
want to know if that's actually. I mean, if that's real, then we
Yes.
should be able to talk to this thing. And
Oh wow, it comes right up. Elon Musk Grok AI chatbot. How to use Elon Musk's AI chatbot Grok. Elon Musk Grok represents a serious threat to ChatGPT. Grimes launches a Grok AI toy that has no relation to Elon Musk Grok. Okay, that's irrelevant.
of course not. His ex-wife or whatever.
It's talking on OpenAI. Elon Musk artificial intelligence startup XAI is looking to raise $1 billion.
Money.
Elon Musk has confirmed that Grok will be
Eli.
Okay, it says Elon Musk has confirmed that Grok will be a feature of X Premium Plus, which costs $16 a month.
Right. So whoever's using this has Twitter Plus or something.
Yep.
There's a few of them, bro.
Do we know any? Is there any flat earther who's paying for Twitter Premium? I mean, I have to say it must be a low number.
I'm not, but I wouldn't be surprised if there were.
I'm thinking about it.
Let's find that out because I want to see. I want
Premium
to
what?
see if
Discord or
what other
premium something?
questions it'll speak to.
You ask You ask Google AI if a man can become a woman, it'll tell you yes. Yes.
Yeah, but the point is, T-Mac, Elon looks like he might have gone another way on this one, which is why I want someone to confirm it.
Yeah, I'm also
Okay.
curious if they're taking any other data. You know, the ChatGPT has been used for a while, so are they just using that data, or do they have their own from Twitter? It could be interesting to see. So yeah, let us know if there's any flat earthers that pay for Twitter. Let's dig into this a little bit more. I'm curious myself.
Yeah, I mean, if I could give you one word of advice for the future, is to wear sunscreen and don't do chat AI.
I probably wouldn't wear sunscreen personally, but that's just me. But
Did
anyway,
anyone save
You black?
Embo's first attempt at the Stellan alien?
do you want me to try to save that? I can try to scroll up.
It'll be in the chat somewhere.
Let me scroll up and try to save it before it gets deleted.
Yeah, send it on, because we need to hold it. Alright. Peace. I'll catch you in a bit.
All right, I'm probably gonna jump off too. Not gonna lie. Oh, it's been deleted, bro. Wow. I'll just have him post it again. I'm sure he's not gonna be shy to repost it. That's the lamest part of the server is all the chat gets deleted. What's up with that? Someone said it was a safety feature, so I get that. I guess. Quote unquote safety feature. Anyway.
What's it saving you from? I wonder. It's making you safe from what?
I don't know. Could just be deleting our. I don't know. I don't know. I guess it makes it so the mods don't have to go in and review anything. So there's that, but it just kind of makes it feel
How
like
dare.
like all my chat history gets deleted when I post it. Like I don't know. That's kind of lame because I use that all the time. I'll go and search back things that I posted before, but I can't do that because it's permanently deleted. But whatever, not my server.
That is strange. I wonder if somebody made it that way or if it was always that way.
I was told it was some kind of safety feature, but which I could understand, but at the same time, it's also makes it feel like any evidence I'm posting just gets removed. Like even a guy that was like, "I did not say this," even though we're
So-
recording a live stream, I posted him saying it and then got deleted. He's like, "But you never posted it." I'm like, well, I actually did, but I can't prove that I did because my post was deleted, dude. So anyway.
So if people are bouncing soon, does anybody want to talk about what Dell Beyond the Imaginary Curve is coming up with? 'Cause I'd be very interested to hear about that.
I don't know, but Esoteric, you're hot micing, so what's up, dude?
My no suppression isn't on. Hold on.
ChatGPT isn't here anymore. I've seen him on the side chat with Dell. It's very interesting about the Earth is continually moving upwards.
Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know how they came up with that one.
Well, you know, I'm trying to understand it. He's talking about things in a
First you
bubble.
remove logic, and then you just go on and experiment.
No, yeah, okay, don't do that.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do
That's
it?
how you do
You hit the mute button like
yeah, you gotta be a complete crook and a POS, you know, and just, you know, destroy everything no matter what. You know what I mean?
No, I don't. But you tell me. He's always been the kind of guy like I don't know what reality is, but we need exploration, etc., etc. Now suddenly, reality is reality, which means that the Earth is moving upwards at a continual rate. I just moving up in what?
You think that's reality? Really?
No, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what reality is, but I would never tell you what reality is. But in 2 years' time, I might come back and actually tell you what reality is, and you have to believe
Maybe
me.
reality is just a figment of your imagination.
Well, you know what? You could be right there, bro.
Crazy for feeling. Yo, esoteric, you're hot micing, dude. Mute up, dog.
Dude, why is my nose suppression not working?
Is it?
Just mute up. Like, if you're not talking, just mute.
Oh yeah, alright.
We don't know, but you should fix that.
He's got the bends.
We live on YouTube, bruh.
You got the bends, bruh.
Shit. On a live show. Anyway. Just shout out
Live.
to YKWK. Thought I was a Glober. It's hilarious. I guess I'm doing a good job.
That's all right. I mistook somebody the other day for a Glober, and they were pretty pissed off at me about it. I was like, "Well, the way you were talking, bro, you kind of sounded like you were being a smartass Glober, bro. I'm sorry." I had to apologize to him. I was like, "Dude, I'm sorry. I didn't realize."
That shit's funny. No, it's just more funny that like the Globies are like, yes, yes, go, 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 go. I'm like, you don't know I'm mocking you though. But whatever. They actually thought I was a globe head. But hey. I'm gonna keep working on my Globey. So
well, you did a good fucking impression of it there.
Enjoy, folks. Enjoy.
I'm trying to remember who it was that me and somebody else, I can't remember who it was, but we did that one day in here. We came in here in the middle of the night or whatever. Just, let's play this game. Let's just do the opposite. Let's do opposites. Right. So I started arguing for Globe Earth and somebody else, I forget who it was, but they were arguing the other side. And we were there for like good 30 minutes. And like 5 times people came in and goes, dude, Rookie's a freaking Glober now. And I was like, bro, we're playing a game here. And they're like, oh, why didn't you say something? I said, well, we did, but you weren't listening at that time.
Right.
It was pretty funny. No, they really were convinced. They were like, I can't believe this. I got to go tell so-and-so. I was like, oh, bro.
Yeah. yeah. It's funny. I don't get to do that over at 24/7 as much, so it's cool because like half these people don't know me for real. I get this YKWK guy who's like, you're wrong. Like he was like he was taking it so serious, and he had no clue.
Are you talking about last night? Yeah.
You role play a motherfucker, yeah?
This is like an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, can't role play in flowers, bro. Oh, sorry. Yes, you can.
No, you can't. I don't think you actually can. Because
I don't think you actually can. You can.
Most people don't understand it enough to role play as it. They'll expose themselves. They'll be like, "Yeah, so I went to the ice wall." Like they'll say some stupid shit like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, anybody can just repeat the same shit, but if you actually have substantial whatever, even if it's bullshit, just like everything else, it's still, you should be able to remember all their arguments. I can remember almost every one, and they're ridiculous. That's why I remember them. It's like, really? You know what I mean?
Globies barely pay attention though. Like, how many times have you told them about the Black Swan? They'd be like, "Oh, but I've seen it 1,000,000 times." You ask them to detail it.
I think it's funny when they come in and they don't even know why it works against them.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. That's exactly
I remember back in the day, people telling me about how they could see curvature of the Earth from aircrafts and shit like that there, and I told them how they couldn't. And then I remember them telling me, what was it? They were telling me all the things. Oh, shit! I nearly had it.
I bet you're drinking that wine too, ain't you?
Yeah, I might be. Yeah, but pick a beer.
Smoke another one, you'll be.
No, hang on. But they're like, they were like, you can see the coverage of the aircraft and blah, blah, blah. And you're like, how can you? Blah, blah, blah. And then, like, it took like a year or two to realize that all those fucking arguments were false, fake, couldn't, absolutely shite. And you're like, I told you. But,
You ever like ask an old person or something like a question out of the blue, like when you're a kid? You're just like, "What's the secret of the universe?" or something, and then they give you an answer, and you're like, "Wait, oh, that's interesting." You ever had somebody do that to you?
Sonny, I just feel lucky I was able to put my socks on this morning. That's how fucking old I am. I tie my own
Understand.
shoes.
Wow, me too. You're pretty awesome.
I'm telling you.
Can you also zip up your own zipper?
I was watching a video today about how, and this isn't really, we don't get into this a lot, but like,
Oh, here it comes.
yeah, I mean, this is a little bit spicy, but I'll just go ahead and say it. Like, feminism has led a lot of women astray. I don't need no man. I can do this. I'm a boss babe. I'm a boss queen. I was watching this video today where this girl was telling, she was like kind of talking to the other women, like, yo, y'all were lied to. You know, you say you don't need a man, you actually want a man. You will openly admit to like the like public, oh, I'm a boss queen, but then you go home and cry because you don't have what you really want. And so I'm sitting here listening to this type of stuff, and I'm thinking about the Globies. I feel like they're a lot like these women. They were told, you're a boss queen. You're a king. Flat earthers are below you.
I mean,
you don't need no flat earth. And so like now they've gotten all this far into we're so far into this. Flat earth has been going on for like 6, 7, 8 years now. It's been a while. And I feel like Globies are going home and they're confidently saying, oh, to the public, it's globe, flat earthers are stupid, blah, blah, blah. But then they go home and they don't actually have, they're like gonna go home and cry because they don't actually have globe proof and stuff like that. They're just kind of being confident to the public, but deep down inside, they don't really have anything to be confident about. Where's the proof that makes you feel confident?
Yeah.
Where's your man? You don't have a man. Okay, so you're
The world-
basically like these old women who's way past your prime. You don't have a man. You're still single. Okay, you're basically you're like that. You
And
don't
you're
have
all
a
bitter
globe.
about it, so you talk
You're
shit
hella
about men,
bitter.
yeah.
Exactly. You talk shit about men. You talk shit about flat earthers because why? Because you're salty.
Yeah,
So
we didn't make dinks up. Dual income, no kids. I mean, you wake up one day and it's like, dinks, I'm a dink. It's like, what?
well, I
I'm
mean,
a
look,
flat earther. At least I'm not a fucking dink.
You're a dink, huh?
it's the same energy, bro. Oh, they're stupid. You know, men are trash. Flat earthers are trash. And then they get to like be like 40, 50 and they're alone by
Yeah,
So
themselves.
isn't that like
They don't have
what
anyone.
everybody says
Catwoman.
attacking something that they don't like or they're
Catwoman.
jealous of? They're always like,
Yeah.
oh, they're assholes and they're stupid. Yeah, I mean that's the typical argument.
But the world is turning into something really fucking scary, bro. Because I seen a thing the other day there now, and it says about they took a survey about this, you know, the white thing and how white people are oppressive and all this here. And unfortunately, it turns out that 79% of American between the age of 18 and 24 believe this, you know, that whatever they're trying to spew now about.
They believe that we owe them something or whatever. Yeah,
They believe that
reformation,
whites are oppressive and the colonizers and all this here. No, seriously, listen. 79% of 18 to 20, 18,
That's scary.
18 to, it's. I mean, it's going to turn into a complete. The world we know
Well,
as
that
it
proves
now.
that we're
I
being
mean,
brainwashed,
like we
right?
can see it happening in real time, right? The world as we know it now has turned into something completely fucking different.
Yeah.
Money and Bud Light and it's you know,
At least it does seem that
transgender
way, yeah.
women athletes and men athletes and oh my god, man, it's just like.
How dare
I mean,
you?
do you even want to be a part of it anymore? It's just so fucking
No.
outrageous and obnoxious and far
Yeah,
from reality.
I wonder why.
I don't want to be a part of it.
Yeah, well, that's just what I see every day. And so you're like, you wake up the next day,
Where do
right?
you
And
run and
something
hide
else
from it?
comes out, and you
That's
go,
the
where
thing.
the fuck did they get that out of? Where the what
Yeah,
the
exactly. Like, what will they think of next, man? Jesus.
And this and they call us fucking conspiracy theorists and things, and we're just asking questions about reality. Hey, bro, we're not talking about fucking penises and panties. We're just talking about fucking reality here, bro.
Yeah.
Mhm.
but you're walking around with pink hair, nose rings, and fucking your ears, fucking big holes.
Well, hey, I'm all
with
for
tattoos
painting
everywhere.
hair. If you got hair, you should paint that shit colors. But I mean,
Okay.
all that other stuff is just a little bit too much.
Go.
Excuse me.
I don't know. I was
Guys.
just watching this video thinking, yo, Globies are basically at home crying because they don't have a man, because they don't have a globe. You know? But they're going to come here and be confident. I don't need no man. I'm a boss bitch.
You calling calling Globies
okay.
gay?
Sure,
Where does
you
that
don't.
confidence come from?
Yeah, where does that confidence come from? That's a good question. It's a false
It comes
confidence.
from someone else telling you you're right because
Yeah.
you're repeating the shit they told you to believe. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You don't
Yup.
think about it, but that's exactly how.
The media gassed you up. The media told you, you don't need a man. You don't need the proof. Earth is a globe. You're a boss bitch. It's all
You
the
need
same
a career. You need to make your own money so you can prove that you're better than him. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's
So don't
all just
do
hard
it.
work.
But you really, at the end of the day, you Globies are going home and crying because you don't have the proof you say is there. You don't have the man you really want.
Don't underestimate the power of the dark side.
It must
I
be
mean,
frustrating though. To like
it's got to
always
be
have to
super
argue
frustrating.
from that.
Yeah.
Well,
It's got to be
I think I
extremely
would have.
frustrating.
You'd think that they'd just give up, just get tired of it, but
I have
something
a
motivates
question.
them. That's the scary.
You
Go ahead,
just
go
said end of the day, and I was scrolling through a different Discord server feed where people posted a video clip of a game, and it says end of the day, even playing Heartless can be a lot of fun, Mao. And then very second I'm reading end of the day, you said end of the day, and I'm like, dude, this happened. Like when this stuff happens, it feels just so completely weird, you know. I
The synchronicity, Clay. The synchronicity is out of this world, bro.
Yeah,
too weird.
That's changing something.
that
That's
should be
what it
happening to me too, dog. I'm not gonna lie.
That's happened to me a
That's
few
the
times.
that's the only thing, right? That for me is like I have no explanation to.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
just
with you,
weird
Clay.
when it happens.
I'm with you, and like that's the thing I feel like Globies don't quite get. And I hate to just characterize all of you in this way, but I feel like that's the one thing y'all are missing out on is this mystery of life. Everything's already explained to you. The science has explained everything, but when it comes to things like what Clay just described, right? I brought up randomly out of the blue, end of the day, and he saw end of the day somewhere else. What is that? What's going on there? Not
yeah, synchronicity. I bro, same thing.
actually, that's refraction. Okay,
I've been
refracted space time.
been
Well,
reading
I'm sure
things
that randomly things like that do match up, but yeah, usually when it happens more than once or it happens often, then yeah, you can pretty much guarantee that the odds are against it.
Yeah,
They
so
happen
it's
just
kind of
as
like
random
there's a message
circumstances.
being sent. There's a message there somewhere. I think I've been listening to the radio and I've been reading things on the internet, and
Yeah,
there's something
I
on the
agree.
radio. When I'm reading the actual line, verse, word for word that somebody just said in the fucking radio that I'm listening to, syncs, and I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah,
And it
well,
happens, and then it happens again
I'm
2
not
months
sure what
later.
it means, but yeah,
that
it
means the
tells
Earth
me that
isn't
there's some
flat.
power beyond me that's giving me something. Like it's coming from somewhere.
Oh, that means
Some
the Earth isn't
entity or
flat.
some kind of an intelligence.
That means
Yes,
the Earth can't be flat.
something higher than us.
If the
Far,
Earth
far
was flat,
higher.
that wouldn't happen.
Well, it's a
Yeah.
three-dimensional plane. It's not necessarily flat, but we mean flat as in it's a plane. It's, it's three-dimensional, so it's not completely
Yeah, but
flat.
if it was flat, there would be no coincidences. Okay, so because there's coincidences, that means it's a
Actually,
globe.
yes, there would be. There's coincidences in everything, especially science, like anomalies, like ellipses, all this stuff. I mean, we don't know exactly what causes all that, but
But
just
that
assume,
means
right?
it's a globe. That's the proof of the globe too.
No, it
So
doesn't. Doesn't
no,
mean
it
anything.
does.
Here's an
Are you
example, right?
are you a conspiracy theorist, Amish, or who is this rookie?
You fucking
So
flat earther conspiracy theorist, yeah?
this guy's a conspiracy theorist, guys.
No, you call me whatever you want, bro.
Be a flat earther.
So even say he's okay with being called a conspiracy theorist because he is a conspiracy theorist.
So is CNN fucking.
Maybe
I mean,
go online and you should pull up conspiracies that are being filed against in court and see how many thousands of billions of them are in court.
but that
There
is
are
what
conspiracies
that
every
is.
single day, my friend.
The
It's
science
two people
changes.
who
We're
get
always
together
learning.
and screw someone else over, and that's a conspiracy.
But
Here's something.
we're always learning the science. Science always is updating. So even if the science says one thing in 2020 and then in 2023 it says something else, it's still science. It's still correct. You were still wrong both times. It's just that the science updates over time and we need time. Okay. We work at the
Well,
speed of
name
science.
one other subject or one other thing that we deal with in life that's like that, where we do that. None, right?
Like if somebody
No, I
beats
mean,
you up or comes and attacks you or robs your house, you don't just forget about that, right? You don't just look
no,
beyond it because, oh well, maybe I just made a mistake. The guy just really
no.
needed to eat or something, you know.
I'll give you an example. Okay. Because at first, one mask was good enough, but then the science updated and changed, and then you needed to wear 2 masks.
But there's only one problem. When you read the information on those masks and the tests they did on them, they say that it's a null result. So what does that mean?
It's still
No wonder.
science. It's still facts. You're still a conspiracy theorist if you don't wear a mask. So it's science. If you deny the science, then that's probably why you're a flat earther. Probably why you're a flat earther, because you deny science.
So the synchronicities, like a friend of mine came to the house one day, I swear to God, like 3 years ago, and he was like, and we were sitting having a beer, and we were just talking about stuff, and there was something playing in the background, and I said to him, you know, one of my favorite songs is REM Man on the Moon. And I went, at that time, as I said that, I went, you know what, let's change the fucking... let's change the fucking radio station. So I changed it to another random radio station, Man on the Moon, playing.
Oh,
Looked at me, I looked at him, and we went, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's
Those
crazy.
things, I think, is God messing with your head, dude.
It's just refracted space-time, guys.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's warps in time. It's warps in space-time.
As
That's
long
what
as
it is.
this is a ball, I don't care.
It's still a globe. I don't understand why you flat earthers are so like hell-bent on trying to manifest a flat earth. If you just go outside,
What's wrong with you flat earthers? You guys are stupid.
the earth is clearly rotating. I don't know how you guys... Why would you not think it's not rotating? Why do you think we have daytime and nighttime?
Dude, don't you do stars, man? Totally.
I mean, we have nighttime. What? That's the proof. That's all the proof you need.
Like, where does the sun go, dude? Like on flat Earth, man.
I mean, because it gets dark, flat earthers should just give up being like flat earthers. If it was flat, it would be daytime all the time. So the fact that it's nighttime means you shouldn't even be a flat earther.
My head
Clearly,
hurts.
nighttime means it's a globe, dude.
Yeah, man. Totally.
If the earth was flat, then the sun would shine on the disk everywhere. It would be sunlight all the time.
What makes that curved line on the moon, man? It must be a planet. Earth must be a planet because it's got to be round to make a round line on a shadow on the moon. Think about it.
That's correct too.
And we have proof of motion now. Everything is moving upwards.
Yeah, if the earth was flat, we would see a flat line on the moon.
I'll tell you what really does get my push my buttons though is when you do show them the actual evidence that proves one of those things is wrong, and they just look at you and they go nuh-uh, or they just go no, well that's not what you're just. It's always something, and then they just try to change stuff. That just gets on my nerves. It's like, really, you come here to argue with me, and I throw it right in your face the evidence, and then you're just like nah, like okay. I'd like to see that be done in court of law. I just love to see that one of these idiots arguing something like that in a court of law, and the judges laugh their ass right out of court, because that's exactly what the judge will do. Bro. You don't go in there with no evidence and hearsay and all this crap, and then start slinging and changing subjects. They'll just laugh you right out of the courtroom.
You got that from me.
Seriously.
You have proof that the Earth is turning. Then
no, I didn't get it from you, but if you said it, you were right. Because it's true. Like you go into court, bro, they'll literally toss you out of there. If you talk you talk like an idiot like that, they'll just throw you out.
Someone's asking if I have proof for the Earth rotating.
No, Crookie, does he have proof?
Oh well, yeah, nighttime.
Yeah, don't you see the stars? Yeah, don't you see the stars? They move, right? So we must be moving. Yeah, that's it.
The Earth just can't be flat, dude. I don't know why you would even consider that even for half a second. Science, dude. It's globe.
Yes.
It's so round.
Yeah, round.
I can't help it. It feels so alien to try to say these things when I know how wrong they are. It makes my mind is like telling me the whole time, "Don't say that. Don't say it." It's like
I've got the best one though. The best one's like, how can I go around the Earth if it's not? No, it's I can go if I keep going one way, and get back around the other way. How can I do that?
Yeah, how does it go around?
Exactly. Even though I can't actually physically. Even though I actually can physically go straight, quote unquote, but if the Earth was flat, you couldn't do that. So The fact that we can just go around the Earth means it's not flat.
But you couldn't go in a straight line, though. What?
Yeah, I mean, even though like we're going around the globe
That
in
one's
a straight
beyond me.
line, I mean, we're going around and straight at the same time. So you can't do that on a flat Earth.
I think we need a reference point to know which one.
I've been in a plane and I've seen it.
Well, actually, I think
Yeah, can't you?
pretty
You can
sure
see the
that the
curvature
fact
from
that
an
we don't
airplane,
see a
guys.
spin, that means that the sky's moving, not us. I mean, that's just my opinion.
I mean, haven't you been in an airplane?
Yep. Many times.
So then you know the Earth
Every
isn't
summer.
flat. You know the Earth's not flat.
Okay, so how does that work?
Well, you get an airplane, you see the curve. What do you think you're going to see? A flat Earth?
Curve where?
was on a-
You mean the curve on the airplane?
I was on a
No.
forum about. Sorry.
Even if you don't see it, it's still there.
Yeah, it has to be there. It's just too big.
Yeah,
There's
it's,
just been
the Earth is a
photographs
globe.
from space.
That is my favorite one.
It's
We have
globe.
so
pictures
big
from
you can't
space.
tell.
We have pictures from space. It's a globe, dude.
I was
Absolutely.
told
Just
that's what
pictures
she
from space conclusively prove it.
Just
can't
because you
deny
can't
that.
see the curvature doesn't mean it's not there. Okay.
24
Those photographs couldn't have been
live
faked.
service from space. Yeah, it's definitely true.
The photographs can't have been faked. The
Correct.
technology didn't exist. To fake the photograph in emotion film, you'd have to manipulate individual microscopic bits of silver bromide. No way.
Exactly. Since
Can't be
Photoshop
done.
didn't exist until like I don't know the 70s,
Right.
so that means all the pictures are real. because-
Photographic film is millions and millions and millions of microscopic bits of silver bromide in a gel
Exactly.
layer.
Exactly.
You'd have to manipulate those at the microscopic level to fake a photograph in 1960.
Exactly. If the Earth was flat, it would be gold bromide, and since it's silver, that's how we know. All right.
Well, it wouldn't go. It wouldn't. No, it becomes silver halide when it's affected by the sun. Then it's fixed.
So
And
Earthrise is real?
Right. So that's how we know it's not flat.
that's right. The photographs prove it.
Yeah. The photographs of the silver.
The photograph guy, he's got them locked in some safe somewhere in another country.
No, they're on the
No,
internet.
he
You
does
can
have
look
them.
at them.
He
They're
showed
all
them
over
to
the
me.
place.
Yeah, he showed them to me. He DM'd them to me. All right. So
Not
I've
a
seen them.
mystery.
Yeah, it's not a
Google will
mystery,
pull them
guys.
up.
Yeah, just Google it, guys. It's there.
Yeah, the
Why do you
photographs
flat
are
earthers
real.
really deny silver? You guys don't think silver exists? Brokies. So silver's flat earthers must be broke because you guys can't afford silver.
You call him broke.
So get you guys some
Broke.
silver so you can prove the earth is a globe, guys.
So if you
Come
use
on.
silver when you're taking pictures, that proves the globe.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
sharing I'm sharing a picture on screen. It shows
Exactly.
you a cutaway view of what photographic emulsion film is made of, what it's like.
Yeah.
And,
Yep.
and you see suspended inside the emulsion, the gelatin is millions of microscopic bits of silver halide.
Exactly. This picture
right?
was taken with a P900. So
And,
flat earthers, I know you love P900s. This was
and-
taken with the P900. So this is all you need to see.
And the photographs initially made from space were made on 2 1/4 inch emulsion film with a Hasselblad
Exactly.
camera.
With a P900. Yep.
And
You see that? You've got the silver there. We've got the gelatin. You can all see it. It's clearly filmed with the P900 flat earthers.
They don't have the technology to manipulate these bits. See, what happens is this.
That's not true.
When these bits.
This is a
when-
picture.
Hey
This is
guys,
a
let me
picture.
let me speak for just a moment.
No,
okay?
it's a picture. The flat earthers don't
Hold
understand.
on a
This is
second.
Hold on, I'm trying to explain something.
This guy's talking out of his ass.
I'm trying to explain something.
No.
Yeah, you can make all types
I'm
of.
trying to explain something. If you listen,
Yeah, you can create all types of things in a photographic darkroom.
I'm trying to help you understand.
Yeah, flat earthers, you don't understand. He's trying to help you. You don't see the picture? This was taken with a P900. Can you explain, Old Hoss, why you're a flat earther? Why you don't think this is a P900 picture? You see the word celluloid base there, physical.
Yeah, reasons for having the moniker flat earther are you can probably blame water. But yeah, you can create all types of things in a darkroom.
Yeah, well, if the
Check
earth was
out the
flat,
work of Gary Yulesman.
I'm trying to explain something to you.
Tell me how the earth
I'm trying to explain something about.
Yeah, I've mixed the chemicals. I've mixed the chemicals. I've used the tongs. I get it.
Can
But you can
stop
create all
talking for a
types of
minute?
things. Listen, you can
No,
create
I've
all
listened
types
to you.
of
You
things.
won't stop and listen to somebody else. Can you stop for
Can you
just a
acknowledge
moment?
that you can create all types of things in a photographic darkroom? Yes or no?
I'm about to tell you. Okay. See, so when you say I'm talking out my ass, I'm not. I am an
Yeah,
expert.
you're reading off the chemical bottles of a darkroom.
Are you going to allow me to speak or just going to play
Yeah,
scared?
if the Earth was flat, dark rooms wouldn't work.
Okay, so are you going to allow me to speak?
Go
or just
ahead.
play
Yeah, let
scared?
him speak.
Try
Let him
and make a
speak.
connection. Try and make a
Let him speak,
connection.
dude. He's
Okay,
trying to tell you why it's a
I'm
globe,
going
dude.
to.
Let him speak. It's clearly a globe. Let him
Yeah,
speak.
don't be so scared. Okay, so
Yeah, you're scared
firstly,
of the globe, dude.
let's understand this. I'm not talking out my ass. I'm an expert in photography. I was
He has
trained by the New
pictures
York.
of the silver.
Stop, sir. Stop. Damn.
No, but I'm just trying to tell the flat
Well,
earthers
just
they're
stop.
stupid.
You're interrupting. I'm trying to
You
help
already
them.
posted the
I'm
pictures of the
trying to help
silver.
them
I just don't
understand something.
understand.
You're interrupting.
Well, they're
Stop.
too stupid to
Well,
flat. They're
stop.
flat earthers,
Well,
dude. They're flat
fine. Let
earthers. They're
somebody
stupid.
speak without you talking.
Yeah, but the flat earthers are
Yeah,
too
but yeah, but
dumb.
shut your mouth. Stop.
Photographic
Let somebody
expert.
speak.
The
Let
flat
somebody
earthers don't
speak
get it.
without
Jerry
you talking.
Yulesman,
Let somebody speak without you
photography expert.
talking.
Like
Let somebody speak
photography
for a
expert.
moment without somebody talking.
They're flat earthers, dude.
Okay.
You really
Come
think
on,
they're gonna
dude.
understand?
Stop, dude. Can you
You really
shut
think
your
they're gonna
mouth
understand your
and
picture
allow
of
somebody
the
else
silver?
to speak for a second? Are
Let
you
the
a
guy dig
child?
a hole. Let the guy dig a hole,
Are you a
CB.
child or what? Damn, boy. All right. So, firstly, I'm an expert in photography. I was trained by the New York Institute of Photography. I spent 25 years as a professional photographer, photographing all kinds of things for money. Okay, so
excellent.
For being hired. Okay, so I'm telling you, when I talk about film and emotion and development and stuff, that's not just something I heard somebody talk about. It's something I was trained in.
Yeah, you can read it off the bottle.
Right.
You can read it off the developer bottle
So here's the problem.
He's right.
Okay.
in the
So
fixer bottle.
Here's the thing. To manipulate what makes a photographic image in a motion film is that the silver halide granules. They cluster together to
You're
create.
talking about the creation of the negative. Yeah. What are you talking about? The creation of the negative or the photograph?
Stop.
Yeah.
To create the image, the silver halide crystals, when they're affected by the sunlight, they clump. They clump into groups. And those groups are microscopic. That's what forms the quote-unquote...
You're making prints in the sun?
I'm going to
Right. If the Earth was flat, they would just scatter. If the Earth
Hold
was
on.
flat, they would scatter.
This photography expert is making... what is he talking about? Are you talking about...
Mute you,
Oh,
because you won't stop. You don't want to hear anybody give an argument.
I mean, he's right.
You don't want to.
He's right. Since the Earth is flat, or no, since the Earth is a globe, we see them clumping. If the Earth was flat, they would
Well, this is
scatter.
the first guy. Listen, this is the first guy to create a photographic print in the sun, unless he's channeling the sun.
I muted him. I'm sorry, I had to. This kid cannot control himself.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about when you're exposing the film or making the print?
This guy
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Man,
we have a rule as we have a rule as globe earthers. We can't mute the flat earthers. We need to debunk every single one of them. So you have to unmute this guy because he's not going to learn if you mute him. So Nephilim, make sure you unmute this this flat
you
earther.
and him need to learn to stop.
No, I'm with you.
I'll give him
You're
the
right.
backstory so everybody can
Other
calm
people
down.
can speak.
I'll give him the backstory. He has the original negatives or something from the moon landing. So
if
they're
you're
real
not
because the
desperately
pictures were
afraid,
taken
you
in the
don't have to
vacuum of
constantly
space,
talk over
and gelatin
somebody.
doesn't dry out in vacuum.
So you don't
Yeah,
have to
he's
constantly talk over. You're going to let
He
me finish
DM'd
my
me.
statement
I
if
know
you're
he's
not
right.
scared.
But
Okay?
dude, listen, you got to unmute
All right,
the
so
flat
I'm
earthers,
gonna,
or they're not going to learn.
so you have to stop.
We can't teach them that
talking
it's
so
a globe
other
if you
people
just
can
mute
talk.
them. So
I'm
we
going
need
to
to
mute
teach.
you. I'm fixing to mute you.
Well, I'm with you, so I don't know
I
why
don't
you would
care.
mute
You're not
me.
with
I'm
me.
on your team.
You're
So
a fat mouth.
we both
who won't
agree the Earth
stop
is a globe,
talking.
clearly. So you've already
So
DM'd me the picture of the
I'm
curve.
just going to
So
mute you.
Creation,
Okay.
please.
So I
Let,
just muted him. Okay.
let him spit his shit and
I'll
then
try
we'll
to, yeah.
refute.
Boy, you
Please.
guys just don't know what it takes to debate, do you?
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, good.
Right,
Good
so
luck.
here's
well,
what I was
duh,
trying
they're
to
flat
say.
earthers.
Okay?
Why would
Hold
they
on.
know how
What
to
are you?
debate?
Time out, Nephilim. What are you talking about? When the film was
I'm going to
exposed,
mute you.
or when the print was created?
I'm sorry,
What's going on?
I muted you. Okay.
Nephilim.
When light strikes the silver halide in the emulsion layer, it causes it to change chemically, and it causes it to clump into little clumps.
We heard
Those
this
clumps
already, dude.
well,
I'm
you
sorry,
won't
you
let me
muted
finish
who?
it, so I'm going to start all over again by muting you now. Okay.
See what you've done.
I don't want 5 minutes on the mic. I just want long enough to say a thing without
So
little
let's not have
turd
double
mouth
standards here. Since we're
constantly
globe Earth,
talking.
we get it. You're a fucking every single
photographer,
flat
dude.
earther.
Fuck, man, move on.
When the
Hey,
image is
Nephilim,
created by the
can
silver
you
halide
combine
crystals
Nephilim
clumping
when you're
into
making
a
a
clump.
photographic
This
print?
creates
Can you
the
combine negatives? Can you combine negatives when making a photographic print?
Then a pixel in a digital.
Listen to this guy just mumbling to himself.
He's talking while muted. I mean, how are they going to learn that the Earth is a globe if you don't like actually talk to the flat earthers, dude? They're not going to hear you properly.
What?
Granules of
The
silver.
Earth isn't a globe?
No, it's a globe. This guy just is
When
not
did
a
this
very
happen?
good globe earther. He's a terrible globe earther. I'm a better globe earther than this Nephilim 3. Because watch, I'm going to unmute him. He's going to be still speaking.
Sounds like you are.
You see? You see what I'm talking about? So.
Notice
I
how
heard that.
they just argue with you anyway, even though they don't know.
Silver and gold.
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, it would be gold. And since it's silver, that's how we know the Earth is a globe.
It's not
silver
gold.
halide, guys. It's not gold. And also, it's not clumping. It's clumping. And
But
if the
not
Earth was flat, it wouldn't clump. It would scatter.
Clumpy.
So since we have clumping silver, that means globe.
Well,
Scattering
next
gold.
thing you know, we're going to get a lecture on the composition of oil paints.
And they can't be. It probably couldn't be done today, even with the best technology we have.
Exactly. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, you're right, Nephilim. I agree with Nephilim here. Definitely not flat.
It might take years with the best technology.
Yeah, exactly.
Just couldn't do it.
Yeah.
The photograph
right,
shows the Earth is a sphere. That's all
Yeah,
there is to
exactly.
it.
Yeah, you guys saw the photograph of the silver halide? Yeah.
Hey, let me ask Nephilim a quick question since he's the expert. Have you ever noticed
You guys need to grow up when you have debates.
Yeah, have
because
you ever noticed the Earth? Are you aware of the Earthrise image?
When you being able to how
Listen to this guy. Are you aware of the Earthrise image?
Yeah, we both know about Earthrise is definitely a fact. So Nephilim, you got to tell the flat earthers
Well,
about Earthrise.
Nephilim, hold on. Have you ever noticed
You
that
guys
that's a
need to grow up.
combination of color and black and white photography?
Yeah, tell them.
In one single exposed frame, supposedly.
Oh, he
Whoops.
See, you shouldn't mute people because then the whole thing turns into a clusterfuck, where people who are actually making sense, and you're making sense too, but you don't hear them, and it's like nobody can keep track of what is actually going on. It's stupid. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you. I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I disagree with you.
Well, hold on. The guy failed to realize that after a negative is created, you can then create a print that is a combination of negatives. And there's other things you can do in a photography darkroom. He didn't want to seem to acknowledge that.
No, but dude, old Hoss, he posted the picture of the silver. I mean, what more do you need, dude?
No, I take everything I said back.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I mean, he screen shared it. It was clearly a picture. It even had the text on the picture. You guys, I mean, the white background, the rectangular blocks with text on it. It was obviously a picture of reality. I should have screenshotted it. But
All I'm saying is the worst thing you can do is when you go into a debate server is to start randomly muting people who are debating with you, because it just turns into it's.
I mean, I kind of agree with him. I would just mute all the flat earthers because they don't understand and just talk to the globe earthers.
Fucking Glober, you're a bastard. You're a Glober, bro. You're the biggest Glober I've ever met in my life.
I mean, why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. You just are like bloody Glober.
Do I look like a flat earther?
No, sorry. I'm gonna mute you.
Yeah. Just mute me.
That's it. You're muted, bro. That's it.
Yeah.
So anyway, I can just say what I want now. Not listen to that bastard.
Well, the Earth is still a globe, so
I'm sorry. Did somebody say something?
Just the Earth being a globe is just echoed, through history, through
So
time.
anyway, as I was saying, it's
See, even Jedi knows it's a globe.
yeah, it's bullshit. Hello, Jedi.
Yeah, it's definitely a ball, boys. Definitely a ball.
What else would it be? What else would it be?
It's all blade, dude. Just like a little bit squished. Very slightly, though.
Well, I mean, that's a Blade spheroid. Did you think it was a perfect sphere? Only flat earthers think it's a perfect sphere. Every scientist knows that it's not flat, and the Earth is an oblate spheroid, an ellipsoid, a geoid.
You're very convincing, you know that?
Well, if you say the word sphere, then you clearly don't understand. It's not a perfect sphere.
I'm actually going to go back to Globe Earth.
Well, you should have never left.
Well, soap is a sin. I don't use soap.
Yeah, see? If the Earth was flat, then soap would actually work. And so, since the Earth isn't flat, soap clearly doesn't work. Simple stuff, guys. I don't even know why you have this server, this flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, but why you even exist?
All the proof is there. So,
It's a globe. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, and eventually we'll just put flat Earthers
you're
on
right.
a space rock. We'll just put flat Earthers on a rocket, and they'll see it for themselves. And they'll realize they were deceived. So I don't even have to prove it today. Just wait, guys. Just wait.
Future proof.
Yeah, the proof is definitely in the future. Eventually, we'll have space travel commercially, and we'll put flat Earthers on it. We'll make a video, and we'll just show everyone how they were wrong. It's very simple. You don't need the proof today. You just need it tomorrow.
1978, we're going to have colonies on the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Not
there
hold
were
your
some
breath.
delays. Well, just like with we had a pandemic recently, and sometimes things happen that cause delays. So just wait till 2028, and then we'll have the
Oh,
colonies.
that's a bit low. 38 maybe.
Well, really, it's going to probably be 2078, but flat earthers are so impatient.
Now let's make it 98. Fuck it.
Yeah. Just know that the future will have space travel and flat earthers will be debunked. I'm very confident. So just wait. We have technology.
Technology. There you go now.
I mean, what do you think? We just destroy technology or something? We don't do that. Okay. We may have only just done that one time. But normally, we have technology. Okay.
Where is technology going? Like, in what direction is it taking us?
Well, we accidentally destroyed it one time, but now we have all the technology we need to prove that it's a globe.
What's the first time we destroyed it?
Well, it was just an accident. We accidentally taped over the telemetry data.
Oh, so it was like a big bang.
Well, we went
Just
to the moon.
accident.
We just accidentally taped over the telemetry data. I mean, if you don't believe me, even Don Pettit agrees with me here.
But we destroyed that technology. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology.
Yeah, see? So
That guy is very intelligent, right? But he has the brain of a fucking 5-year-old. Seriously, he speaks like he's 6 years old.
well, since he's so smart, he has to dumb himself down.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah, I mean, he's an astronaut, so he's clearly above every single human being. So he has to lower himself down just to make himself seem more reasonable and personable. So he speaks like that so that people can understand him. Because if he spoke normally, he's just too smart. Why do you think they chose him as an astronaut?
We've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes
More like
chugga,
an
chugga, 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 chugga.
astronaut.
And then you go to the galley and you have a cup of coffee.
The stars.
It's not
which
a
is
black
cool thing.
void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots. You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can
Right.
see moons, and then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
What happens if you get
Lot.
Then
Then you have a leak.
that we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly
Whilst
what
in space.
you are thinking it is.
So, I mean, even though he says you just go to the galley and make yourself a cup of coffee from your previous shit and piss, he's actually very intelligent. He just has to lower himself down to your level because you're too stupid.
Because shit tastes shit is very similar to coffee. That's my experience.
A toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee.
Yeah, because shit is very close to coffee.
It is.
It's the same color.
You can get coffee from shit.
Well, yeah, that's how NASA does it. I mean, flat earthers are stupid and they actually just like buy beans.
That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a
Chugga,
machine
chugga,
that goes chugga, 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
When you go on a tour of NASA, do you then start thinking about drinking coffee from their coffee machines, or just saying no, I'll pass, I'll have water?
Just released for Christmas, NASA's new coffee machine. You could take a shit, drink coffee.
If you're a flat earther and you don't believe in this stuff, you're clearly a conspiracy theorist.
You are
this is modern science. We can make coffee with your, fast
Semen. Well, semen is a creamer, right?
That is, I mean, you can have creamer, we have sugar, whatever you need. This is NASA. What do you think? We're just going to drink black coffee?
Think we're just going to make this shit up? What the fuck's wrong with you, bro?
You really think NASA just drinks black
It's
coffee?
a deuce dulce.
It's a deuce dolce, exactly.
You can remember when Bill Gates? I was like in junior high at this time, but I did not believe this shit like one bit. That somehow Bill Gates made like a filtration system that had like a lot of unsanitized poop water turned to complete purified water. I did not believe that shit for a second. And when he drank that, when he drank that cup, as it came out the filtration, I was like, no way. There has to be like a different pipe connected to it that's like actually water, not poop water. There's just no way. He did do that. Like, there's a video out there. He like made a water system for like these African kids or something.
Not gonna lie, like if you were some devious entity, would you not want to would you not get a kick out of making people drink their own shit water and stuff like that? That'd be hilarious. I'd be laughing too. Look, I got all these bird brains to drink their own shit.
Yeah, you've got to convince that much to taste like coffee while they're drinking it. That it actually tastes like shit. But you've got.
Meanwhile, there's me. Meanwhile, there's me. I haven't drank fluoridated water in like 10 years straight.
What do you do? Wait, what do you use to get rid of the fluoride?
Well, I just go buy water that isn't fluoride. I don't just drink out of the tap. I'll actually go buy water. You know what I mean?
Oh, gotcha. Yeah,
I'll research
because the fluoridated process only comes from like a water treatment plant, correct? Yeah.
In America,
you just got to do your homework. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then like filters don't always get rid of everything.
True.
They really don't, because there's just too much in the water. They don't only last like a month before you change them out again.
Well, dude, like, how do you filter out people's, people on SSRIs and all types of medications and stuff that just gets in the
Or
in
the
the water at a
PVC.
certain ppm level.
PVC
There's
pipe
a
trees
lot of
as drain, is it not? Right. So once
That
you do
too.
that, that goes back into the water treatment plant, and all that stuff carries in. They can't get rid of microplastics that easily.
Yeah, that as well. That as well.
Put the chemicals in. Gets rid of all the other chemicals.
It makes sense why all these people out here are struggling. You know what I'm saying, man? It's crazy.
Yeah,
But,
like it's really hard to get your hands like an actual like. I understand like the mineral part of it, but even then, like there shouldn't be like very like not a whole bunch of minerals, just like some, like 1 or 2, but not fluoride. Definitely not fluoride.
yeah, or someone else's medications at a certain like microscopic level. But
Parts per million, yeah.
it's crazy, dude. But yeah,
Fluoride is it's actually poisonous, right?
just drink your water, guys. Don't even think about it. Go back to sleep.
I haven't drank tap water in ages. The only time I had to drink tap water was like when I had like something in my throat that's like spicing me up, like a fucking seed of a chili pepper or something. It was an emergency.
Yeah. I don't think it's gonna kill you. But yeah, I'm with you, man. I mean, I'm kind of the same way. Years.
And like these fucking retards, dude. Like they say, oh, but it's good for your health. It's good for your teeth.
Good for your teeth.
Every household in America has toothpaste. Like there's no need for it. It's so stupid.
Right. Well, just that alone, the idea of, hey, we'll put these drugs in your water for you. It'll help
your
you.
health.
Like, oh, wait a minute. I can do that on my own. I don't need you to do that for me.
Yeah, as if the government hasn't already failed in so many other ways
But
when
no,
it comes
you
to
can't
quote
do it
unquote like
yourself,
health
'cause that would
regulatory
be
boards.
considered
Well, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do with all this industrial byproduct? I know. We'll
Yeah.
put it in the water and tell them it's good for them.
Right. Oh, well, but we put fluoride in it.
We'll
so
get
it's
rid of
good
all
for
that
your-
toxic
You'll have
poison.
nice,
Nope.
shiny smile. It's like, fuck out of here, man.
Instead of us having to spend millions of dollars and get rid of it, we'll just put it in the water supply and get paid for it.
Radium.
Yeah.
Radium. Put it on your
You got
teeth.
normies saying it's good for you. That's crazy, dude.
This is part of the reason why
Holy.
people don't want desalination plants, because after that you don't need any of the water treatment process. You don't need to recycle old water. You just literally get it from the ocean, and like there's no need to recycle that because you just get it from the ocean.
They must be flat earthers, man.
And then from on top of that, you can use the urine for like a agriculture process. You can like just stockpile a bunch of urine, and there's no need to put fertilizer because fertilizer. I've read anecdotes that fertilizer is not as great as we think for the soil.
Mhm. Sounds like baby food for babies. Not gonna lie.
It's better to use like things like Terra Preta instead of like fertilizer.
So acidic urine, acidic
It'd be
urine.
like using natural breast milk versus baby food.
Yeah. You can use you can. It's not the same. It's not the same type as if you find in the Amazon, but you can make your own similar Terra Preta.
Didn't they find out the baby food was kind of poisonous?
Yeah, the formula has like heavy metals and shit. I don't know. It's like not good for you.
It's also not good for
your
your bone structure, for your face.
So it does the exact opposite of what it fucking advertises.
And we wonder why these adults grow up and be complete weirdos. You know?
It's also, I think baby food is part of it because it's high like in starchy carbs, right? So I think what ends up happening is that's the reason why people have like these allergies, like these peanut allergies, these lactose intolerance.
They came out of nowhere.
Yeah. I know what you mean, dude. People have
peanut
all
allergies is like a man-made crisis that we did, health crisis in America.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine being allergic to reality? It sucks to suck, dude. It sounds like you're raised wrong.
I'm mostly youth today.
Hell, parents. But whatever. I just think it leads to not only like the physical, but the mental. You know, why we deal with these anti-flat earthers that can't. Oh no, you're wrong. Always. I don't know. Is it a physical thing or is it a mental thing? Do you have a mental block or is something wrong with you?
Probably mental first.
I think what it is like they want their problems to be solved.
Yeah, flat Earth doesn't
problem
solve that. Global doesn't even solve that.
Well, like it's like problems that are created due to the society we live in, and we must solve them. And it has to do with the process. Like these people believe like in processes of the government, even though like it's shown time and time again that these institutions have like failed in many ways.
Yeah, they're not good for you.
Right.
Not good for you.
It's like such an Orwellian thing too. It's like, oh, the Food Drug Administration, right? The Health and Safety Regulatory Boards. Yeah, it's health and safety, but like not in the ways you think. It's like it's almost like an ironic labeling of these institutions.
You remember the guy in the 1970s that came out with the CIA was selling fucking drugs in Los Angeles and most America?
Man, it's crazy.
And
like the
people
Ministry
still go.
of Peace, the Ministry of Love, the Ministry of Truth. Like they were.
But you can actually show people that this thing here, this institution here, is doing you harm, and everybody forgets about it. They apologize. Oh, you apologize? Oh, that's okay. But yeah, no, they were selling drugs, proven fact. Oh no, no, we're okay. Everything's good. Carry on.
Science, bro. Science.
Yeah, it's believe in the science, and then they cut to a fucking thing of somebody landing on a moon thing that they can't actually land on.
That's science. You think flat Earth is going to do that?
I've been eating nothing but like straight up, just straight up like good whole foods. You know, nothing that processed. And let me tell you, like I've been feeling great. Like I've been drinking 100% milk, even though it's pasteurized. I don't like I really want to get into like drinking more raw milk, but the thing is, it's illegal and like you can't really buy it from anywhere.
Just go to Whole Foods.
You can't
just go to Whole Foods and fucking.
You can't sell unpasteurized milk in California. I'm pretty sure that's.
Oh, you're in California.
Yeah, so like my only solution is to like.
It's a weirdo.
Get my own cattle. Get my own cattle.
Online. Can you buy it online?
No. The problem is because it's like a black market type of deal, right? Raw milk, I guess.
That's crazy, bro.
Well, the reason why it's a raw milk or a black market is because. If you're caught selling raw milk, you can go to jail. I'm pretty sure.
That's fucked.
Yeah. So there's
wake up.
Hey, if you capture rainwater, you can go to jail too, man.
I was thinking about that too. What is your name? Paul Pete.
Hello.
What is it? What's your name, bro? It starts with a P, right?
I don't know.
P-Mac, bro.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm tripping. But yeah, I heard that too. I was thinking about that as well.
What are you eating? Too much fucking breast milk? What the fuck is wrong?
No, I was just agreeing with you that like it's weird that little things like this are quote unquote illegal. You know, it's wild.
Yeah, it's getting crazier by the day.
Facts.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna go get a cup of milk right now. I'm an anti.
Yeah, milk is illegal. Rainwater is illegal. Like, bro,
I'm an anti-Soros tonight. I'm anti-Soros. I'm a resist by drinking milk.
I'm in Ohio, dude. I'm pretty sure you can buy raw milk here in Ohio at Whole Foods.
Oh yeah, because it's like more free. Like unironically, like the rest regulations, the more free you actually are. It's crazy.
Yep. Ohio's lit, bro. But I like California though.
It sounds beautiful. Well, dude,
I'm kind of jealous.
It's the duality though. Like Idaho's beautiful, is it not? Like areas of it.
Dude, I love it here, but I think geographically, California is like unrivaled in the whole world.
That is
I
true.
can't think of a place I'd rather be. I went to San Diego for a month, and it blew my freaking mind. I was like, oh my god,
Santa Cruz.
This place is home, dude.
Yeah, Santa Cruz. That was the experience for me. Was in Santa Cruz. Yeah, that's in San Francisco. That's besides the point. That's like a man-made place. That's not even like real.
It's just good.
Real.
I think geographically, it's probably unrivaled California, but like you find other places that have other traits. Like here, the hospitality is crazy. I'm sure you've heard of Southern hospitality. Like,
isn't it in like in the mid-north,
out Midwest? But it's just the hospitality's like out the roof here, man. Like it's wild. But
like the thing about California is like it's a strange duality of things. It's like ran so shit, but like the place is so beautiful.
Yeah,
there's like a duality of that. It's crazy.
I noticed that, and I don't even blame you guys. When I went out there, I went to the Whole Foods. I love Whole Foods, so I was like, let me just go check out. Like, let me go hit it up. And what I realized is everyone's in their own lane, bro. Everyone in California, and maybe not everyone, but a lot of people are focused. They have their own little lane. Whereas like here, the workers at Whole Foods, they'll be like, hey, how can I help you? Like, are you looking for something? Whereas out there, they're like, I'm going to get my shit done. I'm getting out of here. And I don't blame them. I don't blame them for that. But I just noticed
a lot of people.
Everyone's on their hustle. Everyone's hustling out there. But here, like places that Southern hospitality is lacking out there.
You gotta go to Central California. It's different from like the rest of California. Yeah, north and central.
That makes sense.
All right,
But
you
yeah,
guys
I'm
finish
trying
with
to be
your
on that
fucking
coast.
American
G.
circles here.
I'm trying to be on that coast, dude. I'm trying to be on that beach, man.
Coastal
Just drop,
terrain is nice. Like
drop
Santa
me
Cruz is
off.
nice.
Yeah, just drop me off at the beach. I'm good. No complaints from me. I'll be quiet. So
I hear that.
I'm happy with that. But yeah, I've heard California has a lot of other issues with like politics and its different policies and things like that.
When you're on the beach, is water flat?
Well, it's one place to do it. I just love it, man. There's no place like the beach. It's just dirt and water. It's the most simple, basic thing, but for some reason, there's nowhere like it. You're kind of a weirdo if you just lay out in the street or lay down on the ground somewhere, but you can go lay down at the beach for like 6 hours straight, and no one has a problem with that. You know. So
It's kind of strange to me too. The car was in Mallorca the other day, October, and people were just laying out, taking in the sun. I mean, I can't take the sun because I'm white, and I don't use sunscreen. And I'm like, it's almost like they're sun worshippers, but that's fine. Whatever. But they do that for 7 days a week and days, twice a year. I think that's cool. I don't know.
But it's just weird. I don't know.
They really worship the sun, bro. Just pure brown. Brown.
Yeah.
I actually didn't say anything there at all.
Racist.
I did.
Life is weird though. I wonder if there's like, I've also wondered why there are places on Earth that seem damn near uninhabitable. Like if there's some sort of creator, why would you make it like that? But then again, you could probably reflect on things like seasonings or spices. There's a lot of variety here. You know, and so there's probably going to be some spices you can't handle or you're not able to deal with. Maybe someone else can. Maybe. I don't know.
Well, I suppose that goes back to the start of the whole thing 8 years ago, when people were saying to you that the Earth is on a tilt and is tilting towards the sun. Yet somehow, in certain areas, there's deserts and stuff, and you're like, well, how does that happen? Like if the rays are hitting the Earth, that's the Earth is tilt towards the sun, always a continual tilt towards the sun. How do you get these bands of desert in the south and deserts in the north and deserts in the middle? And you're like, oh, they'll explain that away by
precipitation.
I don't know what they actually said. But it makes sense.
It's precipitation, isn't it? Right. So,
right.
The equator, what exists on the equator are jungles because that's where a lot of rain falls. But
well, yeah, but if you take Brazil and you get the Sahara. So,
yeah, there's
go
Sahara.
ahead.
The Sahara, like north, and then obviously some deserts south, mainly around like the Atacama Desert and stuff like that.
Kalahari is really on the same parallel.
Yeah, it's just because there's a lack of precipitation. It has nothing to do with the sun.
Right. So how so what's nothing to do with the sun.
Yeah, it's to do with precipitation, like rainfall.
So the sun has nothing to do with anything.
No, nothing. Well, not really much to do with deserts.
But it has everything to do with seasons.
Tilts the moon.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense, though.
Well, it's the difference between, because you can have hot places that have a lot of rainfall, i.e., a jungle,
on the same latitude.
What do you mean?
By latitude.
Remember, rain forests exist on the equator, right?
Yeah.
The seasons are dictated by the area of light over a curved surface tilted towards or away from the object.
Bro, you have to listen to this before you go any further. Latitudes.
What's to do with latitudes? What?
You have rainforests and deserts in the same latitude.
Damn. Some are, yeah. That's to do with rainfall, not to do with sun. Mostly, you'll find that on the equator, almost always, you'll find rainforests. You'll find some deserts north and south of that.
Right. So the hottest place on Earth you'll find tropical
is in North
jungle.
America.
And deserts on the same latitude.
Some deserts on the like look when you look at the latitude of the Death Valley, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that what's
South America, right?
Death Valley's in North America.
Sorry, North.
There's some deserts that are on the same latitude as great fertile plains, like in China or Death
How's
Valley,
that?
right?
Why is that?
Lack of precipitation in that particular area. Mountains.
Why, if they're on the same latitude, why is it
Well,
like
mountains, rain can fall. So there's a mountain, right? Rain falls on the mountain, and then on the other side of the mountain, it's dry, right?
Okay, I get you.
Precipitation, guys. Come on.
Yeah, but rotation of the Earth, bro. I mean, it's curved Earth.
Well, I don't think any glober says, "Oh, your deserts are entirely due to the sun," right? Who's ever said that?
Well,
what else would they be?
Well, it's interesting we say the sun, right? Because this is kind of never mind. Just go ahead. I was going to derail this something, but it's fine. Just go.
Go ahead.
What?
What I was going to say is that, like, in these like climate models, right, for like climate change, like the sun is a constant, even though it's always like it's not like the sun is not a constant. It's anything but a constant. But yeah, like we don't see as to how the sun can contribute to climate change here on Earth because it's a constant.
Shit. Damn, yeah, J.L.C. Smollett, polar vortex. But somehow it's global warming. Yeah.
I mean, there are things that do bad that's to the environment, like pollution, I guess, like environmental pollution. That's bad. Another thing I think at the top of my head is fertilizer. Fertilizer is really bad for the soil. It's not good.
It's kind of funny. We were just discussing that too in relation to like infant formula, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is infant formula better than just like natural? Or I don't know. I don't know.
Eating all the way.
Yeah, give me some titty juice, man.
No, it's because of the nutrients and the fact that they get immunities to different allergies and stuff.
Yeah. Natural's the way to go.
I don't know. I think there might be something else going on here. Not quite sure, but it doesn't make sense.
Produces lactose intolerance, other things.
Yes, he knows. He knows.
Facts.
But I'm pretty sure even if you're lactose intolerant, you can still absorb the nutrients for your for your health. I'm pretty sure for your nutrition. I could be wrong.
I'd rather not be allergic to peanuts and lactose and shit. But that's just me.
Like all lactose is, like, it's just a reaction to your gut. If you're intolerant to it, but I think you should.
Yeah, well, I can tell you, I love milk. I love milkshakes. I love ice cream.
Oh, yeah.
But if I eat any amount that's just more than a dollop of whipped cream, I'm just gonna get sick after an hour, half an hour. Feel horrible.
Yeah, my mom has to she has to drink like 2% because she just it gets to her too much,
Man.
Apparently humans didn't need much fucking lactose in the old days. Like 200 years ago.
Yeah, but imagine you're some type of chemist or a really cool, like a chef or a baker or something like that. Lactose is going to be one of those ingredients you might use in the future. So it'd be good not to be just allergic to a bunch of shit that's in your pantry. Yeah. And like, not gonna lie, I'm in the hospitality industry, so I serve a lot of wine, beer, and stuff like that. And coffee. So like even beer has lactose in it
Is that
these
shit
days, and
caffeine?
it's a really delicious ingredient too to put in and mix
Where
with.
do you get
So
the caffeine?
to
It's
not
like
be
a
allergic
comfort
to that
food.
is a W.
Milk is a comfort food for me. Like any sort of dairy product is a comfort food. You know,
Probably.
Coffee from outer space.
it makes you feel
Like,
good.
the caffeine
Sugar.
tastes like shit.
Probably because it has like a lot of fatty
It's that
nutrients to it.
mouthfeel. Yeah, it's that
Protein
mouthfeel.
nutrients. Yeah, it's
Full
creamy.
body, creamy. Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I'd rather not be allergic to a bunch of stuff that's fairly enjoyable. But who's to say what that's from? I have my ideas, but no, I'm not that guy.
Go ahead, man. Tell us.
We're talking about like the
Just don't fucking leave us
rotation.
hanging, man.
Huh?
We're talking about the tilt, right? The oblique or something.
Oh shit!
When we're talking about that,
Imagine thinking the Earth is tilted though.
or like a tilt rotation.
If the Earth is tilted, so am I.
Yeah, I'm tilted right now. If the Earth is tilted, that's crazy. I just think that's a funny thing to say. The Earth is tilted. That's funny to me.
But what's your theory about why suddenly more than a lot of people have become lactose intolerant, allergic to peanuts?
Oh, you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, probably because
What's the
like
theory, bro?
when they're
Let's hear
born,
it.
they start doing a bunch of weird stuff to people. Oh, we here. Let me give you these 17 shots when you're born. I
Oh.
don't know. It makes people. I feel like that makes people weird. But I don't know. Maybe that's just me.
A lot of it is the baby food itself has like a lot of starch, carbohydrates. Like that's just
So that's
over
your theory?
time. It's like highly concentrated, like highly loaded, and what that does over time,
Yeah, exactly.
It just
So you're
Bunch of
seriously
garbage.
that's just me? Maybe that's just me.
I do have a question.
No, I'm just-
Creation Bear, if you had a kid, would
Yeah.
you not give him a meningitis jab?
No. Hold on. See, this isn't an all or nothing fallacy here. I would obviously do my homework. I'm just saying. I think people just blindly sign the paperwork.
Yeah,
They don't actually do any homework at all.
But you would give
It's
them
an
a
all-
meningitis jab, right?
It's an all or nothing fallacy for
Let's
them.
hold
It's not
tight
for
with
me.
the medical information and shit, guys.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get into any specifics and stuff.
well,
but
like
I'm
it's
just
kind
saying.
of like I'll get to something specific. Like the health institutions were wrong when they said that like these mercury compounds are safe for vaccines, the ones that were like actually used, right?
Guys,
Yeah, we're on
Like,
YouTube,
like-
bro. We're on YouTube, bro. You can't talk about that.
Oh my bad.
Especially because we're live streaming on YouTube, dude.
I didn't even. I forgot.
That's Rumble friendly, not YouTube friendly. But listen, man, I'm just saying it's not an all or nothing fallacy ever with anything. So obviously, do your homework, folks.
What fallacy?
Huh? I said it's all or nothing fallacy.
Who did the fallacy?
Well,
if you were to say that like, oh, it's all bad or it's all good.
Oh, right. So you're saying don't do that. I see.
Yeah.
If you
don't do
want to
that.
know who's in charge, don't talk about vaccines.
Whoa, PMAC, relax, dude. It's just like this is what flat earthers like. We don't do the all or nothing fallacy either. So people will say, "Oh, so you deny all of science or you deny all of this?" Like, well, no, we're going through things specifically with a fine tooth comb to see what's true, what's validatable, what's falsifiable, etc. We don't try to apply this all or nothing fallacy. Well, all of science is fake. Like, I don't really move like that. I don't rock like that.
It just
I
sounded
don't
like
think you
said
rock
that.
like that.
Yeah, no one does, right? I just sounded like you were saying that you wouldn't, like, if you had a kid.
I would just think twice about sticking 72 needles in them, probably. I just think twice about that.
72 moons round.
I maybe consider which ones are the most, type of thing, but I don't know if I would be like, yeah, let's just 72, sign me up, all of them.
I think most people only have like 3 when they're born, right?
I think we have to
don't
move
think
on.
that's true. I don't think
I think
that's true.
we have to go back to shape of the earth.
No,
bro.
it is just like 3 or something.
Yeah, but
I
there's
think
still
over the
good needles.
course of your, it's
Oh,
definitely not
well,
great.
yeah. I mean, maybe like later on in your life you get given boosters, but that's about it.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying.
Guys again. And my children have had loads. It's not just 3, dude.
Measles.
When you're a baby, you have like 3, right?
Chicken back
straight away.
Maybe we should just.
Well, it was like more a topic about the food that's consumed, and like
I think when you're a baby, you have the measles, mumps, and rubella one. We all know that's a real disease, right? So
Yeah. There's also polio, and there's another one chucked in there as well.
Yeah, that's a
There's
good one. Polio.
K vitamin that's chucked in first of all.
and like there's evidence backed by that, but like of decades, right? Like it's not just
but people would say that about the globe too. Not everything's just default true.
Oh, measles, mumps, and rubella are real.
Can we go back to the globe?
Guys, I really don't want to be talking about medical stuff. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So medically, if they were
PMAC, stop. The logic is the same. People would say the same thing about the globe. They'd be like, yeah, but this is default true. We have hundreds of years of globe evidence. This is a default position. In the same way, I would say no, not everything's just default true. You might want to investigate some things.
Stick a needle on it.
Things like the globe.
Yeah, there's no curve. None.
How many people just take that as default and never even question it?
I think for most people, it doesn't matter, right? Like,
yeah. For me, it
people.
mattered because I mean, even when I believed in the globe, it mattered. I loved it. I thought it was cool. I thought it was a great. I loved going around to people for their birthdays, and I'd be like, "Congratulations, you made it another trip around the sun," and stuff like that. And I wasn't saying that to troll or joke. I genuinely meant that. So.
I think most people just say it's like a funny little joke. You know?
It's a calendar thing.
People love that. No, I'm not gonna lie. People would be like, "Wow, I've never heard that. I love that. Thank you for sharing that." Yeah. I got that all the time. Well, I used to wait tables.
Where do you live? Do you live like in the middle of
Idaho?
No, wait. So you're telling me if you went to someone for their birthday and you said congrats on another trip around the sun, they'd be like, "Yep, heard that one before."
Yes.
This was in 2015, so this was like 8 years ago. This was 8 years ago.
What do you mean it was 8 years ago?
That's not a saying.
Wait.
It is.
Hold on, relax.
It
The
really
majority of
isn't.
people I told that to were like, I've never heard that before. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Never considered it like that for their birthday.
Remember what I wanted to say before, right? Remember people were talking about.
Why is he having this freak reaction?
I don't get like how it's like this rare.
I'm
Like,
just
really?
reporting my findings.
It's weird. I don't know.
Why are you shocked?
I know it in my country is a very common sort of like saying.
Where are you
right?
at? Where are you at?
UK.
It's obviously in England.
You're in the UK?
Yeah.
All right. I'm in Ohio. I don't know if it's not like the fucking.
Yeah, they don't know that over here. They don't know.
Ohio?
Yeah, Cincinnati. So, I mean,
The thing about America
let me just put it this way. I heard that
KRP?
saying before 6 years ago, before 8 years ago. I heard it when I was a child, right? So it's not like, you know, you came up with
when
it.
you were a
right?
child. Okay. Yeah, that's not a common thing around here because most people I would tell that to, they'd be like, whoa, that's cool. Like, I never
What?
heard that.
That's so weird.
Yeah. 100%.
And that's because people like half these people don't even know that they're like rotating or like revolving around the sun.
Yeah,
Like,
they don't consider
like the crash course lesson that they're taught in elementary school just like goes in when you're not the other because they don't give a fuck about it.
Is that because UK doesn't get any sunlight and shit?
Probably.
To remind ourselves that we've actually.
It's an interesting phenomenon, like in America, where like we've created a society where like people can exist in their own worlds and not have to worry about like and how anything actually goes beyond like their own perspective, and in the sense of and in the sense of like, and it's like the education system was like, oh, like people are taught these things, but like they never even care to retain it because why? Like they have their own world to live. They have their own life to live, and like it's really interesting that we've created this phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
What is the sun you speak about? What is
I know what you mean, though. I know
people don't even know American history.
Yeah.
It's
Most
crazy.
people, they just don't really consider. I would say if I went to knock on my neighbor's doors and I was like, hey, what's the radius of the Earth? They're not going to know. Or if I was like, what's the gravity? They wouldn't know what that is either. So
That's
like most people don't. They don't know.
What I say. Sorry, when they said about seeing the curvature of the Earth from the airplane, and then they said about things about the diameter of the Earth, the shape of the Earth, and I realized that I knew more about their model than they did, and you're like, holy fuck, because you're like,
well, I mean, it's not that hard because Yeah, I have to ask myself this: is it the society that makes this happen, or are people just not good at retaining a whole bunch of information and just like being able to like bring it back into their memory banks, like for
They're
like
too
later
used to being told
future
what to think.
reference?
They're so used to daddy telling them how and what to think.
Propaganda.
Barely even how to think. They tell them what to think. And what they've said is this topic is the default thing. Don't even question it. We got pictures, videos, NASA. Flat earthers are dumb. So they're not really questioning anything. They're not really thinking about it. They don't need to think about it. Someone else has figured it out for them. That's why I've came up
Well,
with
the
this.
problem is that we don't
syndrome.
care. We don't care to like care about it. It's whatever. Like to a bunch of Americans, like this is like the most boring shit they could possibly go over, I guess.
It's default.
It's kind of
It's just
interesting.
automatically true. The globe is automatically true. And they don't even know why. They just know, like, if it wasn't, someone would tell them. You know, type of thing. So, even though we're here telling them, but it's just a default for a position for most people. Auto true. They don't even know why. Oh, well, what basis?
Auto true.
I don't know.
I think part of the problem is like in this society we've done today, what we did to ourselves, to our mind, our psyche, is to not be able to retain information and like have it be a part of our reality. It's just forgotten about because it's like this almost like nonchalant.
Reality.
It's like nonchalant to like intelligence. Like we don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
like,
exactly. They don't give a fuck what reality is. It's just like
That's the point.
Well, okay. Thank
It
you.
started off as people. This is the thing. I think flat Earth has caused a reaction. Like most people, they don't really move independently based off of their globe belief. They're reacting to someone said flat Earth to them one time, so they're going to react to that. Oh well, let me go and Google. Now I'll start searching globe stuff. It's just funny to me. This is that one topic, the globe Earth. You're right. To most people, it doesn't matter. They didn't even care until globe Earth
They didn't even know what the circumference of the Earth was, bro.
Until a flat earther came along and said something. That's when they started their process. Oh, well, you're wrong, and I'll go and let me just go and Google why you're wrong.
Exactly.
They didn't actually do it previously, where they're like, I believe the globe, and let me go and like gather up some proof so I can be ready. You know, it's like every good warrior prepares in times of peace. You don't prepare during the war. What do globies do? They prepare during the war.
Thank you, Sun Tzu.
I come along as a flat earth and I blast you. You don't have a radius. Oh, wait, no, I do. Hold on. Clickety clack, 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 Google.com. What is the radius of the earth? Blah, blah, blah. You know, they start just trying to prepare mid-battle. And so I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend that.
Coffee from shit.
It just proves my point is that you guys a lot of people are reacting to a flat earth or a flat earther. Ooh, you're wrong. Let me just show you why. And this is that flat earthers can't be right syndrome. Everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
I had no idea what the circumference of the Earth was back 8 years ago. I had no fucking idea. None.
I feel like I did know that. I did know.
I didn't know. I didn't.
I didn't know the radius diameter, but I knew the circumference. But you know, I do some other things as well.
What do you want, a fucking badge?
You were in school when you became a flat earther, right? So
no, much after.
You were only what, 20?
No, I was like 24, 23.
Oh, you were 24. How old are you now then?
29.
God, you're old.
Getting older.
I'm old?
Yeah, you're fucking old.
You've almost hit handsome man death at 30.
Nah, I'm half black, bro. Black don't crack, dog. I'm and men age like wine as well.
Wait, 29 is old?
You're telling me that men hit the wall at 30? Bro,
Chris, Chris,
men
you tell me you're black? That's such a white, bro.
It's when the lines start growing on your
camera
forehead.
like 2 days ago. Dog, look, men age like fine wine, G. You should know this by now.
What do you mean? 4 years younger.
Well, I mean, I've been on camera. Niggas know what I look like.
Oh, those lines on your forehead, aren't they?
Well, they've been there, yeah, but I'm not. I don't look 30. You know what I'm saying? So shit, I probably look younger than you.
Here.
That's because you have no hate in your soul.
I have a lot
Yeah,
of
that's
hate
true.
on
I'm not a
myself.
liar. I'm not a liar, so I look good. Anyway. It's weird that you're like, no, at 30, men get ugly. No, dude, at 30, that's when men like hit their prime. You start to like, you only go up from there at this point. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's just messing with you, probably.
Yeah, I'm just trolling. Don't worry.
All
I
right.
want to breach any
You're always
insecurity.
trolling, Creation.
Insecure.
What? Creation,
Who's
when are
insecure?
you not trolling, bro?
Yeah, I've been trolling this whole time. Ain't nobody insecure, bro. I was literally on camera like 2 nights ago.
Trolly bastard, you trolly bastard, you.
The fuck? Anyway, I gotta get out of here soon.
I'm just kidding with you. Yeah, fuck out, bro. We don't want you here anyway.
Yeah. I'll go back to my globe. All right, guys, leave me alone.
You go back to
flat
your fucking
earthers.
hug it at night when you go to sleep and give it a really good squeeze.
You flat earthers really think it's flat?
Yeah.
Clearly not a disc. If it was a disc, where's the edge?
Over there.
Well, I don't see it. So
Over there, I told you. You stupid.
we see curvature, but we can't see the edge, so it's not flat.
It's definitely not what they're telling us. That's basically what we've worked out. For me, so far, anyway.
I trust the experts, not flat earthers on Discord.
Oh, sorry, the experts, yeah.
Well, they're scientists, and you're not.
Well, fuck you, man.
I think so.
They're dumbasses, and I'm dumber.
Wait, what did the other guy say? He cut out. He roboted. What did you say?
I said, who's the flat Earth expert?
Oh, there isn't one. They don't have experts. That's why it's a globe.
Someone clip that.
Yeah. No, there are no flat Earth experts. All experts are globe earthers. Every expert in every field believes it's a globe. There is no single flat earther that is an expert. I know this. I've interviewed every single one of them. I know for a fact every single expert that has ever existed has believed that it's a globe.
Clip it and ship it.
Yeah, clip that out, flat earthers.
Probably almost completely correct, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, no. We both agree. Every single expert that has ever existed in history
not that claim. I mean, well, in history, now you're adding bits on.
No. It's true. If you're an expert, you would never believe in flat Earth because that would not make you an expert.
When out of curiosity, Creation, but when did flat Earth become popular? Sorry, when did globe Earth become popular? Sorry, in the masses.
Popular. I mean, it's just facts. It doesn't need to be popular to be
when did
correct.
it like catch on? Right, you know.
It was just always true. It was always
true.
Yeah.
Does anyone know when globe Earth became popular?
Why does the popularity matter though?
I just want to know when it took over.
Wait. Does flat Earth popularity make it true?
No.
2014.
Okay, so then globe Earth popularity doesn't make it true. It's irrelevant. Then.
Saying that, Creation.
The popularity doesn't matter. It's still
no
a globe.
one's saying
it's a fact.
that popularity matters. What I'm saying is,
why is it relevant? Can you tell us why?
Creation Bear doesn't know when to shut up.
I'm asking as a trivia question. If you know when
question
when people.
So
I assume if you're that okay, I'll assume that because you're bothered by globe Earth, that then
bothered. I love the globe. It is a globe.
Then you'd know when people started to believe it.
No, it's always been a globe. It doesn't matter whether. Listen. 2 + 2 is 4. Always. It doesn't matter when that became popular or when people started believing that.
Skipping past the memes, right? When did it become?
No, it's not a meme. It just 2 + 2 is not a meme. That is fact. And it doesn't matter when people decided to started agreeing with that or when did people start disagreeing with that. None of that matters. 2 + 2 is 4.
Because I find it does matter in weird contexts like
why?
When we talk about when we in this room talk about like words, we always say, well, this is what the word originally meant. Like, you know, for instance, planet means wandering star, right? But when it comes to things like when did people start believing the globe? Suddenly, history doesn't matter anymore. It's like it's gone out the window.
What? No, but again, my point still stands. It doesn't matter when if people started believing in 2050 or whatever that 2 + 2 is 5. Like it's still 4. So
the reason why I asked is because a lot of people
believe in when and the popularity and a fad are based around it doesn't change the objective.
I'm not saying it
reality.
becomes true. No one's saying that.
Then why do you care? Why do you care what other people think when they're wrong?
Well,
Why do you
it's
care what
again,
other
it's
people
to
think?
test your own knowledge, right? Because this is a topic you care
Knowledge.
about.
You're
Right?
asking my speculation when it became
It's not
popular. That's not like a knowledge based thing. That's
Right.
like
Well, I hear a
when
lot
you
of
think it got cool.
I hear a lot of theories
Speculate.
where they say
Thought it was cool, man.
Well,
Like
I
that's
hear a lot
not
of theories. For instance, people say the Catholic Church was the one that brought around the globe Earth, right? And obviously, you don't believe that, right?
The Mastre.
No, the Earth is a globe. Doesn't matter who brought it. It is.
Okay, you're just trolling.
I'm not trolling. I mean, what do you believe that it was a specific man or an individual that said it, and then people started? That's what caused the globe.
I'm
Earth
asking
to be true?
you a question.
No, you. I know you don't don't believe that. So
No one
I'm not
thinks
going to
that.
pretend. Which is my point.
Unless, well,
you don't.
to be honest with you, I heard
but
some flat earthers mention.
So I'm not going to
Copernicus,
sit here
but-
and pretend. I'm not going to sit here and pretend or let you try to grill me.
I'm not grilling
into
you. I asked a
thinking that-
question.
Because I know you don't move that way. You don't actually think that there's a man that said it was a globe, and that's the reason why it is, or
Yeah, but
anything
I
like
was just
that.
thinking, when did you think
That
the
you
globe Earth
you more likely agree with my point
prevalent?
that 2 + 2 is 4, and it doesn't matter what people say about that.
Yeah,
And-
no
and
one
the
cares
analogy,
about. Yeah, no one's saying it becomes true.
No, that's my point. No one cares.
no
But you
one-
keep asking me about these other people and what
it's
they
to
say
test
and
your
what they do,
knowledge.
how they feel. It's
Well,
not
okay,
knowledge. it's
right, Tracy, let me
speculative.
put it this way, right? Everyone
my whole
has a
point,
niche,
dude.
an intellectual
You're getting cooked
niche,
right
right?
now.
No, everyone has an intellectual niche, and yours is globe Earth and flat Earth, right? Mine isn't. So I was just curious, to see how much you knew about it. Because
Well,
someone
what
in
is
chat-
yours?
someone
I
in
don't care
chat,
about that.
just someone in
What
chat.
is yours?
Oh, hold on.
Just
hold on.
like you
Someone in-
said, it doesn't matter. I
Alright.
don't care. I don't care either. It doesn't matter.
It's just funny how
Right?
history matters sometimes, but not other times. Right?
No,
tell
even
us,
you
they
said
tell us.
yourself it doesn't matter.
We have known for thousands of years. We
2,000 years.
have known for thousands. Everybody. So as soon as the first person found it out, discovered it, everybody knew. We have known for thousands of years.
That what? That the Earth is global.
We encompasses everyone.
We have 2,000 years.
encompasses everyone.
Do you deny?
Okay. I just
2,000
hear a
years
lot
of
of
science?
competing ideas. Some people say it was the Catholic Church. Some people say,
No,
other
well, what
things.
did they say specifically?
That the Catholic Church brought around the globular Earth.
Big Bang. So you're wrong there. But what
Big
else?
Bang. I'm not saying that I believe that. I'm saying that's what I've heard you guys say.
No, you misheard then because they were talking about the Big Bang, not the globe.
Big Bang. Copernicus. Big Bang. You mean the heliocentric model?
Bang bang.
But anyway, so again, you don't move this way where you think that it was some man that said it and that's the basis of this thing. You move more like what I said with 2 + 2 is 4. It doesn't matter what anyone says.
But
You're
I
like,
do-
yeah,
I do think
it
there are-
doesn't matter what other people say, but you're trying to you're like, no, but tell me more about what other people say, as if I care. I'm with you. I agree with you. It doesn't matter what other niggas say about this.
Okay,
shit,
so
bro.
when I asked the
I don't
question,
care.
when I asked the question, I'm more asking for like a period of time. So I'm not saying a date or a man. So for instance, if I said
Bro,
to you,
I already
when did
answered you. I don't
when did liberalism start to grow and take the paradigm shift
don't
begin?
give a
We'd
fuck.
say maybe the 18th century, 17th century. That's fine. I'm just asking for a similar answer for when
You're
did globe
being
Earth become
weird.
popular.
You don't move this
You're
way.
being super weird, dude.
What's weird about
what
this
does it matter?
It's a history.
Because you don't move like this.
No,
you guys are so weird.
let me-
You guys speak and then
Just
don't
say
move
I
in
don't
same
know
way
the
you speak.
answer. That's all you
No,
have to
Brett.
say.
Stop.
Brett,
I'm gonna let
Brett,
Sensu
what
take
in the
over.
world?
Oh, this is Brit? Oh God.
What?
Yeah.
Listen,
I'm just
you must be.
asking. It's-
Hold on, let me just say this. And I'm gonna pass the mic. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna pass the mic, bro.
Okay.
It's
I'm
just like. Hold on. Stop. It's just like with women, dude. You don't listen to what they say. You watch how they move. So that's what I'm doing with you. I
Yeah.
know you do not move the way you say. You're selling me a dream.
I'm just asking.
I know you don't move this way, so I'm gonna react the way you move, not the way you say. You're capping right now what you're telling me. I know you don't move the way.
What am I capping about?
Well, because you're saying, well, like, oh, I need to know what people say and like when it got popular and tell me more about that. You don't really care about that.
No, I told you-
You're more like me, where you would say that 2 + 2 is 4, and it does not matter what anyone says about that.
Okay.
If their opinion is it's
Yeah.
5 or 3 or whatever, that doesn't matter. It's still 4, and you know that.
I
And
told
don't
you very
care
early
what
on.
they say or if when it got popular that it was 5. None of that matters at all.
I told
So
you
we're gonna
early
talk
on that
about
I was more-
reality and not like the popularity of some other
Yeah.
idea. That's
I was
crazy.
just-
you don't move that way. So
like
I'm
I
not
said, I
gonna
was just
react
testing
to
the
that.
knowledge to see if
I'm
you
not
knew
taking
much
the
about.
bait.
I was just testing the knowledge to see if you knew a lot about the globe Earth and the flat Earth. That's all.
Nah, I'm not taking the bait.
That's all I was asking.
Yeah, no one's taking the bait.
From the
I
text
don't know
chat,
why you're gonna just try and like poison the well or something. What you're doing here? I don't know what your purpose
Yeah, it
is.
is. There's
Well,
no
then what are you trying to
ulterior
get to? Brett. What is the history of flat Earth? I don't get what you're asking about. What is it?
The history. Well, that's one from you guys, right? I wanted to know when you thought that, like, for instance, Manufactured Totem wrote. So, okay, let's slow down, right? So, what happened was some people were commenting about how the Globers have to like Google everything because they suddenly believe it, right?
Not gonna lie, that's true.
And then Manufactured Totem wrote in text chat, which I thought was a fair question: is do the flat Earthers know much about flat Earth history or globe Earth history or how that came to be or whatever? And then I asked the question: when did globe Earth become prevalent? And then I got a massive like, you're trying to get us, you're trying to catch us. No, I'm not. I'm just wondering.
No, I don't.
January the 6th. It was January the 6th, 1818, at around 5 past 2.
Well, if I was gonna, like I said,
He's
if I
laughing
was-
already. You don't
If I was
actually
going to
know the
ask you,
answer.
if I was going to ask you, like, when did liberalism start to take off? You'd say 18th century, 17th century ish, right? I'm not asking for an exact time. Just
Why
a
do you?
rough
You don't
estimate.
actually care. We know you don't care. That's the point.
Yeah, we know you don't care.
Oh, okay, whatever you say.
You care more that it's a globe factually to you, more than like how people feel about it or when they reacted otherwise or when did people think another idea. Like, you don't give a fuck about that. It's always a psychoanalysis with you guys. Please stop that.
I'm not trying to
Let's actually-
psychoanalyze.
Let's get
Yeah.
to objective reality.
Because
You think it's a globe. I think it's not. Let's talk about that part instead of like, well, who thought it was cool to think it was otherwise? Like, fuck that. Like, that's just
I agree.
commentary on social. Like, that's bullshit.
It's
We
just
don't care
history.
about that.
It's like when you guys say, for instance, planets are wandering stars etymologically. That's a historical sort of,
You've
question.
gone into
That's a
robot mode. You've
historical-
already brought that up, Brett.
Yeah,
Like
so-
stop rinsing and repeating,
The
dude.
point is that
Seriously, what's
history
wrong with
matters
you?
sometimes, but other times apparently it doesn't.
You're
History
not
of
raising up the
what?
flat earthers right now, dude. You're
It
not
only
raising
doesn't
up-
matter
this-
when you don't know the answer
What
to
do
the
you
question.
say?
Brett, history of what?
So, like for instance, linguistic history. Where did the word planet come from? Copernicus. I hear that one a lot, right? And the Catholic Church. I hear that a lot.
Yeah.
So it
Right,
seems
right.
that when I ask a question about history that you suddenly don't know, you're like, he's trying to get us. I'm not. I didn't
Brett,
know you didn't
Brett,
know.
Brett, who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
Dude,
that's the thing.
I mean, you talking to us about like, see, this is the glober. I'm going to stereotype you. The glober problem is because reality doesn't show the Earth to be a globe. Now we just talk about flat earthers for the rest of the time. We try to make them seem like they don't know what they're talking about. So we ask them about stupid things like the history of flat Earth. What the fuck is that?
Yeah,
I'm well known for saying I don't know when I don't know. I don't know why you guys can't just do it.
No, flat
What is
earthers
the
are way
history
more
of
well known for that.
What is
if
the
I don't
history
know
of flat
a question,
Earth? I'd
I'll
like to
say,
know.
I
Did you
don't
make
know.
that
Why
up?
don't you do it?
No, flat
Did you
earthers
just
are
make it
doing
up?
that.
It's kind of a loaded question. What's the history of flat Earth? What is it?
Well, the history of flat Earth is how flat Earth developed, got popular.
Oh, so you just made
how it
that
was-
shit up on the
how
phone
it was-
yourself.
how
Hold
it
on a
was
minute.
changed
Hold on a
and
minute.
amended
You're
over
making this
time.
up on your own? You've
Yeah, it
created
is.
this thing called flat Earth history, and now you're gonna like ask us about this thing that you made up?
Well,
What
flat
the
Earth
fuck,
is just
dude?
an idea. right?
No, it's not.
idea.
Bird
Yes, it
brain.
is.
Wow.
No, it's
These
not.
are claims you make.
It's what else is it?
Brett,
Then?
that explains the whole point. That's why you're confused. It's not an
Here's what I'd
idea,
say, right?
dude. It's the Earth
Here's what I'd say.
outside.
What's an
Popularity
idea?
of the globe has like pretty much
Something
increased
that
over the
you
last.
think could
It's a
be
gradual. It was a gradual
Something you
increase
can't
in
prove.
popularity over the last 500
Wow.
years. How's that? How's that?
I heard someone say idea is something you can't prove.
It's not in your mind. That's the point. The
Hold
flat
on a
Earth is
right, but this
outside,
isn't
bird
that.
brain.
No, that's when I had to believe in it because it's the truth.
It's an
You
idea,
can't just keep believing in the
Excuse
globe
me.
for your whole life, and
and that idea has developed into several other.
It's not
things.
an idea. You keep pushing rhetoric at this
Well, no
point.
two
You're not even
flat
addressing
earthers
my
agree
position.
with each other,
No.
so of
No,
course
stop,
it's an
stop,
idea.
Hold on a
stop,
second. Yeah,
stop,
we're gonna
stop,
poison the
stop.
well with that.
You don't agree with you guys don't agree. So that's not even a you have no argument when you say flat earthers don't all agree. Any group of people you scoop up, you're going to find some varying ideas.
Yeah,
But the point is that
ideas.
flat earth isn't an idea. It's just the earth outside. We're not closing our eyes and imagining a reality. That's what you guys think that flat earth
You
is.
all have
you
a
closed
different
your eyes.
idea of what
No,
flat
we
Earth
don't.
means.
No, we don't.
Do you all do?
No, you're projecting. You're projecting.
Can I ask
No.
a quick question?
I could take.
And
I
you're
could take 10, I
stereotyping.
could take 10 flat earthers and ask. Or sorry, I could take 10 globe earthers and ask them, how high do I need to be? How high do I need to be to see curvature? They're all going to have varying ideas. This is where this BYOB term came up from because You guys bring your own ball. You guys all have a different varying version of the globe Earth. It's all vague.
Okay.
Well,
Christian, but the whole
and
reason
we spoke to some guy last night who said he could see curvature at 60,000 feet. Do you agree with that?
the whole reason.
No,
that
you
it's-
don't. So then you have varying ideas. So you guys are no different than you're accusing us of being.
I'm not saying that we're not. Globe Earth is an idea as well. It's completely fine.
It's
I'm
not
just
an
saying
idea.
that
No, we're just addressing the Earth outside as it is, which
Yeah.
is flat, measurably so. It's not an idea.
Versus versus
can
what
I ask a quick
altitude can you see flat from?
So if you take
Flat Earth
so
is
if
not
you
an
take-
idea that some dude
so
came up
if
with.
you take this as an example, right? Why would a flat earther not make a claim? It's not because they don't have an idea of flat Earth.
We don't have
It's
the burden of
because
proof.
they know it won't stand up in
No, we don't have the
criticism.
burden of proof.
Hold on a second. What you made kind of a carte blanche statement there. If a flat earther won't make a claim, what are you talking about? When is that happening?
Your own claims,
So, like
Britt.
what Creation Badger said, the globe earther has the burden of proof. That is completely made up rhetorical
Facts. No,
device,
that's facts.
right?
That's facts. You've never been
It
in
says
court
you.
before. You don't understand how a
A
court
made up
setting works.
rhetorical device. It doesn't exist.
No, you don't understand. The
So
claim is
the,
that
the
the Earth
globe
is a
claim
globe
is not on the table. No one's claiming a globe. Is that correct? No one's claiming a globe, right?
People claim no. You can be in an affirmative with the globe. It's just that you can also be it with flat
No,
Earth. Right?
it doesn't matter who. See, this is where you're getting wrong. It doesn't matter who says it. We're not waiting for you to say it. That is the claim, period. Flat Earthers have been mocked for years for
rhetorical
not
device.
believing in this specific thing. It doesn't matter if you say it. You guys always think that, like, well, I haven't said it yet. It's not about who says it first, dude. This is the claim. So
it's
then
just-
we're not waiting for you to say it. That is the claim. That is why you have the burden of proof.
but when
if
you
are
make a
globe
claim-
earther,
so-
period.
So when you
Flat
say,
Earth,
for instance,
Flat Earth is not a claim, it's an observation. Any honest globe earther will go out to the Earth and say, okay, the observation is flat, but it's too big because it's a globe. They will admit the same thing as a flat earther. The observation is flat. That is not a claim. The claim is that it is a globe that is too big to see the curvature. You know this. We know this. We're not going to pretend like you don't know this. Flat Earth is not a claim. It's never been the claim.
the claim.
You
It's a
gotta
rhetorical
catch up, dude.
device.
You
It's-
gotta catch up.
It's a very poor rhetorical
You,
device.
no, it's not. Maybe let's
The
put
claim.
ourselves in front of a judge and a jury. Okay, if I charge you with murder, I'm gonna be the plaintiff. You're the defendant.
Disanalogous.
No, it's not. It's actually
It's
the perfect
disanalogous
analogy.
because
Hold on, I'll
burden
explain.
of
Let me
proof
explain,
in
let me explain.
law and in
Let me
philosophy are
explain.
different.
No, it's not. It's the
Yes,
same.
it
This
is.
is the same. No,
Not
this
the
is the
same.
same because there's
Oh.
going to be a specific claim on the table,
same.
and one party, only one holds the burden. That's my point. That's why
Does
I'm
the
making
burden
this
ever have
analogy.
to? Does the burden ever shift in debate?
Not in that.
Yes, it
setting.
does.
Wait. Let me explain. If
In
I
philosophy,
say
it does.
you-
They're not the
I
same
say-
thing.
well, no.
That's why-
Philosophy.
I've already
Go to a
set my
philosophy forum, dude.
I've
Well, this
set
is-
my
this
setting in the
debate is
courtroom. No, hold on, Britt, relax.
Is
I
it?
want to meet you, bro. Relax. If I charge you with murder, it's not your burden to say who the actual murderer is.
Disanalogous.
I have to hold the burden. I have to prove that you are the murderer. It's not disanalogous.
You're
It's
using
not. It's a perfect
you're
analogy.
using burden of proof in law to apply to burden of proof.
No,
in
but you
philosophy.
don't seem to understand it.
debate
You
is a-
understand it in law,
would
but you
use
don't
the-
understand it in this example for some reason.
The-
Why is that?
When you say burden
You've
of
forgotten how burden of proof works.
proof in law is
Who's
not the
making
same
the
as burden
claim?
of proof in philosophy. And debates
not the
are
same.
debates. When you use burden of proof in debate, you mean it in the philosophical sense, not in the legal sense.
No, I'm going to present
That's
my
why it's
evidence. I would
that's why
present my
it's
evidence to a
disanalogous.
judge and a jury.
Just a
This is
poor
your guys'
rhetorical
problem. Hold
device.
on, wait. You guys are better off putting yourselves in the setting of a courtroom, because what you guys do instead, you turn to. This is my biggest issue with the server is instead of addressing my argument or my evidence,
I'm telling you why it's
you turn
disanalogous.
you're interrupting me. You turn to me as the lawyer and you say, I don't like you. Your performance disappoints me, et cetera, et cetera. We just dealt with this last night with Mishu and some other people. So my point is, instead of that, actually put yourself in the setting of being in front of a judge and a jury. Make your case, present your evidence, instead of worrying about me. And again, that setting is perfect because only one party holds the burden of proof.
So you
if
see
I
how
charge
I
you
made
with
that
murder,
connection then?
I hold that burden, not
Right, yeah.
you.
So I would be doing you a favor to do that. Not for any other reason, not because your rhetorical device is true. It's just because I'll just accept it for the sake of argument. Now, when I mentioned earlier,
the Earth is claimed to be a
Creation
globe Earth.
Yeah, when I mentioned
That's just
earlier
what it is. There's no other
that-
way around that.
when I
It's
mentioned
not a
earlier that flat
rhetorical
Earth is an
device.
idea,
So
I
it's not
think
an
the
idea.
reason when I said it was an idea, and then you said, well, the burden of proof isn't on us. Actually, that is the burden of proof thing is just your own personal rhetorical device that we all just accept for the sake of argument. It's not a real thing. It's not a principle of argument.
Point of contention.
I
Point
already
of
addressed
contention,
that.
fellas.
It is an
Excuse
idea.
me. Excuse me. Just for a moment. Just for a moment. Burden of proof in philosophy lies with the one who speaks, not the one who denies. So the burden of proof is on the positive claim, even in philosophy. Thank you.
Flat Earth, the Earth is flat, is a positive claim.
No, it's not, dude.
What?
Holy,
So wait,
I just
you
already
believe in
addressed
it?
this.
Okay, so you're proving us why it's globe.
By the way, you can
because
prove a
you
negative
believe
claim
in
as well.
flat Earth. Wait, what?
So you agree it's not the positive claim, Bird Brain? Holy, you're struggling here, dude.
No, I don't think it's
Yeah.
on the positive claim. I think it's on the claim.
Are you
And flat Earth.
It
the
doesn't
Earth
matter.
is
It's what it's defined
No,
as.
it's
Even in
not the
philosophy,
claim.
even as I've been looking up the definition, it defines it as the one who speaks or makes the positive claim. So you
I'll
are
source it for
demonstrably
you.
wrong by the. Huh?
I'll source what I'm
Source it.
saying for you, Seisu.
I have it right here in Wikipedia, bro. You want Wikipedia? You like that?
Well,
Can I make a
this is-
positive claim?
Sure, whatever.
No, but
oil
wait,
rig.
Sasha,
I
before
want
you
to
make
make
that
you
claim,
said
wait, Sasha, before you make that claim, once you make it, Brit will hold the burden of proof. Go ahead.
What?
okay. Oh, I'm making
No, that's
the
how
claim.
it works.
Oil rigs on 10 miles. That's my claim.
All right, you hold the burden. Sasha. You hold the burden, Brit.
That's not how. It's not how the burden.
No, that's your logic. That's your logic, bro. That's just what
No,
it is.
the logic is he who asserts. It could be a negative claim. It could be a positive
Bro, this
claim.
guy's
The
trolling,
claim, he
man.
who
Another
asserts-
No, dude, I already
You're like,
someone,
this is
someone
sad
pick
and
up that
pathetic.
phone. Wait, does anyone hear that phone ringing? Because I already called this way a long time ago. You operate on who says it first. That's not how it works, dude. Go ahead.
right.
What, boy?
Wrong,
Go
Brit.
ahead.
The burden of proof is on the person who makes the claim, saying that you make a claim, and then the burden of proof is on the
Positive
opposite
claim.
person to prove
Positive
that
claim,
you
dude.
claim
Positive claim.
on
No,
any
it
claim.
can be negative. You
No,
can prove
it's not
negative
positive
claims.
first. No,
You
no.
can prove
Wrong,
negative
no,
claims.
Wrong.
You can't. What's the law of
Wrong.
Maybe the
non-contradiction?
case.
What's the law of
Hold on.
non-contradiction?
No. What I'm
That is a
what I'm
proof of a
saying is
negative
wrong
claim.
is that it's not about who
That
says
may
can
it
prove a
first.
negative
dude.
claim.
Holy
Maybe
fuck.
the case, Brit. That may be the case, Brit. But the burden of proof lies on the one making the positive claim, not a negative claim.
Just a claim. Just a claim. It's the person who makes the claim, right?
No, the
I'll show
positive
you a
claim,
source
not a
talking
negative
about
Any
claim.
claim.
There are three
Positive
ways
claim.
you can prove a negative claim. It's possible. It's obviously harder, and to make
So
to
wait,
make to
every
prove
time
it, but
you're proven wrong,
you
just
can
abstract
prove
to a
negative
different
claims.
topic?
Yeah, well, this is
The
just to
burden
say.
lies on the
So
one
it's not
saying
a
that
positive claim, you bird
so
brain.
something exists, right? So the burden lies on the one saying that X exists, not the one that says X doesn't exist.
No, you can prove a negative claim. I will
Yes.
source
So
it for
what?
you.
So what? No, Brit, stop. So what? Burden of proof lies on the one making the positive claim.
So in
the difference.
debate circles, usually people just drop the positive thing and say the claim, right? Because obviously you can prove a negative claim. It's folk logic to say you can't, and that's what you're all subscribing to, folk logic.
Does that has
So
anything
what?
to do
This
with
is
the
to do
surface?
with burden of proof.
Does that
This is to
has
do with
anything
burden
to
of
do with
proof, right? All right, go on, Sasha.
Does that has anything to do with the surface of the earth? When we realize where is the burden of proof, left or right? When we now realize where is the burden of proof, how we will prove that earth is curving?
You're asking me a question.
Yeah,
Prove that
let's
unicorns are
choose
not
the
real.
burden of proof. It's forever, left, right, up and down. But where is the proof in the reality?
You're asking me to prove the globe Earth. Is that what you're asking me to do?
No, I'm asking you this: who is in which country, in which educational system they are learning the flat Earth?
Nowhere.
No one. That means what is the claim? Where we are living?
Doesn't matter.
Where we are
If
living?
anything,
Where we are living?
I've read a lot more. I've read a lot more arguments suggesting that.
Where are you living, man?
I've read a lot more arguments.
What you studied? Where are you living?
You know what he's saying. You just answer it.
It's on the sphere. Is that true?
Well, you're just asking me a question.
Yes, we
Yeah,
all
so
know the
can you
answer.
answer
Yes.
the question?
Yes,
We're all raised
you're living on
to
the
believe the Earth is
sphere.
a globe,
Great.
dude.
How
Relax.
do you know that?
I think that.
You think that, but you need to know that.
Why do I need to?
Because
why do you think anything?
Because we have that in educational
I
system.
think it might rain tomorrow, and there's ways we can.
Again, stop capping, dude. I told you earlier. You watch how women move, not what they say. You think we're really gonna sit here and listen to you say that you only think the Earth is a globe? We know you don't move that way, dude. Stop capping.
I'm being very precise with my language.
But you're capping
But you
at
don't
the same
sound a certain
time.
way?
Oh, because if I say no and you say, well, it could be explained this way,
Yeah,
then
well, what we would do is challenge your knowledge and ask you how you know that. It's that simple. Then you know you don't have any basis for that knowledge. So that's why you're going to say things like, well, I think it, even while or at the same time, you think you actually would say you know it. Okay, so we know you don't just think it though. That's the problem. You guys don't. You guys are like women.
by the way.
Okay.
Flat
I've
Earth
been with
theory.
enough women to know how. I've been with
and you
enough
call it
women
and
to
he
know how
call it
women act.
idea. You can call it idea, flat earth. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it bullshit. You can call it, but look into that. Look what it is. Look what people are telling you. And if that is not enough, nobody can help you.
Flat Earth is just a belief.
No, it's not.
If that's distance,
So-
I told you I have made a positive claim. Oil rigs on 10 miles. Do you have any other claim?
Do you think? Right, who here will say now? I
do you
know
have
the Earth is
against
flat.
Do you have
Stop
against
it.
that claim something against that claim? Oil rig on 10 miles.
Stop trying to lead the dance, Britt. Answer Sasha's question.
I always lead the dance.
You're trash. You have 2 left feet and you stumble over your own feet. You don't know what you're doing here, so I wouldn't recommend that.
Is this guy the
Sasha,
new Alpha Veritas?
do you want to re-ask your question, Sasha?
No, it's that I want to that he says something against my claim. Oil rig on 10 miles. What oil rig on 10 miles present? Oil rig on 10 miles present flat earth. Okay.
And whoever asked that, I've been on Demon Time way before Miggy, so that was nice. That was cute.
Oh,
though.
you've been
But
here before Alpha Veritas?
That's not what I said. So maybe just clean the earwax out of your brain. But go ahead, Sasha.
So what did you say?
Yeah, maybe just listen better. Go ahead, Sasha.
So repeat it so I can hear it.
I've been
My
on
claim
Demon
is
pussy?
longer
oil
than
rig.
Miggy.
Oil rig. It's on 10 miles. That's my claim.
I said I've been on Demon Time way longer than Miggy. You said, "Oh,
Who the
so
fuck
you've
is
been in this
Miggy?
server for?"
What that mean?
Yeah,
That
that's my
means that
point.
I see oil rig on 10 miles.
That's my point. I've been doing this way longer than the person you think that I got it from.
I don't know who
so-
Miggy is.
Yeah, Alpha Veritas, moron. Holy.
Is that his first name?
Oh my god, you're bricked.
Oh my god.
My point is that I've been doing this, dude. It's not
Or is that
from
like
him.
a cute nickname you guys got
The
for him?
fuck. That's his new. He changed his fucking like Discord name fairly recently, dude. You're new. Relax.
You're a character too?
No, I've been on the
character?
same. I've been on the same time, like from the start. Okay.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Ain't no character. Oh, this other guy. All right,
Yeah, he
my
was
bad.
talking to
Let's go back
me.
to Sasha. So what
You-
about Sasha's
oh, you're
claim,
copying
Britnat?
Biggie. Sure.
So what about
You have a
Sasha's
lot
claim,
of
Britnat?
instances.
I didn't say you were
of
copying.
What's the question?
All right, pipe down, dude.
So
Relax.
Sasha said, "I see oil rig at
down,
10 miles distance.
Why don't you just
Now
fucking
what?
mute me?
Now what?
Okay. So where's he go? What's he meant to be proving with that?
That
He
I see
seals
oil
and
rig on 10
seasons?
miles.
Okay.
There you
Now
go.
what are you trying to show with
Oh,
that though? What's the argument?
Now what?
Nothing. I'm only telling you that I see oil
That's just
rig
an
on 10 miles.
observation. You need an argument.
That means that 10 miles it's flat.
Is that what it means?
Yeah.
So it couldn't be explained in any other sort of way possibly.
It could be.
Again.
It could be. I want to
So
hear
it's not a knowledge
explanation.
claim anymore. It's suddenly a
It could
belief.
Again,
be.
you guys don't move that way.
I'm
Stop.
telling you, it could not. It could be explained. It could be measured that it's not like that, and then now you tell me how it's not like that.
Again, you guys don't even move that way. When you say, "Oh, so it couldn't be explained by anything else," when you say things like "boats go over the curve," that's the curve of the Earth.
I'm afraid
Yeah, you're not,
Your bottom
you're
up.
not seeing it,
When
right?
when flat
You're not
earthers say
seeing
there's
it at 10
other
miles.
explanations, you don't care. So
The
I'm
water, the
afraid
water
the
in
main
the water, the
problem
water in
is
the water in front of the oil rig, Britnat. It's not there, is it?
Water from the door.
It's not there, is it?
Appears to be there.
No,
It
no,
is
it's not really where you're seeing it. It's not there.
It is there.
Well,
Also,
I
water
would, I
vapor
would, I
elevation.
would
It's not.
suggest on,
No,
on,
it
the, on
is.
the hierarchy of knowledge claims that this is not going to be one you're going to be able to punch through with, because you've already admitted that it could be explained some other way. So now it's a belief.
Yeah. See, you're not really seeing it, are you? You're not really seeing it where it is. It's not there.
I
It's
think
not
that's very
where you're
possible.
seeing it. Nah, yeah, exactly. See, you think it's possible. Right.
Yeah.
Now, who doesn't want to make a positive claim?
Well, this is the dance. This is the dance.
Do you want another positive claim? Salt Lake, Bolivia, 4,000 miles square, changing elevation 1 meter.
You're talking about on land, right?
I'm talking about Salt Lake, 4,000 miles square, changing elevation only 1 meter.
Yeah, the
Wait,
source
can I
again.
see a picture?
Yeah. It's the biggest mirror in the world. It's
Oh yeah, I think I saw that.
it's famous like a specular refraction. Do you know what is specular refraction?
No.
You can get specular refraction only with what?
Specular reflection is a reflection of a smooth surface. So if you
What?
don't have a
So
surface
is
like
it
of a rock,
is it a small surface 4,000 miles square? Is it that small surface?
yes, water even on the globe would be a smooth surface.
Is it that small
A rough
surface for this
surface,
size? Is it that small surface for this size of the Earth?
yes, the smoothness
Yes.
of the
Okay.
surface
That
doesn't
mean that you know.
depend on
That
the
mean
shape
that
of
you
the
know that.
surface, but
That mean
on
that you
how
know the
many
size of.
bumps and
That mean that
differences
you know that.
in the
That
elevation
mean
it
that you.
has.
That mean that you know the size of the Earth. That mean that 60 miles per 60 miles, changing only 1 meter elevation on the sphere heliocentric model.
For example, a flat, unpolished stone will be more
Asking you
rough
this.
surface
I'm
than
asking you this
spherical
question.
polished marble.
I'm asking you this question. Does this heliocentric model, sphere Earth, it's curving in the way that we have the flat surface with 4,000 miles squares, changing elevation only 1 meter?
Yes. If you're asking
Yes.
if the Earth
Okay.
curves,
Okay.
then
That
yes,
means
it
that
does.
60 miles per 60 miles, changing elevation 1 meter, but on 10 miles, you need to have a drop of 66 foot of 20 meters, only on 10 miles. But this is 60 by 60 miles, even more, but doesn't matter. Let's put it like 60 by 60. And it's changing only 1 meter elevation.
Okay.
But on 10
So,
miles, on
what
10
formula
miles,
did you get
but
it from?
what formula? Formula is Earth sphere formula. Heliocentric
So
model
each
Earth
formula
sphere
is what?
3,959 miles, written in every book, in every school, in every country.
No, I don't think the formula for the drop of resistance is something that
You
is
don't think that formula which every country use, that is not useful?
It's not really useful in practice.
Yeah, it's not useful. That we are also thinking. The formula what every educational system in the world is using, it's not useful. Yeah, you are correct.
No, the educational system simply doesn't cover something like that because it's a very specific thing that isn't
It's like a
required
specific
from.
thing that in every country the white is white, but in every country the radius is 3,959 miles. Now, what we should to believe, that white is white or that radius is 3,959 miles?
I've never said the radius isn't tough. The formula for the drop isn't.
Can you show me the surface of the ball with the 3,959 radius, and then you have a surface with changing elevation and should to change after that, maybe after 2 miles, not after 60 miles.
So you want me to calculate how much of drop that will be?
Isn't that important?
Yes, it is.
Why you don't look into that?
I can. if you want.
If you
By the
look
way,
into
nice
that,
picture.
but you honestly, if you look into that, like for 2, 3, 4, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, look into that, and then maybe I'll understand what these people want to say with that drop over distance. What is the measure? What is the formula? What is this observation? Okay, what they are saying? They are saying this is 10 miles. Why they are saying this is 10 miles? Do you understand all that stuff, or this is for you new thing?
I have no idea what you're saying right now.
That means that you will not understand anything what we are saying here.
No, I understand most of the things you say. This specific
Okay, can you
thing.
tell me why I don't think that Earth is not a globe? The most important thing, and not only me, I think that everybody will tell you here. The most important thing is why we think that Earth is not a globe.
I don't sit in the brain of every single flat earther, so I can be wrong.
I will tell you that
From my personal experience, the main reason why flat earthers, at least here, think the Earth is a globe is because they have created an idea that if the Earth was a globe, then refraction shouldn't exist and the horizon should be at the exact distance that is predicted by geometry. And they don't see that.
You are totally wrong. I will never tell you. I will never tell you that. Like this is my idea. I never encountered refraction. I will never ever speak you that things. I will tell you these things about drop over distance.
Yeah, that's your idea, bro. Keep that.
But
I mean, you will
You're
not
0 for
listen.
2. You're 0 for 2. You're 0 for 2. You said flat earthers say this, and 2 flat earthers just told you we don't say that. So you're 0 for 2.
I mean, you will not
Okay, I
listen what
accept
we
that.
have
I
to.
accept
That
I
means
was wrong.
Yeah, you are.
okay. Or you will listen that what flat earthers have to say, or you will think that whatever you want that flat earthers saying.
I'm listening, but I'm confused because what you're talking about sounds like babble to me.
What is confusing is here. I told you there is a surface in the country called Bolivia, and it's 4,000 miles square. It should to change the elevation of this sphere a lot, and it's changing only 1 meter. What is confusing here?
Okay, now I
Controversy is very
understand. So your point was that these Bolivian salt flats are somehow perfectly flat. But do you have any actual measurements that show that? Because when I see this picture,
No, there's refraction. There's refraction. So we can't get the measurements perfect because there's refraction. So sorry.
Yes, of course.
I
But
for
when
one of
I
great
see these pictures of these flats, I see that there are mountains in the distance, and these mountains are partially cut by the surface of the water.
Yeah, that's a hill of water. So that's why flat earthers are wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
see?
what?
Hill of water. Exactly.
And does that water curving?
Yeah, it's a hill of water. Like me and Embo both agree, it's a hill of water.
Yeah, but he knows that.
Sasha does not have to provide measurements that it is what it looks like. You have to provide measurements that it isn't what it looks like.
Yeah, and that it is what you're saying it is, because it doesn't look like what you're saying. Especially. So
How I can convince you that water behind oil rig is real water and that it's what you see and everybody see? How I can convince you about that?
well, just believe in refraction, Sasha. That's all you need.
Yeah, but he can say that word, but he's seeing the same thing like I see. He's lying, and he's imagining that something is happening, and he's giving the real picture of something is happening. That's so retarded to think, I see something, it's real, but something is happening, and because of that, it's making that thing real.
I just posted a picture that someone has posted before. It's a picture of these salt flats, and you can see that in the distance there are mountains, or hills. I don't know how high they really are, but you can see that they aren't connected. At least the land that connects them isn't visible on the image. They seem like they are some kind of islands.
And now what? Now what?
Which means that the part of land that connects them isn't visible on the picture.
60
Now
miles.
what? Now what?
because the surface of the ground gets in the way of the line of sight to it.
Is it possible that there is a counting for angular resolution? Is it possible that that's happening?
Maybe.
Hold on.
Maybe.
Hold on.
Do you know what is angular resolution?
Yes, the camera can have too small resolution to resolve that.
No, not camera. Your eyes.
But the camera is the thing that took the photo.
Also
not
camera. You can
eyes.
say, yeah, also camera, yeah. That means there is a point you cannot see anymore because of the angle. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And then what?
So then it's like
Is that
shrink.
happening every time?
It becomes smaller than 1 pixel, so it isn't distinguishable.
Yep.
In the
And
photo.
then what?
That's one of the tactics that flat earthers
Lake,
use
right?
to
Hold
vanish
on.
things that are supposedly already behind the horizon.
We are
Hold on,
using
hold on.
angular resolution like a tactic.
Yes.
Just a moment, fellas.
Yeah, man, this is ridiculous to say. Angular resolution existing in a world like a perspective, you cannot change that. We are not using that. Are you crazy?
Embo, what's happening is that
We are using angular resolution. How you can use angular resolution? That will happen, You cannot change that.
You can use
Hold on.
angular. Okay.
Stop, just for a moment. Just for a moment. Sasha, you're not realizing that two of you are looking at the same thing, and the one who's making the claim, just like, I forget if it was Timbo, said, okay, now what? So, Embo claims it's Earth curve. He has to prove that.
Yeah,
You don't have to explain anything.
I know. I said oil rig on 10 miles. Now he need to say, no, oil rig is there because this and this and this. Because when you have a 1 foot observation height, you have 40 degrees, temperature, 60 degrees, humidity, then it's moving to the 10 miles horizon. If you have 2 foot observation and 35 degrees of temperature, I'm joking now, of course, but yeah,
Right.
something like that.
But listen, if he's going to say it's Earth curve in the way he has to prove that, he can't just say it's Earth curve and then not prove it. If he says, well, if it's not Earth curve, what is it? He reverses the burden onto you. You ain't got to answer shit. He has to prove that that's Earth curve.
Of course, he's saying that you cannot see the mountains or something or blah 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 on that surface. Of course, okay, great. Tell me where it's starting to curve. Which point?
It's curving all the way.
Where is starting to curve? Which point?
It's just a claim.
From the beginning, but
From the beginning, but it's flat.
I wanted to say that I wouldn't agree that I'm the only person making the claim, because he said that the Earth is flat because he sees that the surface of this flat appears to be flat.
Would you like to start over again? We're both looking at these mountains that seem to be occulted, or the land seems to be occulted by water. I say, well, it looks like the mountains are being occulted by water, but I'm not making any claims. It just looks that way. You're saying that water is a result of Earth curvature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so now you have to prove to us that that's Earth curvature. Go ahead.
The observation itself would be my proof for that.
No, the observation cannot be proof. Claims made without evidence can be dismissed. You don't just get to say things. You don't just get to say, it looks that way, therefore it is.
So, according to you can't derive the fact that the Earth is flat from looking at the Earth and it appearing flat? How is that not equivalent to the thing you're accusing me of?
Well, see, the thing is that if I look at the Earth and it appears flat, I'm just saying it appears that way, right? I'm not saying it most definitely is flat. It just appears that way.
Okay,
but
then good for you, but
you come along and say, no, it most definitely is curved. Okay?
There most definitely is a physical obstruction of the bottom of the mountains range.
Okay, then I would agree that your how do you say that? Your logic here is good, but there are many flat earthers who, from the observation that the Earth appears flat, automatically go to the claim that the Earth is flat because of that, and they don't separate the difference between the observation and the conclusion you derive from that observation using your brain, and they think these two things are the same thing. And because of that, they don't say the flat Earth is the claim. They think it's an observation because they can't separate these two steps of the observation and then the conclusion from themselves.
You have the flat earthers who has the app, for example. They have a maps. You have the flat earthers who are claiming the ether. You have flat earthers. You have different flat earthers.
Yeah.
But you need to
Sasha,
run us
here's
through
the thing, Embo.
logical sequence, right? He needs to run us through the logical sequence between making the observation and his conclusion, because there's obviously other reasons why, right? There's other things which can cause apparent obstruction of view, or there's other shapes, there's other factors that can actually cause obstruction of view, not just curved surfaces, not just spheres, right? He needs to run us through the logical sequence.
Like, why cannot go only diagonally down? Flat but down, without curving. Why not like that? It will also disappear. If it's going down, but it's not curving, but it's only going down, straight down, diagonally, but with, slowly down.
Then it would mean that you're standing at the top of the Earth. And that would mean that...
You made the conclusion that it's covered, the hump, and that it's curving behind. How do you know that it's curving behind?
Because if it was like, if you said that there is only, you're standing like at the top of the point where the curves, the slopes of the Earth connect with each other, and that's the only point where there is a curve.
You're getting ahead of yourself, man. You're getting ahead of yourself.
Jesus.
Just made an observation. You're just using the one observation. Don't make any presuppositions about being on a sphere. You're supposed to be concluding that from the observation, not assuming to be already on a sphere.
And the question, how would it look like surface if Earth is a flat? Only if I am putting now.
How would the surface look like if the Earth was flat?
Yeah.
Then there would be much more parts of things that are visible. They would appear much higher, I guess.
Do you understand what I said, Embo?
Something what is the same height will appear higher.
You're supposed to be reaching the conclusion that you're on a sphere from the observation.
Okay, so I'm doing that. So the observation was that these mountains appear to be half obstructed, so that was the conclusion was derived from that.
Right. Is there anything in between? Like, is there any other steps, sequences of logic that you took? Or you just saw something apparently obstructed bottom up and just simply included, well, that I must be on a sphere then?
Yep.
Anything else in between?
No, I don't think so.
No angular resolution, nothing.
Okay. Just look at something and it's apparently obstructed from the bottom. You can just simply conclude that it's because you're on a sphere.
Yes, if there are only two possibilities that are in contention, then there's really no more things to consider. There's only the flat Earth and the globe Earth.
Yeah. And you experience that flat. He's saying there is two possibilities. That one what you experience, and that one what you don't experience. And I choose that one what I don't experience because it has more sense.
Yes, so if there is some observation that would result in different observation between these two hypotheses, then that one observation by itself would prove one of these hypotheses if it made the result that proves one of them and debunks the other.
Yeah, practically,
there's
if we show
We
you,
call that the black swan.
practically, if
We
we
call that
show
the
you
black
the curved
swan.
surface, yeah, we told about. If we show you the curved surface, practically observable curved surface, you will believe that Earth is flat. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't.
Why? Why is not? Because we are showing you the flat surface, and you are saying that it's curving. That means if we show you the curved surface, that it must be flat.
Because the observation of that surface being flat isn't based on actual measurements. It's just
Yeah, we know that. That's what
a wild
that's what I'm
guess
saying. If
based
I show you the
on
curved
on it
surface,
appearing.
what that mean? If I show the curved surface,
So if you showed me
if
a
I show
curved
you the
surface,
curved surface, is it curved? The surface curved?
yes, it would.
If I show you the flat surface, is it surface curved?
No, it isn't.
Yeah. Okay. What you don't get it?
I get it, but these two wouldn't be
Shall
equivalent.
we now?
There would be,
You wanted to mix. We are saying we are showing you the flat surface. You're saying yeah because that is curving. Now that mean if I show you the curved surface, it will be flat.
no, because there would be differences between these two surfaces.
That
They
mean no
would
possibilities for flatness.
observations.
That
So how do
mean
you,
no.
let me ask you this then. How do you differentiate the difference between being on a curved surface and something having the illusion of being flat, or being on a flat surface and having some effects of an illusion of bottom-up obstruction, which might lead you to think that you're on some sort of physical object which is capable of obstructing your view at distance? How would you distinguish the difference?
I would say that the second thing is impossible in the first place because there are no known mechanisms that could produce that. But on the globe, there is one simple mechanism that can produce that illusion, and it's simple: the huge size of the ball.
Size?
How do you know that there's no possible way that could happen on a flat surface?
Because there were no discovered yet. So
Because you cannot have flat surface to be flat. He's saying.
No, I'm saying you can't have the flat surface to be curved.
So no one's shown you any demonstration of apparent bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface?
Yes, exactly. That's what I was waiting for since a very long time, to see something like that.
I've never seen that. Nobody in this chat has ever shown you an example of that.
I've seen
Be honest.
I've seen one, but it was an inferior mirage.
Did you see that with football field? The guy disappearing on football field.
Yes, I've seen it, but the football
Coin on the table? Coin on the table?
He will say that sentence now. Say it, please. What the football playground is?
It's curved.
It's curved, like a 2 feet between in 50 yards.
So the water can.
Is it curved 2 feet? I'm asking you. Is it curved? I'm asking you a question. Is it curved 2 feet after 50 yards?
I have no idea how much.
There is a guy starting with the feet, and there is disappearing. The guy is disappearing till the knees. That means at least 2 feet. In 50 yards, then we have the curvature of 2 feet.
At least a foot and a half.
That means the Earth is big like a Pittsburgh.
What about the coin on the table? What about the RC boat in the small lake? You seen those?
The coin of the table.
Embo?
Yes,
Have you seen those? You've seen them. So people have shown you examples of it occurring.
What about this? What about this? You take the camera, you go with your friend on some flat surface in the nature and try to do that, to record that, and you will see that every time will disappear bottom up, and every time everywhere on the flat surface.
I've been observing these things over very long flat roads, and I've never seen anything being obstructed bottom up.
You try that example with a video camera, put it on the ground and going away from the camera and you can see like how much, 100 miles, it will not disappear bottom up. Did you do that? Did you do that?
No, I've never done that with that much distance.
But if you do that, if you do that, and if you get the result every time that the people or food disappear in bottom up, what then?
Well, now we've exposed that his disingenuity, right? Having claimed that he's never seen that, nobody's ever seen it, and then admitting that he has seen examples of that, right? Now we can go back to his geometric claim, his claim of physical obstruction at distance due to Earth curvature, his assumption of Earth curvature, because there's absolutely no other possibilities, right? It has to be because we're on a sphere. Can't be because of any other shape, can't be because of any other factors involved, such as weather, visibility, optical limitations, angular resolution, refraction, nothing like that. It's just simply because we're on a sphere, right? Right, Embo?
Yes.
Right. So refraction isn't a factor, right? Refraction is not a factor, right?
It absolutely is.
Oh, it is a factor.
Yes.
No. It's because of physical obstruction at distance, correct? There's no other possible explanation, like refraction.
No, because refraction is only bringing things higher, not lower.
What? Refraction can't make things appear higher? Mean lower? Are you serious?
It can on the
light can't refract down.
It can, but it
can only refract the one way. So light can only refract one way.
In the case of the atmosphere, yes.
No atmosphere. That's the thing you're trying to prove, my friend. There's no begging the question here. Sphere, sphere-shaped air. No.
Not curve.
That's the thing you're trying to prove. That the Earth is a sphere. And the air conforms to that spherical shape around it. So don't beg the question and assume that you've already got spherical air in order to bend your light that way. It's only because of Earth curvature, right? There's no other factors involved. Is there any other factors involved?
There are different factors involved in the observation, but the cause of that observation is only one factor. Only the different other factors are irrelevant.
So when it matches what you want it to be, there's no other factors involved. But when it doesn't, there are other factors involved. That sound very reasonable to you?
No, because I've never said that.
And there isn't bottom-up obstruction, right, at distance, as predicted, right, by the claim that we're on a sphere, the begging the question claim that we're already on a sphere. Are there other factors involved?
Yes, refraction, for example.
Right. When there does seem to be bottom-up obstruction of an object at distance, are there any other factors involved?
Yes, they are.
Or is it just simply because of Earth curvature?
Both of these things, because the other factors are irrelevant to the observation.
They're irrelevant, so they're only relevant when it matches what you expect to see. So it's irrelevant when it matches what you expect to see. But so it's relevant when it doesn't match what you expect to see.
No, I would say the refraction producing that effect isn't a derivation simply from the bias that it's relevant only when these things don't align with what I see, what I'm supposed to
Alright.
see.
Yeah,
It's
exactly. Thank you. Thank you for making my point. Right.
no,
Yep. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
it's rather simply derivation from the physics, because from physics we can know that things that the light gets bent towards the down direction if the gradient is stronger at the bottom and not at the top, and that is
Uh-huh.
the case in the atmosphere, which is measurable. But if it was in reverse and the atmosphere was denser at the top, then it would bend in the upwards direction. So it's rather derivation from the atmospheric properties and not the shape of the Earth itself.
He convinced me. Now I understand why it's a globe. Now
Cool.
it's. Can you write a book now?
Wait, it is a globe now?
No. Can
Always has
can you
been.
can you write a book now for other generations?
Yes, about the globe, refraction.
Yeah. And that things about refraction. Do you know that, or it came from your brain like this? Like
No, they didn't come from my brain. They came
how
from
you know everything about refraction?
no, they came from experiments of other people, but I've seen the videos of these experiments by myself. So I've
Okay.
decided
And what
things are
what
true
refraction
based on
what
this.
refraction is doing on Black Swan example?
It's curving the air downward. The air is curving the light downward, which makes the objects appear higher than they are in reality.
Higher, like what? Like a sea?
Yes, every single point in that observation, the sea, the oil
The
rig.
sea, the real sea. What is there?
Yes, it's not like a
And
selective.
how would be if real sea is not there?
Real sea is not there. I'm confused. I don't know what you're trying to say.
I'm asking you because you are telling me now the light is doing the way that I see the water. What it is behind the oil rig in a way that I see. How you see that water? Is that real or something? Some light is doing something and projecting the water behind the oil rig.
It's real in the meaning that the water is really there, but it doesn't appear in its real position.
Oh,
So-
that means the water is there, but it's not there. That's your.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It is
Okay.
displaced.
That
but
means
but
I'm
that
speaking with you
displaced
now, but I'm not speaking with you now.
observation
Is that the
shows
same
real
logic?
thing. So it doesn't show you some fucking unicorns. It shows you
Okay,
the
you are
real thing.
again. You are
What the
repeating. You are
real
saying
thing
the
is
water.
in
What I
different-
see, the water. What I see. What is there is not that water. What I see, but it is that water. What I see, but it is not. Two
No,
times.
I just think your argument is based on semantics, so it's absolutely
No, it's
worthless.
not semantic. Is it water behind oil rigs real, or it's something happening to make that water looks real?
The refraction is happening, but the water is still real. The water is
Okay,
still
that
a
means
real object.
refraction is happening. It doesn't changing that water behind the oil rig. Doesn't influencing in any case.
It influences its apparent position from the observer, but the water is still a physical object that is really in that location.
Yeah, that means doesn't change
refraction-
anything. That will even if it's raining, even if it's fog come, that water will be there. Even if we put like a 100 walls in between, that water will be there. If we again, destroy that walls, that water will be again there. That means nothing can influence that water.
Exactly.
No,
I want the audience. I want the audience to be aware of something. I want the audience to be aware of the double standards that's at play here. So when we see something and it appears flat, and we don't see a bottom-up obstruction of an object at distance, like an oil rig, right? Well, we're not allowed to use. The globers then are allowed to use such factors as light phenomenon, right? The effects of light passing through air, right? Basically, when we do see apparent bottom-up obstruction at distance, right? Flat earthers aren't allowed to use as an excuse or an explanation light phenomenon, light passing through air and causing different visual effects. The double standards are right there. Flat earthers aren't allowed to use that excuse, but globers are.
And we have observation during the night, the same oil rigs, and there is a light in the. You can see the lights in the sea. You know, there is no light during the dark. And still that water will not change, even if it's dark. That means your word, refraction, it could only do one thing. It could make that you see less than that what you see. But if you have good day, then you don't have so big refraction in the air, if you want to call it, atmospheric conditions. You can see less, not more. And it's connected with the object on the horizon, not with the horizon itself also.
How about justification of the physical obstruction due to Earth curvature? How about justification of that in order to claim that when you don't see what you expect to see, you can then rely on this so-called refraction of light through air, through a single medium of air? How about that? No, Embo won't claim to know that because he says that can't be sure of anything. You can't actually prove anything. Embo? Oh, he's dipped. Right, I see.
Why is it so quiet?
I can only imagine the Second World War and ships, Germans and UK, and confusion on the sea. Fuck, don't shoot. Yeah, no, man, that's not that ship. That's Mirage. No, it is real ship. No, man, it's 10 miles away. No, man, it's 2 miles away, but it's projected. No, what the fuck to do? That's the logic.
Well, it was nice catching up with you all. Hope you all have a good night. I love you, T-Dub.
See you, Britt.
Bye.
See, if you're claiming that there's other factors involved, always other factors involved, such as the path of light changing, right, through the single medium of air. You can't claim that you're seeing something disappear behind physical Earth curvature. So you can demonstrate that it is actually optical obstruction. Demonstrate that.
It seems.
Oh, sorry.
Well, it just seems like it's a bias based on isolated observations, right? So, one day we go to the beach and we look out, and it appears like there's a physical obstruction. You know, a boat's going over a horizon. It looks that way, or something's occulting. Let's say the bottom part of an island in the distance that you know is there. You can see it, but you can't see the bottom part. So. One man says, well, it looks like it's being occulted, and the other man says, it looks like it's being occulted to me as well. I claim that is physical obstruction. The other man says, well, I'm not quite there with you. I'll tell you what, why don't we come back several days in a row, different weather, different angle of the sun. We'll just check and see, maybe over the course of a month, maybe a year, we'll see if that apparent obstruction is still there. Well, if you don't see it every once in a while, or if it's different places, or then all of a sudden one day you can see the entire island, base to tip, are you going to continue to determine that thing that you saw that one day is Earth curve, or maybe not?
Right. Exactly. So you're saying, like, who chooses the standard, right?
Yeah. Because one man will say, well, it's always going to be Earth curve. Always, 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 always. Because I can just kind of imagine the weather to be moving that horizon around to the Earth curve, only it just looks flat that day because of weather. Like, they haven't actually proven the Earth curve. They've just ad hoc, affirmed their bias creatively.
That means whatever observation you do, it doesn't matter. You can show the 1,000 miles of flat surface. It will be because today it's super extreme refraction happening.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's what you want it to be.
Yeah. But the problem with that, what they are assuming, you need to have even there the rates. That mean for that day, even if you want to evoke the temperature, humidity, that mean if that observation showing in that specific case, what they say, density of the air, okay, that mean the other day, if it's different density, it should show different. And every time that it's happening, that it should show the same. That means other location, the same density, the same temperature, it must show the same 10 miles, cannot show the 20 miles or 7 miles. Because that's kind of refraction it's doing. You cannot have now choose, it's doing, it's only doing, doesn't matter how, but it's doing.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if there were globe proponents out there doing the actual work where they said, you know what, we're going to prove these data sets, we're going to test the humidity, the temperature, the pressure that day, wind direction, speed, all that stuff between two known locations, and see if we can constantly, repeatably make these observations and absolutely determine that refraction does indeed make curved things look flat for miles and miles, then like you guys would have something. But instead, you just make a calculator that arbitrarily does it for you. You don't do the work. You just say, no, we assume that there's a radius, and then according to this math that we make up, it just makes it look a certain way, so it fits our bias. Reifying the whole thing. No one's doing any work. No one's taking any measurements. Humidity, temperature, pressure, wind direction, wind speed, angle of the sun, none of that. No one's doing that. They're just saying it.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Simpsons episode where Marge, gets accepted into the elite class of society because she bought the Chanel dress, right? And then, she continues to wear it, but it starts getting a bit old, she says she has to, get out a sewing machine and cut bits off and jazz it up a little, make it look a little bit different every time.
Right.
In the end, she just had to buy a completely new dress because people cottoned on, just mocking her for wearing the same dress, the altered dress every time.
Right. Well, they are getting new dresses, right? I think they're about to replace this relativity thing, this non-viable, reification called the theory of relativity, because that's about to be replaced by quantum gravitation or something like that. Got to get a new dress. Some shitty facade.
Anybody talking?
Just you, Dave.
Doesn't seem like it.
What? I find it frustrating sometimes. We're just trying to get people to acknowledge reality and just refuse to accept reality as it presents itself. Sorry, does somebody have something to say there?
I have yes, I got something to say. You want to hear it?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I brought this up to a few different flat earthers. Usually, it's not much of a response. It's like it's about the conspiracy that would have to be there, have to be tangible, for there to be a flat Earth. I just think it's ridiculous that there would be such a conspiracy, like not like a small conspiracy between like an elite group of people. It would be like a grand conspiracy.
You make a question north in space. You think the lie is too big? There's no way people would be able to cover it up, something like that.
Hey, can I ask a question to the flat earthers?
Yeah,
There's already a question on the table.
We're already talking with them.
So,
yeah, I think that would be part of it.
Have anything interesting to say?
And then the other part would be like, why would someone lie to me about the shape of the Earth? What benefit?
Who wants to take it? Says who you were talking. You want to answer?
oh well, I was just gonna say, is there a conspiracy? Do you know if there's a conspiracy going on?
Well, that's what flat earthers claim.
Is it? I didn't claim any conspiracies.
Can I ask a question that's actually interesting?
So like, you don't think you don't think NASA would be like a conspiracy then?
I'm asking you if we can definitively say there's a conspiracy going on. Do you think we can prove that there's a lie out there, or someone's hiding something, or plotting against a certain group of people? Who would be the people that they're plotting against, and what would the conspiracy be?
More boring.
Those are those are my
Listen,
my
my
questions.
question
So,
was more for the fundamentals of flat Earth. Why is everything round, like the sun, the stars, the moon, the planets, except for the Earth?
Listen, young man, I know that you're used to getting your way because you're a spoiled child, but I'm talking to somebody else right now. Maybe somebody will answer your question when we're done. You're going to have to wait patiently.
It seems like the conversation we're having is about conspiracies.
Well, yeah, but it was going on before you showed up, and so you don't just get to do what you want in here. This is not your forum, so relax.
It means like you guys had nothing to talk about, that you guys went into conspiracies.
Yeah, according to you, we're talking about that right now. Yeah, I know it's really hard for you to just let people do
Highly
things without you
relevant.
having to say something. So
it's not like it's not relevant. It's like highly relevant to the topic at hand.
That's what I said. I was questioning the actual like.
Yeah, but no one
model of the
cares,
flat
and
Earth.
that's the point. Is that we were having a
Exactly.
conversation,
Why you
and
call
then
it a flat Earth
and then you just butted in, right? So that's the point.
Because all you're talking about is conspiracies. I'm actually asking about the theories and not actual like model.
It doesn't matter, dude. We can talk about whatever we want.
I guess it's only you two interlocking with each other. Makes about sense. That makes about sense.
right now, we're having a discussion. You have to put your big boy pants on and grow up and wait patiently, and
All right,
it'll be
go
your
ahead.
turn.
I hear your conspiracy talk.
So anyway, do we think we can, definitely prove that there might be a conspiracy going on, and how would we go about doing that? Because if the conspiracy is about whether or not the Earth is flat or round, we would have to figure out whether or not the Earth is flat or spherical, right?
Yeah. So if you believe that the Earth is flat, you believe there's like good solid proofs for it, that and it would like necessitate that people would have to be lying about it, right?
Well, do you believe that the Earth is flat?
Like honestly, I'm very like I'm a country bumpkin. I'm very much a layman. I don't need
I don't really concern myself with it. Like honestly, I don't think it would matter to me if it was flat or round. Like intellect, like I just come with the base assumption that it's round due to that's what people tell me. But I'm not out here trying to take measurements. I'm not like because like to me like it's not even worth my effort. Like what difference would it really make in my day-to-day life if it was flat or round?
So, being a country bumpkin and not really wanting to invest a whole lot of time or effort into the topic, the extent of the effort you want to put in is showing up into a server and asking people, why would there be a conspiracy? That's the extent of what you want to go through.
So it's like to me, it's an easy proof that the Earth would be round, right? So there's all of these.
Like a table.
What would be considered like serious fields that purport that the Earth is round, right? Like there's a lot of
name some of those for me.
So it'd be like astrophysics.
Okay. So astrophysics, is there any viable hypothesis in the realm of astrophysics?
Yeah, so I definitely think there would be hypotheses that they
Okay,
could
so what would
that they
give
could
me
predict,
one?
right?
Give me one.
So let's say like something like celestial, right? So like we would know, like I'm assuming that like knowing like the exact time of like when like the solstice happens, I'm imagining that there would be astrophysics involved with that, right?
Well, you might be imagining wrong because the equinox or whatever the solstice is, those are observations. Those aren't hypotheses. You just see the sun do a certain thing in the sky every year, same way, every time, be in the same place, same season. So you could just make a declaration about how that happens, but if you don't test it, it's just observe and declare, and that's not physics or science. So that's not a viable hypothesis.
So yeah, sure. Like you may but that would propose that the model is post hoc, right?
Well, I mean, the only way we would know that is if we actually figured out on the Earth if it was curving somewhere, because the whole thing is built around the Earth being a ball.
Yeah. So like with like the solstice is really easy to think about, right? It's like the solar minimum, solar maximum, like of where the
when solstice is happening, how is that giving you any picture that about the shape?
So what I was saying is that unless it's like a post hoc justification, right? Like there's a model of how the Earth is spinning and rotating around the sun, right?
There might be. I've never seen it.
Well,
I've seen pictures of and ideas and conceptualizations, but there is no actual scientific globe Earth model anywhere, unless you want to post it for me. But there isn't one.
What do you mean? There's no globe Earth model?
There's no scientific model for the globe Earth.
So you don't think there's a scientific model for like how like the solstice happens on a globe model? Like this is like really basic. Like these are really basic.
I know it's basic. That's why I asked you for a hypotheses of some kind, because see, scientific models require hypotheses and testing and experimentation. And you have only told me that people observe things and then they declare, but no testing, no hypotheses, none of that is being done. So there's no scientific model for the globe Earth. They're just explanations, but they're more of an affirming the consequent, because what they're saying is, I see something in the sky, therefore the Earth has to be round.
Like if you want to, like, I'm probably not the right guy to talk about like the actual physics behind the theory and the hypotheses of like the predictive validity of having like the Earth rotating around the sun.
No physics involved.
No, there's lots of physics involved. I'm just probably the wrong guy. Like I came here, I came in here talking about something that I think most humans could talk about, which was conspiracies, right? Like I think most people could actually wrap their head around that quite easily.
How much geometry is involved apart physics?
How much what?
Geometry is involved. How much of that?
I'm sure there would be geometry involved. Like
Yeah,
geometry.
and we are speaking about that.
Yeah.
We are speaking about geometry, not about physics. We are interested about geometry.
Anyway, I wanted to talk about conspiracies because it's very easy to prove or disprove
conspiracy.
stuff like this, right?
This isn't a conspiracy in here, so there's no reason to talk about conspiracies.
One
No,
question.
but that's wrong because you think, but you would think that NASA is a conspiracy. Like you would agree with that, no?
It is.
NASA's an agency.
It means the sea.
That would be.
No, we're not going to go down that road.
Reasoning, right? So that would be that would be your line of reasoning based on the idea that Earth is not what they're telling you it is. Correct?
Correct. Yeah, that would be a conspiracy.
Right. So let's just like Says Who was trying to get to establish first whether it is or not what they're telling us it is.
Well, but I almost think it's a red herring to my point, right? Because my point is that
the foundation of the point, not the red
herring
to the point.
Well, it's so we have two options. It can be true or false, right? If it's false, then necessarily there's a conspiracy, right? So that's where I'm starting from.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what.
If you see the astronaut disappearing like a ghost on ISS, you will see that like a conspiracy or some effect what is happening in nature. If you see the astronaut disappearing in ISS like a fading, you will say this is conspiracy, or you will say this is some phenomena happening in the ISS.
Sasha, I think we're having a hard time. Just a second, but back to your point, you said that true or false. It's okay, Sasha. He's on the right track with this, buddy. So you're saying true or false? That there would be a necessity of a conspiracy if true or false the Earth was a globe or not. Correct?
Yeah. So if it was false, if the globe model is not correct, it would necessitate a conspiracy.
Okay, so that we just need to establish that, and then we could talk about conspiracies, which is what T-Dub was talking about just a second ago. Well, I mean, look, if you don't think there's a conspiracy, but you want to come in here and ask us why we think there's one, we're happy to do that with you, but I can't actually share my knowledge with you, right? If you don't go out and check for yourself, then what do you care? Why don't you go check and see if the Earth is curving anywhere? And once you find out that it is or isn't, you can make a determination from there. Then you can come in here and be like, all right, you stupid flat earthers, obviously the Earth is curving. What the hell? What conspiracy do you think they're trying to pull? Obviously NASA exists. They would have to have NASA because the Earth's a ball in space. But you don't have any of that information. You're coming in here with your religious beliefs, and then you're, right?
Well, what I'm trying to do is go the easiest, shortest route from A to B, right?
Yeah, so you're going backwards, right?
No,
because NASA exists, the Earth has to be a ball, and therefore the flat earthers must believe there's some kind of conspiracy. That's not the way to go about this.
That's not what I'm saying. So
what are you saying?
What I'm saying is that if the flat Earth is real, it would necessitate a grand conspiracy.
Okay.
Is that true or false?
Well, it's hard to call it a conspiracy because it's out in plain sight, like the Earth is just what it is. So how do you hide the Earth?
So we're talking about there's at the end of the day there's people that fulfill this role, right? I'm assuming there would be people at NASA, right? That would be fulfilling this role of perpetuating a conspiracy against people, right? Against other people.
Well, I don't know if it's a conspiracy, like I said, because everybody has access to the Earth. So it's kind of like saying, because NASA is an agency of a major corporation, a multinational corporation called the United States Corporation, you more would want to think about NASA as just one of their franchises that peddles movies, right? And the movies are just saying, yeah, we want you to believe an idea and entertain you. It's just like going to the movies. So they're just putting out stories and ideas, and you can accept or deny them. You don't have to believe them, right? I mean, is that
That was the Blair
conspiracy?
Witch Project, right? The Blair Witch Project. How many people
Well,
thought
if
that
you're
was
lying, yeah, like so if you're lying and then you're hiding your intent, then yeah, that's a conspiracy.
Well, have they openly declared what their intent is?
Well,
If I can interject, my mic still on.
so if they're showing you like, so to me, like when you see like the ISS looking at the Earth, like yes, like that would prove that the Earth is a globe, right?
How?
Is that true?
How
or false?
though? Well, first of all, I would have to prove. Hold on a second. I would have to prove that number one, the ISS exists and it exists where it's supposed to be. Okay, I have to do a lot of things to be like, okay, I guess I can no longer accept this as fiction. It obviously is, and I can validate it. So otherwise, it's just a movie, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we're getting lost in the weeds though, right? Because they're not saying it's a movie, right? So what I'm saying is that
do they have to disclose that?
What I'm saying is if the flat Earth is real, then that is fake and it's a conspiracy.
Well, I would probably tell you to go and check and see if the Earth's flat or if it's a ball. And if you come back,
but yeah, I know that's I know, like I get that that's what you guys talk about a lot, and I get that, but I'm just like I'm trying to get through the I'm trying to get the shortest. I'm trying to drive my car from the shortest like point from A to B, right? The shortest distance.
Somebody
and
take
and,
him through.
and this is the line of thinking that I'm trying to do that with.
Can I ask you a question?
If he wants to answer 3 questions about the globe, somebody do it with him. I can't.
What's up?
Go ahead. Yeah, you can ask me a question.
So
is my mic working?
Is that right?
Yeah, we can hear you, Dave.
You know who ever measured the curvature of the Earth anytime in history? If you don't know, just say I don't know. Just be honest.
They ever measured
the curvature of the Earth? Do you know anybody who measured the curvature of the Earth originally in history?
Distance over 13 miles. Go ahead, sister. Sorry.
Didn't like Aristotle do it with wells?
No, Aristotle did not do it with wells.
He didn't. I was pretty sure he did.
Nope.
Well, that's what I was going to ask,
buddy.
Okay.
Okay, so Higgs, if it was a globe, why do you think they would want you to believe that if it wasn't true?
Entertainment.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Well, I thought, okay, well, if this is all the land they're showing me on this land mass they're describing this as, then I can only go to those places that I can see right there, where it's rotating in space. So if there was more land and they were actually lying to me, I would never know it actually existed.
Okay.
Never ever.
Well, and even so, like, and then there's other conspiracies that would have to take place. Like I think another really good one would be just like airplanes, like basic flights
Yeah. They
and
use
stuff,
live
right?
flights. Like they used live flights in this channel one time, and I saw the plane go all the way up, and it was going over to what was it, Australia? But it went straight from like South America over Antarctic or what? The North Pole. I was like, what?
Well, before we kind of get into the weeds of affirming the consequent, if what do flight paths have to do with anything? Like distances between points? I don't understand.
And I want to say real quick, if you talk to any honest pilot, they'll tell you they were trained to fly over a flat, non-rotating Earth. Go ahead.
So when the Earth is like planes necessarily kind of want to fly the shortest distance possible, right? Due to like fuel consumption and time. Right?
If you say so, I guess. If you say so.
Okay,
well, that's what you claim. I don't know.
Do we not agree with that?
Dude, I don't know why they do what they do. They have like a lot of planes in the air at one time, and they can divert them any way they want to for any circumstance. Weather, right?
If we can, if we can't agree on basic concepts like that, like maybe we should talk about something else. Because like to me, like it just kind of necessitates
Can I
that,
ask you
like,
why
yeah,
you didn't
like a plane that's flying people around would want to use
Why are you
like
talking
less
about in the
fuel.
sky when you haven't answered about the curvature of the Earth? Nobody has ever measured the curvature. I'll shut up.
There's like another, yeah. So there was another, like, because there's another thing that comes to mind. I was watching
hit
this.
us.
I think he was like a medic, and he like posted a bunch of YouTube videos about how he was like in Antarctica, and he was like, I think they have like the U.S. has a base that's like in the middle of Antarctica. I believe it's like I don't know. It's like the fucking pole. It's like the South Pole. It's like the very.
Okay, wait.
It's like
So
it's like
South
the
Pole.
exact. It's like the exact South Pole, right? But like if the.
I mean, that is an
flat Earth,
actual pole, right? But the South Pole
It
is 4 directions away from the North Pole.
Well, let him finish his claim.
But there should be an ice wall there, right? If the flat Earth is like a.
There is.
What? Well, I get you're scattergunning at this point, and it sounds like you're trying to argue on bad faith. So you're giving me hearsay arguments about a base at a place you've never been. You just heard a story, and then you're going to necessitate something about what conspiracy?
We're talking about conspiracy. That's what we're talking about.
What conspiracy?
So like this guy with his little YouTube channel, he would have to be like he would have to be creating a conspiracy, right? For the Earth wasn't flat.
Is that guy here or is that guy here?
Yeah.
No, he's not here currently.
Oh,
So what are you getting at?
What I'm getting at is that, so you guys have to admit that like all of these things would have to be conspiracies, right? Against
All of what things? You haven't brought up anything except for hearsay about things you've seen on YouTube, and then ask us about it with a straw man argument. Why are you doing that?
because you think they're conspiracies.
I didn't say that. I never once said that. Now you're actually like accusing me of something. Like this is bad faith. Why are you doing this?
So how
man?
would
What's wrong with you?
okay?
You're
So
skipping past the whole reason that most of us are here. The Earth is not a ball. We should not measure as a ball. I'm probably robot. Shut up.
Oh, you're fine.
so how would like ISS footage not necessitate?
Excuse me. So I'm going to ask you again, and I'm going to tell me why. Because there's a conspiracy going on. You are intentionally here in bad faith, asking scattergun questions about things that you can't prove and are only hearsay. Why are you doing that?
These aren't scattergun questions. These are very pointed, directed.
No, you're all over the place. You're talking about a guy with a YouTube channel. You're talking about ice walls. You're talking about NASA being in some kind of conspiracy, and I can't prove any of the things that you're bringing up. So why don't you just stay on one point? What is the point?
Well,
because
the point is
here's an
that
example,
all of
man.
these people would be perpetrating a conspiracy against people to believe
Flat or
the
globe?
Earth is
Flat
globe.
or globe? Flat or globe? Because, right, and I'll ask you, flat or globe, what qualifies NASA as a valid source of information or knowledge?
I'm not saying it does or doesn't. I'm saying.
Okay,
you're
so
saying
no
it's a
conspiracy then. So no conspiracy then.
No, there isn't. No, there has to be a conspiracy.
So what qualifies NASA as a valid source of information?
Okay, no. Yeah, that makes sense. There's no conspiracy.
No. So NASA says they are a valid source of information. They say that.
They say they say they are.
Yes, they say
They're
they
just
are.
self-declared.
Exactly.
They
It
just
is self-declared. Yes. So it'd be a conspiracy.
And you accept it. Why?
I'm not saying. All I'm talking about is saying that you would think that they would have to have conspiracy, and then I'm.
Oh, I don't
analyzing
have
that.
to give a shit. No, that's my point.
Oh, you don't
I
have to
don't
give a
have
shit.
to give. I don't have to give a shit. Flat or globe. Right?
Why would you not give a shit though?
Because I can't validate anything that they're showing me, claiming to do. You?
You can't validate it, so you're just gonna not think about it.
I don't have to.
Yeah, why do I have
deal
to?
with the topic at? We can deal with the topic at hand.
But aren't they lying? But aren't they lying?
Are they?
Well, I don't know. You're the one that's saying they are.
I didn't say they were lying, did I?
Yeah, you did.
When? Rewind it. Play it back for me.
When you said the Earth was flat, that's when you said they were lying.
When did I say the Earth was flat?
You
you
seem
didn't?
concerned
Oh,
about
okay.
it. You seem
I thought I was
concerned
talking-
about whether they
I thought
are.
I was talking to a flat earther. You're not a
What's
flat
flat earther? Are you stereotyping me now? Why are you here in bad faith? That's the only question you get to answer for the rest of this time. Why are you here in bad faith?
This isn't bad faith. This is legitimate questions.
Okay, so the legitimate question is what you imagine. Tell me why I imagine certain things. That's what you're saying. You imagine there's a conspiracy because of X, Y, or Z, but you haven't told us about the X, Y, or Z part.
Okay. If you don't think there's a conspiracy with like NASA or flights or like that people go to Antarctica, then yeah, you can like backtrack all of that and you can have like some weird way.
Nobody here made those claims except for you, bro. Nobody here made those claims except for you.
I thought that was just like common stuff that you had to believe. To,
Oh, well, that's your bad. Once again, you assumed and it made you look retarded, right?
Why are you assuming things?
Well, it seems like you're the retard because you think that like NASA isn't perpetrating a conspiracy, which you would kind of have to believe.
So you think NASA's perpetrating a conspiracy now?
No, you do.
You said I'm retarded for not thinking that NASA's perpetrating a conspiracy. So now you believe NASA's perpetrating a conspiracy.
Or you're just like thinking like.
Why are you projecting your beliefs onto us?
Yeah, what do we do to you?
So, like, there would be a contradiction there, right? So, like, if NASA would have to be perpetrating a conspiracy if they're like showing that Earth is a globe, right?
Okay.
That would have
Well,
to,
we're gonna be
that would
back to
have to be the
square one.
case.
So is Earth a globe or not?
Here. Just let me finish. And it could not be the case. Could you explain how that it couldn't be the case that they were not? How it couldn't be the case?
We could show it by just going out and measuring to see if there's any curvature anywhere. You want to do that? Or do you just want to talk about motives?
You're just kind of like throwing verbal diarrhea at the wall.
Oh, see, so you're losing terribly, and I'm pointing you out to be the fraud and bad
you're not actually like.
So you're getting smashed on eggs, and it's a bad day for you, and I know it really hurts, but your plan didn't work out today. It always is going to be about the flat earthers and never about whether or not the Earth's a globe, right?
This is just an easy proof, and you're mad.
Yeah, well, you got crushed. Just admit it.
You're mad. No, you're just mad. Dude, this is a really easy proof, and you're mad. Like
Higgs, don't be silly,
dude, and you're not engaging with what I'm saying. All you're saying is like, all you're saying is like, oh, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Calm down, bro. Higgs, relax. Chill. All right. So there's a conspiracy. You said. How do you know that?
No, I'm not saying there's a conspiracy.
Oh, well, then no one's saying a conspiracy today, right?
What I'm here to say is that such a grand conspiracy is stupid.
What conspiracy?
You would have to have like a 60 IQ to believe that there would be this grand conspiracy.
What conspiracy?
A conspiracy to like make people believe that the Earth was round.
Who's doing that?
Well, NASA would certainly have to do that.
Well, NASA didn't come to my house and force me to believe anything. What the hell are you talking about?
So why? So if the Earth, you think the Earth is flat, right?
Oh, I know it's flat.
Okay, so you know it's flat. So so like when there's like ISS footage of like the Earth like rotating, that would have to be falsely created, right?
Well, I mean, like, I get popcorn and watch movies all the time, but just because I see something on TV, they're not forcing me to believe it, are they?
Yeah, but they're saying it's real, and it's like a government agency where like your tax dollars are going to like pay for them to do research, right?
Okay, why do I believe those people?
Right? No, wait.
No, that's a really good question. So you kind of answered your own question. Do you give money to NASA or any space agency or any government?
Probably, yeah.
Oh, okay. So do you think it would be possible, and I'm just asking you an honest question, and you could be honest or not, it's fine. Do you think it's possible that just maybe they want to show you fake shit so they can have your money? Maybe.
Sure, but they're purporting it to be real.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's one motive for them to have a grand conspiracy that you're talking about. Good job. I appreciate you answering that question for me. It's a great day with you.
I don't want to let me talk.
Worry about it. You lost, buddy. You just went out and stepped in your own doo-doo.
You just grandstand that I lost.
Let me ask him. Let me ask him. Could they possibly be doing that whether the Earth is flat or a globe?
No, like
I've got
this is ridiculous that you
I've
guys
got a
can't
more
admit
interesting
that.
point to talk about.
No, you this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
You
we'll get
guys
to you in a
can't
minute.
admit that you're
Stumbling.
that
Do you have
you
anything to
guys can't.
say?
Dude, listen.
I have lots
Could
to
they
say.
be
It's just,
faking
no,
it?
it's just
Could
okay.
they be faking it flat or globe?
Yeah, of course they could.
Right.
But
So
they're
what has this
purporting it
got to
to
do
be a
with
globe.
flat
But they're
earthing?
purporting it to be a globe, so it would necessitate a
Yeah,
conspiracy.
they could
And if
be
you
purporting it to be.
and if you don't want to like just say that they are, then you're just like running away from that point
Who's
because you don't
saying
want to
that they're
talk about it.
purporting it to? Who is saying that they're purporting it to be a globe because they're trying
Me.
to hide that
I
it's
am.
flat? Right.
Me.
You are.
Yes.
You
Because
are.
it would
So you
necessitate from
justify.
your
You
it would
justify that
follow
claim.
no, it would follow from your ideology.
No, because you agreed, flat or globe,
Okay.
they could be
Okay, so you
faking
just
it.
don't believe
They could be
anything.
faking
Okay,
it.
yeah. So
No, you
all you
agree.
guys want to do is
You
like talk
Why don't
about
we
like
talk? Why don't we talk about something
all
that
you
we
guys want
both
to talk
know
about is
happens?
like it's
Okay,
like ships
that'll be a
like
far
floating
more
away or
productive
something
conversation.
or some like or how like far like some fucking
Yes, that's what we want to do. We want to discuss the geometric claims. Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I've got an
mantles
interesting point of
your
conversation.
belief.
The seasons.
You've had enough of the mic, so
Okay.
it's going to be passed
Hello.
on to somebody who wants to talk about the topic. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So I just want to talk about how the globe model and the season difference between the northern and southern hemisphere coincide with each other very well. And I just want to talk about what you guys think about that.
Well, we already discussed that. There's an easy way to create post hoc explanations for things just by what you observe. It happens every year, so you can reify that into a model, no problem. Right?
Yeah, but it's just a coincidence that that model that suits that is a globe.
No, I'm saying that it's just easy enough to go ahead and post hoc make a reification that it could happen that way. In reality, you're just looking at seasons occurring and then basically affirming a consequent that it must be a shape because of seasons. That's silly.
And also says who.
So point defeated then.
If I heard him right, he's talking about his premise is false. The southern part of the earth is a lot different than the northern part. There's different plant life, different temperatures, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, but I'm saying the
Also
reason
different number of
because
time
that
zones.
is explained in the globe model.
Yeah, like I said, post hoc explanations don't mean anything. What you observe about the weather says what about the curvature of the Earth, if there is any curvature of the Earth? How are you getting from A to B in this nonsense?
Okay, all right. So I'm getting from A to B because of the position of the southern and northern hemisphere in relation to whether it's in direct sunlight of the sun or not direct sunlight of the sun. And
What's the sun?
So the sun is the star at the center of our solar system, which
can you prove that?
As Earth orbit. Can I prove it?
Yeah.
So I can prove that we're going around something because of other things within our solar system that are also going around the sun.
Who's we?
So we as just humans.
We as humans are going around a star? What's a star?
A star is some like helium and hydrogen plasma.
Okay, how could you prove that?
Its own mass.
Its own mass? How heavy is it? Is it massive? How massive?
So there's techniques that we can use to identify elements on Earth. And so we use a similar but modified technique to identify elements within the universe outside of the Earth's atmosphere.
So the Earth is
use this
moving, the sun is
information that we gather.
helium and hydrogen gas, right? So you're
Well, we
making these claims, but you're saying we, not me, you. You've done this?
Scientists are...
What scientists?
I do study chemistry, yes. So scientists assume, based on the evidence and the data that's provided by these machines that we've used to analyze stuff. So obviously it's not a true portrait of the truth necessarily, but it's like if someone's describing a story to you, you take their word as credibility based on what reputation they have with you. And I'm not saying that's science. I'm just saying it's a good metaphor to have, in a sense that as scientists,
you read the data that you get from these sort of machines, and you trust that. So that's why scientists assume the sun is made of helium and hydrogen.
All right. So let's see if I follow your line of reasoning correctly. So you have given your intellectual authority over to strangers who tested something in a lab in a very, very strict environment to measure light bands, coming off of things that they burn, and then immediately go ahead and affirm the consequent because they look at lights in the sky and they seem to align with the same bands, not in the same environment, not the same conditions, not using the same, means of observation, and just observe and declare. Is that correct?
It does seem that way, but when you look into into how atoms, and especially different kinds of atoms, behave, you can start to form assumptions based on. It's like making an educated guess.
You have to test those assumptions?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, in a controlled environment?
Yes, a controlled environment just means any environment you really want. That's what it means.
Oh my gosh, dude, are you serious? A controlled environment means whatever the hell you want it to be?
Yeah, of course. I'm just.
Oh my gosh, get out of here! Now it's bad faith again. You're asking questions in bad faith again. Can you guys come in here with a little bit of honesty?
What do you
just
mean?
once in a while?
Asking in bad faith.
So, any environment I choose to test something is sufficient. Not actually controlling, isolating cause and effect, just whatever the hell I want it to be. So it's really stringent in this particular instance where I study it in a chamber, right? And then I just want to go outside and ignore the environment that I just tested the thing that I drew a conclusion from and said, well, seems close enough. None of it's the same. None of the controls are the same, but close enough. Just whatever I want it to be, willy-nilly.
Okay, so the reason why there is some sort of correlation is because we have these machines beyond the atmosphere of the Earth, and it's through those other detectors and instruments that if you were driving your car, you'd trust your speedometer.
Right. That's not an analogous. So why don't you tell me about all these instruments that we're using and where they're at and how they're made, and so we can go validate whether or not they're filling us full of shit, or if you're just trusting people with asking zero questions and scrutinizing us instead of them.
No. I'm not scrutinizing you at all.
Well, why are you in here asking the questions? Why don't you ask the questions to the people that you trust so much?
Because I find it interesting to talk to people about interesting topics.
Well, don't ask me about things that they assert, because I don't care about what they assert. You apparently do. Why am I your freaking, intellectual experiment today?
You're not my intellectual... Bro, I'm just having a conversation. I think you're thinking a bit too deep into this.
Well, you've made a lot of claims, and you've yet to support them other than the fact that you trust strangers.
No, I'm trying to tell you that, like, the machines that scientists use, they're not just someone making shit up. These are repeatable.
I didn't say that. I know that spectrometers exist. I assume that you're talking about spectroscopy.
There's a lot of ways of detecting, but yes, spectroscopy, a type of spectroscopy, is definitely something that we use as scientists.
Right. And what kind of environment is going, like, inside the spectrometer? What's happening in there? Tell me how that tool works. Tell me about that equipment.
Okay, I'm not sure I can do it very quickly, but I'll try and summarize it the best I can. Is that there's a light sensor, and there's a light, and it basically reads the absorbance rate of the light when an analyte is placed in between the light and the detector. Now, that could be atoms, it could be compounds, it could be anything, as long as it meets the resonance frequency, right? We're able to do that with photons because a wavelength is just on a spectrum, so you can get any wavelength number you want. In space, as scientists, we've detected that there are very small... I said scientists, okay? But
what scientists? Specifically?
On the wrong point. This is not the point of contention here.
Seriously, you can't just throw... These are elephant hurling fallacies. Do you know what that means?
I do know what it means, but it's not really.
Okay. So why are you throwing these claims in here that are untestable and extreme? Well, then why don't you post these and cite what you're talking about in chat? Because I'm not going to take your word for it. See, you believe strangers. I think you're full of shit. So post it.
Okay, well, I'll try and find a paper for you right now.
Yep.
See if I can go on
These
SciFinder.
straight dishonest trolls. We got anybody in here that's got intellectual honesty? Feel free to
I'm
speak.
go intellectual honesty. I'm on the American Chemical Society. Okay, this is intellectual honesty.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
What
Let's
the
see
hell is
that
that supposed to
paper.
mean? It's supposed to be credibility.
Ed, let's see that paper for the end
Not
of this.
credibility for anything. It's not credibility for shit, dude.
Let's see that paper for the end of your conversation with you, because if you show that paper, I will never ever believe that Earth is flat.
Bro, that is such a false statement.
No, man, because you stated something exists. Can you post that now that exists and that
I didn't
everybody?
state anything exists or to be 100%
No,
true.
you said we scientists did that. Okay, that's
Wait
what
for you
you
to
said.
post
The last thing. Can you post that with saying this? John Smith, the astrophysicist from '67, get Nobel Prize or whatever, date February 14, and then I don't know, Julia Smith, 1993, and then it's written all her work, and then I will say, what the fuck? Look at this. This is interesting.
Ultimately, if you make a claim and then you bring a citation, we're not even close to done yet. Then we have to look at the methodology used. Then we have to see if their conclusions are drawn from other assumptions that they haven't tested. And then we have to see if we can do any of the things that they claim, because empiricism is really important, right?
Wait, let the man through. He's from the American Chemical Society.
Yeah.
I don't get what's your problem with the American Chemical.
My problem is this: you are saying if I put the ice on the water, it will boil, and without any, because it's near, it's there, it must be. And I didn't trust you, and I put the water on the heat, and I repeat that 1 million times, and I realize that water is boiling when you put heat on, not when you put ice. But you are telling me all the time, Sasha, it's the ice. We scientists assumed it must be ice. That you are telling us all the time.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna have to use Google Scholar because I'm not allowed to log in from my IP address. I have to be on my campus. Sorry, so I'm gonna use Google Scholar instead. See what I can find.
Meanwhile, because this is a big, spectroscopy, it's complicated. You have geometry. You can find out who measured the curvature of the air. That is more simple to find that than, this spectroscopy is complicated, man.
Yeah, none of the stuff in the sky is going to tell you anything about the surface.
Okay, I mean, if you want to dismiss me, that's fine. But then, what's the point of you lot being in here?
To tell people there is no curvature in reality, and to give them that information. And if they can swallow that and go into that and understand what is that's what we want.
Ed, we're not dismissing you. We're dismissing your claims, man. If you make a claim without evidence, you just say, we've done this and we've done that, and I believe the scientists and they said this, but you brought no evidence.
What people are saying is just coming across as very shut the fuck up, really, because they don't know,
why, you're wasting my time, bro. Like, you're making claims that you're not proving, and you're wasting my time.
I'm not making claims. I'm just saying this is one side of the argument. I'm just pointing out this is what people believe.
I'm still waiting for you to post your study.
Okay. That's fine. So people believe this. They believe it without cause.
Well, there are people who don't study this topic and may only have been educated very little. And so yes, that is technically you're correct, believing without cause.
I don't know.
That means that you people believing that pseudoscience is science, and only that, nothing else.
Okay, well, it's not
Is that true?
pseudoscience, but sure.
Yeah, but that all what we are speaking is pseudoscience, astrophysics, that's pseudoscience.
That's just your opinion.
No, that's not my opinion.
It is.
is.
It literally is your opinion.
It's a fact.
If you said I like the color red, I'd say that's your opinion, right?
That's
And
not,
you're calling.
it's not equivalent though. You said something completely different. That is actually an opinion.
It's an
So you're
opinion.
agreeing with me, yeah. So that is an opinion. Well done.
No, what you said is. What he said isn't.
If you argue that something could be anything, is a pseudoscience, right? Other
No,
people
can you tell me?
will disagree.
Can you tell me what is
You
science
did,
and what
Dave.
is pseudoscience?
Remember,
And then we
controlled
will.
environment can be anything you want, right? So pseudoscience, right?
Yeah.
Why are we not able to stick to the conversation at hand? Like this is
Because
I'm just
pseudo.
bringing up something you said earlier. Now you're backtracking. You're backstepping on what you said earlier.
Oh,
Did you declare pseudoscience earlier when you said, well, a controlled environment can just be just whatever you want? Now you're saying that if you just make up whatever you want, it's pseudoscience.
technically, yes, it can, bro. It's any environment that you choose to deem it to be. If you want
Okay,
5
there you
atmospheric
go.
pressure in a
Pseudoscience.
chamber, that's a controlled
Sorry,
environment.
Sasha, continue with your point.
Oh right, so I'm dismissed, am I? You lot know how to have a conversation with people.
No, man. You need to distinguish science from pseudoscience. Can you do that?
Do you know what pseudo means?
Yeah. It's
Do
what
you
you're
know what
saying.
pseudoscience means?
What does pseudo mean?
Do you know what pseudoscience means?
Oh my fucking god.
Do you know or do you don't know?
Of course I know.
Define every word of
And
every word of every
can you
word.
tell me
You're
what
gonna
is the
have to
pseudoscience?
define
Bollocks.
indefinitely words.
Is it that something opposite of science?
Bro, I just said it's bollocks.
Oh,
Okay.
Can you define that? Like you actually
Are you retarded?
describe it? No, we just want to have.
You're fucking fishing, bro. Shut
You
up.
just-
I'm not answering your question. Jesus
Look, you-
Christ.
He wants
I know what
citation.
it is. I've just said
Definition.
it's...
You give an answer that's non-descriptive.
Huh?
If you ask professor in the university what is pseudoscience, he will say it's a bullshit. It's a balak.
Yeah,
Or
exactly.
he will
But I've
tell you
got
some.
fucking...
Or he will tell you some definition like a collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method. A collection of beliefs or practices mistakenly regarded as being based on scientific method.
Exactly.
Okay, so there's no scientific method in the study of atoms.
Okay, and what is the science?
What is the science of what, mate?
Natural science. What is that? Does natural science mean yeah, does natural,
Well, natural
science
science could be anything. It could be biology. It could be geology.
No, there are parts of biology, not all of biology, that the scientific method can be used in. See, I don't think you know what the scientific method is.
Brother.
And I'm not saying it's an insult, I just don't think you know what it is.
Have you studied any science, past the age of 18?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, actually, I have.
Okay, well,
But
I'd be
what does that
interested
have to do with
I'd
anything?
be interested to hear what that is.
Well, why does it matter? You want to divert from the topic?
Because
That
you're
you
saying
came in
I
here
don't
from
know
the
the
very
scientific
beginning,
method,
Ed, talking about whether or not the Earth is going to be a ball because of seasons. How silly does that have to be? And then we got to spectroscopy.
Not silly at
right
all,
now.
actually.
So how does the spectroscopy connect with whether or not the Earth is curved?
Well, it means that we're rotating around a planet. I mean, a star.
No, it doesn't mean any of that. See, what's the cause and what's the effect? So what is the effect that you're observing in this scenario? Let's see if we can run it through the scientific method real quick.
You're so funny. I don't know what the scientific method is, apparently. So
you just ignore the question and then, no, I'm asking you. What is the scientific, what is the observation that we're making? What are we watching?
Right, bro. And then
No.
I try and bring up points.
No.
It's deflection.
You're the one deflecting right now. I'm asking a very poignant question. You said that this is all based on science and physics, and we know, right? So let's talk about it. What is the natural
we know,
phenomenon
isn't it?
observed in this?
You're funny.
You said we, did you not?
It's serious.
No, and then
they
I
call you
corrected
out on what
myself
you
because you
actually
started
said.
crying
Okay,
about it.
fine.
But that's what you
Fair
said.
enough. Do you observe any natural phenomena that's going to help you decide whether or not the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuous space that's ever expanding? What's the natural phenomena observed?
Seasons.
Okay, so the
Day and
seasons
night.
do what?
Day and night.
Oh, now you're changing it. Can you just pick one?
Well, I've just I'm not like saying, oh, this one or that one. I'm saying both of them.
You
If
can't
two is
do
too much
two.
to
We
handle,
can't
like-
do.
Yeah.
You
if
can't
that's too
do
much to
two
handle, well, I'm really sorry.
phenomena and then test two phenomena at the same time. Don't be silly. Pick one.
Why do I have to pick one? I'll go with day and night.
They're not analogous.
Day and night. Okay, so day and night. So you observe day and night. What is your hypothesis? If what, then day and night.
So if the Earth has two sides, then day and night.
Okay, so two sides like the sides of a coin.
Like the sides of a ball. If you was to
Do
put
balls have sides?
If you was to look at a
Ball has
ball,
one side.
no, there's the side you can see and there's the side you can't see. Like, I'm not talking about mathematical sides. I'm just saying there's the side you can see and there's the side you can't see.
Okay, that's fine. So if Earth ball, then day and night.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's no, it's fine. Let's manipulate our hypothesis. If ball, then day and night. Do you have any idea how absurd that is?
Not really.
No, you don't think because ball.
I'd like you to tell
day
me
and night.
because that's the whole point of a conversation.
You're going to have to listen to what I'm saying. If
I am
ball, if
trying.
Earth ball, then day and night. You were saying just because the Earth in your imagination is a ball, how do you vary and manipulate Earth being a ball to get day and night? How would you do that? How could you manipulate the variable in this scenario to get your presumed cause?
Changing the variable that dictates the Earth's shape is impossible.
Oh, okay, so this is not the scientific method then.
Jesus Christ.
So there's no science that you can actually conduct.
Bro,
to
I'm gonna put it. I'm
figure
gonna
out
put
whether
it
a
in
day
an
and night.
analogy for you, right?
No, this is not an analogy. I just use
No.
the scientific method with you, and you don't know what it is.
No, because I need you to understand why we use the scientific method.
No, you don't need to help me with anything. Today you failed miserably. You jumped to conclusions. Oh yeah, come on. Let's be
So
honest.
the
Ed, come
scientific
on.
method, right? It's used. You might not know why it's used. It's because we
Don't
can't
condescend
see
to me, jackass.
Suck my dick, bitch. The reason why we use it, right?
Yeah,
because-
yeah. You're not going to condescend to me, Ed.
Yeah.
Don't use your analogies and stuff.
You're
Just
so big,
grow
it's
up,
funny.
bro. Bro,
You
grow
think you're
up.
so big. You can't even listen to me because you cry.
lost.
Because you're going to affirm the question, affirm the consequent, or beg the question, or make up some bullshit, and have something not analogous to what we're talking about here today. The scientific method is what it is. You don't get to determine what it is.
Mate, that's like saying apples are apples.
They're not apples aren't apples. Dude, apples aren't apples. Everybody, apples aren't apples.
You just said the scientific method is the scientific method.
Yeah, there's a method, and it doesn't change just because you want it to affirm your biases. Apples are apples, and the scientific method is what it is.
I don't see how I'm affirming my biases.
Oh, well, tell me what you think then. Tell me about your biased idea of what the scientific method is.
I've
Tell
just
me about
tried
it.
at least 3
Oh,
times.
no, please, just tell us all. I'm really interested to hear this now.
You can keep
'Cause
begging.
apples aren't apples. So, you're not going to tell me. Okay, well, fine, then I guess I'm right. The scientific method is what it is. You don't know what it is. You don't know how to use it. You certainly can't prove any of your points using it. So you lost here today, Ed. Congratulations.
So a chemistry student went the whole time without saying the scientific method one time?
I don't need
That's
to.
correct.
Damn, that's crazy.
They don't use that in chemistry. They don't use that in chemistry.
Jesus. Why are you guys so hostile? I don't understand.
Ed, no one's hostile here, Ed.
I think quite the contrary.
Really?
Nobody's being hard.
I hope you
I
feel
don't
better.
know. I've spoke to other flat earthers previously, and they're chill. Like they'll be down to listen. But
Damn, why
I don't know
can't
what
we
it
be
is
more like
about-
them?
About you, Satan.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not like me. Dang, I'm not like other people that, put up with your
Yeah, you're not
bullshit.
like other nice
I
human beings.
apologize for
You're kind of horrible.
making myself look bad. I guess.
It's okay, bro.
What the fuck? Like what?
I don't think I look
If
bad
it-
at all. I'm
If it
very
makes
confident in
me
my own
look
beliefs.
horrible pointing out your bullshit, then I'm okay with it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't mind you
chewing
calling
your
out my
bullshit.
bullshit.
I look
bro.
like an
That's why
asshole.
I'm
That's
here.
okay.
No, I don't mind you calling out my bullshit. That's fine. That's why I'm here.
Oh, okay. So
But
you
every
want to
time I
go to
do
places where they
try
call you on your nonsense? That's correct.
Because we have to have some sort of, constructive conversation. No matter
Well,
whether
it's
I'm
not going to be
trying to.
constructive if you just, roll in with fallacious logic and spew nonsense. It's not going to be very
It was
constructive now,
very
is it, Ed?
hilarious. Like
Right,
when you
but
said apples are apples.
that
I
was
don't
so
think
funny.
anybody's being
Wetting
hostile to
myself.
you.
You
We
proved him
appreciate
right.
your intellectual
I'll put
honesty.
some apples for you.
How did I prove him right with the sentence "apples are apples"?
Tell us how apples
Because
aren't
you make an
apples.
apple, you look at the DNA of an apple, seeds of an apple can make an apple because they have those.
Right. Okay. So I chose a noun, right? So therefore, null and void. If I was to choose a concept, right, which doesn't have DNA or a physical existence, to you, that means it doesn't exist. That's what you're insinuating with what you've just said
No.
to me. Oh, so
Say it
so it's
doesn't
not.
exist.
Oh, right. So
It just doesn't have an
okay.
exact
So
pattern like
you're
DNA
just saying
creates
something just to fit in. That's what you're doing.
in reality.
You're saying something to fit in, bro.
No,
Ed, you're floundering, bro. Can you prove the Earth curvature for me? Let's get back on topic.
Well, this is what I wanted to talk about, but I mean, I tried talking about day and night. It's not really what I want to talk about. And I
Yeah,
tried
and
talking
it
about
failed the
seasons,
scientific
but that got
method,
shut-
even
that
though
got
you
shut
tried
down
to
as well.
shoehorn it in there. Yeah, right. Because all of it is affirming the consequent. So we don't have to listen to it, Ed. Don't you understand?
But you're affirming the consequent by saying there's no curvature.
Oh my gosh, dude, you better go look it up. What affirming the consequent is.
Okay, sure.
This is true what he just said.
Yeah, it is. So I come in here and I listen to that sort of stuff, right? And that's fine because it's just what everyday people think. I'm not here to listen to the fucking experts. I'm here to listen to the everyday man, right?
So wait, so you think
But
they're
when
different
I come in
people?
here, no, I'm not finished. When I come in here,
He's whining.
I say,
Let him whine.
What? Like
breathe.
Let
Bro,
him
how do you
cry.
think I'm still alive? Stop the cut.
Let him cry.
he thinks I'm not an expert. I don't know anything. Okay.
Let it out. Let it out.
Yeah.
I don't think you're
He
not an
wants
expert.
to talk to the experts. He wants to talk to people he can make fun of.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
well,
want to talk to
Tell
the
me something I
experts.
don't know.
I want to talk to the
9
fucking
plus 10.
experts.
Yeah.
Oh shit, you got it.
Yeah, what's this?
I'm sick of the experts hiding behind their fucking info walls and fucking internet and TV screens.
Bro,
Get in here.
it was a lot harder to talk to experts 100 years ago. It's been the easiest in human history, and you're
They're
still complaining.
scared to have this conversation. They
They're
are
not scared, bro.
petrified to have. They fucking are. Otherwise, they'd be here having this conversation.
Why would they
Yeah,
waste their time?
well, it's
They probably,
easier
in
now.
fact,
It's
no. You
easier
know, it's not
now to
even.
have that
It's not even them
conversation.
thinking that they're wasting their time.
Yeah, but
They
it's
probably just
easier.
don't even know this exists.
But it's easier now to have that conversation than it's ever been before. So then they'd have to just be hiding.
Bro, how many people do you think are in the politics Discord right now?
I know that Neil deGrasse Tyson has specifically addressed the subject. So has Lawrence Krauss. So has others, and they said they will not debate it.
Right, but isn't that because of possibly,
And they're so
just
easy to
how
access.
conversations go with people who believe in flat Earth?
Yes, we will expose them, and they will not like it.
Right, but Flat GPT, do you not understand the bigger picture here, mate?
What?
Yes, if we expose them, then people will know. That's the big picture they don't want.
Yeah, the
Big
fact
picture
that your
that they don't
experts
want,
are
or
afraid to talk to
big
us
picture
because
that you're
of
failing to convince people of.
no.
because
Listen,
it's
here's
not
the
true.
big picture. The fact that your experts are afraid to talk to us tells us that we're the experts.
If your success is tied into a lie, then you'd be very scared to talk about what the real, truth is.
Yo, Heretic, have
They
you
can
ever had a
set-
deep fried Mars bar before?
No.
No. Would you say it's good or bad? If I was to say it was good, or if I was to say it was bad, would you believe me?
No.
Shut up.
Wow. He's telling me to shut up. That's cute.
No, it's fine, Ed. Your perception of what tastes good doesn't have anything to do with whether or not I think it tastes good, right? Plus, it's not empirical. So
that's not what I was getting at. You missed the point.
So what's the point?
Explain the point.
Go ahead.
The point is that Heretic's never had one before. So how would he know?
And this is analogous to what?
And this is analogous to the professionals, right? What professional examination?
Professionals.
What professionals? Has anyone done here to conclusively go
changed
against
it from
not
expert
only
to
the fact that
professional.
the Earth is a globe,
You changed it
but
from
the fact that
expert to
modern
professional.
science has gotten it wrong.
Ed. What
Yeah,
science? We already talked about the scientific method, and day and night failed the test. So what are you talking about? Are you just talking about people that affirm your biases? We don't believe the people that affirm your biases. Yeah, I'm sorry, bro.
Years of intellectuals, people who dedicate their life.
Yeah, bummer that they don't have any evidence to this day, right?
Stupid.
They just have affirming the consequence, right?
40 years, something like 40
Right,
years.
and I kicked their ass all over the place, and yours.
You just shout on everyone. Everyone for the last 250 years. What was?
Yeah, right.
You're so smart.
Thank you for acknowledging that. I appreciate that, Ed.
Worship you,
I
man.
do.
I need to worship you.
I know.
There's people
I'm-
here who
listen-
dedicate their lives.
I should actually fly to America and just start sucking your dick. Like you're that good.
Whatever you got to do, bro.
They're always degenerates.
Yeah, it always ends
What
up
if
here
somebody here
somehow.
dedicated their life to this conversation? Do they
Oh, is
deserve your
everyone
respect as an
uncomfortable?
expert now, or do they have to be on TV? Like,
TV. What's that?
yeah, I don't know.
I love how I'm getting called a pervert, bro. Chill the fuck out. Oh, he said the dick word. What are you, 5 years old? I'm sorry if it offends you. I won't say it again. If it truly does, I won't hurt your feelings another time. I don't get how you guys don't understand. Like, not that I'm saying that you're wrong, but I don't get why you think that I am so inherently wrong. Like, not only to believe what I do believe, but I believe it because I'm just absorbed in the lie and the conspiracy. It makes no sense. It's like
where's the
if someone was to
justification
say
for what
that you just believe it because of the conspiracy, you think that their opinion has no validity. Because what does it even mean to them?
It doesn't
makes
have
no
validity because there's no justification for what you believe.
Yeah.
It doesn't need justification.
See, then it's always like, it doesn't matter.
That's why it's not valid.
It doesn't matter. No, what matters is that there is countless upon countless pieces of evidence to understand
Oh yeah,
our own
preponderance of
interpretation of the universe, right?
Yeah.
And
Where's this evidence? Because you've presented zero. It's definitely not scientific, right?
Well, I'm not gonna present any. I'm just gonna say I'm not gonna present.
You never do.
I've stretched my legs out. Can't be asked. But there's
You
thousands.
never do. You say that there's evidence and you never show it. Well, if we could get somebody who believes in the globe to actually present empirical evidence of the globe, that would be a great day. But they say, nope, we won't do it. Just like the scientists that, don't want to waste their time by coming in here and bringing it up. No. I mean, if you wanted to, do you want to shut down the server? Or are you just fascinated by flat earthers that don't believe the same nonsense that you believe? Is that what it is?
I told you what it was.
It obviously is. Like, science
Well, I
proves
told
it.
you what it was.
Wait till the day that flat earthers figure out their balls are round.
Wait, someone said science proves it. Who said that? Who said science proves it?
Me.
Hans?
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, okay. Can you give us an example?
So
I'm an example.
when you go up a hill, if the Earth was round, it would go in a
You're a
circle.
bad example.
If you went up on a hill, if the Earth was
Alright.
round, you'd go in a circle.
Yeah.
Mate, what? Can you please explain that in more detail?
No.
Then I don't believe you. Not a very convincing argument. No one here is going to believe you with that, mate.
Hey, I don't care if you don't believe me because we have believers all around the globe.
Yeah, I mean that's another point
That's
for the
cheeky.
globe. But Ed can't count because that's how much evidence there is. There's so much evidence that you can't count. So that's another point. That's at least one.
Oh yes, Tyler. I agree with you. Where is that?
Walking up a hill is scientific evidence, is it? Earth being a globe. Classic.
Is he even still in the call?
I think he jumped. He fired his guns and missed.
Is it really, Ed, that you don't like the fact that we don't believe the pseudoscience that you believe?
Oh, I don't mind it.
Okay.
Well, you're free to think whatever you like. I genuinely don't care.
I'm sure Ed has the same reason as everybody else. Is that the flat Earth, right? It doesn't offer all this, fantasy, like the possibilities are ended, right? But with the universe being ever expanding and the Earth being a globe and all these other planets, it's an endless. There's endless, potentiality to our existence. Yeah. I'm sure he's just I'm sure that's the appeal.
I mean, if we was to take endless as literally as just a replacement for infinite, I think. Well, it's an interesting philosophical question, and I don't think you know the answer to that. I don't think I know the answer to that, because if you was to say that there's an endless amount of knowledge that we are yet to learn as humans, that's just an assumption. There's no way you can say that's for certain or not. However, our knowledge on the solar system and the universe around us is limited, of course. It's as limited as the boundaries that we're held to.
Right. But if we were in a, I don't know, people say, if we're in a box, right, then it's limited and we can get to the end of that knowledge and be done.
But we don't know if the universe is a box. I mean, it's a very, very big box, if it is a box, because we haven't found the edge.
Right. Yeah. So there's still some possibilities. Is it more, what's more appealing? Would you say, like the flat Earth or the globe Earth? Which one's more appealing?
Well, to me, the globe Earth, but that's just my opinion, isn't it? It's my own choice.
Yeah, I mean, somebody could say, "Well, I don't know. The flat Earth sounds like appealing. That sounds crazy. That would be unbelievable, endless possibilities." But the way you see it is, no, it wouldn't be endless, right? It would be pretty easy to figure out, and it would be done. We'd have to kind of grow in other places. Like we can't grow in knowledge of the Earth or the universe anymore. We'd have to grow, I don't know, our relationships with each other because we'd be done with that knowledge.
Yeah, I can see that, but I think in this specific situation where people talk about whether it's a globe or not, it's like if you're going to town to go to the shop or you're brushing your teeth, that sort of thought, unless you've dedicated your life to some form of understanding the world around you, it's not really a question that would drive anyone to some sort of harm or insanity or despair or whatever. I mean, everyone has their deep thoughts themselves, and everyone asks questions, especially as a child. But I think to believe in something because it closes the door is closure. I mean, personally, I wouldn't do that, but I can understand. Like, my point of view on religion is a sort of it provides a way, a guide for people to live happier, less stressful lives, and it's proven to do that. People are less anxious with a religion. I know it's not the answer. I know it's not the magical book where you go and just read and you have your problem's solved. It's far different from that. But the sense of believing that the Earth was flat and that, you know, there's the end, like, it doesn't interest me personally. I'm a very curious person, and so I love finding out what we know of what is around us. It's just that sort of thing that Does Ed think belief is knowledge? No, not really, because belief in a religion and people who believe in religion think that what is said is knowledge because it must be true. I don't think they're wrong for that at all, but I just disagree with that.
All right, so that wouldn't be knowledge then when you're talking about like the solar system or other heliocentric religious beliefs.
If we could confirm that we think knowledge means the same thing, then I could agree to that. Like, what is knowledge? What do you mean by that?
Cuddy's not going to like the answer, so I won't give it.
No, honestly, it's fine. If we disagree, we disagree, and we can talk about something else.
All right, I'll throw a bomb in the chat and walk away. Justified true belief.
Justified true belief. Okay. I'm just going to quickly Google that to refresh my memory.
Or we can just go with the dictionary definition that doesn't say that. I'm just trying to rile people up.
Oh, okay. Is that not what you really think, or?
I do accept that interpretation of it, but a lot of people here won't.
Are there limitations to that sort of thing? Because I think, like, it's an interesting proposition, 100%. And there's a lot of things that it can be true for. But there are, it's like a Venn diagram. It's kind of, it's in one thing, but it's not quite in the other. If you get what I'm saying. I don't want to convolute it, but,
Well, this is a horrible conversation that I'm starting. It goes
we can
around and
change if you
around.
like.
And
Well, we can change. It's only just a bit of philosophy, so you're right. It will go round and round. See, I just want a normal conversation. I'm not trying to be malice at all. It just pisses me off when people dismiss me straight away. Like, okay, you've explained why you're dismissing me, but this is a conversation. How does this image prove the curve? I mean, if you think it does prove a curve, you've got to assume that the bed that these pillars are on are, technically level with each other. If the surface of the Earth beneath it is flat, using water as a level, right? Now, the ocean's very full of water, so it's not a very good way of knowing if the floor beneath it or the bed is flat level. That's fucking emo. It's flat level. I feel like you're trapping me here, bro. I know what you want from me.
And I hope you can appreciate the fact that I don't really want to dismiss you, right? But I know you've been around this server or this channel, this topic, long enough to know that if we're going to have a conversation, it's going to have to be something new in the discussion, new information, because we've gone through all the things that you've brought up. You know what I mean? Don't really want to hash out the old stuff.
No, that's fair. It's hard to know what you've heard and what you haven't from a genuine standpoint. And I can't.
Fair enough. You and I have really never spoken, so I get that.
Yeah, and you know, I'm glad you understand. Donato, you've sent an image. It's actually interesting. I wouldn't know how the water bulges on the Earth. There are some scientists who claim that the moon causes bulging because of its gravitational influence on the Earth.
What science did they use for that?
I actually don't know, but I'm just saying some scientists believe that. Right? That's all I'm saying. Now,
Marine
I'm
biology.
not saying you have to agree. I'm not saying it's true. But all I'm saying is I don't know the answer to that image that Donato put in. It's like the bottom one, right? The bottom one is the only section of the image anyone in this call has been able to experience. No one's seen the Earth from far away enough to, or observed the Earth in such a manner of the first two images to be able to say it's either one of those two. It's like, I know what you're trying to say. It doesn't make the top two don't make sense, but we've not experienced the top two. We don't even know a different reference frame other than the bottom one, sorry. Ed, you hate yourself. Flat. Thanks. Having a level surface. No, I know the construction argument, bro. I think a reason why you might find it so hard to break down the walls of someone who's a glober is because of just how intrinsic something like that belief is to someone. That's their reality, isn't it? Like, your belief that the Earth isn't a globe is your reality. So deconstructing that, or maybe even talking truthfully about it, can be quite difficult. Now, I'm not saying I'm not free from those biases. I wouldn't want to claim that, because that's just unfair on you guys. Stop the cut, bro. Why are you laughing, man? What's funny? There's no jokes being said here. Scared boy. Okay. I mean, boy's a little too young. Maybe young adult, that's fine.
Well, do you think that can have a horizontal surface upon which angle between vertical and the surface remains the same at any point on that surface.
So it's always 90 degrees.
Right? Do you think that's achievable?
Anywhere on the globe. I mean, sorry, anywhere on Earth.
In reality,
I understand you're trying to ask me a question, but you just have to explain. So, anywhere that can't be perpendicular to horizontal or vertical. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just asking, is it possible to have a horizontal surface
Yeah.
upon which angle between vertical and the surface of that
Yeah.
horizontal surface remains the same at any point on that surface?
Oh yeah, it's going to stay exactly the same. If you're level.
Sweet.
But what I could ask you a question and say what dictates level? What dictates the direction of level? Now, I know that it's, you can do a simple test of pouring water on the thing that you want to see if it's level, and if it doesn't move, then it must be level. Because there's a change in verticality that causes the water to move. So that's not really what I'm after. I'm not after the fact that water tells us. I'm after the fact that what dictates that direction in the first place. It's interesting, isn't it? Because it's always towards the ground. So the ground must have some sort of influence in dictating level as well, not just water. Now, why is that? It's an interesting question, I think, anyway. You there, mate?
It's just down.
It's just what, sorry?
Just down.
It is just down, yeah. But if I was just to say dark is just dark, that wouldn't be resolving the question truly. And also, I saw something that you said earlier. It was interesting. You said, would be more than one Polaris star because you are showing two straight parallel lines pointing to Polaris. What the fuck? Now, that's interesting. It's a good statement because on any sort of humanistic scale, two parallel points will never touch, and that's true. The diagram you're talking about, just like if you had a double-barreled shotgun, both of those shots are still going to hit the target even though they're parallel to each other. That's like the only analogy I can give to you, because Polaris is, I think it's a trinary system, meaning 3 stars are in orbit with each other. And these stars are one of them is pretty big, the other two it's not very, but they're really bright, which is why we use them. And also not really above if we use the North Pole as the top of the planet, if we make that assumption. Stop the cut. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. I addressed level.
Polaris is pretty dull.
I mean, in comparison to a lot of things, you'd be right. Yeah.
No, in comparison to the other stars.
The other stars around it, or like what other stars? You're gonna have to be a bit more specific.
That's all there is. Work with what I
the
gave.
stars
Work with what I
within a
gave
few
you.
arc seconds of the Polaris star, or a couple arc minutes, or what? Why did it change? So I don't know. I don't keep up with Polaris distance, but you're claiming that the distance has changed. Now, I wouldn't be able to give you a correct answer. I would only be able to give you what people have thought due to an educated guess. Claiming that the educated guess is not the truth, but it's up to you whether it fits your ideologies. And I'm going to save my own breath, and I'm going to say it's not. But that would be in bad faith. So I'm going to Google it anyway. Possibly our measurements did change. I'm not seeing anything that says Polaris has moved. It's a notorious. I mean, I think what Donato was saying was distance rather than position. If you was to think of it on a third axis rather than just X and Y relative to our position here on Earth looking up. So forwards and backwards, no, I don't think it's moved. I don't think there's any easily accessible information. So if you would like to make that claim, I'd like to see something. Scientists studying those stuff, nice one. Oh, thank you. Well, that's annoying. The article doesn't really tell us anything. It's kind of like a news feed, really. Maybe there's a link. Let's have a look. Stop the cut. If you think that image of the long exposure of the stars proves the Earth is not a globe, then I question what other things you believe. If you're that easily convinced over a meme. So, the link that you posted isn't the study, but that's fair enough. You posted something, so I'm not going to knock you for that. But there could be loads of reasons. One major one I can easily think of is just the change in technology that we have. This is the 1990s. Satellite technology, rocket technology has gone way better. The And the reason why I say rocket technology is because we were very limited on the amount of mass we could take up there. That's all changed. You can take a lot more into space nowadays. It's a lot more economical. It's not like we've invented a way of doing it. It's just become more economically viable. That's really the reason why that's changed. 25% error. I don't know what the 25% error means. You're referencing it, but it means nothing. Oh, yeah. I mean, 25% error is kind of big, isn't it? But then again, this link that you posted isn't fair. It's not really. Yeah, I do believe that. I believe it's okay. I believe this is the most accurate understanding that humans have ever thought of. But it might. I believe that it might not be the actual truth. I don't get how spiraling is so funny to you. Are you 10? It's also far more convoluted than that scale. I mean, that model, that GIF that you posted. I'm not even going to call it a model because a model is intentionally it's designed with purpose to correlate to data that we've collected. So it could be anything, but a model is based on evidence. That's just a GIF, mate. Okay, alright, I'll have a look. The Hippocrates. Yeah, what is it? Sorry. Nice website. It looks legit. PDF. Approaches. Here we go. No. You're gonna have to give me like 5 minutes to read this, by the way. I won't be able to. You're not straight away. Oh, that's alright. How would they get to the moon through this? Huh. What, through the GIF? Bro. That's not even about flat Earth, come on. Yeah. I'm reading it, bro, don't worry. Big one. Oh, I see the distribution now. The SDEV isn't even that high. SDEV, if you don't know, standard deviation. So the data shows that Polaris is moving positively and negatively in a repeating motion. That's one part of information. Now this could be completely wrong. On a small chance that the data we're recording the data we're perceiving isn't the actual intended perception of the data, if you get what I'm saying. Like, so I mean even the even the researchers are having a tough time understanding why parallax measures are so different from each other. And much closer. But what is it that proves to you, or what does that say? I mean, to me, it shows that we have to keep testing new methods, because old methods may seem acceptable, but in actuality are redundant. So I'd agree with that. If you were making that point, 100%. I think, well, I mean, this is why it's up to you, because a lot of this is uncharted territory. Eve, unlucky. So it's just the knowledge we have and the ways we gather knowledge. Okay, presumptions. Okay, oh, you're talking to him. The way we gather knowledge, it's not perfected. This sort of way we collect data is still in a trial and error. And the trial and error that we get upon it give to collect data is very I can't think of the word. Is very it's designed to kind of give us an answer in the right general direction. It's like the reason we make a speedometer is because we want to know the speed in miles per hour. But the miles per hour is just a concept that humans have all agreed upon. Right? So it's like we're given information live from the vehicle, right? But the data that we read is entirely based on our own perception or societal beliefs. Presumptions are different from assumptions, and by necessity, we have to base current notions on previously established knowledge. Yeah. Define knowledge, Donato, come on. That's not the topic of conversation. Because every time we try and talk about defining knowledge, it doesn't go down very well. If you want to talk about the definition of knowledge, why don't you tell us your definition so we don't have, so we can beat around the bush. Just be frank with us. There's no correct answer. We just want to know what you think knowledge is. Or proof. Proof isn't knowledge. Evidence isn't knowledge. If you think evidence is knowledge, then I'd want to see why you think that. No, I know you're not saying that, but you're saying that we have no proof because in assumption that then it's not knowledge. It's something that's pointing us in a semi-right direction, and you're just dismissing it. Well, the most recent evidence is the evidence that we would use. It's like any scientist who wants to do an experiment will possibly look at and see if other scientists in the past have done the same experiment. Yeah, any experiment. Do you need me to define experiment, or why did you put a question mark? It'd be easy if you hopped on a VC. I understand if you don't want to, though. A scientific experiment. It's as scientific as it's going to get. So we're thinking about the distance of the star, right? So an independent variable that could be measuring the brightness, which is what a lot of these sensitive machines are capable of doing. In one instance, it can be, yeah. Well, that will just be position. Things that are relevant to see and to acknowledge that we know the position or whatever. But the thing that changes brightness causes position. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there are factors that we look into to support the intended factor that we're studying, right? The brightness. So brightness and position can be sorry, let me rephrase that. If then statement. Yes, I understand that. Come on, bro. But we know if then statements aren't always true, right? We know that. Measurements work perfectly well as well. Isn't a measurement a calculation, bro? It's like, if you was to measure the length of your phone, you don't have to do much maths, you just have to count. But if you were to do the area of your phone screen, that requires calculation, but it's still a measurement. The size of your monitor could be 24 inches. That requires calculation. Calculation is just... Come on. This is why we use these instruments, because we can't go and, like, with a ruler or with a whatever sort of human designed operating measuring device. We can't do that. We have to design one specifically for the information that we are given from the star. And the best information that we have is its local position relative to other things within the the arc second or the arc minute, and the brightness. Well, it's quite local. Can't go well. We can't. Humans have achieved orbit. Let's agree on that. Or maybe not. Maybe that was a bit too much. But I say, for the everyday person, it's the upper atmosphere. We've maybe all been on a plane. So, if our limit is a plane, then how are we supposed to measure a star? How are we supposed to measure how far it is with common materials? We have to use the information that the star's giving us in a way that we can then interpret the distance. What's really interesting is that modern science delves into the electromagnetic spectrum, and there's a lot of information stored within the electromagnetic spectrum. There are constants that are universal, or are believed to be universal, in a universal environment, i.e., not inside a star, not inside a black hole, not inside a quasar, or anything supermassive. 2 persons away from each other at 69 miles. I can't do that math, bro. I mean, look at sonar and how ships detect things in the water. That's based on complex calculations, from timings and auditory sensing, things that we can't physically really access. We can't be at the bottom of the ship 24/7. Victory Lab. To say what we see is absolute truth is interesting. And the image you provided is... Come on, man. If you were in the camera's position, right, and you could elevate your height, you would not see that top image. You as a person looking around, you wouldn't. You can't be sure that you would. You've not experienced it, because your experience is reality, but you've not experienced that. So claiming it's reality is heinous. Ball horizon, flat horizon. Yeah, if the flat horizon is infinitely long and the ball horizon is relatively small, it's funny. The ball horizon GIF that you've put in there is what rockets experience. I'm sure there's footage you can find on the internet. No, it's there. You might not agree with it. That's fine. But is a contention to your argument. Donato, I don't know why you're calling him chicken. He's given you an answer. Like, I think this is a thing that people struggle with. Just accept his answer. You disagree, fine, tell him. Say, well, I did the maths and I got this, so can you explain how you got that, please? But he's explained it, and you're still saying no. If you want him to understand what you are trying to say, then you need to do the same footsteps that he's doing as well. No one's VCing. This is kind of boring.
Where the heck is everyone?
I don't know.
No, man. I'm just listening, making Thai spring rolls.
Oh, nice.
I'm stoked. Yeah, I love the Asian market here. Hope all are well.
Can you argue with Ed for a while?
She doesn't have to. It's all right.
What's his hang up about?
Oh no, he said a lot of things.
I'll have to reread some of the stuff. Give me a sec.
I've kind of just been VCing, so you might have to scroll up a little bit to see what I've been typing.
Sorry, y'all. I'll wait till I'm done cooking.
Yeah, that's fine.
Can't burn the garlic.
I've not seen Stop the Cut before. He's new here, isn't he? Or she?
Nah, he's old school.
Oh, fair. Is he just in the actual 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Usually.
Oh, fair. I
Old
don't
school
jump
meme
that.
lord.
Old school what, sorry?
Meme lord.
Oh, meme lord. We love a good old meme lord. I can't lie. If you make funny memes, that's what that matters. FE Victory Lap. You say there's no observable demonstrable curvature. I think using the source of light from our sun and determining curvature based on shadows is a good way of doing it, because you can put water next to the post that you're using as a shadow and determine that the post is 90 degrees to horizontal in one place of the planet on the globe, and do the exact same at another part, and the sun's light shows two different shadows. Now that's either because the sun is really close to the Earth, or it's because the Earth is a ball. It's one of those two. No such thing as
You
angle
told us
measurements
which
of a
one.
curve.
You already told us
Pardon?
which one when you said you were going to use water to establish horizontal.
Yeah, a lot of flat earthers do that as well. So does that not make sense? You kind of just not saying anything, Donato.
All right, go ahead, Pat. What do you got for us?
No.
Better luck next time.
Go.
Hello?
Go ahead, Archangel. What do you have for us?
Hello, what have I got? Let's see. Let's see. I've got someone who's telling me that the Flat Earth servers population are decreasing.
Okay.
Said whenever you go into a Flat Earth server, there's hardly anyone there.
Okay. That it?
Yeah, but I don't see that.
Yeah, me neither.
Is that the proof of your globe? Less flat earthers? Huh?
We spent a lot of time camping out here in this server lately. The home server is still populated, though.
Hey, would you send me a link to the home server?
Yes.
Thank you.
.gg/flat earth.
I'm naked as fuck right now.
Off topic.
So I couldn't hear you over the sound of your mask.
But
Goodbye, homeboy.
So, Heretic, are you sending me a DM?
Yeah, it's been sent.
Can even hear himself with that background music.
There's only 3 people on BC in that server.
Like 30,000 members.
Why is the VC so sparse?
Because we're all sitting in here.
Oh, okay.
If you jump in, it might get popping. Depends. If you're a Glober, it'll get popping.
Why is it so quiet in here? No Globers?
That's correct.
We only got the gatekeepers in here. Hello, Stacy.
Hello. I thought it was quiet, so I thought I'll just rejoin in case it's my phone not working. But no, I guess you guys are all
Yeah, I
listening.
reckon. No, it's pretty quiet at the moment.
Well, the other day I got to see a lightning storm, and it was super cool. And I don't really have much to say about it, except I was just super impressed when the lightning bolts were so bright that it lit up the whole sky. And yeah, super cool. Loved it. And I was also really impressed with myself because I looked at the clouds in the morning and I thought, oh, these clouds are like, I'm not sure how to describe them, but they sort of look like bubble wrap in the sense there's like a lot of just little bumps. And so I thought, this sort of looks like rainstorm, thunderstorm clouds. And there was a thunderstorm. So I'm slowly learning how to recognize the weather. And I also had my barometer and I looked at it and it had dropped to quite low. And I thought, that's weird because this was before I looked at the clouds. I thought, that's so weird. It's going to be such a hot day today. Why is the barometer so low? Maybe my barometer's broken. But no, as the day progressed, the clouds came in and it became thundery. So my barometer is working well. So it's just morning here for me, so I am going to water my garden with my water, which always seeks its level. While I was watching the lightning storm, I got a bit philosophical, and I was thinking, well, as I guess like our Western society, we sort of look at the ancient cultures primitively and we think, oh yeah, they were so dumb, they didn't know about electricity. But I was thinking, well, if you're just looking at the lightning and you can see like, I mean, even if they didn't call it electricity, but like they could have obviously observed there was something like which we call electricity, whether they like had the exact terminology for it or whatnot, they still had the evidence as to it existing. So I think it's a bit silly that we think that they were so dumb because they just had the same observations we have, and we would. And like even with, I guess like if you rub your feet on carpet, or like if you're under the sheets, you can sort of like generate a high voltage to be able to make that sort of stuff. And to think that the primitives didn't have the abilities to do like low-key electrical stuff like that, I think is a bit laughable, but that's just my opinion.
Have you tried electroculture gardening?
Okay, I have successfully finished my watering of the garden. And the coolest part about Australia is we have so many eucalyptus trees that I can just walk past one and grab a leaf, and then I just crush the leaf, and when I crush it into my palm, then I can smell it, and I get the lovely scent of eucalyptus. And I have been thinking, if I start to identify different species, well, not species, different, what's the word? The word which is not species, but different relatives of like the eucalyptus, like we have different types of eucalyptus. If I can start to smell, okay, this eucalyptus rudus smells like this one, and then this other eucalyptus smells like, and try and train my nose to be able to smell the deviances in the eucalyptus leaves from different types of eucalyptus. That's my plan. And I'm not really good at it yet, but given time, maybe I'll start to smell differences. And yesterday I did get a bit philosophical again when I was thinking about the world. Someone was talking about moon maps, and I myself don't really attach myself to any maps, but still the concept of the moon map is interesting. But regardless of the claim of the moon being a map and a reflection of the earth, I was thinking, it is actually interesting just to look at the moon and then ask yourself, well, regardless of whether it's a moon map or like whatever other explanation it is, when you look at the moon, it does have this texture and this, certain look to it. And the question is like, why is it the way it is? Is there a reason for it to have appeared to look the way it has for all these years? And so that is the question on my mind, and I don't particularly think I'll get an answer, but it's definitely worth pondering. I sort of like the idea of it being a moon map and reflecting the Earth, but then my question to that is, well, when did this image sort of get ingrained into the moon? Was it just like when it was created, or is it an ongoing thing? And if it's ongoing, nothing seems to have changed, so it's probably not ongoing. So then, even if it was in the beginning of this hypothetical, then what's to say it's still relevant if things have eroded and changed and shifted over the years. Anyway, I'm just entertaining a map which I do not actually agree with.
Do you believe man landed on the moon?
Hey! Come on, everybody.
Who believes landing on the moon? What?
All right, bro. Who believes in a landing in the moon, bro? Somebody speak up.
Not me.
You have any Globers in here?
Yeah, somebody speak up.
Are you a Glober? Blessed.
Yes, sir.
What's your stance on the topic of Earth?
The topic of Earth.
Yes. Are you a Globe believer? Or something else?
You're talking about a topic of Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that one is it cannot be decided from one side of the Earth. So, for example, one person from America cannot decide this is the future for somebody from Asia, and they cannot decide for somebody in Europe. And that's what I think. It is continuous. There is not one thing that is overall, because it's so much lack of experience. A lot of people who claim this don't know what the fuck they're talking about. That's just what it is, bro. I met a lot of chicks from Europe, and they know so much about Europe, and they say a lot of bad things. But when they come to Asia, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to Asia. So that's just what it is. That's life. That's just what it is, man. I'm not holding against them, but that's just what it is. Chicks from Europe don't know anything about Asia. Girls from Asia don't know anything about Europe, and girls from America don't know anything about Asia, and that's just what it is. Is it shocking? Is it shocking?
But sea level everywhere is the same.
Give me the link. I'm trying to fucking link to you.
No, I'm saying I don't know for women and men, but the sea level it's the same in Europe and it's same in Asia and it's same in America.
Depends. I'm not gonna say depends on everybody. It's very specific. If this is your selection, this is your woman to represent your people, then yeah.
No, sea level I'm saying, not woman.
She represent you, Muslim?
No, I'm saying sea level. It's everywhere the same.
Okay. I don't know.
It is, man. Water doesn't curve, in reality.
I'm trying to find a fucking where's the word to speak to you.
No, I'm saying only.
Are you Russian?
I'm not.
Where are you from?
Croatia.
What is your name?
Sasha.
What is your name?
Sasha.
Bro, maybe I think I will take your information and then I will try to give it to a girl. Are you willing to talk to me?
What do you mean by that?
Alright, let me try to talk to a girl. What's your name?
I'm not a girl.
No, I know you're not a girl, brother.
Yeah. Are you
What's your
interesting?
name?
Are you? My name is Sasha. Are you interesting about issue of this
Sasha.
server?
Alright, how do you spell Sasha?
Well, okay. In English, it's Sasha.
Sasha.
No, Sasha.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, then
What?
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 Okay. What is your social media? How will I connect to you?
Why you want to connect me?
Trying to show you the girl.
Girl,
You think?
I don't need a girl. I have a wife.
Yeah, let's
Yeah,
talk
okay.
about the Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, back to the topic. Come on.
I asked him that does he knows where he is.
Well, I asked him what he thinks about the topic of the Earth. He started talking about girls. I don't know.
Yeah.
My apologies.
So, Bless, do you believe in the globe, or which shape do you believe in when it comes to Earth?
Yeah, totally the globe.
Okay.
Why?
Bro, where is our group channel? Where can we meet each other? Because where is our group channel?
At the moment, you are meeting on a Discord channel, so let's keep it to Discord and let us discuss why do you think the Earth's a globe?
My apologies, man.
Blessed, why is the Earth a globe? What's your best reasons for it?
I understand. Say what? Good
If
reason for
you
Earth? Is that what you
the
were
Earth
saying?
is a oblate spheroid, as NASA proclaims in its heliocentric model, where it orbits around the sun. Why do you think this is the case? Do you have evidence?
What? Orbit? Please, one more time. I'm very apologies. Please say one more time. What is your
Why do
explanation
you
to
think
me?
the Earth is a globe spinning around the sun in a heliocentric model? Because that's what you believe, correct?
Okay, man. Let me explain to you. And it's very simple. Because that's how the sun has been coming to, since everybody knows. If the
Now,
sun
what's
has
the difference
changes,
between the word?
our whole life
What's
would
the
have
difference
changed.
between the word know and believe?
I'm sorry, please repeat.
What's the difference between the word know, to know something, or to believe something?
So the difference between to know something and to believe something. That's what you're saying.
Yes, that's my question.
So this, in my opinion, there's nothing for sure. In my
Okay,
opinion,
so
there is only a
there's
few people. There is
no
only a
such.
few people. No, hold on, ma'am. There's only a few people who know what exactly is happening to the whole
So we bow
population.
down and
No,
worship
no, no,
them.
ma'am. Please let me explain. So there's a whole population that expand, that know what's going on, right? And it's a very small family. And everyone else outside the family is left to speculate. But only in a few family, they it's in the best interest for everyone else to speculate and not suspect that they have something to do with it. So that's what's going on.
So the
And
globe
here
is a
we,
speculation.
yeah, absolutely.
I agree. Yes. Okay. So why do you think we're on a globe if it's just a speculation?
I did not say that.
Well, you just agreed with me.
No. I said that there are families that we have no control over, and they have gone through like before we are even born. These families,
Yeah,
they have been here.
they know everything. We only speculate about things. So we're speculating about the globe. Therefore, it's not known. So how do you know if it's a globe if only the families who are the elitists can know that it's a globe?
I did not know. You are assuming.
Okay, so you don't know what the shape of the Earth or the form of the Earth is. So why do you believe it's a globe? Are you admitting you are just speculating?
Theo. Hey girl, you are bad girl. Me and Theo, we should spank you.
Okay, thanks for spiraling. Would anyone else like to have a conversation which is a bit more fruitful?
Somebody spank her, bro.
Start with the
How the hell did she even know about that, dude?
because some people have high intuition.
Oh, okay, I appreciate that. That's pretty. I appreciate that. That's very smart. Anyway, bro, where are you guys from, bro? Like, what state are you guys from?
Nomadic.
You don't have to say like. You don't have to say your try to explain stuff. It's all good. Where are you guys from?
Okay, I'm gonna derail it because I just want to make a comment. So now that it's the summertime for me, I've been noticing the first light and last light, like the colors in the sky before dawn and after dusk. They seem a lot more intense and
Shut up,
vivid.
girl. You're from Florida.
So I'm thinking that it's
from
an
Florida.
interesting thing which
You're from
we might have
Florida.
to. Okay, I'm being interrupted, but that's okay. So I think it's just interesting that as the summer comes and approaches, the colors are more intense, whereas in the winter, it's not as intense. At least in my opinion. Has anyone had these same observations?
To be honest, I don't know.
Can you repeat the observation again?
Just like during the summer, the first light and last light, so just before the sun comes up and just after the sun sets, the colors in the sky seem a lot more intense.
Yes.
You're talking about like North Pole
oranges and
versus South Pole kind of
reds,
thing.
and
That's
sometimes
what she's
purple.
talking about. Yeah, it's very difficult.
They're beautiful, yeah.
Well, what do you think about like East Coast versus West Coast? Because I don't think like they're like. For example, if the East Coast is during winter, is the West Coast are they like during summer, or is that that's not true? Is it? Is any of you like from there? Can you explain, please?
Can you explain your model first?
No, like for real, like, cause on the East Coast, like, if we are here during summer, is it in the West Coast? Are they like on summer too? If we're going through winter, like, do they go through winter also, or are
What
we
do you
just
think?
like? I don't know. I'm like trying to find like, cause I know it's different every year, but like this
Wait,
year,
what?
like, was it like
Every
that?
year? I thought we go through a cycle every year, so it should be the same every year, basically.
No, that's some bullshit belief. Don't ever believe in that.
Don't believe in cycles?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll enter the Western linear mindset instead of the more holistic cyclical
No,
perspective.
I'm sorry. What I mean is like we don't have control on the weather, right?
Yeah, I agree. We don't have control.
Yes, the weather in the East Coast can be raining, in the West Coast can be like sunny. Who the hell has control over that, right? Like nobody. So it's fucking ridiculous to try to consider who has control over that. That's just stupid to begin with.
Okay,
'Cause,
no one was
yeah,
really talking about
we don't
control over
try
that.
to control over that. Like in the West Coast, don't even try to do that because you look ridiculous, right?
I mean, we could try
Don't
doing
even
some
do it.
rain dances. Well, I actually heard. This is just an anecdotal speculation, but someone was telling me that someone who they knew who flew planes across the sky. They would notice that when it rains, it would rain all over the rainforests, but then over farmland, it didn't tend to rain.
That is
That's
correct.
just like, yeah.
Yep.
Oh
Forests,
That was
yeah.
pretty
forests,
interesting.
forests are the
Yeah.
reason we have rain. It stores moisture.
Yeah, because I'm
Yep.
like amongst
Yep.
so much farmland, and we barely get any rain here.
Yep. I
At
got
least the
forest.
lightning storm gave us a few drops.
Yep.
What's your name?
I have a forest
What
and there's farmland
what is
around
your
me,
name?
but they don't get as much rain as I do.
What is your name?
Divine.
No, her. What's the girl's name?
Divine.
Divine. Is that what your name is?
Yeah, that's what you.
Divine.
No,
That's what.
but I can't be bothered telling you my name.
What is your go-to name?
You can call me me.
You have to earn it.
Alright. Why are you crying?
Huh?
Yeah, I am crying. You're very observant. Good job. High five.
What so what is your main reason
What's my main reason of what?
to disagree with everybody? Why are you crying?
What?
Well, firstly, I am crying because you have a weird definition of the word crying. And secondly, I didn't think I was disagreeing. I thought I was just asking you questions.
I agree with that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My apologies, ma'am.
Yeah, you jump around a little bit too much too. You're not coherently keeping a linear line with her thought processes.
You were lost the whole time, buddy. Please don't talk.
What are you talking about? I've been listening the whole time.
You didn't understand where she was lost.
What?
She said she was crying. You didn't even know she was crying for.
I don't need to know. It's none of my business.
Yeah, exactly. You're catching up right now, but at that time you were not. That was like 5 minutes ago.
Why does it matter?
You're fucking slow, dude.
I think there is someone slow in the room, but I don't think it's him.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Alright, so
Plus, you are somehow out of track if some third part are listening. You know, it can make that conclusion. You know, somehow you are out. I don't know.
hey buddy.
I'm speaking only like listener, not like I'm not.
No, I understand, buddy. It's all good. Trust me,
Anyway,
brother.
I am
In America,
gonna
you
leave
can find
that now.
way
So see you later,
worse
everyone.
situation than this.
Hmm?
You okay, brother?
No, as soon as she has a thought, you interrupt her, and then I have no idea what we're talking about.
No. Trust me, bro. She's not the girl, bro. Take this one out, bro. Bro, hello. Let's.
Hey, does anybody want to play chess?
Only thing that's flat is Palestine. Oh, got him. Spot him, got him.
Yo,
Mm-hmm.
y'all ready
For what?
for debating
What do you want to debate?
the flat Earth?
Well, we don't have any round earthers here that want to challenge us.
I'm a round earther.
Yeah.
All right.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
All right, it's your turn.
Sure. The heliocentric model explains GPS satellite working better than flat Earth ideas do.
No, give me proof.
I was saying it explains it better, but the evidence is that GPS works, and the explanation given by the heliocentric model that there are GPS satellites in orbit seems to be a better explanation than saying that there aren't.
No, GPS works on a round Earth.
Jesus Christ!
Let's say we go
You
to
have
Google
you
Maps.
have a you have a Glober against Glober now.
Let's say you go to Google Maps.
Man,
If you
do
zoom
you know
out,
that
if you
you're
keep
speaking
zooming
with?
out, it'll be a globe. It won't be a flat Earth.
Do you
Right.
know that you
That's
spoke
true.
with the Glober?
I don't know what he's saying. What are you saying?
Yeah, you are disagreeing. You are two bold Globers, and now you are disagreeing.
I'm not a glober. I'm a normaler.
Is it Earth a globe?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Normal.
And the
Normally,
person what you disagree, it's also think that Earth is a globe.
No.
it could be
Yeah.
right, though. It could be right.
No. Who's a flat earther here?
But you
Me.
were in 5 minutes ago you was disagreeing with the person who think that Earth is a globe.
I could be wrong.
Okay, so what do I do, bro?
What I do
could be
now,
wrong. What
I'm
does the point
listening.
of me?
I'm listening to a person who think that Earth is a globe, but they are disagreeing.
Okay, bro.
What is the
But
point?
are you a globe earther?
No.
Yeah.
Then what are you?
A globe trotter.
I'm Croatian.
You're a flat earther?
No. I'm
Possible.
Croatian. I'm Croatian. I'm from Croatia, but I'm living in UK.
Oh, Croatian.
creationalist.
You're Croatian.
Yeah.
Eastern European Croatian.
Croatia. I think he said Croatia.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
thought. That's
A
what I thought.
country.
He asked me if I am Glober. I said no. He asked me if I'm flat
I'm
earther. I said
Croatian.
no. Yeah. I invented for myself. And what now?
Okay, so what do you want to argue about for Croatia? What's your argument?
Nothing. You asked me if I'm flat earthed. I said no.
Yeah, what's
I
your
said I'm
argument?
Croatian.
What's your argument, bro?
What's my argument?
Holy
He said
shit.
he said the world is a Croatia.
What do you think the argument is?
What is my argument? My argument is I can see the objects in distance.
Yep.
No, bro, you cannot see
Yeah, you can.
objects in distance, bro.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, I
No,
can
you
see the
can't.
objects in
No, you can't, bro.
distance. Is that all right?
Yeah, definitely too far.
You can't see too
Yeah,
far.
no, you can see. You know.
No, I don't know how much is it too far or not too far. I know how much I can
It's
see.
close enough.
50 kilometers.
Yeah, I can see 15 kilometers in distance.
That's too far.
No, bro, you cannot.
Yes,
No,
you
I
can.
can.
With what? A device?
Also with device. What does it matter? With device or with the eyes? If you can see with the eyes, okay. If you can see better with device, even better.
Depends on
No.
the depends on the perspective, and if you're high enough to have
No,
have
but
an
if
angle.
you low enough, how much you can see then?
Well, you've got to be able to see above all hills, valleys, bumps.
No,
and
I'm saying
things.
about the sea level, not you're on the ground.
Well, sea level. It's perfectly flat. So at sea level, there's a maximum distance that the average eyeball can see before an object disappears.
Yeah, and what is that distance?
I don't know. I haven't looked that up any time recently.
It's 3.5 miles.
All right.
But we see 9 and 10 miles.
No.
Yeah. In reality.
Bro, I don't buy your
When we make observations, when
It
you go to
depends.
the beach,
It depends how big the object is in the distance and how high, so that you don't lose perspective.
the object is the sea level. That's the object.
Yeah, but you still need a reference point at the other end at some point.
Yeah, we have the reference point. It's an oil rig in the sea.
Okay.
And behind the oil rig, it's the water. Again, you can see the water.
All right.
Do you want to see that?
No, I mean I'm okay with that. If you think you can see a certain distance, then
No. Do you want to see that? I have a picture of that.
Yeah, sure. You can post it in the in this chat here.
Okay. And it's in Santa Barbara in US.
Put it in the open chat.
Yeah.
Okay, thank
you. And it's in Santa Barbara in US.
What's that?
It's real thing. Oil rigs, taking petrol from the sea. There it is.
You're capping, bro. Is this from Chris? Is this from Chris, bro?
So I'm guessing this is from the beach.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, these are very large objects, so it would take a long time for the perspective to disappear from your eyeball.
No, I'm saying these objects has the distance to them.
Yeah, I understand. But in order to be
Yeah.
able to
Do you
perceive that
do you
distance,
understand? And
in order
that
to
that
perceive, but in order to
okay.
perceive an object at a distance, it still has to also be big enough so that it doesn't disappear from your perspective.
Okay. And what is big?
Like,
is it Earth? Is it Earth big?
no, the object itself has to be large enough so that it has mass, so that it doesn't disappear as quickly from the perspective of your eyeball. If that hill house, that thing you just showed us here, that platform, if they made that 1 foot at the same distance, your eyeball would not detect it because it's too small.
Yeah,
That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yeah, but the camera detected.
Yes.
Yes.
That's fine. No problem.
That's fine. No problem because camera detected.
Okay, so yeah, we're good.
Okay. And what is written? What is distance there?
It just says observer height 1 foot.
Yeah. And do you see the water on 10 miles?
Yeah, I still see it.
Okay. Why you see water on 10 miles?
Because it has enough mass that it doesn't disappear as quickly from the perspective of your eyeball.
It has enough mass. That it's water. It has mass, but that's ocean, man.
Yeah, but you have to
don't know how
understand that the atmosphere, air, that touches the horizon line and then the water is so massive that your eyeball can see all the detail. It can see it all because our planet is so large.
Yeah, it's so large. And how it's so large that with 1 foot height you cannot see more than 1.2 miles.
But if that water, between the water and the atmosphere, that horizon
Did you
line.
hear what did I say in my last sentence?
Yeah, I agree.
What do you agree?
Yeah, it's fine. But I'm
What did I
saying that
say? What did I say?
but I'm saying though that everything up
What
to
did I
this,
say? You agreeing with something? What did I say?
I don't know. Now I lost train of thought.
You're okay. That means I say it, but you said I agree, but you didn't hear. That means with 1 foot observer height, you cannot see more than 1.22 miles.
Okay.
That means that line, what you see on 10 miles, should to be on 1.2 miles.
Okay.
But it is not. It's on 10 miles.
Okay, so what are you trying to prove?
Do you know why should to be on 1.22 miles?
No, all I want to know is your conclusion of what you have assessed from this diagram.
Do you know why should to be on 1.22 miles?
No, I'm asking. All I want to know is your assessment of why.
You don't know why. You don't know why should to be on 1.22 miles.
No, I just want you to give me the conclusion.
Because of the size of the Earth. That's why.
Well, yeah, that's okay. I'm okay with that.
But it's on 10 miles. It's not on 1.22 miles.
Okay, so that's fine.
So, if geometrical horizon should to be on 1.22 miles, and reality is showing that we have horizon behind 10 miles, what that surface is telling you that between beach and the 10 miles?
What?
What? What is that surface between?
Don't ask us questions. Just give us all your conclusions.
Flat. Is it flat?
Yes, everything's flat.
Okay, that means no curvature.
That is correct. There is no curvature.
That means you don't think that Earth is a sphere.
That is 100% correct.
Why I'm thinking that you think that Earth is a sphere?
I believe flat Earth from a biblical perspective. It's 100% flat.
The Bible says it's round.
No, the Bible does not say it's round. It clearly says that it separates the waters from above and below. And then if you understand exactly how those words are stated, which is verbatim, it's literally separating layers.
It says something
in
else.
our reality, which means that everything is off of a horizon line.
It says the Earth is that of a gap.
That of a what?
The Earth is that of a gap.
A gap?
No, a gap.
I don't know what you're saying.
That fucking ass.
That's what he's saying. What did I say?
I have no idea what's going on.
You should ban this guy.
The Earth
What
is
is he
flat. Then why does NASA have photos of it being round?
They don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they
Search it
don't.
up. Search it up, bro.
There's no globe to take a photograph of. So they might have cartoons. They might have Photoshops, but they
That's
don't
correct.
have
That's all
photographs.
CGI bullshit.
Well, they have to be, and NASA themselves tells you that.
I mean, there is
because it has to be. It's a
there
bunch of
are
stuff.
low orbit drone satellites, but they are below the dome and they cannot go beyond 215 miles up. I think whatever, or 215,000 feet up. And if they go beyond that, they will bump into something and either explode or come apart.
I don't know about that, but all they do is take pictures of the Earth's surface, stitch them together, wrap them around a ball in Photoshop. You can't call that a photograph.
That is correct. That is very deceptive.
I posted one that wasn't photoshopped together. It's a single image and it's not a
Can you
composite.
prove that it wasn't photoshopped together?
First of all, no orbit.
Hold on. Can you prove that it's a single photographed image, like you say?
No, I cannot. But I trust the source.
All right, thanks
It's
a lot.
impossible. No low orbit satellite or drone can get the entire image of the Earth. It's not even possible.
That's right. This picture that I posted was from 900,000 miles away.
Nope. You can't go 900,000.
But this camera is.
He already told you it's just a claim, and he can't verify it. He just believes the people who said that to him. So
Yeah, and you just are somehow saying that they're lying.
It's just a beautiful CGI picture. That's it.
Well, I don't see any oceans curving like that. I don't see any lakes curving like that. Can't seem to measure any curving like that. So no, it's not a photograph. Discarded.
Yeah, this picture I posted clearly shows the ocean curving. I mean, the side.
Yeah, that's the problem. It shows the ocean.
What he's saying is you literally would have to.
It doesn't do that, so therefore that can't be a photograph of what we're looking at.
You would literally have to put a man in a spaceship and record from the moment you leave the ground to that distance of 900,000 feet or whatever you said, continuously in live mode, and be able to show that it is around Earth, and be able to allow people to assess at all points that what you're saying is true.
No, you
never have that.
It's even easier. Oh wait, Matthew's going to hang himself. I'm just going to let him talk. Go ahead.
I'm saying no, you don't have to do that. You just trust the experts.
No, never trust the experts. Never trust the professionals. Never trust wealthy people. They're all elusive, dangerous assholes.
Case that's not true.
Yes, it's true. Because our entire human race is literally wasting its time and energy, slaving away, doing stupid shit.
Oh, that's not true either.
That is true.
Yeah, that is true, Matthew.
What are you coming up with all these false things? I mean, humanity does all kinds of good things.
The majority of the population does not have absolute flawless sovereignty over their own being. We are wasted and coerced and extorted and bribed and deceived into doing things that we really don't want to do for the sake of money and survival. And if you don't work, you don't eat. If you don't eat, you die. It's that simple. And in a real society, we would not create economic systems that would put us in such depravity if stupid rich people didn't fucking exist. Case closed.
In real society, we'd sit around on our butt all day and somehow somebody would feed us? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that we would go back, if we really cared about our state of affairs being human, we would go and maximize egalitarian pursuits of our human condition. That's what we should be doing.
Okay.
Simple.
I mean, good luck with that.
Not good luck. That is the only goal we should be striving for, and exposing anything else that is trash.
Right. Move to 1970s USSR and see how you like it.
That's not. See, you just
Yeah,
don't get
Matthew
it.
learns. Hello?
Probably gonna have to side with Matthew this time.
I'm probably gonna have to side with Matthew this time as well, even though I'm a round earther.
A round earther.
I'll side with myself too, just to make it even.
Matthew, you don't sound like the way
yourself
you
a
look.
round earther. Just call yourself normal. What the fuck?
Like
It's
a
not
normaler?
normal. You're actually dumb. You're retarded.
No.
All round earthers are pure low IQ. Straight up.
Divine,
No
you
discernment.
only believe in the flat earth because of the Bible, and the Bible said it's round.
No, that is my primary source. But no, I believe in all the scientific claims as well that I have
Swallow
been
your
convinced
spit.
by fathers.
Swallow your
Okay,
spit.
but the Bible
Can't
said
hear
it's
you.
round. The
Mouth is
Bible
full.
said it's round. So don't you have to question your beliefs?
Look, it's real simple. We have all this technology. Make it happen from start to end in live mode, record it all continuously, and let us actually get all the data points and let Americans actually see it in live mode on live television.
The earth is that of a
Why
gap.
do you sound like that?
Simple.
Divine,
You're not going to be able to do it.
essence. Divine essence. Listen to me carefully. The earth is that of a gap.
No.
Yes.
No.
What do you mean no? You don't believe in the Bible?
I don't know what you mean by the gap.
I didn't say gap.
What did you say then?
Gat.
God?
Oh my god.
Got him. He doesn't have good ears.
I'm hearing God or
bro.
got.
It's G-Y-A-T. T.
You got that
Gat?
yeah on there.
A gnat?
Okay, buddy.
It's a gnome.
I don't know. I've never
diet.
used this. I've never used this term, so I don't know anything about it.
Okay, but that's what you should know.
So explain to it, define it to me, so that I can memorize this in my little brain.
All right. So basically, a gat is something round. It's very
it is.
round.
You're right. Round as in a circle that's flat.
No. Round as in like a sphere.
No, a sphere is not round. A sphere is a sphere. It's a totally different description.
It's round.
What's a basketball?
No. A sphere is a sphere.
What is a basketball?
A basketball is a sphere. That is the correct term for a basketball.
Yeah, but it's round though, like adjective wise.
No, that's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be using that. It's just not.
Could you define it as flat? You couldn't define it as flat, right?
Look, a sphere is a sphere. It has volume. It's a 3D
that's what the
shape.
Earth is.
It's a sphere. Okay.
Yep. You're damn right it is. The Earth is a sphere. I'm going to use that as a voice clip of you saying it's a sphere.
No, I'm describing what a basketball would be.
You're fucked now. I got you.
A fully physical object called a basketball. But when you're dealing with when you're dealing with atmospherics and hidden edges that we cannot decipher with our little mind, because there's mysterious components to it. This thing
Atmospheric
called
sphere. Say that, dude. If you say that 5 times fast, your head will probably blow up.
Look. Yeah. So no, round is all. When you say round,
you thought about saying it 5 times, and then you're like, "Oh fuck."
When you say round, it means you take a pencil on a piece of paper and you start to draw a circle, and when you get to the same point, that's round. That's how you describe round. No other way.
Bro, that's not the way you describe round.
Yes, you do.
Because you could do that with the straight line too.
God bless the flat earth.
The earth is round.
The earth is 100% flat, with maybe some slight
is the earth round or not?
Based on a toroidal magnetic field that is trying to stabilize it at all times.
Is the earth round?
The earth is round as in flat. Round.
Bro, what?
Round is flat, not sphere.
You're tripping.
That you cannot know, but it's okay.
Why can you not know that, bro?
how you can know
Because if you believe in sphere, then you must believe in the dome.
I don't believe in sphere. I'm asking you how you can know that it's round. How do you know? Why is not rectangular? Why is not triangular? Why is not rectangular? Why is not lake shape?
Because I've never seen those other shapes. You know, I have seen the atmosphere of curved lights on a rainbow coming down from the horizon.
You never seen the rectangular shape?
Not when it comes to our round Earth, where
How
a
do you know that
rainbow.
it's round? How do you
Because
know
our
that
rainbows drop down and it's bouncing off some kind of curved, invisible field.
I'm asking you about.
And it's hitting a flat surface.
Yeah, how much you know about how much Earth extending? Because it's round, you know.
No, it's actually it's flat with a dome over it. It's basically a bowl.
How do you know
basically
that
a half bowl on top of a flat.
How do you know that it's dome?
Because the rainbows are proof of it. That's one
No,
form of
the rainbows is proof that it's some color in the sky, nothing.
No, the rainbows curve around some invisible, like crystalline, like we can't see something there coming out of the sky, and it then comes down and it hits the horizon perfectly, and it's always equal. It's always equidistant and symmetrical on both sides.
It cannot be pyramid shaped dome.
Not a pyramid. It's more of a parabolic shape.
How do you know how it's working? How do you know how?
Because I see rainbows all the time.
Yeah, but how do you know how container is working? What shape it is? Because you never.
Because the rainbow is contained as well. It doesn't go straight out. It doesn't shoot up. It doesn't curve around, create a triangle. It literally shoots down from a top point, and it curves downward off of something.
Are you saying that the rainbow can be produced only in a dome? No.
Yes. Without a crystalline matrix structure, you cannot have a rainbow. You have to have, at the bare minimum, droplets.
But when you make
crystalline structures in a droplet.
When you take that tube with water, you can make that in nature, you know. And
but you still, you're not understanding that even in a droplet, it's contained within a dome-like structure to create that illusion. In every droplet.
Why are people debating in chat?
No, why you want to claim that?
Some people only like to write. I don't know why. That's just how it is.
Why you want to be stick
Yo,
to that?
speak up. Yo, Archangel, why aren't you playing?
Earth is flat, such a beautiful flat world. Technically, it's not even a world; it's a realm. We're not even a world or a planet. We're a realm. We're a beautiful, majestic piece of decoration that sits on 4 pillars so that our heavenly, invisible creator can look down and watch everything from the heavens.
Can you be wrong?
Absolutely not.
That means I need to follow you.
Whoa.
You can follow me if you like.
That's blasphemy.
No, in a sense, if you are saying with so confidence,
I am confident because the Holy Spirit has discerned it inside me after many years, and through prayer I have the confidence to know that that's how the model works.
Yo, you need to follow me.
No, I need to. And what is the best way to follow that knowledge and whatever?
Prayer and read the Bible and seek out a higher divine sense of what reality is.
I'm Christian, born. I can follow you in that. How we will do with Muslims and Jewish?
You're not born a Christian. That is what you can't be born a Christian.
Okay. I'm telling you like this. Okay, I'm not a Christian in a sense of reading Bible. I'm Christian because my mother and father was Christians, and even they didn't read the Bible.
Okay,
that means we are not Christians. Okay, great.
No,
but my question is,
that means you're a lukewarmer. No, it means you're a lukewarmer by association.
I will follow you. That's okay, because I will even put, okay, this guy has sense. But what we will do with Muslims and Jewish and Hindus and whatever?
They believe in the same thing, but they stray
No, they don't. They don't
in
read.
unique ways.
They don't read the Bible. That's the first thing.
No, they do, but they just
No,
weaponize
they
the
don't.
same God.
No,
They
they
weaponize the
don't,
same.
man. You
They
cannot say
do.
they do. No,
They
they don't.
weaponize the same God for their
No,
own
man,
personal
you cannot
agendas.
say that.
That's
That's
what they do.
because of that, they are making wars in
Exactly.
exactly.
That's
But
why
because of your word, you are saying now they are reading the Bible. I'm telling you, they are not.
they are.
Because
All
they,
Jewish
oh
people
my
and Muslims
God,
are also reading the Bible because they're trying to figure out why the Christians are not willing to give it up.
why Christians doesn't read Quran?
They do.
They
Okay.
do.
First of all,
That
we're
mean
at a
that
point.
mean that
The human
mean we
race,
have. Man,
all human
what are
beings.
you telling about? I know all my parents, all friends of my, the Orthodox, even Catholics, they never read the Quran. What are you talking about?
Okay, some people are not, but some people are
Not
because
some
the
people, most
educated
people,
people.
what they have their religion, they're not reading. Only interesting people who are interesting in researching, they are looking for other religions. The religious people who are religious, they are not looking in other religions. Do you understand that?
Some are not, some are.
Not some of them. I told you who is only who is interested in some research. Nobody else.
No, all human beings on Earth have a free will, and they choose to either verify all the other sources and compare and contrast, because that's what we do as human beings. We compare and contrast.
Okay. All Christian,
now the lazy ones don't. They're stubborn
Yeah.
and they don't read everything.
Of course. The lazy ones that who are who has their religion, like for example Muslims, they're lazy one. They don't want to read Bible. They're lazy.
Yeah, there are lazy Muslims, there are lazy Christians, there are lazy
they're
Hindus.
lazy. Yeah. But
because some people choose that. Yes.
Yeah.
Like if you're a stubborn Mormon and you refuse to ever read the Quran to verify that maybe there's some truth in the Quran as well that coincides with the Bible, that's their problem. You know?
But first Bible, then others.
There's no first, okay? The Bible, first of all, the Bible is called the Word. It is a spiritual descriptor of the heavens of God. The very essence is called God. Okay, that's the difference between the Bible and all these other books in the world.
Oh,
the Bible,
that is different. But
I'll tell you what the difference is. You could strip all the pages.
Can you tell that a Muslim guy, not to me?
Yeah, there's Muslims in here. If you strip even all the pages, the binding, everything, and even if you try to burn all the Bibles in the world, you cannot remove the Word, which is the Bible. Essence, the very essence of what God is. You can't remove it. It's in the hearts of men.
I would like that you now your way is good, nothing bad, but go to Saudi Arabia and tell there that they need to follow the word of the God, and that's the Bible, and do that with the good fish, and people will listen to you because you will speak good things, and people will maybe change ideas.
Yeah, some will listen and some will not. Just like when Jesus went
throughout
the
here,
world.
not in America, not in UK. You need to go somewhere where are Muslims, or some Jewish.
I don't need to. The Muslims are growing in the United States.
No,
so
why, man?
They come across the Christians all the time.
No, because they will understand better, They will take a part now in Christianity, and they will read Bible, and we will. Because at the end,
first of all, nobody has to travel to other countries in the world.
Because it's the word of the God. Why not? I'm ready. Let's take it, everybody.
But nobody has to physically go to other countries anymore because we have a thing called the internet and other technologies that allow transmission of data in live mode to get to people globally at a very rapid pace.
That means let's do it. Let's say all Muslims and all other religions, what is the word of the God?
Okay. And
do you want to do that? I don't want to do that.
Well, then don't do it.
Okay. If you want to do that, I think that you will. I will tell you.
You're not understanding.
I will tell you. Welcome to the war immediately. But okay.
No, there's not going to be a war. Relax.
Okay.
And it's not.
If you are saying so.
The war is not going to be triggered by whether you're Christian, Hindu, Muslim, or whatever. What's going to trigger the Great War is actually Israel, who is blaspheming and betraying the very structure of God's plan. That's what's going to start the war.
I'm telling you only that it's okay to have a God and to believe in Creator but to have an opinion that is the word of the God and to be like okay, I know this is the truth. This is that, you know.
Yeah, because
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter about the physical objects. It doesn't matter about the words themselves on a page. What matters is that the word is a spiritual energy component of a divine place called heaven, where God dwells upon and looks down upon us.
If you can transmit that message in a way that every religion can get that, that's cool. But if you want to point it out, the Bible, you will have a problems, man.
No, all religions have heard this viewpoint, just not everyone agrees with it. Okay, there are Christians that have heard this and they agree with it. There are Christians that have heard that don't agree with this, and the same goes for any other religion. It's your choice because there's a difference between being religious and being actually of spirit of God. It's totally different. And the problem is that everyone is still caught up in the flesh, pretending to be religious, and they think that's the spiritual when it has nothing to do with any of it.
Good luck.
Yes.
I'm telling you. Good luck.
God is literally a mysterious form of power. God dwells to maintain his mystery, and you must continue to seek and search and dwell and have question marks in the back of your head. That is the way God operates in reality.
Yeah, but you cannot claim in the name of the God what it is, because you are not the God, but you claim it two things. What it is.
Yes, because I understand the structure that God dwells upon.
You cannot
but I
understand
don't have the
structure.
details.
Say that one thing I will tell you. You cannot say that that this is round, because you cannot make that structure. You are behaving like a God now. You have that vision of the round.
No, it is. We are living on a flat, round, cylindrical disc, and there's a dome that is invisible that contains the atmosphere and keeps us alive. And then there's also magnetic energy that engulfs that dome and protects us.
Why disc? Why is not going like down?
Because Earth is a piece of furniture. Earth is literally a piece of furniture on four pedestals.
You cannot claim that. Then you are God. Then you are something kind of religion. Oh my goodness!
If you read the Bible, you will find out that that's exactly how it's described.
But that is not written in Quran.
You're right, because the
why
Quran
should I
is
read
made,
the Quran?
because the
I'm Muslim. I lived in Saudi Arabia, and my family lived 1,000 years in Saudi Arabia. Why I should to read Bible when my Quran is never said that 1,000
Because the Quran is a made-up book by a made-up man.
Man, you want to make a war?
Claims to have met an angel who told him to write his Quran, and all they did is copy. All the Muslims did is copy the Bible during the end of the Crusades, and then they said, well, we also need our divine book to put the Christians in their place, so we're going to basically copy what they're doing and then alter it in our own image, which is blasphemy and idolatry. The Quran is an idol, a horrific version of idolatry.
Can you tell that to Muslims what you
said? Oh, I do.
Now?
I tell them that all the time.
Great.
And they hate it.
Of course, they hate it. Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
They know that they stole.
Should agree with you.
They know they stole from the Crusaders. They know.
They should agree with you.
Of course they should, because that's historically accurate.
Why?
Because that's historically accurate. The historical aspect you cannot ignore.
It's
already been verified over and over again.
You have a problem. It's not with Globers, man. You have problems. We need to change the
No, I don't have a problem with Globers or flat earthers or anybody. I have a problem with people that lack spiritual discernment and live in the flesh.
I can see that. Whoever not follow the Bible, it's down. It's not about. It's not down. It's out.
It's not about the Bible. It's not even about the Bible.
You said it.
No, the point is that humans are wasting too much time in the flesh, and they should be spending more time in the spirit of things. And if they understood the spirit of things, we would not have famines, we would not have homelessness, we would not have capitalism, we would not have communism, we would not have presidents, we wouldn't have all these bullshit bureaucracies, because we would actually be working together in a divine sense, in a transcendent, emotional, spiritual sense, and start counteracting upon the world to balance out all our needs. So that we took physical objects to fulfill the emotional, psychological, sexual, and other needs
Are
to
you paying
maximize
taxes?
our well-being.
Are you paying taxes?
Yeah, taxes are.
Why? Why are you
Taxes are
paying
extortion.
taxes, man of the
Because
God? Why are you
because
using all this materialism in this world if you want to be the man of the God? Why are you using that? Why are you using all this? Why you don't behave like Jesus?
because
Why?
escaping taxes is not that simple. Okay,
But why you are not behaving like
we
a
are
Jesus? I'm
we are
asking you.
thousands of years deep into corruption, and if people
Why
stop paying
you?
taxes, they will
But
come
why
over.
you?
Because they
Do
will
not
round
behave
you
like
up and
Jesus.
kill you or put you in prison for the rest of your
Doesn't
life.
matter.
And
Your
I don't want to waste.
spiritual life will,
Doesn't matter.
man.
I cannot fulfill my
Doesn't
spiritual
matter.
goals. I cannot
Because
fulfill my spiritual
your
goals.
spirit will go. Your spirit
It
will go
doesn't
to
matter.
the paradise.
I know I cannot. No,
Yeah,
you give
yeah.
Caesar what is
I'm
Caesar's,
asking
and
you only one
you
question.
give
Why you don't behave like a
because the
Jesus?
bot. I am. You give Caesar what is
No, you are
Caesar's,
not.
which is of the flesh, and you
No,
give
you're
God,
not.
which is of the spirit, which is not of the flesh. And if he
No, you're
wants to,
not.
no, you're not getting it. The Roman
No, you're
Empire
not
is
getting it. Do you understand what you
all
said? I'm behaving like a Jesus.
capitalism.
Nobody's
I'm
behaving
trying to
like a
explain.
Jesus, man.
Capitalism is the Roman Empire. They like their fucking coins. They like their paper fiat money. So fucking give it to them and just deal with it and suck it up and don't worry about it. God will take care of all this crap later. Okay, but if everyone ends up in jail because they're not paying taxes, then you cannot work in the spirit of things
You
because
think
you will lose
that
you'll lose
example
your
of taxes?
autonomy and you will lose your
I will give
sovereignty
you
to move around.
I will give you another example.
Goodness, this is such
I
basics.
will give you another example. You tell me that you never did this. That means that every person what you looked in your life, you never said for one person that it's fat. You never laugh ironically for on some person. You never
No,
had any.
I don't do all this. No, I don't go around
You
tagging
never
that.
had
No.
that in your life.
No, I was actually bullied growing up
You
as a
never
kid,
lied. You
so
never lied in your
I
life.
learned
You
very
never
quickly
lied.
not to do all
You
this
never
crap.
lied in your life.
No, of course I've lied, but I've lied for
Okay,
my
great.
self-preservation.
There
Yes.
is that means you are not behaving like a Jesus. Jesus will never lie.
A child, when you're younger, is not wise yet. So you have to first learn what it means to
You
lie
never
and why
lied
you
like
lie.
an adult. You never lied like an adult.
At this point, no, I don't. As an adult, I don't go around lying illicitly toward people.
You never lied. This is the question. Did you ever lie like an adult?
Illicitly, no.
Okay.
Planning, illicitly, conniving to lie towards someone, no. I don't go around doing all that.
I did, and I think that there is no person who didn't lie. I think that's my opinion.
Yeah, of course, people lie, but not all adults. Not everyone.
I don't believe you. I don't
but
believe
a lot
when
of
you
young
said I
people.
didn't lie
But
like adult.
There's going to be plenty of young people that can hit adulthood and stop lying before adulthood. That is possible.
For example, my spirit it's telling me this, Sasha. Don't believe this guy that he told you that he didn't.
Then don't believe me. That's your right.
That's my God. That's my God is telling me. That's me.
No, that's not how it works.
Oh man, that it is how it works.
Because
you can. This is now. Now you offended me.
No, this is illogical because you're weaponizing. Our Creator against your fictitious God. That's what you're doing.
My God is full of love. My God is full of love. Doesn't lie.
How can your God be full of love when you just weaponized a statement against myself? That's evil.
I told you.
So therefore, you have a fictitious God.
Okay, that's my belief.
That's fine. Then live in your fictitious idol God.
Well, believe in your fictitious God. What you think that it's spreading the love, and that is not. I believe in Creator. What gave us the love, and nobody can be Jesus because that's what that Jesus only did. And we humans, we are not so good that we can do that. We are trying to do
but
that.
we are supposed to seek. Yeah, but we are in the we are made in the image. We are bearers of God. We are in the image of God, which means you can learn every day to tweak yourself, to improve yourself, to be just like Jesus.
Of course. course that you can
So,
learn every day.
and I
But
happened to
you
have
are
figured
not
this out
that.
when I was 12 years old. So like I had already a huge head start compared to
Yeah,
most people.
yeah. Meanwhile, I will learn, and meanwhile, I will do a lot of evil. What I don't think that it's evil, but it is evil, you know. But I learned, you know, and that's me, and that I was Jesus because I was thinking good because my spirit told me.
Well, I learned that there's a thing. Well, I learned that I didn't have to deal with a lot of evils because I learned about another variable called risk. And I learned, well, in order to not be evil, one must minimize all possible risk when interacting with the world. Thereby, you will not be tempted or be placed into a predicament of evil. You see, I have learned something that's even more wise.
Yeah, and when you are in evil, are you when you are in evil? For example, evil want to kill you in that moment. Are you behaving like a good person, or you are lying that person? Because that person will kill you. For example, I have a weapon and I will kill you now, and I'm near to you. Like, and do you want to lie and to find a solution to stay alive, or you will say, whatever, I'm good, whatever, do whatever I want, I love you.
If someone wants to try to kill me, then I will defend myself, and that's called righteous. That's called righteous vindication. Therefore, I have the right to do so, and you know, to preserve myself for God's glory.
Okay, great.
It's real simple.
Good. Simple.
You know, but if you tried to kill me and I got the upper hand against you, and you started being like, oh, "Don't kill me," I have to stop. I can't just slaughter you when you become actually at a state of victimization and you lose your upper hand. A Christian cannot just finish the enemy.
Well, really,
we have to. We're not. We cannot. We can't do that.
I was in the middle when Christian was killing Christians.
Well, those aren't Christians, and they don't know when to. They don't know when to stop. You know, being violent if need be.
Yeah, I told you I was in between two Christians.
It's like a fight. Just because you get in a fight with somebody and you start punching.
One is people of my father, another is people of my mother, and they're both Christians, and I was killing, and I was in the middle of that. You know.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like
what I'm saying, and there was
people are fighting each other. When people are fighting each other, a fight is not defined to finish off the enemy. A fight is defined to subdue the enemy, to neutralize and go back to a state of at least like what I call a discomfortable, like an uncomfortable state of peace, where you part. You try to let the enemy, you show them mercy, and you walk away. That's how you're supposed to handle yourself.
I will tell you, my God is creator, created this world, you know, and that's it. My God is not in Bible. Maybe it is.
No, your creator. Your creator's in all things, not just the Bible.
I'm telling you, and I will not use the
inside
Bible.
you. Your creator's inside me. The creator's inside the air that we breathe.
That you don't know. Also,
oh, I do, because God made it. God said He knows every hair on top of our head.
That, you have a connection with God.
If you know that. No, the Bible says He knows every hair on top of our head, which means that every time a hair molecule falls out of your head, He knows how many are left. When a hair molecule is grown back, He knows everything down to a nanoscale.
I told you, you have a connection with the God. You know what God means. That means
God knows. God knows when God knows when you'll be uttering your next thought before you finish it.
You need to put your name more in public. We need to follow you, man. I don't know what to tell you.
No, you don't. You don't follow me. You take
because you are. Yes, it's so perfect. I don't know what to say.
They're not perfect. They're just discerned.
You're a messenger, man. You're a messenger.
They're well discerned.
You're a messenger.
That's fine if that's what you want to believe.
Okay. Yeah.
I will take that as a compliment.
Okay. Other people also heard the message. They can also make their own conclusions. It's not me against you or something.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm not interested in power or being a leader. I'm interested in the truth and speaking with
that. I'm not saying that you are something negative in that. I'm only saying that people, because of that pressure, I'm not saying that you are.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of pressure. Yes.
Yeah.
I exist to put pressure on other living creatures. That is my purpose. Yes.
But I'm telling you that could be wrong also. But
no,
you are convinced.
It is impossible for it to be wrong because I would have been punished a long time ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
You will be punished, maybe or not. I was punished many times, but it's okay, you know.
Yeah, I have been punished for my own.
I was punished and saved also in the same time.
Yes, but I'm driven to help other people see a clear sense of reality and try to get away from the propaganda and the cohesive collective bullshit of just following people for the sake of following people.
Me too, or not because of God, because of life experience, for example.
No, because of God. God is the reason that I'm able to understand.
I'm telling you from my position.
And who gave you the ability to store? Who gave you the ability to store experiences in your reality? Who gave it to you? You can't have an experience if there's nowhere to store it.
If you are in hell, what do you do then?
You take on the test that you've been given, because that is a test.
Yeah.
Yes.
That I did.
Okay.
And from that experience, I tell people everything, of course, and God and everything, but also with experience. You know, people where you are in hell everything is allowed, and then you are on your own.
Yeah, but an experience can also be you can deceive yourself against your own experiences if you willingly choose in your mind and your heart to be a liar like that. You can deceive yourself.
I know that, man, but it's very difficult when you are in hell. I'm only saying when you are experienced. When I'm not speaking when you are somewhere on the street and something happened, some stupid shit. No, I'm saying that is happening every hour, every day,
every second.
Week. But I'm speaking of real hell, not real hell. You know, real hell. You don't.
Hell. There's multiple layers to hell.
Yeah, something like you can die every moment, every minute.
Yeah, you're dealing with hell in your flesh. You're dealing with hell to disappoint your creator. You're dealing with the actual physical place called hell that you might end up in. You're dealing with the hell as in a spiritual divine component that you can't see, that you'll be tested against your own will. There's a lot of components to hell.
War.
Yeah, but that's of the flesh.
Yeah, but war. What then?
Yes, yes. War is a type of hell. Yes.
Yeah, and what you do in war?
You don't participate in war.
Send our enemies to hell.
How you can do that?
You don't send your enemies to hell. Your enemies send themselves to hell through their own wickedness, and then God puts weight on that wickedness, and it becomes like a magnet, and then it throws them into hell. So God doesn't even put you in hell. You put yourself there by increasing your evil magnitude of wickedness.
And if you are inside, if you are inside of that, what then? What if you are, let's say like this? What if
you better beg. You better beg. You better beg.
I will tell you
very fast before you enter hell.
I will tell you a situation. What if you are Alex in Germany, 1942, in Berlin?
Who's
Alex?
What about
Alex,
it?
good German Christian who doesn't want to go to war, who doesn't want to take it, but you are living in Berlin, 1942. Can you tell me about Alex?
I don't know much about this Alex. I don't know who you're talking about. Are we talking about Alexander?
Yes. It could be Schmidt. It doesn't matter, man.
I don't know this person. So you made up a fictitious character so it's a weird hypothetical. I don't even know what to do with it right now.
You don't know. You can take whatever person in this moment in Ukraine, for example, whatever young person you want, in one village, what is attacked every day now in last, let's say, 2 months. And now you ask that Christian guy what he thinks about God and everything and how
I wouldn't do that because one, I'm not there. You're creating a hypothetical that's not realistic because it's not prophetic to my reality, how I live it. Most Christians,
I'm that guy. Okay,
most Christians and humans don't go around just bombarding
Okay, I'm that guy. Can I tell you now? I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Okay? And Christians killing each other. With fucking so bad that you cannot.
You mean you are assuming they're all Christians killing each other? That's the only conclusion
I'm telling you my life experience, man.
Yes, but you don't have absolute certainty that those were all Christians just because you perceive them to be so.
Man, I was living in the country, in the town where was like a 50%, or let's say like this.
You're not understanding what I'm saying. It depends on how the person's behaving from individual to individual to individual. That is how it will determine whether you're a Christian.
Do you know what are you telling me now? That people
I'm saying I cannot.
I will not tell even country now. You are
saying I cannot determine what you are. I cannot even determine if as a Christian, I cannot even call other people Christians until I have verified very specific things, biblically speaking, of a spiritual discern methodologies through my Holy Spirit to determine if they are aligned with that.
How many Christians in the world? Do we have 10 Christians or 10 million?
Since the majority of them are lukewarm, and I call them pseudo secular, those aren't really Christians. So I would say not even 10% of the world is truly Christian. 90% are not Christian to me.
Okay.
And that goes for Hindus and Muslims and Buddhists. Most of them, 90% plus, are not what they also claim to be, because they are not actually acting in the spirit of what they believe in. They're living in the flesh.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They're failing. They're just as bad. They're just as bad as all the agnostics and the atheists. They're all I lump them all together in the same pile of muck. They're all failing because they're living in the flesh.
Understandable.
You're welcome.
Any on-topic comments to add?
No, we can move on to another topic if you're ready for something else.
Curvature.
How about topic?
Curvature, please.
No more curvature. We're like enough with the curvature.
But that's the main point. If you prove the curvature, everybody go home. And we speak about recipes, food, or something like that. Even helping that homeless people will be better.
Yes, I agree with that last statement.
It's fear. Everybody realized, and nobody, we don't want to change the world. Everything is great. We don't want to how to say to.
Until people go back, until people start to see, until every human being on earth goes back to seeking a divine, universal, absolute, objective creator who literally has the right to punish you or reward you.
Yeah, so what I said was the topic. I'll give you one more try.
Curvature.
Curvature again. Here we go. Yep. Well, look, if you're such a round earther, then feel free to spew everything you got, and then we'll see what everybody else says. The great deception, when the majority of the world's population easily falls for the self-victimization of their own global self-induced psychosis by the few of an immense amount of power. That's what's happening today.
Word. Testify. Can I get a witness?
Can I get a witness?
I just walked in, but it sounds real good in here. Hello, people.
Hello. All right, it looks like Flat Earth has prevailed, and that's it. 2 hours of discussion over on that one.
Spin the record one more time.
Well,
I like good Christians, that's for sure.
Can't spin the record unless the one round earther or globe trotter is willing to start all over again and rewind back to the start.
I'm willing to make a claim. The sky is a huge turntable, and I know the DJ.
Okay, can you tell me who the DJ is?
No, I was trying to be facetious, buddy.
Okay. I was actually really curious to know what you define as.
You know, my buddy, he's addicted to brake fluid, right? But he says he can stop. He said he could stop at any time.
Whoa. Well, then that means he has no discipline for his own free will.
Of course it does.
Wait, was that agreeing with me or disagreeing? I'm a little confused.
Agreeing with you.
Okay. It just sounded a little weird the way you said that.
Yeah, it's funny. People hijack it's the double speak and everything, right?
Yeah.
It's a trick. Yeah, it's a trick.
Oh, that's the worst. This is why people are falling and getting duped by so many things today.
Right. The people have the gall to hijack geometry to
Lord.
support calculations. Can you believe it?
That happens. It's happening every day. And the biggest thing that's been sabotaged, if most people took the time to actually study the great deception of Albert Einstein and all his literature, and you guys really read through it, you guys would find out that Albert Einstein is nothing but a con artist, a full-blown psychological psyop to allow the elites to present this what I call cult of science and this new world agenda that they're working toward.
Well said.
Can you imagine you have a one man in history, in one moment of history, and he is the most intelligent man?
He's not. He's the dumbest man.
No, but I'm saying, it's only one, and he is that one. And then you can put it. Then later you can make maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, But then you find out, oh my God! But we have more that clever people. It's not only one.
Mm-hmm. But we should also recognize as a human race, if someone is being deceptive, is being elusive, is being non-transparent, is capable of putting an immense amount of people under psychosis, that is not intelligence. We should never call those people intelligent. We should trash them and grind them back to a stump and not let them just keep floundering because they're just getting rich off this bullshit and living like kings, and everyone is just and that gives them leverage to then spew even more crap, and then nobody can get off the train because people are just so hooked on being part of the comfort train. It's nonsense.
Well, comfortable lies are easier to believe than uncomfortable truths.
Yep.
You need an angle to measure a shadow. It's just the way it is.
That's great. Zero proven theories, breakthroughs, discoveries, and interventions. Well done.
Hey, Divine Essence, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course you can.
When did you figure all this out?
Like 3 years ago, when I actually took the time, when someone actually introduced me these ideas, and I had to go and verify it. And I'm like, holy moly!
So did you also try to find evidence that says they weren't correct?
No, you don't understand. The global stance is that by default, we've been duped to believe that everything he all his scientific breakthroughs, his written paperworks, and everything he wrote is just to be trusted, to believed in, and that he would never lie to us because he's this brilliant mathematician, and that we should not analyze between the words.
Wait, what are you talking? I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
Albert Einstein. If you read
I wasn't
his
talking about
stuff,
Einstein. I was talking about all this other stuff you were talking about. This, how the world works, and these.
Oh well, most
our
of it.
true essence and what our true purpose is. And when did you figure all this out?
Well, I've known I didn't know I was called an esoteric, but I've known I was different since the age of 12. But I've also experienced things that most human beings have not experienced. So strange phenomenon.
By 12 years old, you thought you understood the secrets to the world.
I understood that something was terribly off, and I could not understand why humans, especially adults, were acting so bizarre and so irrational and not focusing and prioritizing much more important things. Yeah,
Like what?
I knew that right away.
What's more important?
I could not understand why when I was 12, why homelessness was even a thing. I could not understand how we build large cities, but then when you go through the city, you can see that one person is not treated as well as another person, or that one person has a decaying road with potholes and everything, and then on the other side, the people that have more power and money get nice roads that are paved and repaved over and over again with the money that should have gone to help people that are struggling and that need the infrastructure more. Like, I mean, it's just like it just piles up all day long, every day.
So what it sounds like he says is, when you're around 12 years old, you just looked at the world and you go, "Oh, I understand all this."
Yes.
Are you 15? Is that what you're saying?
Interesting.
Well,
interesting.
You're 12?
No, when I was
I said
12,
when
that's
he
when
was
it started.
12.
You said 3
Yeah.
years ago.
No, I started my journey understanding the
I think he was
reality.
talking about Einstein 3 years ago.
Yes, 3 years ago was it took me 3 years ago to figure out Einstein.
So what's the solution to the homelessness problem?
We have to dismantle our economic system. We have to create a model where we design our economic system to recognize that the resources in America should be utilized for a need-based society to self-actualize, protect the dignity of the human condition, and not for profit.
So I have money saved up. Do you think that you should take it from me?
I don't want to get all political.
There's nothing to take. Just dismantle. If you dismantle the very structure, then you can't use it anymore. I don't care if you're a good guy or a bad guy or greedy or not greedy. If you dismantle capitalism and the mechanism called the Federal Reserve banking system and the actual thing called money, and you displace it with something that's actually will force people to have to be merciful to.
Did he get muted?
He did.
I don't know.
Server muted him.
I'd
That's
like
harsh.
to add to that conversation. I'd like to add to that conversation if I could.
Of course.
And
Go ahead.
I grew up in a very poor family. I grew up we're in Australia. Yeah, there's really no need for anyone to be homeless in Australia due to the fact that we have government support and we've got generations and generations of families that have never worked a day in their life because they can go on government keep house free.
You're roboting for me.
Broke that size name.
We hear you, AJ. Go ahead. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. So I was saying in grade 8, I was kicked out of home. I lived on the street. And I had that choice at that time. Do I want to continue living like the way that I have growing up with my family on government money and government housing? Or do I want something better for my family? And I started working when I was 15 years old. I worked as a labourer. I worked as a concreter. I started my own business. I now am 43 years old. I'm just about ready to retire. I have 4 kids. And the people that I grew up with are still sitting in that government housing getting their government money. So I don't believe that it's a problem with the capitalist system. I think it's a problem with lazy people who don't want to work. Of course, there's people that have mental issues and other issues that need to be supported. However, 90% of the time, or the majority of time, most people are able and willing, or able to work, but not willing to work, and they want everything handed to them. I've worked 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. for the last 30 years more to get to where I've gotten. And yeah, I've come from nothing.
I have a question.
Yes.
Oh, can I take a breath? You said 20 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Check.
I work.
Testing.
Yeah, 100%.
Hello.
100%.
Yeah, coming through this time? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I
That's
got you.
what happened. Okay, my bad. My mic wasn't working. I cut him off earlier because he's been kind of waxing off topic for a couple hours, so I was just trying to get it back to topic. And I guess nobody heard me because my mic wasn't working.
No, sorry, I just wanted to add to his thing saying that, you know, there's all these issues with homeless, this, that, the rest. Now, like I was saying, in Australia, no one needs to be homeless. Anyone who's homeless in Australia is choosing to be homeless due to the fact of we get government support, we get government housing. Like I was saying, now in Australia, there's people like when I grew up, I lived in that government housing. My friends did, their parents did, their great grandparents did. Now, I've gone out and worked like a dog. I've set my family up. I've done what I had to do. Those people that were my neighbours back then that were my age are either in jail or still living in government housing. So I think a lot of the time, especially in Australia, it comes down to a choice whether you're actually willing to work or not. That's, you know, I had no money when I grew up. We had a padlock on our fridge where I couldn't even go into the fridge to get food out of the fridge. Yeah.
I remember my question, AJ.
Yeah.
Guys,
do you
I
think
the last guy because he was off the topic, and now we're just carrying on that
well,
off-topic
this all happens on a flat Earth.
Oh, good. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, all of this happens on a flat Earth. So, do you think that there is a spiritual problem? Like, do some people love darkness rather than light on a flat Earth?
Yes.
Well, yes, they do, but at the same time, I was never a Christian or believing in anything at that stage. I just knew that I wanted something better for myself and my family than the way that I was brought up and what I had. And I worked for it. Yeah, I did. I worked 20 hours a day, 7 days a week for about 15 years.
Yeah,
until
but you
I almost collapsed. Yeah.
Yeah, but you forced yourself to be a slave to suck it up against the tyrannical exploitative system, but that doesn't mean you have the right to force other people to believe in that same slave mentality. You chose to behave this way. Other people choose not to.
I chose to be a functioning member in society.
That's propaganda. That's leftist propaganda.
And
to feel like you're part of
not your enemy. AJ's not your enemy, bro.
And to work for what I wanted. I didn't get any handouts. Nobody helped me. I worked for what I wanted and where I wanted to be, and I've been successful. Well, I feel I have. I'm 43 years old, and I'm almost ready to retire. Now, I could have done what my friends did and sat around on government money and drank piss and took drugs and partied and had a great life, and I would have been where they were now. No, I made the sacrifices, and now I can do what I want to do.
AJ, what do you think? Is it seed time and harvest on a flat Earth?
Yes, good call.
What was that?
Is it seed time and harvest on a flat Earth? You know the seasons. There's a season to sow a seed and a season to reap a reward. So I think that's what you're talking about, that principle, right? If you work, you can eat.
No, that's not. Yeah, but work implies that God gave us a.
That was an honorable mute.
Well, I'm trying to teach him the topic of the room. I've been trying for a couple hours, so.
Well, a lot of things happen on the face of the surface. The face of the surface. I'm not trying to double speak, right? Like, you shouldn't have to say it that way. The face of the surface, that's weird to say. The surface implies a face.
Season 9.
I wish I could measure an angle without a flat baseline. Has anybody done that? If I have I need to measure angles, right? Because I'm trying to develop a worldview. right? And in order to do that, right, I have to incorporate the celestial plane and in the surface. That two planes.
Why do you need to develop a worldview? It's already developed for you.
Why do I need to develop a worldview? It's already been developed for me. Are you a cult recruiter?
I just believe in science.
What do you mean?
Yeah,
Science?
Scientology.
Wait. What the fuck does science have to do with worldview?
Well, it proves it's a globe.
Science proves it's a globe. What's the hypothesis?
If the Earth was flat, then
that's
we would go out.
Malformed hypothesis already.
No, and this is science. We know for a fact that if the Earth was flat, we would be able to go out.
Science has nothing to do with shapes. What are you talking about? Science and shapes? What does science have in common with shapes?
Well, science has given us the technology to see the whole globe with pictures and satellites. So yes, science.
You're talking about technology. That also has nothing to do with science.
You think we just get technology without science?
Congratulations. You're stupid twice in this example.
No, but science is basically all-encompassing. So, like,
no, it's not. What, knowledge? Well, okay, natural science. Natural science. Have you heard of it?
Well, I mean, what do flat earthers do? Unnatural science or something?
Your question's malformed. It doesn't deserve an answer.
Okay. Well, that's probably why you're a flat earther. You don't have the answers.
Your Earth is malformed.
Can you produce these
brain is
pictures?
malformed.
Can you produce those pictures of the curved Earth?
Hold on, let me go to just NASA.org real quick. Hold on.
It's fine if you go to NASA and but it's like make sure that they're not just like graphic images that have been.
Make sure they're not composites. They can't be composites.
Well, they have to be composites.
Why? They supposedly got satellites that are far enough distance away to see the entirety of the planet.
Well, you can't see the whole thing, just like I can't see your whole head when I look at your face.
Or the fourth wall.
You could see that it's curved though. If you got far enough away, you wouldn't be able to see the backside of it, obviously, but you'd be able to see the face of it and the curvature.
Exactly, and that's what we have done. That's why we know it's
produce the picture.
Creation bearer suspect.
What I mean, just go to Google. I mean, you guys have definitely seen the curvature of the Earth. Why? You know, I mean, I can get it for you. It's fine. It's not like it's hidden.
I've seen lots of images that were graphically altered. They're composite images. I've seen lots of images where there is an extreme curve, but it's not the entirety of the face. So it's like I can't say in good faith that the image hasn't been manipulated to create curvature. Because you can bend the lines with Photoshop. I mean, you can do it in Microsoft Paint. So the technology to alter images is way less advanced than the technology that they would need to travel space with.
Well, we didn't have that technology in the 60s.
That's a question. What? Technology, science? What the fuck? We were talking about science.
We didn't have Photoshop in the 60s, so they couldn't possibly have faked it back then. All the pictures are real.
I think they probably could have faked it if they wanted to.
NASA literally posts a picture every single day that's a non-composite, just a single bam from the satellite. So, I mean, I just posted, it's called Epic. It's daily pictures.
There's also the Himawari 8. Exactly.
Yeah, it's like, I like Flat Earth because it's just refreshing. Like, you guys are fun. Like, it's like my favorite shit.
Yeah.
Talking to you guys makes me feel like, I don't know. It's really hard to explain. I try to explain it to my buddies. Like, they ask me why I talk to you guys so much. And just like, dude, how you guys think is very interesting.
Yeah, they're so stupid. I come in here, I make myself feel better. It's so easy.
I come in here and it's kind of like going to the zoo. It's like...
yeah, it's like going into like a kindergarten classroom.
No, it's not pathetic at all. It's fucking great.
They're the stupid.
Do you guys understand better by putting other people down?
Do you guys understand that your ego makes you way more smart than if you were
just... No, because you guys all have the large... I wouldn't do this if you guys all didn't have big-ass egos. You guys are all convinced you're the smartest guy in the room. You're just nuts. Instead.
I mean, listen to the words that you're saying right now.
Talk over me, dude. Shut up while I'm talking. And then I'll stop, and then you can start. The problem with you guys is that you have these big-ass egos, and you think that you already have all of the answers, and it stops you from approaching this topic in any kind of honest way?
No, I don't have the answers. Better Men already found them, and they found that it was a globe.
They also have the same attitude you do, that they think they have the answers, and then they proclaim them to you, and then you just believe them blindly, and then you think
they do have the answers, right?
No, they don't.
Says who? The guy with the really big ego that thinks they're wrong?
Hold on, but you're the guy with the really big ego who thinks that you have all the answers.
Well, I believe the general consensus of humanity, so that doesn't, that makes me just normal. It makes in my head, it would seem that Filet Mignon, you have a big ego for thinking that the whole world's wrong and you're right.
I don't think the whole world's wrong. There's a lot of people who don't believe this bullshit, but also, just because people
How
agree.
many flat earthers do you think there are out of 7 billion people? How many do you think there is?
So that's a malformed problem with the logic, right? Because I wasn't just talking about flat earthers. So you've got
We're talking about flat Earth, right? So you can't don't lose the tangent.
You don't get to just talk over me and then pretend like I wasn't about to rebut you. Shut up till I'm done. You've got millions of moon landing deniers. You've got millions of people who question relativity. You've got millions of flat earthers. You've got millions and millions and millions of different groups of people who don't believe your bullshit.
That's bullshit.
So pretty much, I'm the one that has the ego, even though the whole world thinks how I think, other than a few small subset of people that think the flat Earth is real. But I'm the one that has the ego, not you, right?
You just ignored what I said, and that comes from ego as well.
What you said was untrue.
What? That there aren't moon landing deniers?
There are not millions and millions of people.
There are literally millions of people who deny the moon landings.
There's only hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, there's probably less than 1% and 1% people believe in the flat Earth and these types of things.
Shut the fuck up! You don't know the people.
But that wasn't the topic. The topic was moon landing deniers. Can you guys stay on topic? We were talking about flat earthers and moon landing deniers and people who don't believe in relativity. Those three groups, and there's many more, must make up millions of people. Millions and millions and millions.
No.
So to pretend it's a few people on the internet is just lying.
Can you prove anything that you claim?
What? Hold on. Homeboy was just saying he knows how all people think.
Yeah.
And then we're saying that's not, you can't possibly know how all people think. There's variety among
asking, can you prove?
And you're like, no, you prove it.
Yeah.
What the hell?
I'm asking you, can you prove that there's millions and millions of people?
Wow.
Do you have any evidence, or is it just what you say?
Well, can you prove that everyone believes that the Earth's a globe?
Well, so I can use reasoning. I can come to the conclusion that the majority of people don't believe the way you do, or the majority of people don't. It's not the consensus. It's not what's taught. It's not
you can't. That's fine. Don't make the claim then, and then also don't hold me up to evidence that you can't.
I didn't say I could. I asked if you could.
Don't hold me to standards that you don't meet yourself.
You're a fucking coward for muting your own convert. You fucking coward.
I didn't mute you. I'm driving. I can't mute you.
The whole world used to
go for me again.
Yeah, the whole world
just
used
in
to
the
think,
US.
Listen.
Just in the US,
whole world.
it's 2/3.
Yeah, keep talking. I'm saying the whole world used to think that slavery was cool. So using the whole world as a reference of pointing out if something is a fact or not, that says a lot about your logic.
Damn, bro, cooked.
But also, it's not true anyway. Even though your criticism of the logic is a good one, the statement itself isn't true anyway. So it's like he's actually wrong twice with the same statement.
Yeah, I was having fun playing Glover, but when y'all start getting it wrong that bad, I'm like, I can't even defend you at this point.
I swear.
Hope y'all got it wrong.
Fucking
Go ahead.
cock.
Well, what is it about somebody that thinks that they're using courage, and meanwhile they're hiding behind this supposed alleged vast majority of people that believe the nonsense of the globe Earth, and they think that's being courageous. I'm lost.
Bars. You had a good point there, Sonny.
You sound like you were underwater.
Science has made the flat earther the globe earther's enemy for whatever reason. We don't have any issue with y'all. Like,
Yeah, like we even know you
This is the second time this has come up. What does
I've
science
got-
have to do with the shape of the Earth?
I've got something real fast about the pictures that were linked earlier. The epic imagery. My problem is with it is that I'm not denying that the camera exists, but my problem is when you click on the link, it shows these like they've been edited for sure because they're cleaned up. They're put on. It's just the Earth and exclusive. It's not like the raw image. Like it's not like a wide photo of the Earth from a distance with like, you know, celestial bodies behind it. It's just the Earth explicitly. You can like magnify it and stuff. So, I mean, is there any of like links to like the raw imagery? Because this is like the Earth has been like edited to be by itself. So if
what is an image? I'm real slow. I'm in the back of the bus. What is an image? Can we get a definition so we can agree on terms? The old
just like the picture, like the picture that the camera itself would take, the whatever the epic camera, the one that produced these
images and pictures. Are they the same thing?
That's how I'm using it. There was a link that was put to NASA's website, and it showed a image of the Earth, but it wasn't like a raw picture. It wasn't like the picture taken by the camera. It was edited so it could be interacted with within the website. It had like a magnifying glass, so it wasn't like there's no like.
That's what I'm
there's
trying to
nothing
get to.
to reference.
Is this a picture or is it not a picture?
It's not the that was the thing. I asked for pictures, but it's not a picture. It's like an interactive like thing on the website where it's been digitally altered to be by itself. So there's nothing like in the background or foreground. Like there's nothing in the background or foreground to determine if this is like, you know, in space. So it's just on the website by itself. And I'm not like denying the existence of it. I'm just asking for the people that are saying that there's all these pictures to just produce some of those pictures. Because every time I look it up, I always get like a composite image that has been digitally altered in some way. And it's just even if you're doing it to quote unquote clean it up, it calls into question like the validity of it. So if there's like a raw picture with like that's like ugly and got noise and stuff, like I'm fine with that. But it's not like I can never find anything that's like directly from these satellites.
Right, we're looking for the same shit. I hear you.
Yeah, well, we have to make it more simple for flat earthers to understand. We have to correct for curvature. We have to correct, you know, for things like that, and we have to make it more simple for flat earthers to understand. So,
well, like I said, I'm not even denying the premise that the Earth is curved. I'm just asking, since all this evidence exists, if it could be, because I learned about the curved Earth in elementary school, and that is the last time I ever touched it intellectually. I went about my day-to-day life, and I don't spend a lot of time thinking about it. So it's kind of just like a preloaded supposition from my time in public school. So,
dude, they you know what they did on page 68. They finished up with the scientific method, and then on page 59 or 69, they showed you the core of a presupposed Earth.
Oh my!
Yeah, it was on page 69, bro. It was just a fucking joke. Like you didn't get it.
Spicy.
I'm just being straight up. Like I'm not like I'm not an astrophysicist. I haven't dedicated any great portion of my life to it. I learned the same.
Well,
Presumably,
that would explain why you don't understand, sir. It explains why you're asking questions about the globe that you don't understand. You need an expert.
Sure. I mean, are there any experts on the globe Earth present?
Well, I mean, you can see
most flat earthers are.
You know, do you guys want to know something that's really interesting about this? Is that whenever the globe experts come into this arena, let's just say they're an astrophysicist or they are a physics expert or whatever, They come into this arena, they get their arse absolutely handed to them by flat earthers, and they then have to go to places like Gem Panda's server looking for like average Discord YouTubers who have come up with, sorry, not Discord YouTubers, but just Discord debaters. They go looking for their arguments. So when you're asking for the globe experts go to people on Discord for their arguments.
Yes, I have noticed it. They get their asses handed to them.
And this happens so many times.
They come back for more. Thank you, sir. May I have another?
Sodomites.
Fucking
But don't you even the Globers here find that a bit strange? That the experts come here and they just get trashed, and then they have to go looking for like guys like Fight the Flat Earth to get their arguments off them. These guys this guy's retarded. He can't even work out and stick to a diet plan. And yet you've got guys like Bryant Myers going to him for his arguments, and he's a PhD. It's all fucked up.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
But what do the Globers think about that? That your experts are going to retarded Cornish guys for their arguments.
It's never gonna register in their mind. Like they you can repeat that all day till you're blue in the face, but like it's not gonna register in their mind.
But I'm not even getting an answer from them. This is mental. There's not even denialism. It's just straight up silence.
All right, I'll give you an answer. No, we don't.
You don't what?
I don't go to anybody else to find out how I know the Earth is round.
That wasn't why I asked you.
You said some experts come in here, they get their ass handed to them, they go to Gem Panda's server to get their understanding of the Earth, and that's just not true.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, that's a narrative you completely made up out of nothing.
Right,
This is what you guys do all the time.
I've witnessed that hundreds of times.
Name one person who went to Gem Pandas to get their information.
Brian Myers is the latest example of that. But there's
Who is
so
Brian
many.
Myers?
Well, you don't know him, but he's a PhD who got his arse thoroughly handed to him by a panel of Jerenism, Whitsitt, and a couple of others, and then decided to go and buddy up with Gem Pandas goons to get his arguments in place.
I hang out at Gem Pandas all the time, and there's no Brian Myers over there. When was he over there?
Do you know who MC Toon is?
I know who he is, yes.
Fantastic.
I've never talked to him.
But you don't know who Brian Myers is, even though they...
No idea.
Well, you should do some research on this then, because this was like this didn't happen that long ago.
He said he goes over to Gem Pandas to get his information. He's never been, as far as I know, he's never been to Gem Pandas. He's never there when I'm there, and I'm there quite often.
I said so they go to the goons on Gem Panda server. I mean, it's MC2
Which
goes
goons? Which goons?
I've been naming them, bro. Are you listening?
He doesn't like the answer.
No, I hear you. You haven't named a single goon that lives on Gem Panda server or hangs out with Gem at all.
Give it again.
MC Toon doesn't hang out at Gems. Sorry, man.
Oh, sorry. Sorry that like you're interested in the technicalities and not in the general idea of what I'm saying.
I'm interested in what you said and holding you to account.
Not really.
No, you're not holding anyone to account. You're just wasting my time. The general argument is much more important. That your PhD guys, who are the quote unquote globe experts, go to YouTubers for their arguments.
Yeah, that checks out. It's equally valid either way.
That sounds kind of derpy.
So why is that happening? I wanted to know what your answer was to that. Why do you think that's happening? I didn't want a bunch of obfuscation and nitpicking.
I already told you. I don't think it is happening. I think you made it up. Because you can't give me any examples of anybody who does.
I just gave you the example
You
with
said
names.
some guy named Brian Myers who I never heard of.
That's your problem.
Okay, so you have another?
Do you have pictures? I when I asked earlier for the raw picture, I got a barbed answer about dumbing it down for flat earthers.
Oh, hold on, bro. That was me.
That was a little. Yeah, he's being facetious.
It's great. I guess I'm doing a good job though. But anyway, I think Crypto was doing something. So sorry.
No, I'm all good, man. He's just gonna nut and deny
Yeah,
the whole time.
he's saying nuh-uh. Yeah, nuh-uh. No, the point still stands. Let's just say, because you guys folks will appeal to certain entities, whether it be an astronaut or astrophysicist or some expert in some field.
Demons from the warp, bro.
The lore reporters.
There was that who was the woman who someone had to basically lie and say they were from a university in order to get an interview with her. You might know Christian better. This was a while back now, and then she basically got completely destroyed by a bunch of questions, and then she just said that she's not doing interviews anymore. What was her name?
Oh, I don't know. It wasn't Dollar, was it? I'm not sure.
No, it wasn't Michelle Thaler. Fuck, because I haven't even thought about this for a while. But this has happened so many times.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. Welcome. We're all in here together. Rest assured, take a breath and know that we're in here. It's gonna be okay.
But the funny thing about this is that it doesn't even, just because it's the argument's coming from a Discord user or a YouTuber, like doesn't make the argument wrong. But what it does is it severely undermines their appeal to authority, which they are well aware that they made, which is why they then just deny that it happens.
Right. I mean, we heard what Pat had said earlier, right? He was like, well, I mean, there's other people that figured it out for us. It's funny. It's like when I was trolling, he's saying the exact same thing word for word.
Yeah.
It's like I'm joking around and LARPing, and like this guy is saying it, and he's dead serious. We're saying the exact same thing. So I find that really funny. Yeah, but he said that. He's like, oh, well, there's experts. They have the answers. And it's like, are you sure? Because
yes, it's true. We do rely on experts for certain topics on which they have expertise. That seems a reasonable thing to do.
Expertise in what?
Blindly believing in men who blindly also believe. That sounds wise.
In order to have any of those men, you got to have measurements from a flat baseline.
Oh, shit.
Are we talking about celestial objects or terrestrial objects? We're definitely not talking about Einstein. I mean, it seems like the conversation was diverted as quickly away from Einstein earlier as we can get, right? Because we don't live in a fourth dimension.
Well, he's another expert.
The reasonableness of believing in a globe isn't actually the topic of discussion, though. Like, because I think everyone would agree that it's reasonable to believe in a globe because you were taught it as a 3-year-old, and then you were told that it's true growing up. So the reasonableness isn't the topic. The topic is whether it's actually true. So if someone says, "Oh, it's reasonable to believe in the globe," that's great, but it doesn't matter.
I didn't say it's reasonable to believe in a globe. You guys got to listen better.
Well, would you say it's reasonable?
You said it was reasonable to believe in experts who have expertise.
Exactly.
Okay, so I did listen, and I summarized your point.
No, then you change it to a globe.
No, I summarized it very accurately.
No, then you change it to a globe.
I know you.
Well, what is your position then?
I know you need to nitpick because you don't like being absolutely ruined in an argument. But with your argument is that the reasonableness isn't the topic, and that's the point.
Fire.
Word.
Well, that's how we know things are true, when they're reasonable.
No.
Yes.
No.
That's how the world. That's how the rest of the world knows things are true. I don't know about you guys. That's how the rest of us do it.
Slavery was also reasonable at one point.
I'll give you an example.
I'm going to keep going back to that.
I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example. Manchester City are a football team in England. They were leading 2-0 against Crystal Palace yesterday or the day before. It would be reasonable to assume that they would go on to win that game, and yet they didn't. So, are we still conflating?
You think that's an argument, huh?
Are we still conflating? Yeah, but it was your argument.
No, that wasn't my argument. That was your argument. That was your attempt at a rebuttal of my argument.
talk over me because you're getting ruined again, but you're just showing the world that you're getting ruined. So
Okay, you say so.
the reasonableness of assuming that Manchester City would go on to win that game can't be conflated with truth, because it isn't true that they won the game.
That checks
Kenji,
out. I like my Magic 8 Ball.
Kenji has a good example too. Kenji, you want to tell him? What else is reasonable?
Yeah. Slavery was reasonable less than 200 years ago. So the
man.
whole reasonable because everybody else does it. Like, come on, bro. Like, what are we doing?
That's ridiculous. If you think that it's more reasonable to believe in a globe Earth, then you need to count your presuppositions as up in the hundreds.
Slavery, I serve the greatest slave master of all time. His name is the Lord Jesus Christ, but he'll call you his friend. His yoke is easy and his burden is light. That's reasonable today. Can I get a witness? Hallelujah.
If you're gonna say that, then we might as well say, well, it's more reasonable to be a flat earther because more years people have been flat earthers than globe earthers.
That's true.
But we don't say
Yeah,
that.
that is true.
We don't say that because that would be maybe not too good reason to say that.
Oh, I say it. I just did.
So you're saying perhaps it would be unreasonable? All right, I'll stop.
It'd be unreasonable to think that there's a globe spinning in a vacuum of space that measures absolutely zero curvature from any sort of system or technology. That's unreasonable.
Yeah, but it makes sense though.
No, it doesn't make sense that you have a ball that has no curvature. That makes sense.
It's really big. It's because it's so big.
Yeah.
Oh
really
my!
You don't
That makes
understand
no
how
sense.
big it is. It's so big that
That's
it
so-
appears flat. And my proof of that is that it's not flat.
That's a non sequitur, by the way. It
I
doesn't
can prove how like curved it is because it's so big it looks flat, and then I present to you proof that it can't be flat.
I know. Well, you do say that pretty well, but what your statement is unreasonable.
You just don't understand science. You're a science denier. That's the way science works. It makes contradictory claims and just says, "Trust me, bro."
Hey, God bless you and yours, everyone. God willing.
God bless you too. Any topic that cannot be reasoned with, or any person that cannot be reasoned with, is deemed unreasonable just by their actions. So any topic that can't be reasoned with, in other words, using the word gravity, a one-word explanation that fills in all the little gaps and all the problems where they have no answers, that's unreasonable.
Yeah, but there's a good reason for that though.
It's
It advances. The
There
good
could be a-
reason for this is it advances my New World Order agenda. How am I going to get people to tell that government's got all the answers unless government's got the answers to creation?
Okay,
They've gotten
so-
into space and they figured it all out for you. You don't have to do none of the thinking, Chucker. All you got to do is just say government did it, and I want to be part of that group. So I say we did it too. Hooray!
All you gotta do is pay your taxes and dial 911.
Facts.
Yabba do. So
What a
we
lie!
could all,
What a
we
lie,
could all,
bro! Don't
I'm
buy it.
sorry.
Yeah. You go ahead, Sonny. Yeah.
We could probably all agree then that there may be good reasons for something, but that still doesn't make it reasonable. Just because you have a good reason for making up a lie like the globe Earth doesn't mean it's reasonable with, or that it could be reasoned with. Yeah.
What is your reason for saying that?
God bless
Truth.
America.
It's just the truth. I don't know. Just
Oh man.
Sometimes-
Anybody? What do you call a black man that flies an airplane, guys?
Oh, don't do it.
A pilot.
Unchained.
A pilot. You fucking racist.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I should've known. My bad. A pilot, you darn racist.
No, that's good. I thought you were gonna go someplace with that. I'm like, oh.
Well, he's a pilot, so he's going someplace.
I wish.
You see, what happened was there is that African American pilot who really triggered the shit out of Mick Toon, like a pilot instructor, mind you, who's like disabled, like physically disabled, teaches people how to fly planes, and also says the Earth is flat. He went on the show and they just fucking spurred out. Didn't listen to a single thing he said. I'm offering free pilot lessons to anyone who can understand what the word fucking flat means. And they just flipped the fuck out. You don't have an instrument rating. He's like, yeah, dude, I'm a certified, pilot. I got all the ratings. Okay. Like they don't let people teach how to fly aircraft unless they got all the stuff to teach. Like, I don't know what you think you're doing. So I don't know what happened after that. My take was I thought they were going to bombard that airport with like negative reviews and stuff, and like, but maybe at some point they decide, you know what, we'll just kind of let this one go. They'll take the L.
They would do some stuff like that. Bombard the reviews of an airport. There's a flat earth working. There's a flat earther working.
Yeah, they do. It's really crazy. There's used to be this bar, this like flat Earth bar, like about an hour and a half south of me. I always wanted to go there, and it was like Flat Earth Brewing or something like that.
Bruh.
And yeah, it was bombarded. It's like don't drink here. It's poisonous. They'll kill you. They hate God. They hate America. One negative review after another. I think it got to the point where like they wanted to bask in all the negative reviews. It's kind of like a thing. But maybe it just got too tedious because some people don't really look. They can see, this bar restaurant has a 1-star review. Well, I better just skip it, go someplace else.
Crit, it's deeper than that, bro. Real like preachers, like real teachers of the Bible, have been excommunicated from their churches. Like that happens every day on a flat, stationary, contained third dimension. People lose their jobs. People are ostracized. Yeah, but it's all good, bro. There's a lot more of us than they want us to know. Can I get a witness?
Even Homeboy was trying to push the rhetoric like, oh no, there's not that many of you, bro. You don't know, just like I don't know, but I bet you it's more than you think.
Well, kind of off topic, but not too far off topic. I was watching some lame movie, sci-fi, and I guess it was like King Kong versus like Godzilla or something like that. And I thought, wouldn't it bring the world together? What if we had a real King Kong and Godzilla fight that all the nations would come together as one under one common goal?
Just wait for the aliens, Sonny. Wait for the aliens.
I mean, I think that would get more action than the aliens, maybe. Look, all of a sudden there's been sightings of Godzilla off the coast of Japan. You're racist.
There's so many ways to go with that because immediately I want to root for the primate.
No, that wouldn't unite us, Sonny. People would just start. It would be like UFC would buy it. They put it on, and then people would just start cheering for one side or the other. No, Kong. No, fuck Kong.
I know.
Let's go, Godzilla. Yeah. So
giant floating bandstands and shit with the whole arenas out there in the ocean waiting for Godzilla to appear.
UFC Gorilla versus
the face on Sunday.
That'd be nuts. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. Too many zombies to unify, probably.
How do you unify? How do you unify the most number of zombies in one place?
Eat them while they're young.
Throw a distraction.
And control.
You tell them I want that zombie off my lawn.
No, create the Wrestling Federation.
Well, think about how they do it in Call of Duty. You just like create a little distraction, and they all go towards the distraction. Easy.
I know. And then in the back rooms, they're going like, "Come on, I'll see you one Godzilla versus one King Kong." No, we'll do you better next week. We'll think of something. The aliens versus Godzilla. There we go. Now there's a real selling point.
Round 2.
Round 2. Godzilla versus Mothra versus the aliens versus King Kong.
Elimination Chamber.
That's what I thought of when I watched that stupid movie. I mean, sometimes it's good just to let stupid movies play on. Just let the show play on. Like whether you're home or not, just let it play.
Play on, player.
Dude, no, I don't want to be hypnotized. What are you talking about, Sonny?
When you're not home? Are you hypnotized by your TV when you're not home?
It sounds get hypnotized if I participate in whatever you're suggesting.
You're destroying the planet if you do that.
Yeah, it's not Godzilla that destroys. It's just destroying the planet. All those damaged buildings. Somebody's got to clean that shit up,
The fucking Godzilla. Okay, I'm cussing too much. All right, Godzilla, King Kong.
You gotta pick one of them.
Yeah, well, in the latest movie, it would have been over when King Kong was chained to the barge. Like you meet Leviathan on his home territory, you're gonna die. You know what I mean? A gorilla can't swim. It must have something to do with relative density disequilibrium.
We need a flat Earth movie, man.
So, like all of them? I'm just kidding.
Lord of the Rings, like 1, 2, and 3. All of them, Middle Earth, flat. Thor, like Thor, whatever the Thor movies are called. Like Thor, like Ragnarok. Like Thor, Dark Matter, Dark Energy.
We don't need any more Greek
All
gods.
of it. It's all flat. Every single one of them. All those planets out there are flat.
Wait,
somewhere far away, you got like a Death Star in Asgard, and it's flat.
Wouldn't it be cool if there was like one place on the Earth you could go to see the curvature? Like there was like a tourist spot. You would think that'd be more popular. You know what? I think we just got a new business idea, Flat Earthers.
Genius.
We'll just tell the Globies, look, you can come to this spot to see the curvature, and then when they go and look, it'll just be the regular old Earth. And when they start like worrying, like, well, but you said I can see the curve. Well, you do see the curvature, but the effects of the curvature, you just start saying things that Globies say. Well, you don't see it left to right; you see it front to back. And it's you're seeing the effects of the curvature.
It just might work.
No, they'll do the thing they do on the airplane. They'll say, "Oh yeah, we see it. I've been on airplanes. I've never seen curvature."
Exactly. They'd be like, "Yeah, I see it too."
Yeah, same. You know what? What's funny is I spent a large portion of my young life flying everywhere. I'm not going to get into why, but I probably flew 50 or 60 times before my 12th birthday, and never once saw a curve out any window, ever. Never happens, and it'll never happen. You know, fly to Dubai every year, never see a curve. It's just not there.
You mean to tell me Nottingham is square?
The only curvature is the flight attendant if she's cute.
Oh.
Oh my.
Oh my.
He got that Mile High Riz. Okay. Very nice.
That Leonard Nimoy Riz.
No, but if you would think for as common of a saying as just get in an airplane to see the curvature. For as common as that is, you would think people would actually have some pictures or whatever. People say, "Oh yeah, I saw it." Well, you didn't think to snap a pic. You didn't take pictures of everything else, your food, freaking, but you're not gonna take a picture of like the curve of the earth.
Yeah,
That's
your toe fungus. I mean, your dirty clothes on the floor.
selfies and stuff, but like, how many times do you see the curvature in your whole life? If you're one of the ones that says you can see it, okay, well, how many times do you think in a lifetime you will see it? Maybe 5, 10? You're telling me you didn't stop to capture that? That's weird. There's actually a clip of
Too sucky.
Okay,
They're
so
overwhelmed by the emotional state of being able to see the curve of the earth that they just can't fathom the moment, and they just get frozen. It's so beautiful.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they were too frozen. Exactly, they were like starstruck.
Why
And
is
how come?
muted? Or like both of them?
Huh?
Huh?
Muted. I don't know why.
What?
Yeah, like in this channel specifically, half the people are muted. Are they just listening in?
It's called mic etiquette. We're also live, so.
Oh shit! Sorry.
It's fine. You can talk, bro. It's fine. It's just that a lot of people, I mean, mics capture noise. So if I'm washing dishes and we're trying to have a conversation,
Got it. Just didn't know.
it's all good. It's all good.
What you got, man?
Yeah, are you whose team are you on, G? You Globe Earther?
Enemy spotted.
Oh, he's a shy Earther, guys. Be easy on him. Go easy on
He,
him.
get that guy off my lawn.
That's a Globey, I could tell.
They say there's like Uranus is out there, right? And it's full of gas.
How uncanny.
Is that true?
Well, they say it smells like farts, so yeah.
Is Uranus full of gas and it smells like farts?
That's what they're saying.
We got to find the guy that probed it.
Oh my.
Yeah, that's. I'm being facetious when I say science.
Let's do it again.
Actually, I think you're being facetious.
There you go. I'm a little less dyslexic, so sometimes I mess up my words.
Less what? Oh my.
Oh wait.
He inferred dyslexia is what he meant.
I was trying to be punny. I wish I was punny.
Nice puns you got there.
Yeah, I'm about out of them though. Yeah.
Anyway, that y'all distracted me, but I have an example when people say this. When you talk to someone about seeing the curvature and they'll say, "Oh no, I saw it," and you just ask them, "Oh, okay, so you have evidence, right?" And they're like, "Nah, I just I just looked." I'll see if I can. Let's see if this plays through here.
Dude, there's people that ask permission to be here with us tonight. You realize that?
Have you ever held a tennis ball? Yes, of course. Where's the flat point on a tennis ball? Where's the flat point? Yeah. I mean, kinda like on a tennis ball. Like, where's the flat part? There's not a flat part. There's none. Yeah. So why every time you see the Earth, it's flat? There's a big flat part on the Earth. It's just a bigger tennis ball. Distance. Distance. Show me one picture of round Earth. If you take the biggest cameras of all time and zoom all the way out, bro. Listen, I was on Empire State Building once. Curving. No, it wasn't. I was curving. I've seen that state. It was curving. I saw it with my own eyes. You have a picture? No, I took a picture with my eyes. No, you didn't. See, that's what I'm saying.
It goes like that every single time. If someone says they saw curvature, they'll say that pretty much. Oh, well, I didn't capture it. I just like absorbed it with my eyes. It's like, oh, really? Yeah, I believe you, bro. I believe you. Crazy. I have a little story I could tell you as well. Here. Okay, so when a hero goes on an adventure and he leaves his people and is going to a strange land, he can go away and just hide himself around a corner in an obscure house and then appear a year later and say, I've been on a heroic journey and tell all sorts of tales. And people will say, prove it, because they expect him to bring back something which nobody has seen before. This is just a little excerpt that I took out from a lecture. It was referring to other things, but I like to use this to reflect on or draw analogies to it. So people do this with like things like they'll say astronauts, right? This would be the person that went away, just hid themselves around a corner, and then appeared a year later and telling us all sorts of tales and stories about these heroic journeys they went on, right? And we expect something. We would expect something other than just a story. And so if someone says like, "Oh, well, I went to this strange land and I saw curvature," well, you might want to bring back something a little bit more than just a story. So we're gonna need more than that. Well, I just looked at it. I just saw it with my eyes. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Cool, man.
Cameras of all time and zoom all the way out. Bro, listen, I was on Empire State Building once. That curving. No, it wasn't. I was curving. Maybe I've seen that same. It was curving. I saw it with my own eyes. You have a picture? No, I took a picture with my eyes. No, you didn't see. That's what I said.
And that's the thing, like even bro was like, "Well, I've been to the same place as you. How can you tell me that you saw it and no one else can?" So
Right. I keep hearing people talk about, oh, I see two suns. I've been seeing two suns. And then you ask for a picture and it's like, they get mad. Like, you should have a picture of that. You take a picture of a car accident. You take a picture of your mom. You take a picture of yourself. You take a picture of everything, but you see two suns and you don't take a picture.
Bruh. Right. Kind of hard to. It's not that we base everything off of just pictures, folks. If you're don't, I don't want you to get the wrong idea out there if you're listening, but you're just gonna need something. Anything? Yes, we're gonna need a little bit more than I just looked at it with my eyes. Trust me, bro.
I've seen that same. It was curving. I saw it with my own eyes. You have a picture? No, I took a picture with my eyes. No, you didn't see. That's what I'm saying.
I took a picture with my eyes, man. Yeah, that'll last forever.
Sneaky peek right around.
You imagine playing sports on a rotating curved surface?
No.
Did he take pictures like this? Cuddy, that's hilarious. It seems like they do a little bit of that with these like America Ninja, whatever those obstacle course shows. I don't watch shit like that, but it seems like sometimes they'll have like a rotating surface that you have to like go and jump off of or whatever. And so that's about the only time that I've noticed it, but seems like we do things on non-rotating, non-curved surfaces. So wonder why. to make it as realistic as possible, right? We don't want people like operating on a conspiracy theory.
Remember, reasonableness is truth.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah.
Truth, and I say
it's people's standard of criteria is making sense. So as long as it makes sense. I'll be watching Dragon Ball Z. Makes sense to me. Train in a gravity chamber. Turn the gravity up to 500 times. Well, now you can fly faster. That makes sense. So it must be real too. Because that's reasonable. I'm a reasonable person. Where does he print them from? You're hilarious. We were watching fights yesterday. It was pretty fun. Shout out to anyone that was tuned in. I went live to show the flat earther who was scheduled to fight yesterday. But yeah, we don't have to talk about that, guys. Moving on slowly. But it was just funny. Nobody asked about it. Go ahead, noobs. What up?
No, I was going, yup.
I'd give that a 8 out of 10. My good buddy Mark does a better impression, I think. That's the global laugh, says Adam. Yeah. Gosh. Not gonna lie, I used to rock with those Goofy movies heavy when I was a kid. What's happening? Shit. No, no shit right now. Waiting for someone to get some, I don't know, some courage or some, I don't know what it is. Yeah, the Leaning Tower of Cheesa. Yeah, man. Yeah, see, my boys in the chat, they know what's up. Those are classics. Yeah, man. Heretic, save us, man. We need some help in here. I could just go back to playing Glober. Adam says I gotta edit. I'm doing a $150 episode soon, but I'm listening. All right, sweet. Scribe is back. Welcome, Scribe.
Hello. I got muted in the other room.
What'd you do?
I was talking. All right, so it's not as bad as it sounds. I was in the left room. First of all, tensions were high. They were already yelling when I got there. Somebody said something about Caesar. I mentioned a couple things about the Caesarian faction. All I said was that the Republicans technically broke the law when they carried weapons into the Senate chamber to kill Caesar. That's all I said. I got nuked. It's okay though.
Why are they so emotional though?
I'll recover. I'll be all right. How's the chats?
It's a bunch of flat earthers, man, and they don't get it. I don't know how many times we have to keep telling them that it's a globe, and they just deny science, they deny gravity, they deny the experts. I don't know how to help these guys.
I found a picture earlier. I don't know what the claim I've never seen this claim before, but I thought it was interesting because it's like a double ice wall. I don't know. I found this on Twitter, but it's got a double ice wall and there's like a passage in the inner ice wall. Is this like a red herring? I don't know what this is. I've literally never seen this model presented ever. So
that's interesting, but what do you think about it? Do you think that has some truth to it? Do you like it? Do you dislike it?
I've seen lots of pretty crazy video of the ice wall, the ice sheets, but they're about the same. When I start looking at things that are too big, and I start thinking about like space and stuff, I start like freaking out a little bit. I don't like the idea of like hurtling through nothing. That's kind of freaky.
Oh, yeah.
So I just tend not to think about like the greater universe on a day-to-day basis. But I was the guy from earlier that was like asking for pictures because again, I'm a skeptic.
Okay. Yeah, I was trolling you earlier, by the way. I don't know if you caught on to that.
Yeah, I know. I know there's another. I came in the middle. I know there's another guy who's being genuine though.
Yeah.
So I came in the middle of that.
No, it's kind of been fun, but no, it's cool. It's cool. Here's what I want to say about that image, though. No one has this God's eye view of reality. No one, even like the globe earthers, they have to admit that not that they can represent all of reality, because how can you get that perspective? You can't view reality like you can put a puppet on your hand and view it from this type of outside perspective. That's not a POV that anyone has ever. And so, regardless of whether you're a flat earther or not, and so I'm super skeptical when I have like a flat earther or someone come along and they're like, well, here's what all of reality could, would, or should look like or whatever. I'm always like, well, where did you get that perspective? Now, what I think they are, and the better way to go about it is treat them like the same way you would probably treat. This is gonna sound bad. Babies over the crib, you have a mobile or mobile is referred to, and sometimes you'll see them like it'll be like planets and the sun and astronauts and stuff like that, right? Is that the model of reality? No. Is it helpful for a new mind to maybe sort of slowly grasp the idea? Yes. So are these representations of flat earth the depiction of reality to a T? This is the Hot Wheels mini me version of what it all looks like? Probably not. Is it a helpful thing for a new mind to the topic? Hasn't really understood flat earth before? Yeah, absolutely. So I think as long as we just understand that these presentations aren't to say that this is what reality looks like for sure, because obviously no one has that perspective. But we do deal with people who are new to the topic often, very often. So to be able to give them little things, I would be hesitant about that, but you're gonna find little examples out here. I would think this is just one of them. And so here's an example of like on the Glober side, they've got their little ideas as well. So that's how I treat these things. It's for a new mind to the topic. I don't really think that you're not gonna catch me giving out this type of stuff to people. So I'm just throwing that out there. I'd be careful. Cause good.
Yeah, no, you're good, bro. I just think it's very interesting. I'm always drawn to whenever like the discussion tries to get shut down from like one side, just outright inherently. I saw a Rage Quit compilation of scientists and intellectuals flat out refusing to debate the issue, and I'm like, well, just humor me here. If this is such a slam dunk, then do it, because that's fun. That's entertaining too. Sell me my games, all right? I want to see. But no, they just get hella mad, and I'm sure that there's been a few attempts here and there, but I feel like the major issues is that like whenever I come into the discussion, like I said earlier, my entire background on this is like the same as what I assume everyone else is that I was put in a public school system, and they taught me a model of the universe, and the practical reality just has little to nothing to do